Chapter 224 Heavenly Jade Meaning. Tianyun followed Mu Shaner to pick up the ingredient for the spirit medicine to regenerate the Mansion Lord's lost limbs. After he got what he needed, he returned to the Mansion Lord's room and began refining the spirit medicine quickly. This incident was only known to several people whom the Great Elder trusted. The rest didn't even know that something was happening at the moment. I am done. Here, take this broken ribs healing cream to the Mansion Lord. Put it on his severed legs and hands, they would heal slowly over time. Tianyun said to Qianan. Qianan nodded and quickly applied the cream to the Mansion Lord's severed limbs. Thank you so much, you did so much for us, I don't know how many resources would be lost if you aren't here. The Great Elder said toward Tianyun sincerely. No problem, it is part of my responsibility as the successor of the Spirit King Xuan Tian. Tianyun said humbly. Successfully completed the Saving the Mansion Lord quest. Reward 1.000.000 Express 100 favorability points for Mansion Lord of Heaven's Top Mansion, the Great Elder of Heaven's Top Mansion, Qianan, and Mu Shaner, 100 prestige points. Seeing that he got a 100 prestige points, Tianyun was quite happy. He knew that prestige points could influence everything he did. It basically enhanced his luck without wasting any crazy points. The successor of Spirit King Xuan Tian, the Mansion Lord said while looking quite surprised. Little brother, you see, I no longer have any qualification to be a Mansion Lord after they have destroyed my cultivation like this. I have a proposition to make. I officially declare you to become the next Mansion Lord of Heaven's Top Mansion and the Great Elder is your assistant to help you manage Heaven's Top Mansion. The Mansion Lord said willfully. Tianyun was shocked to hear the Mansion Lord's proposition. He never expected to bear a responsibility like this. He never even thought about having a high status, especially a Mansion Lord. I didn't mean to disrespect your decision, Mansion Lord, but I don't have the necessary prestige for the title. I don't even know if there will be any disciple that would support me for this position. Tianyun said humbly. That's fine, with your Xuan Tian divine art and the successor of Spirit King Xuan Tian, there is no one that would object you becoming our Mansion Lord. Even if there is some opposition later on, I am sure that Great Elder would be able to solve it. The Mansion Lord said solemnly. Heaven's Top Mansion was in an awkward situation right now. They didn't have any elder except for the Great Elder, they didn't even have any single old ancestor that could guide them. Tianyun thought about his own decision at the moment. I have a better proposition to make. You see, I already became an elder in a faction on Earthly Borders continent. I don't intend to join any other faction, as my hands were full at the moment. How about merging our faction together, Heaven's Top Mansion with me as the Mansion Lord and my other faction so that Heaven's Top Mansion could recover fast without any unnecessary difficulties? Tianyun said solemnly. They were all surprised to hear Tianyun's proposition more than the Mansion Lord's proposition. Merging two factions wasn't something that could be done easily, it's the same as to destroy one faction and take over all their resources without a fight. I don't think that this is doable, little brother Yi. If we do that with Heaven's Top Mansion current condition, I am sure that the Heaven's Top Mansion would be swallowed by your faction. I couldn't let that happen, as Heaven's Top Mansion was dear to everyone on this room and the disciple within it. The Mansion Lord said while sighing nervously. Then, how about we divide the merged faction into two chambers? The female disciple would become the disciples of the Heavenly Jade Sect, and the male disciple remained here Heaven's Top Mansion. After all, the Heavenly Jade Sect I am currently on was a female-only sect. Tianyun said with a serious face. Heavenly Jade Sect, the Mansion Lord said. He was surprised hearing the name of Tianyun's sect. Yes, that is the name of my faction. It was once called Heavenly Jade Mansion, but it was once in decline, and recently become Heavenly Jade Sect after we were promoted to second-grade faction. Tianyun said casually. Heavenly Jade, do you know who named it? The Mansion Lord said, while his shocked expression never left his face. This is the original name of the Spirit King Xuan Tian. His original name was Tianyun. Tian Xuan equals Heavenly Jade. This faction you are in right now could be related to the Spirit King Xuan Tian. He left the Heaven's Top Mansion after some incident that left him disappointed toward Heaven's Top Mansion. It is possible that after he left, he created another faction. The Mansion Lord said with a surprised tone. This could be the case. I don't really know the name of the creator of Heavenly Jade Sect, I would check on it when I returned there. If this is really the case, would you be willing to merge our two factions? Tianyun said with a smile. If this is really the case, sure. I would be honored to merge with another Spirit King Xuan Tian's faction. The Mansion Lord said with a warm smile. Chapter 225 Netherworld Empire's Envoy. Tianyun didn't expect to learn that Heavenly Jade Sect had a connection with Spirit King Xuan Tian. He knew that Heavenly Jade Palace used to accept both men and women disciples, but now he thought that somehow Spirit King Xuan Tian left the faction because of some reason which created resentment towards men, resulting with the male disciples and elders were all driven away. Tianyun was excited when he found out, as it would help the merge between Heavenly Jade Sect and Heaven's Top Mansion. Even though Heaven's Top Mansion was in a bad spot right now, it didn't really matter. As the place, Heaven's Top Mansion was built, was very good for cultivation. Since you have already accepted my term, I will gladly take the position as a Mansion Lord. Tianyun said to the Mansion Lord with passion. Everyone in the room nodded their head in agreement. They all seemed quite satisfied with Tianyun's agreement to become the Mansion Lord of Heaven's Top Mansion. After reading several reports from Great Elder, Tianyun finally grasped the entire situation of Heaven's Top Mansion. Tianyun knew that once the information about him becoming the new Mansion Lord was announced, he won't be able to go out of the mansion freely for quite some time, so he chose to postpone the announcement until his business outside of Heaven's Top Mansion was done. After reading this report, I noticed that Heaven's Top Mansion's situation is far worse than I assumed. In several cases, this is even worse than a second-grade faction. Tianyun said solemnly. Yes, that is indeed the truth, Mansion Lord. We haven't received any new disciple for quite some time, and with our crumbling reputation, we know that our chance to recruit a new disciple will be smaller every single day past. The Great Elder said with regret. When I was first mistaken as a disciple here, I saw the situation firsthand. Some disciples act very arrogant and do whatever they please. Although I agree that in this kind of environment like this, some friendly competition here and there is very good, as the competition enters an abnormal level, it would be best to remove some toxicity. Tianyun said solemnly. All I am trying to say is that we need to let some of these disciples go before they destroyed the unity inside the Heaven's Top Mansion completely. I know that some of them come from a family which was influential to Heaven's Top Mansion, but there is so much better way to gain resource than to sell ourselves up like this. Tianyun said as he spoke with confidence to the Great Elder. Tianyun knew that disciples from influential families may think that acting all high and mighty was a given as they felt that the faction was theirs. If those disciples didn't act this way, then Tianyun will not have the compulsion to expel them. You are my Mansion Lord, I abide by your decision. I will trust that you would make us great again. The Great Elder said with high respect. Great, now that we've settled that problem, comes a new one in the form of management. We don't have enough skilled people in terms of management. In the Heavenly Jade Sect, we had many of those. I plan to assimilate some of them to Heaven's Top Mansion to help us manage things here. I can't do that right now, as of now they still don't know my plan to merge the two factions together. Tianyun said while sighing a little. I plan to leave as soon as the mansion becomes a little bit stable so that the plan to merge the two factions can be pushed quickly. Tianyun said solemnly. Great Elder, a messenger from the Netherworld Empire has come to visit. A disciple suddenly came to the room. Tianyun looked toward Great Elder and nodded. They walked toward the hall immediately to greet the said messenger. As they entered the hall, they could see a middle-aged man sitting on the chair, sipping on some tea. Excuse us for being a little late, said the Great Elder solemnly. It's okay, I don't mind, said the messenger arrogantly. This arrogant behavior somehow didn't bode well with Tianyun, a mere messenger acting all high and mighty toward his host. I came here to invite you to the royal feast. This is a direct invitation by the King of Netherworld Empire himself. I hope that you will be there when the time comes. The messenger said smugly. Don't worry, we'll be there. Tianyun said indifferently. Even though he didn't like this man, he couldn't show any emotion, as that could be used against him. As he had done his business, the messenger left the Heaven's Top Mansion place to go back to the Netherworld Empire while smirking evilly. Chapter 226 Level Up. Tianyun took a look at the invitation from the Netherworld Empire. He frowned as he noticed that the invitation wasn't officially for Heaven's Top Mansion. The invitation was only showing the location of the meeting and the Netherworld Empire's stamp on it. However, Tianyun couldn't do anything about this now. He still didn't have the necessary skill to make a move against an empire just yet. I think they invite us to this meeting of theirs to see what we are capable of. They already realized that a fair amount of Shadow Guard has been killed here, I am sure of it. Yi Tianyun said to the Great Elder. Yi Tianyun originally would be attending this meeting as one of Stars Pavilion's guest elder, now he would be going as representative of Heaven's top mansion. He knew that things wouldn't be quite as peaceful as he originally thought. There is not much time now, we should prepare for the departure immediately. Yi Tianyun said to the Great Elder as he showed that the invitation indicated the meeting was due in 2 weeks. The Great Elder nodded his head to Yi Tianyun and walked away to prepare their arrival at the Gathering Dragon City, the place of the meeting. As Yi Tianyun walked inside to relax, Great Elder came once again to inform that they could go as Yi Tianyun was ready to leave. You should go first and wait for me there. I still need to do something in the meantime. Yi Tianyun said politely. As you wish, Mansion Lord. I will wait in the heavenly clouds in Gathering Dragon City. You will easily find it as it is famous in the city. The Great Elder said politely. Yi Tianyun nodded his head and went back to his room as the Great Elder immediately departed towards the Gathering Dragon City. After a while, Yi Tianyun quickly went back to the heavenly spiritual jade pond inside the Stars Pavilion using the secret passage that he found back then. As soon as he arrived inside the coffin room, he immediately activated all of the divine art used to enhance his express gain. Heaven's devouring divine secret art, activate. Absorbing stars great technique, activate. Dark North divine art, activate. Yi Tianyun shouted. He immediately took a meditating position, and immediately the spirit power inside the room whirled towards Yi Tianyun like a whirlpool. After quite some time, the amount of spirit power inside the room began to falter. The jade spirit stones scattered inside the room gradually became transparent. Yi Tianyun's action was noticed almost immediately. Heavenly spiritual jade pond owned by the Stars Pavilion had a visitor who expressed his disappointment. Hey, there is too little spirit power inside the pond. Are you trying to rob me? Return my soul tool. This is unacceptable. The visitor snarled. Impossible. Last time, the pond had quite a high concentration of spirit power. How can it be gone overnight? Elder Yun said, clearly surprised to hear the visitor's complaint. Elder Yun quickly went inside the pond to check the truth about the visitor's testimony, and he found that the visitor wasn't lying at all. The spiritual power inside the pond was indeed fleeting. You believe me now, the visitor said to Elder Yun in sarcasm. This is very embarrassing. I am very sorry for what happened here. We will return your soul tool immediately. Elder Yun said, politely dismissing the visitor. Such a waste of time. The visitor grumbled as he left the Star Pavilion. Investigate this matter immediately. This isn't normal at all. Elder Yun said to the guards around him. Elder Yun panicked a little bit. How could he explain this phenomenon to the Pavilion Lord Li when he came back? A group of guards began to investigate the heavenly spiritual jade pond to see if there was any leakage or some sort. In the inner layer of the pond, Yi Tianyun still meditated, completely oblivious to the chaos he caused in the Star Pavilion. Congratulations, host successfully leveled up to 9th level Spirit Core stage. Even after the notification disappeared, Yi Tianyun still absorbed the spiritual power inside the pond like a madman. He was not satisfied just getting a level in here. He still couldn't fight an empire with this level. Chapter 227 Collapse. As Yi Tianyun continued to absorb the spiritual energy, the Star Pavilion was searching for the cause of the problem inside heavenly spiritual jade pond frantically. How can this be? Find it. Find the leakage, Elder Yun said nervously. Clearly, this slip-up would embarrass him in front of Pavilion Lord Li. Just when he thought of the Pavilion Lord, he came strolling toward Elder Yun. What is going on? There is some report saying that the spiritual energy inside the pond was gone. Pavilion Lord Li said unknowingly. I don't know Pavilion Lord. I can't find any reason behind the spiritual energy suddenly depleting. We have stood guard here all the time, and there is no one entering the place without permission. Elder Yun said apologetically. The problem must have lied in the underground spiritual vein has a problem. There is nothing we can do about this, it's already at its limit. Pavilion Lord Li said with a sad expression. Just collect all the medicinal herbs here, and leave this place afterward. Pavilion Lord Li said with a regretful expression. There is nothing Elder Yun could do after hearing Pavilion Lord Li already gave up on this pond. He just nodded and tasked the guards to collect the medicinal herbs. As he absorbed the energy at such an alarming speed, Yi Tianyun suddenly heard a crack. He took a look and surprised to see that there were so many cracks appeared around the wall. He quickly stopped meditating and for once glanced over to every nook inside the room. He noticed that the spiritual energy inside the room was already depleted. He still had around 15% more express to gain to level up to the peak level spirit core stage. With a sigh, Tianyun decided to open his status window to see his progress. Level 39, 9th level spirit core. Experience 43,218,372 50 millionths. Crazy point 1,873,689. Prestige point 630. Sin point 2,956. Cultivation techniques. Dark North Divine Art, Dragon God Secret Art, Xuan Tian Divine Art, Heavens Devouring Divine Secret Art. Martial Arts, Absorbing Stars Great Technique, Blood Fiend Soaring Heaven, Qingyun Sword Technique, Azure Profound Step Technique. Weapon, Frost Fist, Blood Fiend Divine Spear, Sword of Endlessness, Chaotic Heaven Sacred Axe, Blood Dragon Skeleton Blade. Armor, Deity Armor, Shadow Cloak, Chaotic Heaven Divine Armor, Chaotic Heaven Battle Boots, Blood Fiend Divine Armor. Divine Ability, Crazy Mode, Luck Aura, Teleportation. All items, Recovery Medicinal Pill X8, Gift Pack LV41, Life, Bad Luck Divine Pill, Blast Divine Pill. Treasure, Purple Fire Divine Furnace, Blood Jade, Coiling Dragon Treasure Map, Jade Pearl, Command Treasure Book, Phoenix Wings. Title, Guardian, Savior. After he took a look, he was surprised to see that he had 1.8 million crazy points. With this many points, he could level up various martial arts. All of this was thanks to the Wang family a while ago. Because of them, Tianyun received many items and crazy points. There is not much time left. I have to get going now, Tianyun said quickly as he left the room. After Tianyun left, the Star Pavilion's guard that was tasked to collect the medicinal herbs in the pond quickly stumbled down into the secret room as the ground beneath them quickly sank. They were all shocked to see that there was still some hidden area inside the heavenly spiritual jade pond. There is a secret room down there. Quick, investigate the place, Elder Yun said wonderingly. This situation really caught them off guard. Tianyun, on the other hand, was completely oblivious to all of the mess he left behind. Chapter 228. Tianyun quickly went straight to the Gathering Dragon's city with his phoenix wings. He arrived in the city quickly without a problem. The bustling Gathering Dragon's city really was some sight to see. There were so many cultivation experts wandering through the city minding their own business. Tianyun quickly searched for the Heavenly Clouds Inn, which the Great Elder mentioned earlier. The inn was surprisingly easy to search. As he entered the city and asked the merchant where the inn was, the merchant quickly pointed at the building he needed to head to. As he walked toward the building, a giant eagle cart suddenly ran past, almost hitting him. As he was about to stop the cart, he noticed the Netherworld Empire symbol on the side of the cart. He immediately stops his action, as he doesn't want to make a fuss. As he looks around for anyone that has the same problem with him, he sees that no one really dares to do anything, as the Netherworld Empire is the strongest faction around. After he realizes that nobody gonna do anything about the arrogance of the Netherworld Empire cart earlier, he pays no mind and continues to walk to the inn the Great Elder was currently stays. As he arrived and entered the inn, he was welcomed by a shouting man. The man seemed to be shouting toward the innkeeper on the check-in counter. How can an inn doesn't have any more room? Do you know who I am? The man kept shouting. We are truly sorry, sir. The rooms were all booked. We don't have any more empty rooms to get you, the innkeeper said with a frustrated look on his face. Nonsense. We always have a room every time we come here, the man said, ignoring what the innkeeper said. We are sorry, sir. With the scheduled dinner that the Netherworld Empire holds in upcoming days, many sects have booked their rooms much earlier, the innkeeper said while shaking his head. We are Divine Rune's mansion. You don't have any excuse here, the man said furiously. Hearing the name of the faction Lin Li was in, intrigued Tianyun a little bit. After all, he hasn't paid them a visit yet after all Lin Li had done to the Zhu sisters. Please, sir, we really don't have any room left. The innkeeper became more frustrated hearing the man shouted at him. Give me your guest list. I want to see who is staying here, the man shouted again. The innkeeper handed the man the guest list. His face was covered by worry, as he didn't want to have any incident here on the inn. Tianyun shook his head. It seemed that everyone in the Divine Rune's mansion was all the same. They were all too hot-headed and arrogant. Tianyun decided to walk upstairs as he wanted to find the Great Elder soon. As he arrived upstairs, a booming voice once again was heard. Heaven's top mansion, They dare to stay in this inn. Moreover, booking 2 rooms for themselves. How dare a weak faction like that do this? I will kick their asses out myself. The shouting man from earlier said and immediately walked upstairs and bumped into Tianyun. Hey, kid, out of my way. The man said as he wanted to push Tianyun aside. Tianyun quickly backhanded the man casually. He was thrown to the foot of the stairs hard. Tianyun frowned a little bit. For a loud man, he sure was squishy. Chapter 229 Trample. Li Huan from Divine Rune Mansion has been thrown down by Tianyun. Recovering from his shock, Li Huan immediately shouted at Tianyun, "How dare you hit me? I'll break your bones myself, kid." Li Huan said in anger. "I am just returning the favor, you know." Tianyun said indifferently. Li Huan was more furious than before. He charged at Tianyun. When he was close enough, once again he was slammed by Tianyun. This time Tianyun flung him over a window and fell into the street outside. "Mansion Lord, what happened?" the Great Elder said as he saw Tianyun when he went out of the room to inspect the ruckus. "It's nothing. Some little trouble made its way to me," Tianyun said convincingly to the Great Elder. As Tianyun wanted to follow the Great Elder towards their rooms, Li Huan once again showed up shouting. "There he is, senior brother. He hits me twice," Li Huan said towards a man. "Is that so? Then, I will settle this personally for you," Lin Feng said to Li Huan. "We are from Heaven's top mansion. We are an official guest invited by the Netherworld Empire. You dare to hinder us?" the Great Elder said with a frown on his face. "You are from Heaven's top mansion. Now, there shouldn't be a problem then," Lin Feng said as he charged towards Tianyun to attack. Great Elder was frowning as he didn't understand the way this man acted. He didn't tell them that Tianyun was a mansion lord of Heaven's top mansion because Tianyun requested it himself. If that wasn't the case, he knew that these people wouldn't bother. Tianyun, no one wanted to fight against a mansion lord unless they're really confident. Then, don't blame me for whatever is gonna happen to you, Tianyun said as he slammed his foot hard towards the charging Lin Feng. Lin Feng was flung towards the window and the same with Li Huan, he also ended up falling in the street. The difference was Lin Feng didn't survive Tianyun's overwhelming power. Li Huan was only punched lightly by Tianyun and Lin Feng was kicked hard in the chest. Successfully killed Lin Feng. Reward: 23.000 Express, 2.400 Crazy Points, 30 Sin Points, 500 Divine Rune Mastery, Evil Heaven Martial Art, Golden Purple Feather Fan. Tianyun was a bit surprised seeing Lin Feng was dead so easily. But he still didn't care much. After all, Lin Feng was the one who challenged him. Li Huan and the people from Divine's Rune Mansion quickly ran towards Lin Feng's lifeless body, and after they checked Lin Feng's pulse and breathing, they left the scene quickly. "Mansion Lord, this is gonna be a big deal," the Great Elder said worriedly. The Great Elder knew that badly injuring a disciple from another faction could trigger retribution. "Don't worry, they aren't a problem that we can't handle," Tianyun said casually. The look on the Great Elder's face right now was nervous. He trusted Tianyun will be able to solve the problem later, but there were still some doubts in his heart. This happened to Mu Shonger as well, as she watched what happened through the door of their rooms in silence. Mu Shonger wandered outside of the room to see the commotion as her grandpa didn't come back immediately. "Don't worry, as a mansion lord, I will not let Heaven's top mansion to be ridiculed in the future," Tianyun said confidently. Chapter 230 Group. With Tianyun single-handedly trying to preserve Heaven's top mansion dignity, the Great Elder and all the others that came with him were all looking at Tianyun with wonders. Tianyun successfully rekindled their spirit that was dimmed by Heaven's top mansion decline. They all made a promise to follow Tianyun's command eagerly in the future. Tianyun only smiled to them. He didn't feel anything he did just now was something worth mentioning. It was only natural for him to punish anyone who dared mocking people close to him. Furthermore, killing people was great for him, as they would be a staple for his express gain. But Tianyun made up his mind that all of the Divine Runes Mansion's disciple were all the same as Lin Li, selfish people with a little to none ability to back it up. This newfound thought made Tianyun became more disgusted by Divine Runes Mansion's disciple. He may visit them in the near future after all. They could give him a large amount of Divine Runes Mastery. Immediately, the Great Elder and the rest of Heaven's top mansion's disciples excused themselves to let Tianyun rest on the room, leaving him alone. Tianyun already said that some of them could share his room, but the Great Elder insisted that this was a treatment that any mansion lord should have. So Tianyun only sighed and let them go to the next room. In his spare time, while waiting for the time to meet with Netherworld Empire, Tianyun cultivated his divine rune mastery a little bit and couldn't help but think that he should move the Heavenly Jade Sect to Heaven's top mansion as soon as possible. This merge would substantially improve both cultivation progress. As he was deep on his thought, a knock on the door was heard. "It is time, Lord Yi," the Great Elder said politely. Tianyun quickly stood and opened the door to see the Great Elder in front of his door. Tianyun nodded his head and then proceeded to walk outside the inn. The Great Elder quickly led the way to the Imperial Building of Gathering Dragon City. This building was built especially for the representative of the Netherworld Empire. Tianyun looked around the front yard of the building and saw that there were so many beautiful decorations everywhere, and this place could also hold 1,000 people easily. Knowing that fact, Tianyun felt that the Netherworld Empire were so rude to invite a guest but letting them rest on an inn instead of their own place. As Tianyun arrived at the gate, the guard quickly extended their arms and asked for the invitation for the group. The Great Elder quickly handed out the invitation given to them earlier, and soon after, the guard let them all in. After entering the place, Tianyun noticed that many guards were patrolling the place back and forth. Tianyun saw one person who was a step above the other in terms of cultivation, and he assumed that person had to be the guard's captain. Sure enough, Tianyun saw the difference between an empire and a mansion. A spirit core cultivator could easily become a deacon or an elder in a third-grade faction. But here, a spirit core cultivator was only a guard's captain. As Tianyun arrived at the innermost palace of this building, Tianyun saw two familiar faces. He saw the two ladies that he encountered on the Devil Cloud Island. If he wasn't mistaken, their name was Yu Shijian and Zhao Yu. But, with his face were different from that time, he doubts those two ladies would be able to recognize him. Tianyun tapped the Great Elder and asked him for what sect was the two ladies were from. "Oh, they are from the White Lotus Mansion. They are all females in there, a female-only faction. The same type of faction as your Heavenly Jade Sect, Lord Yi." The Great Elder answered politely. Interesting," Tianyun said as he kept staring at Yu Shijian and Zhao Yu's direction. Chapter 231 Discarding. Yu Shijian was one of White Lotus Mansion's representatives. They were invited naturally for their great influence in the Heavenly Border continent. Their mansion lord was as beautiful as a rose garden. The mansion lord must attend this dinner to show respect to the Netherworld Empire who invited them. But this was not the case for the Netherworld Empire itself. The emperor didn't have to come to this dinner at all. When Tianyun was looking around the place to check the guest's cultivation with his appraisal eye, Elder Yun approached him, somewhat surprised to see Tianyun among the guests. Tianyun turned around and can't help but be surprised himself. "Elder Yun, I see you're already here," Tianyun said, surprised. "Yeah, we've arrived just now. I am a little bit surprised to see you here. Pavilion Lord Li seems to not know that you are here," Elder Yun said with a smile on his face. "Yeah, I didn't give any answer to the Star Pavilion as I have something else to attend to. I have joined the Heaven's Top Mansion, so it's only natural to come here with them," Tianyun said, explaining his situation a little bit. "I am happy that you've finally joined a faction this time, guest official Yi," Elder Yun said politely. However, Tianyun noticed the look on Elder Yun's face. It seems that he was a little disappointed to hear Tianyun joining a low-level faction like Heaven's Top Mansion. After Elder Yun excused himself to go look for Pavilion Lord Li, Zhongbin, who lost to Tianyun in the match in Heaven's Top Mansion before, suddenly came and paid his respect to the Great Elder. Once he looked closely, Zhongbin realized that Tianyun was near the Great Elder. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Zhongbin said with a frown on his face. He didn't know that Tianyun has already become a mansion lord of Heaven's Top Mansion. Seeing Zhongbin's disrespectful word, the Great Elder interrupted the conversation with his own question. "I remember that you are Zhongbin, right? Why are you here? We didn't invite you with us, as long as I can remember," the Great Elder said, full of wonder. "Well, I didn't come here as a Heaven's Top Mansion's disciple. I am here as a disciple of Divine Rune's Mansion," Zhongbin said proudly. "This will be the last time I will be calling you the Great Elder, Great Elder," Zhongbin said while smirking proudly. "What, don't you know the punishment for leaving your original faction?" the Great Elder said disappointedly. "I know, once you leave your original faction you have to abandon your cultivation stage and start anew. But what can Heaven's top mansion do? Divine Rune's mansion is more powerful than you, and you could do nothing about it. Zhang Bin said condescendingly. As Zhang Bin finished his little speech, Tianyun immediately slapped his face hard. This incident startled everyone in the vicinity, as they never thought that a fight could break out at this dinner party. You hit me, how dare you? Zhang Bin said while gritting his teeth. What is happening here? A deacon from Divine Rune's mansion comes to Zhang Bin's side. Deacon, he hit me. Heaven's top mansion trash hit me. Zhang Bin said furiously. The deacon quickly looked at Tianyun and sneered at him. I didn't expect that Heaven's top mansion was capable of such reckless action towards our disciple. The deacon said dramatically. We don't do anything outside the faction rules. He leaves, so he must abandon his cultivation. If he refuses to do it himself, we will do it for him. Tianyun said indifferently. He is a member of ours now. You have to get permission from us first. The deacon said proudly. Zhang Bin at the side was smirking proudly since Divine Rune's deacon backed him up. Yes, I no longer have any relation with trash like Heaven's top mansion. I refuse to do what you said. Zhang Bin said proudly. As he finished speaking, Tianyun quickly rammed Zhang Bin's chest with his palm. This technique was only eligible for the faction leader, which could destroy a disciple's cultivation stage. A faction rules must be followed to a T. Now, you can have him. Tianyun said indifferently to the deacon of Divine Rune's mansion. Oh my god, deacon, my cultivation is gone, it's all gone, Zhang Bin said to the deacon with teary eyes. The deacon just stood there dumbfounded, he couldn't react to Tianyun's speed at all. Chapter 232 It is your luck. Zhang Bin was in a nervous breakdown as he realized that he no longer had his cultivation. Deacon, what should I do now? My cultivation is all gone. Zhang Bin said dramatically. He knew that he still can develop his cultivation anew, but how many years will that take before he could reach his current level of cultivation? He wouldn't be strong enough at the end of his life, all of his friends would surpass him by a huge margin. Yu Shijian looked at Tianyun in the commotion. She had this nostalgic feeling coming from Tianyun, but she didn't seem to remember seeing him anywhere. Older sister, are you okay? Zhou Yu asked Yu Shijian after seeing Yu Shijian was staring at Tianyun. It's nothing, I thought that I have seen him somewhere. She said unsurely. Do you suddenly find him interesting? Zhou Yu said teasingly. Shut up, Yu Shijian said annoyedly. At the same time, the deacon of Divine Rune's mansion has become furious about Tianyun's action. It seems that Heaven's top mansion was prepared to become enemy of Divine Rune's mansion. Do you want to be annihilated so bad? The deacon said through his teeth. The great elder was silent as he didn't know what to do, he could only wait for Tianyun's response. Seeing that Heaven's top mansion didn't speak up, the deacon became more confident. It seems that you aren't willing to accept your fate. I will give you another chance. You have to destroy 2 of your disciples, Cultivation and we are even. The deacon said confidently. Tianyun slapped him harder than he slapped Zhang Bin this time. The deacon's body was flung to the wall. This action once again drew everyone's attention, they gasped due to shock. They never thought that Heaven's top mansion was this bold. Everyone looked at Tianyun in awe now. They knew that the deacon of Divine Rune's mansion wasn't at the low cultivation stage, so Tianyun's cultivation must be higher than him, which meant that he was already in core condensation stage. But they were a little bit sad to see a promising young boy like this would be in huge trouble once the mansion lord of Divine Rune's mansion came. The deacon that Tianyun hit was looking at Tianyun with widened eyes. This was the first time someone hit him, although knowing where he was from. Suddenly his mood cheered as he saw his mansion lord walk towards him. Lord Nan Fengyun, look at my face. How dare this Heaven's top mansion scum do this to me? The deacon said dramatically. The mansion lord saw the deacon's face and sighed. Are you also the one that killed my direct disciple earlier? He asked Tianyun coldly while releasing his aura. Everyone was a little bit startled by Nan Fengyun's accusation. Killing a direct disciple of a mansion lord without an apparent reason was a big crime. Was this boy named Tianyun a daredevil or just an idiot? At the same time, a man came from behind Nan Fengyun and pointed at Tianyun. It's him, he is the one who killed the young master. The man said accusingly. He was one of Divine Rune Mansion's disciples who stayed at the inn and witnessed the incident at the time. So, it is you. Now, have you lived a good life so far? Nan Fengyun said coldly as he increased the pressure of his aura. Nan Fengyun quickly rushed towards Tianyun and quickly turned his hands into a claw, ready to ravage Tianyun. As he was getting closer and closer towards Yi Tianyun, a loud voice was heard from the palace. "Stop," the voice said confidently. Hearing this voice, Nan Fengyun quickly stopped and backed from Yi Tianyun. This was the voice of the Netherworld Empire's guard. He realized that he had to obey this order if he didn't want to get into trouble with the Netherworld Empire. "Master Cheng Feng will come out soon. You better not do anything stupid," the guard said warningly. Nan Fengyun just nodded at the guard and turned his attention back to Yi Tianyun. "Consider yourself lucky that you are in the presence of the Netherworld Empire now. Otherwise, you are already dead," Nan Fengyun said coldly. "No, you're the one who's lucky right now," Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Nan Fengyun was blown away by Yi Tianyun's statement. How could a brat be this arrogant? He really wished that he could kill Yi Tianyun now. Chapter 233 Present. Apparently, some people in the courtyard didn't really think highly of Yi Tianyun's arrogance. They didn't know that the real reason for this behavior of Yi Tianyun was because of Divine Rune's mansion's egotistical ways of doing things. People in the courtyard thought that would be the end of Heaven's top mansion for sure. Angering a mansion lord from another faction was so bad for the current Heaven's top mansion. "Brat, you are so brave. Did you know who I am? Or did you have a strong backer up your ass?" Nan Fengyun said in bitterness. "Mansion Lord Nan, you don't need to know if we have any. It is none of your concern," the Great Elder said confidently. "Good, since this matter can't be solved here, I would personally visit Heaven's top mansion in the near future," Nan Fengyun said while sneering. Among the crowd, Zhou Yu overheard the exchange of words between Nan Fengyun and the Great Elder. "Elder sister, that boy has dug his own grave. He doesn't think before he said anything. He didn't mind his manner even though he was speaking with Mansion Lord of Divine Rune's mansion," Zhou Yu said while frowning a little bit. "Yeah, we still don't know if he really has a strong backer or just plain stupid," Yu Shijian said as she shook her head in wonders. Star Pavilion, which was also there, was even more shocked. They were enthroned between the status of guest official held by Yi Tianyun, or the mansion lord of a prestigious faction. Pavilion Lord Li, guest Elder Yi was too bold right now, what should we do? Elder Yun said in worry. "I didn't expect this myself, I didn't expect he was such a troublemaker." Pavilion Lord Li said, he clearly didn't know what to do himself. Star Pavilion has always been neutral from the very beginning, so he couldn't afford to help Yi Tianyun. By doing so, he would be a target for revenge later. At the same time, a handsome middle-aged man came out from the Netherworld Empire building. He exerted a little bit of his aura as he saw that nobody noticed his presence. As he did so, everyone turned their heads to see who was coming, and immediately bowed their head while welcoming the minister of the Netherworld Empire's arrival. "Welcome everyone to my humble abode. I am grateful to see that every mansion lord of the faction that I invited was able to come here. I know, I must be a little bit late, but it is because my messenger gave one invitation to a low-level faction without noticing me. But rest assured, all has been taken care of at this moment," Minister Cheng Feng said assuringly. "This time, I invite everyone here to discuss a few things for the greater future of Heavenly Border Continent. It is coming from the Emperor himself," he said while emphasizing the word Emperor, so there should be no question at all. Everyone took a glance at each other and then turned their head to look at the minister again. They didn't know what they should do at this point. "Oh yeah, today happens to be my birthday as well, I expect that everyone would give me a present appropriately," Minister Cheng Feng said excitedly. Everyone was a little surprised to hear this news from the minister, as they didn't prepare anything in advance. The mansion lord who stood closer to the minister, quickly handed over a 100 years ginseng on his personal inventory while praying for the minister's longevity as the present for Minister Cheng. "This is great, I can use this ginseng to gain more blood qi, thank you very much for your generosity," Minister Cheng said humbly. After this little exchange, many mansion lords quickly took something worthy from their personal belongings as a gift to Minister Cheng. "Minister Cheng, this is a high-grade soul tools which has a dragon clan blood as its core. It can release an electric wave to stun the enemy," one mansion lord said while giving the said weapon to Minister Cheng. After that, one after another, mansion lord from various factions gave a gift that worthy of praise from Minister Cheng. But this interaction made Yi Tianyun frown as he thought, how could such a man of his caliber has no shame at all? Chapter 234 I am mansion lord. The faces of some mansion lords said it all. They didn't have a good relationship with the Netherworld Empire, but now they have to give a gift for this man. Mansion Lord, what should we do? We don't have anything worthy to give right now. The great elder said nervously to Yi Tianyun. It's okay, I would think of something when the time comes. Yi Tianyun said, casually. In fact, Yi Tianyun surely had some worthy items in his personal inventory, but he hardly wanted to give it to someone else, let alone to this thick-faced pig. I hate this situation, I hate myself for being so weak as I'm no help to you. The great elder said in a sorry expression. Don't blame yourself for this. I will make him pay for what he deserves. Yi Tianyun said while smirking. Don't do anything harsh now, Mansion Lord Yi. We don't have any power to fight against the Netherworld Empire right now. The great elder said to Yi Tianyun quickly. He was afraid that Yi Tianyun would involve Heaven's top mansion in more trouble. Don't worry, I will not make it that obvious. Yi Tianyun said while looking forward as his moment was about to come. At the same time, Nan Fengyun was giving his gift to Minister Chang. Minister Chang, this is my gift to you. This is a high-grade soul tools with a 5th-grade divine rune embedded in it. The runes added extra sharpness to the weapon. Nan Fengyun said humbly. Minister Chang said his thanks and looked at the sword in excitement. However, even though Nan Fengyun gave the gift willingly, his heart hurt to let go of his beloved weapon. It seems that Divine Rune's mansion really is a great faction. I will recommend some Spirit Race Rune Master to your faction after this. Minister Chang said excitedly. Thank you, Minister Chang. I will look forward to it. Nan Fengyun said suddenly satisfied by his choice of gift. If a spirit race joined his mansion, the reputation of Divine Rune's mansion would skyrocket in the future. After Minister Chang was done talking with Nan Fengyun, they both looked at the next faction and it was none other than Heaven's top mansion. Nan Fengyun looked at Yi Tianyun with disdain and a smirk plastered in his face, while Minister Chang was looking at him with a frown in his face. Yi Tianyun didn't seem to lose his composure at this uncomfortable stare and glare those two gave him. Very bold move here, Heaven's top mansion. How dare your mansion lord to not come to give his respect to Netherworld Empire? Nan Fengyun said challengingly. Yi Tianyun looked at Nan Fengyun in bored expression. I don't want to burst your bubble, but I am the mansion lord of Heaven's top mansion. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Everyone on the courtyard was surprised to hear Yi Tianyun's claim. They had the same question circulating in their head, how could a young man like Yi Tianyun become a mansion lord? Is this true, great elder? Did you back his word? Nan Fengyun said challengingly to the great elder. Yes, this is the truth. He is our new mansion lord. The great elder said confidently. This is really something else. A stupid brat becomes a mansion lord. How Heaven's top mansion has fallen. Nan Fengyun said while laughing out loud. Did anyone care about your opinion? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. He proceeded to ignore Nan Fengyun, leaving the bitter old man furious. But he couldn't do anything to Yi Tianyun at this moment. The minister has already forbidden anyone to start a fight in this courtyard. Yi Tianyun walked toward Minister Chang and handed him a beautiful sword. Minister Chang, this is a high-grade soul tools I presented as your gift. Yi Tianyun said with a serious tone in his voice. Yes, this is a wonderful weapon. It is not inferior in terms of quality than the gift from the Divine Rune Mansion earlier. It seems that time has really changed. After all, such a young man like you is already able to become a mansion lord. Minister Chang said excitedly. Thank you very much for your praise, Minister Chang. Yi Tianyun said casually. As he bowed in front of the minister, Yi Tianyun flicked a little pill towards Minister Chang quietly. This pill is the bad luck pill that he got from the roulette earlier. After reading the description, he knew that this pill didn't have to be consumed by his target to activate its effect. It just needed to be in the target's possession. He was looking forward to the bad luck that would happen to the minister at any second now. Chapter 235 Add more fun. Now everyone on the courtyard could see why Yi Tianyun was standing in front of Heaven's top mansion from the very beginning. He was the mansion lord himself. Now, all those people thought of was just who the hell was Yi Tianyun. Was he the son of the previous mansion lord of Heaven's top mansion? Or was he a son of some influential man? Everyone couldn't help but wonder. Yi Tianyun wasn't a man without power either. It was clear that he was at least a cultivator of spirit core stage if not higher from the previous incident before the arrival of Minister Chang. People couldn't grasp on what stage Yi Tianyun's power really was. He hasn't shown his aura to anyone before, so no one knew how powerful he really was. No wonder he came here with Heaven's top mansion. He is the mansion lord himself. Elder Yun said, a little bit startled by Yi Tianyun's revelation. This revelation piqued Li Tianlong's interest. Now he was really curious about Yi Tianyun's power and such. Yi Tianyun just smiled toward Minister Cheng and returned to his previous spot. He didn't care about anyone that stared in wonders at him. Minister Cheng, it is clear that my gift was much better than that brat's gift. I have the advantages of a 5th grade divine rune on my gift. Nan Fengyun said bitterly. Cheng Feng ignored Nan Fengyun's whine and proposed that Yi Tianyun demonstrated a little bit of his power in front of everyone with a mock battle. Yi Tianyun agreed on the spot. He was not some weakling that Cheng Feng could shame in front of others. He will make sure to crush anyone. Since Mansion Lord Yi agreed to do a mock battle, I propose my man to be his opponent. He is an inner disciple of Divine Rune's mansion. I hope that you would perform as your title suggests. Nan Fengyun said to Yi Tianyun in sarcasm. Hearing Nan Fengyun's words, Yi Tianyun felt like crushing whoever he sent to him to a pulp. As Yi Tianyun entered the platform, Nan Fengyun sent a guy named Zheng Yu to fight Yi Tianyun. Nan Fengyun didn't stop there. He shouted at Yi Tianyun to catch the sword he was about to throw and then threw the sword in a high speed. If Yi Tianyun wasn't prepared himself, it could cause serious injuries for sure. Yi Tianyun couldn't do anything about Nan Fengyun's little show here. In everyone's eyes, it was just a little support to Yi Tianyun by giving him a weapon. But as to make a show out of it, Yi Tianyun began to twirl the sword beautifully, enraptured some of the audience. After his little show, Yi Tianyun was ready to start as Zheng Yu was ready too. Minister Cheng, I hope that you will not be disgusted by a few bloodsheds on the arena. Nan Fengyun said humbly, it's okay, how can I be a minister of the Netherworld Empire if I am afraid of a little blood? Minister Cheng said casually. With that said, Nan Fengyun began to grin. This word by Minister Cheng was the same as authorizing some random attack. Even if Yi Tianyun was killed, it would not be a problem. It could be waved off as an accident and the lack of skill from Yi Tianyun. Zheng Wu, I hope you show us your true talent. And not be a disappointment to Divine Rune's mansion. And I hope for the same thing to you Mansion Lord Yi, I hope that you will live up to your title. Nan Fengyun shouted excitedly. Relax, if I lose, I will resign from my position as a Mansion Lord. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Hearing Yi Tianyun's word, many people were a little bit surprised. How could he bet something so important that easily? Only the eyes of the great elder that were showing a different emotion. He was the only one who showed a wide smile on his face. He knew that Yi Tianyun wouldn't lose against Zheng Wu. As Minister Cheng signed the start of the battle, Zheng Wu immediately activated the 5th grade divine rune on his sword, sharpened the blade more. This divine rune enhanced the quality of the sword exponentially, making Yi Tianyun's sword pale to comparison. Yu Shijian at the side couldn't bear to look at the arena, that was too much. At this time, the gap between their weapons was too wide. Chapter 236 Bad Luck Pill. Sister, let's have a bet. I bet that Zheng Wu will win. Zhou Yu said excitedly. Don't you think Mansion Lord Yi is a bit too calm for someone you consider would lose? Yu Shijian said as she observed the match. If I lose this bet, you will accompany me to see young Master Hua. If you lose, you will tag along on my next cultivation. Agreed, Yu Shijian said teasingly. Sister, you are too crazy at cultivating. It's not fun, but sure, I will take on your challenge. Zhou Wu said while puffing his cheek. In the arena, Yi Tianyun held his sword at his chest as he waited for Zheng Wu to attack. This move confused everyone watching a little bit. Why didn't Yi Tianyun attack? He would surely be on disadvantages as Zheng Wu's sword was better for an offense. Since Yi Tianyun's action was quickly deciphered as a challenge by Zheng Wu, he quickly rushed forward to attack Yi Tianyun with all his might. As he started to swing his sword, Yi Tianyun quickly parried Zheng Wu's attack by slamming his sword to Zheng Wu's sword, sending a shockwave to Zheng Wu's arms. Zheng Wu quickly felt the numbness on his arm and was forced to let go of his sword. Yi Tianyun quickly took this chance and kicked Zheng Wu with a considerable amount of force. Zheng Wu was flung toward the edge of the arena with his aura became weaker by the second. Successfully killed Zheng Wu. Reward: 170.000 Express, 2.600 Crazy Points, 30 Sin Points, 500 Divine Rune Mastery, God Finger Martial Art, Qi Condensation Secret Art. Seeing Zheng Wu was killed in an instant, everyone was surprised beyond belief. Zheng Wu's cultivation was at 6th stage core condensation, which was not below average at all. This revelation simply stated that Yi Tianyun's cultivation was much higher than Zheng Wu's. You lose, Zhao Yu. That means that you will come to my next cultivation too. Yu Shijian said excitedly. How is this possible? He really is strong despite being that young. Zhao Yu said as she was quite surprised. Mansion Lord Nan, he is the one who killed your direct disciple. He should be far stronger than Zheng Wu by default. One of Divine Rune's mansion's deacons said to Nan Fengyun. You should have told me sooner. Nan Fengyun said bitterly. Yi Tianyun couldn't hear their conversation from that distance, but he could guess that whatever they talked about was not good for Nan Fengyun. Mansion Lord Nan, I wonder do I deserve my title now? Yi Tianyun said challengingly. You sure are qualified. Nan Fengyun smiled bitterly as he walked away from the arena. He couldn't send more people up there as that would be a fatal blow to his faction if by any chance Yi Tianyun kept winning over them. And he couldn't go up there himself, the age gap was too far apart. Even if he won, people would look at him as a child killer in the future. At the same time, Minister Cheng quickly applauded Yi Tianyun's performance. Yes, you are amazing. To have such high cultivation at a young age. You will definitely be a great person in the future. Minister Cheng said excitedly. But it seems that Mansion Lord Yi wins against such a weak disciple. How about we continue your performance? I want to see more of your power. Now that we know that you are strong, I will let anyone fight you. No age limitation needed, Minister Cheng said while smirking. Hearing Minister Cheng's word, everyone was quite surprised. Everyone couldn't help but thought what has Yi Tianyun done to receive such hate from the Minister of Netherworld Empire. Yi Tianyun's eyes were cold, he definitely would make this man pay for his sin. But as the time was already long enough, he couldn't help but wonder, why didn't the bad luck pills he threw earlier activate yet? Come on, where's the bad luck? Yi Tianyun thought to himself. Bad luck pills effect activated. Time limit. 5 minutes. Yi Tianyun was surprised, he didn't know that the pill's effect was activated manually. Chapter 237 Bad Luck Pill Terrifying Might. After the bad luck pill took effect, Cheng Feng was immediately covered with a circle of light. Except for Yi Tianyun, it seems that no one else saw this light. I agree with Minister Cheng. It may be Zheng Wu's sword was faulty from the beginning. What do you think, Mansion Lord Yi? Nan Fengyun said challengingly. I have no problem with whatever you're scheming. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. That is an attitude of the Mansion Lord indeed. Nan Fengyun said as he walked towards the arena. As he walked towards the arena, suddenly Minister Cheng tumbled towards him and hit Nan Fengyun's back as they both fell down. In their fall, their hands and legs become intertwined, making the end result to be very intimate. Many people were covering their faces in shame for seeing a high-ranking officer acting like this. No, this is an accident, Cheng Feng said as he immediately stands up. Nan Fengyun also stood up at almost the same time, and they quickly tumbled again for the second time. This time, Cheng Feng and Nan Fengyun fell directly on top of each other while their mouth was pressed against each other. Yu Shijian immediately covered her eyes and Zhao Yu's eyes. She didn't want Zhao Yu to see a man kissing another man. Many people also did the same as they didn't want to see Minister Cheng's private moment. Minister Cheng Feng immediately stood up in anger and pushed Nan Fengyun hard. He felt ashamed for kissing a man and on top of that seen by every mansion lord and their trustee of Heavenly Border Continent. This is all an accident. You hear me, none of this should get out. If I hear any of this, I will be your personal enemy. Minister Cheng said in anger. Now, bring me a glass of water. Minister Cheng said as he ordered his guard. As he drank his water, Minister Cheng coughed. It seemed that he drank too fast. Son of a bitch, what kind of water is this? Why am I coughing after drinking this shit? Minister Cheng said as he threw the glass away. As he threw the glass, Minister Cheng wobbled and he fell on the guard who stood next to him. Weird things happened one after another. The sword that the guard was handling easily penetrated Minister Cheng's body. His physique wasn't weak. In fact, he had the strongest defensive physique among Netherworld Empire's personnel, but the guard's sword was at least a lower grade soul tool rank, so the sword could do a lot of damage if the target wasn't prepared. Cheng Feng screamed in pain. The guards panicked as they never encountered this kind of accident. Furthermore, the guards were afraid that they would be the main target of his wrath. Cheng Feng began to stand and tried to pull the sword out of his body. He refused all the help that his guard was offering and ordered them to stay away from him. I can handle this myself. Don't get near me, stay away, he said in frustration. He pulled out the sword smoothly from his body and immediately closed up his wound. With his cultivation, it was easy to stop bleeding. The one thing that he hated the most was that the shame he got from all this. How could a minister of Netherworld Empire act this shameful? Chang Feng immediately took a medicinal pill from his storage ring without checking it first and immediately swallowed the pills. After a few seconds, he was vomiting black blood. That was the effect of poison. It seemed that he mistakenly took a poison as a medicinal pill. With his cultivation ability, he quickly suppressed the flow of poison in his body and took the real medicinal pills, an antidote for his own poison. With his life no longer in critical condition, he was pale and weak from the constant accident. Although he was not weak, he was still affected by all this continuous bad luck. As he walked toward the stair to rest, Chang Feng once again found himself humbled by the stairs. That was because he was still dizzy and unstable from the blood loss earlier. He immediately hit the gift that was given to him earlier at the bottom of the stairs. The bright long sword was already waiting for him there. As he hit the gift basket, the high-grade soul tool with 5th-grade divine rune on it cut through his back, almost lopping off his arms. Tianyun, on the side, had a cold sweat on his face. The bad luck divine pill was truly divine. From the look of it, Chang Feng could die at any minute now. Tianyun couldn't wait to see what he got if Chang Feng really died after all this. Chapter 238 Arrangement. Nan Fengyun on the side was a little bit nervous, as that was his sword which cut through the Minister of Netherworld Empire's back. If Minister Cheng wanted it, he could be facing some consequences. Fortunately, Chang Feng had a harder life before he became a minister. So, he didn't hold this against anyone. He immediately took out the long sword from his back and then quickly consumed a medicinal pill to restore his blood volume, as he already lost so much blood. But this series of bad luck really unnerved him so much so that he decided to meditate and recover on the spot. Bad luck divine pill's effect is over. At the same time as the notification was sounded, the ring of light around Chang Feng faded. Too bad, Tianyun thought to himself, if the effect lasted more than 5 minutes, Chang Feng might be dead. As he didn't seem to encounter any more bad luck, Chang Feng immediately walked slowly and carefully towards the stair and into the building. He didn't let anyone come near his proximity. He even gave the sword that cut his back to one of his guards. He immediately shouted from the upper stairs, "No one speaks about what happened here. Ever. Now, everyone could take a break and rest. The guards will escort you to your designated room. You will stay here for a few days, and the Netherworld Empire would try our best to accommodate your needs." Everyone looked around in confusion as they didn't know that they have to stay there for a couple of days. Nan Fengyun, however, looked at the sword he gifted to Minister Cheng was now in the hands of a mere guard. Chang Feng quickly retreated to his private chamber after his little speech, leaving the guards to accommodate everyone else. Before leaving towards his room, Nan Fengyun glanced at Tianyun and looked at him with powerful killing intent. He wanted to hurt Tianyun really bad, but now wasn't the time. A room was also arranged for Tianyun in the building, but it seemed that Heaven's top mansion was treated differently as other factions. They didn't get a VIP room. Moreover, the room that they occupied was a little too small for their need. "Grandfather, they are clearly discriminating against us. We don't get the same treatment as the other factions. How can they do this to us?" Mu Shaner said furiously. This frustration didn't only happen in Mu Shaner's mind. The Great Elder was also thought things in here weren't fair. But there was nothing that he could do to make demands toward the Netherworld Empire. It is clearly not a good thing to attend this dinner. They make fun of us and even demand tribute. But still, they put us in the normal rooms whereas others get the VIP treatment. The Great Elder said while sighing heavily. "It is okay, we don't need their recognition. We are here to simply observe the opponent's ability. After we know what they're planning, we can devise a countermeasure." Tianyun said indifferently. "Don't do anything reckless, Mansion Lord Yi. We aren't strong enough to hold back the Netherworld Empire just yet." The Great Elder said worriedly. "Relax, I wouldn't do anything that would cause harm to anyone around me. If I do anything, that will be after some thinking." Tianyun said while smiling genuinely towards the Great Elder. "They thought that we have allies somewhere hiding. They don't believe that the death of the Shadow Guards was my doing." Tianyun said while smiling. Chapter 239 Change. The Netherworld Empire didn't choose to destroy the Heaven's Top Mansion immediately because they still didn't know who was backing the Heaven's Top Mansion. The best thing that they could do was to recruit Heaven's Top Mansion into their rank. The Second Elder's Rebellion was also a part of their plan, as it would scrape off Heaven's Top Mansion's forces afterward. The only thing which didn't go as planned was that the Shadow's guards that was sent to help the Second Elder were easily killed. At the moment, Yi Tianyun was preparing to go out of the room for a little while. He let the Great Elder knew that he would be going out for a little while. The Great Elder quickly nodded his head and didn't ask any question after that. As he opened the door to go outside, a guard immediately stopped him. They said that it already passed the curfew given, so that they have to remain inside the room until morning. Yi Tianyun sighed as it seemed that the treatment here wasn't really great. It was like they didn't even see Heaven's top mansion as a guest in this place. Once he returned back to his room, the Great Elder and Mu Shan'er expressed their frustration. Yi Tianyun only sighed again and said that it was okay, he will just go from the window instead. Yi Tianyun quickly jumped out of the window into the tile on the roof. The Great Elder and Mu Shan'er were a little bit surprised, but they didn't do anything as they trusted Yi Tianyun wouldn't do anything to endanger their lives. On the roof, Yi Tianyun quickly used his stealth ability and was completely hidden in the night. He saw that many guards were patrolling the place, but they didn't see Yi Tianyun even though Yi Tianyun was only a few feet away from them. He quickly leapt towards the main building where Cheng Feng resided. He wanted to see what was Cheng Feng planning for them right now. He already decided that if Cheng Feng was planning something bad for Heaven's top mansion, Yi Tianyun would take immediate action. As he leapt towards Cheng Feng's residence, he heard a yell from one of the rooms near him. That son of a bitch! I didn't expect him to be a mansion lord. If it's not because of Minister Cheng's unfortunate event, I would already kill him on the stage. Nan Fengyun shouted. Yi Tianyun only rolled his eyes hearing Nan Fengyun's childish tantrum and quickly headed to Cheng Feng's residence. At the same time, as he left, Nan Fengyun was being consoled by one of his elders. Lord Nan, we can't do anything right now, and he is also the guest elder of Star Pavilion. He got that title after winning the Star Pavilion Divine Rune tournament earlier. The elder said honestly, so young, yet he already reached the 4th grade Divine Rune Master. No wonder he already became a mansion lord at such a young age. It is a shame that he would be dead after leaving this place. Nan Fengyun said while laughing evilly. Yi Tianyun soon quickly arrived at the depths of the palace. There were not so many guards in there compared to outside. This should be the place, Yi Tianyun said as he began to sneakily search for Cheng Feng's room. As Yi Tianyun searched, he suddenly hears someone shout, I told you to not get close to me. I will throw the paper to you, just wait there. It was Cheng Feng's voice. Yi Tianyun didn't expect that Cheng Feng became this paranoid after experiencing the bad luck divine pill firsthand. Yi Tianyun quickly used his 100 transformation mask and used a black cloth to cover his face, and he immediately hid near the windows and observed Cheng Feng from there. Is this all the information that you collected? This is all useless. Fuck. Can't you do your job thoroughly, you useless piece of shit? You can't even find anything good from that shitty Heaven's top mansion. Cheng Feng said rudely to his shadow guard. I can't find anything about their expert, it is like he didn't exist at all. The only thing I know for sure is that their mansion lord has already lost his cultivation. The shadow guard said in frustration. If there is no expert, how can they kill that many of my shadow guards easily? I cultivated them thoroughly. There is no way a crippled faction like Heaven's top mansion could handle them easily. Cheng Feng said furiously. He quickly picked up a chair near him and threw it towards the shadow guard. Forget it, I will grab the kid that poses as a mansion lord myself. I will make him serve under me. Perhaps he would be more useful than you trash. I don't believe that they have an expert that's more powerful than our Netherworld Empire. Even if they have a dragon, I will serve it on a silver platter to the Emperor. Cheng Feng said furiously. Chapter 240 Assassination. Yi Tianyun couldn't believe a large faction like Netherworld Empire would do something like that to make sure their plan succeeded. As he listened more to their conversation, the shadow guard was getting impatient. He asked Cheng Feng, couldn't they just kill them instead of doing something like this? Cheng Feng suddenly became angry after hearing the shadow guard's word. Did you hear what you just said? Don't you know that we need all the resources we can get our hands on? Even though Heaven's top mansion is weak, we couldn't just dispose of them like so. We need the Xuan Tian divine art. And we also need whoever it is that back then. We need all for the war against the Heavenly Dragon Empire. The spirit race's rebellion is not sorted either, making it harder for us to focus on one problem each time. Cheng Feng said in anger. What if they resist complying? The shadow guard said in a hurry. Then we kill them. We don't need anything that will not see the future the same as ours. Cheng Feng said coldly, if you say so, I will go capture some of them. The shadow guard said hurriedly as he faded into the shadow. Yi Tianyun quickly followed this shadow guard and quickly killed him as he arrived somewhere remote. Successfully kill a shadow guard. Reward: 250.000 Express, 3.200 Crazy Points, 50 Sin Points, Shadow Step Martial Art. Yi Tianyun quickly stripped the shadow guard he killed immediately and used the shadow guard's clothes to impersonate him. He immediately used the shadow step to go back to Cheng Feng's place. As he entered Cheng Feng's room, Cheng Feng immediately noticed him and asked him why he returned immediately after leaving. Yi Tianyun was forced to improvise, as he didn't expect Cheng Feng to immediately notice him like that. He observed Cheng Feng with appraisal eye to know the extent of Cheng Feng's power. Name: Cheng Feng. Cultivation: 5th level core transformation. Combat power: 1.900.000. Martial arts: shaking the heaven's palm, golden body secret art. Weakness: wound on the left arm. Yi Tianyun was a little bit shocked to see Cheng Feng's status. Even though he didn't use any equipment, his combat power was already that high. Cheng Feng couldn't be compared to any of his previous enemies. For the weakness, it seems that the bad luck pill earlier made one for Yi Tianyun now. If that was not the case, Cheng Feng might not have any weakness. Golden Body Secret Art was a martial art that granted extraordinary defensive power. It could withstand Yi Tianyun's attack for sure. What's the matter with you? Why are you just standing there like a twat? Cheng Feng said, losing his patience. My lord, there is still one important matter that I forgot to say to you earlier. Yi Tianyun said as he lowered his head to show respect. What is it? Just spit it out, Cheng Feng said impatiently. Yes, my lord, Yi Tianyun said as he took out a piece of paper from his pocket and walked slowly toward Cheng Feng. Stop right there, that is close enough, just throw it to me from there, Cheng Feng said as Yi Tianyun got closer to him. Yi Tianyun was a little bit ticked by Cheng Feng's paranoia. It seemed that the bad luck pill earlier only hindered his plan to attack right now. In desperation, Yi Tianyun quickly tossed the piece of paper toward Cheng Feng, and as the paper landed on Cheng Feng's hand, he quickly readied himself to attack with his most powerful attack. Chapter 241 Netherworld Great Emperor Phantom Shadow. Yi Tianyun quickly activated all power-enhancing move he had. He activated the X8 damage on his crazy mode, and his power exploded to 3.9 million. He quickly took out the Frost Fist and then immediately froze Cheng Feng in place. He knew that the Frost Fist's effect wouldn't last long, so he quickly took out the Blood Dragon Skeleton Blade to finish Cheng Feng in one swing. As Yi Tianyun's blade reached Cheng Feng's chest, the freezing effect broke. Cheng Feng immediately covered his body with a golden aura. This aura was the defensive aura which was harder than metal. It showed resistance against Yi Tianyun's blade. But with Yi Tianyun's heightened offensive power, he was able to inflict an injury on Cheng Feng's chest. But it was not enough to kill him. Yi Tianyun quickly tried to attack Cheng Feng one more time, and this time, with Cheng Feng's aura already covered him completely, Yi Tianyun's blade was like slammed into a metal wall. The sound of metal clashed was immediately heard as Yi Tianyun's blade hit Cheng Feng's body. Yi Tianyun didn't stop, he kept stabbing Cheng Feng's body to end his life. After some time, Yi Tianyun activated the effect of the Blood Dragon Skeleton Blade, and then a Blood Dragon immediately rushed forward from the blade and pierced Cheng Feng's body. Seeing that his opponent has the capability of piercing his defense, Cheng Feng immediately burned his own blood essence. His power and speed increased considerably, but he decided not to attack. Yi Tianyun investigated Cheng Feng's sudden burst of power and saw that his combat power already rose to 3.450.000. Seeing this power difference, Yi Tianyun immediately changed his strategy. Yi Tianyun immediately smashed Cheng Feng up, so that he couldn't dodge his attack in the air. Yi Tianyun quickly used the power of Blood Dragon's Skeleton Blade one more time and then cut Cheng Feng's arm. Cheng Feng immediately escaped Yi Tianyun's flurry of attack and then hid behind the wall. If his defensive ability wasn't strong enough, Cheng Feng would have died by now. Cheng Feng quickly stopped the bleeding on his arm and then consumed out a medicinal pill to recover. But he didn't have much time as Yi Tianyun immediately followed him and attacked him relentlessly. Impudent bastard, Cheng Feng said frustratingly. He immediately pulls out a jade pendant and immediately crushed it. In the next moment, the Emperor's shadow appeared. When Yi Tianyun assessed its power with his appraisal eye, the shadow was at core transformation peak stage and had 6.5 million combat power. This is only the base power. The shadows definitely could exert much more power when attacking. But with this amount of power, Tianyun knew that shadow wouldn't last long. Netherworld Empire's great emperor, Tianyun said as he was unsure that he could withstand an attack from this shadow. As he prepared himself from the attack of the shadow immediately attacked. The shadow immediately attacked Tianyun with a powerful shockwave from his palm covering the entire hall. With Tianyun had nowhere to hide from this attack, he had no choice but to block it. This attack was like a giant wall, separating him from killing Cheng Feng. Chapter 242 Resist. The Netherworld Divine Palm was one of the techniques which were used by the Emperor of the Netherworld Empire. It had a terrifying destructive power of more than 7 million combat power. That was only the effect of a shadow. The real core condensation peak stage would have more terrifying power than this for sure. You have to die here, kid. I won't let you live, Cheng Feng said confidently. Tianyun quickly disappeared from Cheng Feng's sight, completely erasing his presence. At the same time, the Netherworld Divine Palm struck at Tianyun's previous location, destroying the wall to Cheng Feng's office and also alerting the guard about the fight. Son of a bitch, I will believe that you are dead once I saw your dead body. Now, come out wherever you are, Cheng Feng said tauntingly. The Netherworld Emperor's shadow soon faded and disappeared, while Cheng Feng was still looking at the place where the Netherworld Divine Palm strikes. When the dust from the attack dissipated, a scarlet-colored blade suddenly pierced through his chest. What? How did you get behind me? Cheng Feng said in disbelief. Dead people don't need to know a secret of the living, Tianyun said coldly as he continued to drive the sword to the side to make the injuries fatal. I will die in my own accord, Cheng Feng said while smiling at Tianyun and shattering another jade pendant. The Netherworld Emperor's shadow once was again materialized out of thin air and immediately attacked Tianyun with the Netherworld Divine Palm. Tianyun's face quickly changed. Earlier he could dodge the attack by simple teleporting behind Cheng Feng. Now, the teleport ability has entered cooldown for 10 minutes, he couldn't use it to escape the attack. Damn it, Tianyun said loud enough for Cheng Feng to hear. Cheng Feng grinned seeing his opponent was clearly frustrated that he had 2 of the Netherworld Jade Pendant. He would surely win this time. The Netherworld Divine Palm hit Tianyun directly, causing an explosion as it went through. However, after the explosion dissipated, Cheng Feng was shocked to see Tianyun was unscathed in front of him. Cheng Feng saw that Tianyun had a glimmering black cloak on his hands. That was the shadow cloak which could completely block out any damage for 5 seconds. The grade of the cloak wasn't that high but its effect was godly. Meanwhile, Cheng Feng still stared at Tianyun with surprised eyes. He didn't expect Tianyun to be able to hold off the Netherworld Divine Palm that easily. But Tianyun had another predicament coming. The cloak effect only lasted for 5 seconds, while the Netherworld Emperor's shadow could last to 10 seconds. Cheng Feng, who has become desperate, kept attacking Tianyun with Netherworld Divine Palm endlessly. At the 5 seconds count, a notification saying that the immunity effect of the shadow cloak has ended was heard, but the barrage of palm strike hasn't stopped. Tianyun quickly gritted his teeth and activated the Dragon God Bloodline and Xuan Tian Divine Art. He chose to receive the attack head-on. He didn't have any cheat escaping ability left which he could use to stop the attack. Chapter 243 Sneaking Off. Tianyun activated his strongest defensive ability to hold back the Netherworld Divine Palm. As the palm connected, he was thrown and slammed to the wall. He groaned as he felt the damage from this one. But, in reality, he forgot how the damage felt. He always remained unscathed in every fight. Sure, he did receive some damage when he took a direct hit from the Netherworld Divine Palm, sure, but he didn't receive that much damage honestly. After the last Netherworld Divine Palm, the Netherworld Emperor's shadow finally faded and disappeared. Tianyun quickly stood back up and checked his injuries. Once he was satisfied that he didn't suffer any life-threatening injuries, he started to walk towards Cheng Feng. This is Xuan Tian Divine Art. You are that man from Heaven's top mansion, Cheng Feng said nervously. He immediately recognized the divine art as soon as Tianyun used it. It was one of the most beautiful divine art he has ever seen. If it was not for this divine art, Netherworld Empire would have already destroyed Heaven's top mansion a long time ago. You are right, I am from Heaven's top mansion, Tianyun said while taking off the 100 transformation mask. You want to imprison our man? What do you think now? Tianyun said tauntingly. It's you, Cheng Feng said surprisingly. He never expected a young man like Tianyun would outdo him like this. he instantly realized that Tianyun was the one behind all the weird things that happened lately, but it was all too late. Tianyun drove the blood dragon's skeleton blade into Cheng Feng's heart. Killing him immediately, successfully kills Cheng Feng of Netherworld Empire. Reward: 640.000 Express, 4.500 Crazy Points, 200 Sin Points, Golden Body Secret Art, Netherworld Jade Talisman, X20 Express Card, Spirit Race Prison Key. Congratulations to host, successfully killing an elite mob. Reward: 1x free spin on Enhanced Lottery Roulette, 1 free level up. Congratulations to host, successfully breakthrough to Spirit Core Peak Stage. Tianyun was shocked to see all the rewards that he got for killing Cheng Feng, but he also wanted to punch the system for giving him a free level up while he only needed a couple of millions to level up anyway. Why does it always end up like this? But Cheng Feng sure gave a nice reward, even though he never tried to attack Tianyun himself and don't even have a weapon, but he surely gave many rare rewards. Tianyun quickly took off the storage ring in Cheng Feng's finger and fled off the scene. He didn't want to fight with the guard too at the moment. My lord, what happens here? The guards said as they saw the destruction in Cheng Feng's private room. They quickly searched around for Cheng Feng and finally found Cheng Feng was already lifeless not far from the destroyed room. They looked at Cheng Feng's body in horror. They needed to capture the man responsible for doing something like this. They quickly issued a search order for the entire building, and that also included the guest room. Tianyun knew that if he didn't get back to his room in time, Heaven's Top Mansion would also get in trouble. He quickly leapt through the roof and stopped on one of the rooms to catch his breath. As soon as he entered the room, a tender voice quickly asked who was coming to that room in the middle of the night. Tianyun looked at the source of the voice and saw that a young woman was pointing a sword to him. It was none other than Yu Shijian. It seemed that the room Tianyun stumbled upon was Yu Shijian's room. Chapter 244 Avoidance. Miss Yu, I am very sorry to intrude at this time of night, but can you let me stay here for a little while? Tianyun said while smiling lightly to Yu Shijian. Tianyun didn't have any other method to escape the guard for a while as he was a little bit exhausted from the earlier fight, and some of his skills were still in cooldown. I will let you wait here, but who are you? Yu Shijian said wonderingly. She had this familiar vibe from Tianyun, but she didn't know who he was. As Tianyun wanted to reveal himself to Yu Shijian, a knock was sounded from the door. Tianyun swiftly gagged her mouth from screaming or revealing his whereabouts. Miss Yu, please don't let them know that I am in your room. I only want to stay for a little while. I will leave as soon as I can. Tianyun said honestly to Yu Shijian. Yu Shijian nodded her head, and Tianyun immediately let her go. Who are you, and what did you do outside? Yu Shijian asked as she became curious as to what Tianyun was doing. You don't need to know at this moment, you will know about it soon enough. Tianyun said casually. At the same time, a knock on the door sounded once again. Tianyun quickly hid behind the chair near the windows, while Yu Shijian quickly answered the door. Once she opened the door, Yu Shijian was immediately greeted by the guards. She immediately asked why the guards came to her room at this time of night. We are very sorry for the inconvenience, Miss Yu, but we are required to search your room. The guards said steadily. In the middle of the night. What is this all about? Yu Shijian said with a frown on her face. This is a necessary action, Miss Yu. Don't blame us if we have to use force to search your room. The guard said as he became anxious since Yu Shijian kept rejecting to let them search her room. No, you must let me know what your purpose first. Yu Shijian said stubbornly. The guards had enough of Yu Shijian's resistance and knocked the door open as to let themselves in. You guys are really doing things the wrong way. I will let my mansion lord know of your behavior. Yu Shijian said in rage. But she was a little bit relieved to see that the man from earlier was already gone. At the same time, the Great Elder and Mu Shaner were having quite a hard time. What will we do, Grandpa? We can't let them know that Mansion Lord Yi isn't here. Mu Shaner said worriedly. All we can do is delay them until the Mansion Lord returns. We must believe that Mansion Lord will come back as soon as possible. The Great Elder said as he too was nervous about this. Without warning, the guards broke the door and immediately barged in. Why didn't you let us in, or even open the door? Where is your Mansion Lord? The guards asked hurriedly. Our Mansion Lord is, the Great Elder said as he didn't know what to say. Is there anything you need? I just wanna sleep. Why would you keep making noises? Tianyun said with a slightly annoyed face. No, there is nothing that you need to know about. We only need to see if you are in your room or not. The guard said disrespectfully. After confirming everyone on Heaven's top mansion was in the room, the guards quickly left. Tianyun was relieved that he came in time. He was lucky enough that teleport was off its cooldown at the same time that the guards broke into Yu Shijian's room. Chapter 245. Good thing. When the guards already left the room, the Great Elder couldn't hide his curiosity. He immediately asked Tianyun as to when and how did he come back to his room in such an instant way. Tianyun immediately answered casually. He didn't reveal his teleporting ability, but he explained it so convincingly that the Great Elder didn't question his answer. What did you just do? The guards are all on edge. The Great Elder asked wonderingly. I would say you will notice what happened as soon as tomorrow morning. It is better for you to know at the same time as others. Tianyun said casually. Now, I will rest a little bit. If there is any problem, just wake me up immediately. Tianyun said as he walked towards his bed. When Tianyun sat near his bed, he immediately meditated. He now had the Spirit Core stage level up card on his hands and he surely wanted to use it now. Successfully used a level up card. Congratulations to the host, successfully breakthrough to first level core transformation stage. Tianyun felt a rush of power in an instant. He immediately knew instinctively that now he could fly with his own power. The Phoenix Wing would tremendously improve at this point. He immediately checked his status and checked his current combat power. He was surprised to see that his combat power rose into 800.000. With the crazy mode X8 it would be 6.400.000. The crazy mode would be a game changer for sure. That was without equipping his weapon and activating the buff from his other ability. If push came to shove, his combat power would be roughly at 8 to 9 million. After such a surprising revelation, he decided to open the level 40 gift pack. The gift pack has given him many good things every time. Successfully opened level 40 gift pack. Get X30 Express card, X5 Mastery card, X5 Crazy Points card, X2 Sin Points card, level 50 gift pack. Successfully learned Pet Capture basic level proficiency. Tianyun was happy to see that he had a lot of enhancing card now, and also, he now had the ability to tame pet. He could try to tame any beast that he wanted now without finding any special circumstance. It never disappoints me, really. This gift pack always gives me what I currently need the most. Tianyun said excitedly. After opening the gift pack, he felt that he was a bit lucky, so he immediately opened the enhanced lottery roulette and activated his luck aura. He immediately spun the wheel and soon enough the pointer stopped on the weapon section. This was the first time that he got a weapon from enhanced lottery roulette. He wondered what he will get. As he wondered, a jade box fell from the roulette. He immediately opened the box and a weapon quickly appeared in front of him. High-grade soul tool, Cold Ice Divine Bow upgradable. Effect. Releases a frozen arrow that could freeze enemy on impact. Special effect. Consumes 5.000 crazy points to enhance the next arrow with 2x power, 2x speed, 2x range. Tianyun was really excited to see the effect of the bow. With that weapon on his hands, it would cover one of his weaknesses, which was having no long-range combat capabilities. Xuan and Great Elder were all confused to see Tianyun all excited and even talked to himself. They began to wonder what happened to Tianyun when he went outside. Chapter 246. New Minister. Tianyun kept laughing alone, making the Great Elder and Xuan uncomfortable. Grandpa, are you sure there is nothing wrong with the mansion lord? Xuan asked worriedly, but Great Elder only shrugged his shoulder, because he really didn't know anything. At the same time, Tianyun knew that he was being watched, but he didn't care. He had the Cold Ice Divine Bow now. With that weapon, his next battle surely would be easier than before. Tianyun immediately checked his status to see how much he has progressed. Host. Tianyun. Level, 41, first level core transformation stage. Experience point. 0/100.000.000. Crazy point. 1.893.689. Prestige point. 630. Sin point. 3.556. Cultivation technique. Dark North Divine Art, Dragon God Secret Art, Xuan Tian Divine Art, Heavens Devouring Divine Secret Art, Golden Body Secret Art. Ability. Absorbing Stars Great Technique, Blood Fiend Soaring Heaven, Qingyun Sword Technique, Azure Profound Step Technique. Weapon: Frost Fist, Blood Fiend's Divine Spear, Sword of Endlessness, Chaotic Heaven Sacred Axe, Blood Dragon Skeleton Blade, Cold Ice Divine Bow. Armor: Deity Armor, Shadow Cloak, Chaotic Heaven Divine Armor, Chaotic Heaven Battle Boots, Blood Fiend's Divine Armor. Divine Ability: Crazy Mode, Lucky Halo, Teleportation. Bloodline: Dragon God Bloodline. Adornment: Forging God Hammer, Power Bracelet, Power Ring, Power Belt, Blood Fiend's Bracelet. Item: Recovery Medicinal Pill 8, Level 50 Gift Pack, X1 Life, Blast Divine Pill, 2 X20 Express Card, Netherworld Talisman, X30 Express Card, X5 Mastery Card, X5 Crazy Points Card, X2 Sin Points Card. Treasure: Purple Fire Divine Furnace, Blood Jade, Coiling Dragon Treasure Map, Jade Pearl, Command Treasure Book, Spirit Race Key. Title: Guardian, Savior. Fire, Immortal Fire. Tianyun was shocked to see the required Express to level up. He had to collect 100 million Express. There was no way he could level up as fast as he could like before. He will need to kill 100 cultivators at the same level as Cheng Feng for just one level. He felt helpless about this development, but there was nothing he could do about it. He immediately decided to rest since the next day would be hectic. In an instant he woke up. It was already dawn. The only thing that changed was they were not allowed to leave the room they were currently in. Netherworld Empire officials still didn't release any statement regarding this matter. Many mansion lords and disciples began to wonder what really was happening, but they never got an honest answer from the guards. On the third day, they were all summoned to the courtyard, but they were all surprised to see that another minister was attending instead of Cheng Feng. The new minister didn't conceal his aura and everyone knew instantly that he was more powerful than Cheng Feng. I know that everyone has been distressed for a few days because of our behavior. The truth is we have some serious matter at hand. Minister Cheng Feng was killed 2 days ago. We still don't have any clue as to who the perpetrator was. Therefore, the inconvenience for the earlier 2 days was inevitable, Minister Lin Hao said solemnly. Everyone immediately felt a sudden chill coming from Minister Lin Hao. Everyone immediately knew that Minister Cheng Feng's death was a blow to Minister Lin Hao. The Great Elder, Mu Shaner and Yu Shijian, however, felt the chill for a completely different reason. They all had a guess as to who was the killer of Minister Cheng Feng, with the exception that Yu Shijian didn't know the true identity of the killer. Great Elder and Yu Shijian were all shocked that Yi Tianyun could kill someone at Cheng Feng's caliber. The two of them began to wonder just how powerful Yi Tianyun really was. But they soon realized that they needed to cover this up. This matter shouldn't be known to others. Heaven's top mansion safety was riding on this information. Nan Fengyun's face was full of displeasure. He went out of his way to build a good relationship with Minister Cheng Feng, and now it didn't matter any longer. The promise made by Cheng Feng earlier didn't have any value now. I don't know if this incident was related to one of you, but I know that most of you are already at a quite high level of cultivation. Therefore one of you may be able to sneak past the guards and commit the killing. Minister Lin Hao said seriously. Everyone suddenly froze. They couldn't help but be afraid that they could be in the Netherworld Empire's torture chamber to get the truth forcefully. Rest assured, I will not do anything to you. I don't see any good reason for you to kill Cheng Feng as he has a little to none interaction with you until the day he invites you here. Minister Lin Hao said. Chapter 247 Rejection. No one felt safe from the Netherworld Empire. They knew that sooner or later the Netherworld Empire would investigate them regarding that matter. I am a bit different from Minister Cheng Feng. I prefer to discuss this matter straight to the point. So, without further ado, I announce the Netherworld Empire's intention to invite all of you to join us. Minister Lin Hao said pridefully. As long as you join us, you will get the benefit of abundant resources, spiritual energy zone for your cultivation, and various martial arts for you to learn. We treat everyone on Netherworld Empire equally. There is no need to be afraid of minorities or such thing. Minister Lin Hao said dismissively. This was a bold move by Netherworld Empire. That way, they could control the heavenly border continent easily. They want to wage war with the Heavenly Dragon Empire, which at this moment has already controlled the earthly border continent. If you choose to join us, we will provide all the benefits you would like to have, but in exchange, we would like you to pledge your allegiance to us. You will have to show us some extent of loyalty. We will give you some mission in manageable time, and we hope for you to finish it in a certain period, but don't you worry. We will not give you a mission beyond your capabilities. Minister Lin Hao said solemnly. We will not force you to join us if you decide to do so. Minister Lin Hao said, adding new info. Minister Lin Hao then watched the mansion lord of various factions started to discuss the possibilities with their confidant. He knew that the offer would surely benefit them greatly. We will join the Netherworld Empire. Nan Fengyun said, making the Divine Rune Mansion be the first to join Netherworld Empire in Heavenly Border Continent. Minister Lin Hao immediately nodded his head in confirmation. Divine Rune Mansion's willingness to accept the offer created a chain of acceptance from other mansion lords. They were afraid if they chose not to join the Netherworld Empire, they could get some negative feedback from the Netherworld Empire. Thank you very much for providing us with this offer, my lord. But we from the White Lotus Mansion would like to decline the offer as we would like to become independent. White Lotus Mansion Lord said solemnly. Minister Lin Hao looked at her with disdain but then quickly changed the look on his face with a light smile. We respect your decision, Mansion Lord. We will not force you. Minister Lin Hao said warmly. Soon after, several other factions also declared that they would be declining the offer, including Star Pavilion. Star Pavilion didn't want to be burdened with being another faction's subsidiary. They already had a strong backer for their pavilion, there was no need to join another faction to get resources or anything alike. At the same time, the Great Elder also asked Yi Tianyun as to whether to join or not, as they still didn't give the proper answer for Netherworld Empire. The Great Elder felt unwilling to join the Netherworld Empire, but it all came down to Yi Tianyun as his mansion lord. If Yi Tianyun chose to join, then he would accept it heartfully. Yi Tianyun didn't answer the Great Elder's question, but instead immediately gave the word to Minister Lin Hao. Thank you very much, Minister Lin Hao. But we will also decline the offer. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Yi Tianyun's refusal left everyone surprised, they were ogling at Yi Tianyun like he was some kind of madman. Heaven's top mansion could have the resource that they want from the Netherworld Empire, but instead, they still declined. Besides, with the Heaven's top mansion's reputation was now in ruins, they should have accepted the offer. Chapter 248 Stay behind forcefully. Yi Tianyun knew that Netherworld Empire would only enslave them if they chose to join and would be forced to give up the Xuan Tian divine art for the sake of the Empire. Are you speaking on behalf of Heaven's top mansion? Minister Lin Hao said coldly. Yes. I am the mansion lord of Heaven's top mansion. Yi Tianyun said casually. You already a mansion lord at such a young age. Well, this would be your loss, not ours. Minister Lin Hao said indifferently. Yi Tianyun nodded to Minister Lin Hao as he didn't care what the minister was thinking at the moment. As that is the final faction, if you choose to decline the offer, you are free to go. For those who accepted the offer, you would have to stay for a few more days for briefing. Minister Lin Hao said coldly. White Lotus Mansion and other factions which declined the offer prepared to return to their respective factions. Yi Tianyun followed suit behind them all. As he turned around, Minister Lin Hao suddenly stopped Heaven's top mansion. White Lotus Mansion's mansion lord and Star Pavilion's pavilion lord Li were looking at Yi Tianyun pitifully. They hated to see a big faction like Netherworld Empire abused their power like this, but sadly, they couldn't save Yi Tianyun. This is really sad. A bright young man like him would be eaten alive inside the Netherworld Empire. Pavilion Lord Li said while shaking his head. Yes, it is painful to watch. Elder Yun said while also shaking his head. When Yu Shijian left with the White Lotus Mansion, she couldn't help but look at Yi Tianyun with a sad expression. She didn't know who Yi Tianyun was, but she couldn't help but had this familiar feeling every time she looked at Yi Tianyun. She couldn't help but think that she had a hallucination about Yi Tianyun somewhere. Grandpa, what would happen to us? Mu Shaner said as she was afraid of what the Netherworld Empire would do. I don't know, Shaner. We should trust that Mansion Lord will protect us from harm. The Great Elder said comfortingly. He knew that things wouldn't be easy for them soon enough, but he still tried to comfort his lovely grandchild. The Great Elder knew that if Yi Tianyun wasn't there for Heaven's top mansion, they would have become the Netherworld Empire's dog from a long time ago. So, he decided to put his faith to Yi Tianyun. It is okay. You will be saved as long as I am here. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Mu Shaner looks at Yi Tianyun with a grateful look. She looked at Yi Tianyun with so much respect now. He was no longer the new disciple that would be her target of pranks, now he was the great mansion lord of Heaven's top mansion. Heaven's top mansion, do you know why I have to make you stay here? Minister Lin Hao said coldly. Well, it probably has something to do with the Xuan Tian divine art. Yi Tianyun said casually. Everyone who stayed was shocked to hear Yi Tianyun's word. They knew that Xuan Tian divine art was a powerful martial art that already reached heaven level. If Yi Tianyun really had this Xuan Tian divine art, they understood the urgency of Netherworld Empire to force it out from a low-level faction like Heaven's Top Mansion. You are pretty smart for a boy. Now that you already knew, surrender the Xuan Tian divine art immediately or die. Minister Lin Hao said solemnly. What guarantee can you give that we will survive after giving you the Xuan Tian divine art? Furthermore, why would I give you something like that for free? Yi Tianyun said challengingly. Then you should die now. I can search the rest of your people one by one with the soul-searching technique later anyway. Minister Lin Hao said coldly. As he finished speaking, 3 shadow guards quickly appeared around Yi Tianyun. If this is how you want to play things, then it is fine for me. Yi Tianyun said casually. Chapter 249 Rampant. The soul-searching technique was a ruthless technique that searched for a certain memory of the target and left them incapacitated, crazy, autistic or even dead. Great Elder's complexion suddenly changed after hearing the minister will use this technique. Yi Tianyun, however, didn't care about this technique. The opponent wouldn't be using this technique for them anyway. Let's stop here for a moment, I will give you what you want. Yi Tianyun said casually. Are you stupid? You refused the offer to become part of the Netherworld Empire before, and now, you want to give in. How bold can you be? Nan Fengyun said while laughing. The mansion lord who has already joined the Netherworld Empire also joined Nan Fengyun on the laughter as they found Yi Tianyun was easily giving up. It's okay, if you hand Xuan Tian divine art to me now, I will spare Heaven's Top Mansion. Minister Lin Hao said with a poker face. Okay, here it is. Yi Tianyun said as he threw a book near Lin Hao's feet. Pick it up, Lin Hao said as he ordered the guard next to him to pick up the book. Lord Lin, let me help you. Nan Fengyun said as he picked up the book and gave it to Minister Lin Hao. As soon as he received the book, Lin Hao immediately ordered the 3 shadow guards around Yi Tianyun to kill him and the Heaven's Top Mansion representative. The shadow guards immediately rushed over, ready to attack Yi Tianyun. But it was all for naught as Yi Tianyun quickly kicked them in the stomach one by one as they came close enough, killing them almost instantly. Successfully killed Shadow Guard. Reward: 260.000 Express, 3.200 Crazy Points, 50 Sin Points, Shadow Step Martial Art, Shadow Blade. Successfully killed. The mansion lords were all surprised to see Yi Tianyun easily killed so many shadow guards like that. They all realized that Yi Tianyun was definitely in the higher stage of spirit core cultivation. I already saw this coming. Read the book first, you fool. Yi Tianyun said challengingly. Lin Hao immediately looked at the book Yi Tianyun threw earlier and immediately enraged and destroyed the books into pieces. How dare you play me? I want Xuan Tian divine art. Not a basic boxing, Lin Hao said furiously. Well, it doesn't really matter. You still attacked me regardless, didn't you? Yi Tianyun said with a bored expression. Yi Tianyun's words enraged Minister Lin Hao even further. Seeing that the minister would be exploding in anger soon, Nan Fengyun quickly offered himself to be the one fighting against Yi Tianyun. Lin Hao nodded his head in agreement and therefore, every mansion lords near Nan Fengyun also joined the battle. Minister Lin Hao smirked as he thought Yi Tianyun wouldn't survive to fight this many cultivators at once. The Shadow Guard earlier maybe was too weak for Yi Tianyun, but these mansion lords were comparably stronger. Nan Fengyun and the other mansion lords released their aura simultaneously, filling the area with intense core transformation stage aura. This time I will pay you back for killing my disciple, Nan Fengyun said while smirking evilly. Yi Tianyun didn't even wait for Nan Fengyun to attack, he immediately flashed over to Nan Fengyun and gave a strong kick to Nan Fengyun's chest. Nan Fengyun was immediately flung towards the wall and hit it hard. Now, where is your payback again? Yi Tianyun said casually. His face didn't give out any emotion as Nan Fengyun wasn't even at his radar at all. Chapter 250 Killing Intent from All Directions. Successfully kills Nan Fengyun. Reward: 2.500.000 Express, 22.000 CPs, 200 SPs, 5.000 Divine Rune MP, Afterimage Step Martial Art, Spirit Breaking Finger Technique, Item Spirit Stroke, High Grade Divine Tool, Tyrant Rune Paper, Rare, Extra Damage Divine Rune, 5th Grade Divine Rune. Yi Tianyun was happy to see the amount of Express he got from killing Nan Fengyun. As he knew that he would need to kill a lot of enemies here, he used the X30 Express card and X20 Express card in addition to his X8 Express from his crazy mode. In fact, he also used the X5 Mastery card and X2 Sin card. He would make sure to kill those people to his heart content. Everyone in the area was shocked to see Yi Tianyun killed Nan Fengyun so easily. They thought that Yi Tianyun was at Spirit Core Peak Stage Cultivation, but now it seemed that Yi Tianyun was a Core Transformation Cultivator. Everyone was looking at Yi Tianyun in disbelief. How can a teenage boy achieve this high-leveled cultivation? This was totally unprecedented. Great Elder and Mu Shaner were also shocked seeing their mansion lord was that strong. They have prepared to fight as they thought that Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to save them with those many enemies, but it seemed that they were wrong once again. Yi Tianyun turned his attention towards the other mansion lord in the area and quickly flashed over and killed them with a powerful kick. Successfully killed Flowing Wind Mansion Lord. Reward: 2.300.000 Express, 21.000 CPs, 200 SPs, Heavenly Tyrant Palm, Afterimage Sword Technique. Successfully killed Imperial Wind Mansion Lord. Reward: 2.400.000 Express, 22.000 CPs, 200 SPs. Good God, this power was merely above 5th layer core transformation stage cultivation. The rest of them think. The rest of the mansion lord looked at Yi Tianyun with fear. They will not be able to injure Yi Tianyun as they were considerably weaker than Nan Fengyun. Many of them immediately thought of running away from Yi Tianyun. They didn't care about Lin Hao anymore, as at that moment, Yi Tianyun was scarier than Lin Hao. Yi Tianyun sighed and immediately killed those who ran away first. He will not let any of them go, especially after activating that many boosting cards. As Yi Tianyun walked away from the Great Elder and Mu Shaner, the rest of the mansion lords thought of using them as a hostage, and therefore immediately rushed toward them. Seeing so many mansion lords rushed towards him and Mu Shaner, the Great Elder immediately prepared himself to battle. He was ready to burn his blood essence to increase his power to protect Mu Shaner and relieved some burden from his mansion lord. Don't be a fool, like I'll let you do that, Yi Tianyun said as he used the Blast Divine Pills to increase his speed to save the Great Elder and Mu Shaner. After using the Blast Divine Pill, Yi Tianyun's speed was instantly doubled. He immediately crossed the field in a blink of an eye and killed the mansion lord who was threatening the Great Elder and Mu Shaner's life. Minister Lin Hao looked at Yi Tianyun with great disbelief in his eyes. There was no way a 17-year-old boy could have that level of power. The speed Yi Tianyun showed throughout the fight was even more terrifying. With that kind of power, Yi Tianyun could even kill Cheng Feng. Are you the one who killed Cheng Feng? Lin Hao asked as he saw Yi Tianyun was capable of doing that. Wow, you guess it far too late. Yes, I was. What are you gonna do about it? Yi Tianyun said challengingly. Yi Tianyun immediately summoned the Black Dragon and used its giant body to block the exit. Yi Tianyun immediately ordered the Black Dragon to burn every enemy who ran away immediately. There is no need for you to do anything anymore, Minister Lin Hao. You will die here today. And no one else can save you. Yi Tianyun said coldly. Chapter 251 exploded. The Black Dragon surprised everyone. Mu Shaner has heard once that a man with a black dragon saved Yang Shishui when she was in the sea, but she didn't recognize Yi Tianyun when she saw him in the mansion. She also thought of the man with a black dragon who slaughtered the entire Wang family. Was Yi Tianyun the same person as any of that man? She began to wonder. When they were still shocked by the appearance of the black dragon has already begun attacking anyone trying to escape. It spouted intense flame from its mouth and clawing anyone close enough. Successfully killed Flowing Wind Mansion's Deacon. Reward: 690.000 Express, 1.400 CPs, 50 SPs. The Black Dragon kept attacking and killing anyone close enough to the exit. It was highly unfair for those who wished to escape. The Black Dragon had a thick scale that could nullify most damage, and with the Black Dragon already reaching 6th layer of Spirit Core stage, those people who thought of running away wouldn't have any power to deal any damage to it. Yi Tianyun, on the other hand, kept killing everyone who still believed that they had a shot at catching Yi Tianyun off guard. They would surely realize that they were mistaken as Yi Tianyun's blade ripped open their stomach or throat. You will not see the light of day again. Lin Hao roared as he crushed the jade emblem on his hand. The shadow of the Netherworld Empire appeared immediately, making everyone surprised once again. Many mansion lord and deacon sighed in relief after seeing the shadow of the Emperor. They thought with the mighty shadow at their side Tianyun will finally die. Tianyun looked at the shadow indifferently. He already guessed that Lin Hao as one of the Netherworld Empire ministers would have something like this. The shadow used its primary attack, Netherworld Divine Palm. It was so huge that it covered the entire place. Seeing that they had nowhere to run, the Great Elder and Mu Shan'er quickly ran towards Tianyun while the other mansion lord and deacon begged for Lin Hao to save them. "Stop begging for mercy, you are a bunch of thrashes anyway," Lin Hao said coldly. Lin Hao turned his attention back to Tianyun. He was a little bit conflicted to see Tianyun didn't show any emotion that he wanted to see. Was Tianyun really that powerful? Could Tianyun actually block the Netherworld Divine Palm? That question popped out in Minister Lin Hao's mind. Tianyun quickly activated the Dragon God Bloodline and Xuan Tian Divine Art immediately, covering his body with a dragon scale and light blue crystal. In addition to those two abilities, he also activated the Golden Body secret art he got from Cheng Feng to enhance his defensive capabilities. That was his most powerful defense ability for now. He used that ability instead of teleportation or the Shadow Cloak so that he could protect the Great Elder and Mu Shan'er who were relying on him. As the Netherworld Divine Palm descended from the sky, Tianyun quickly leapt off to receive the attack head-on. The attack reached Tianyun faster and suddenly exploded. After the explosion, everybody was shocked beyond belief. They saw Tianyun on the ground unscathed. Lin Hao was pale. He couldn't believe that Tianyun was capable of blocking the Emperor's strongest attack. Meanwhile, the Emperor's shadow repeated his attack. Seeing that the Emperor's shadow wouldn't stop until the duration ran out, Tianyun immediately rushed toward the Emperor's shadow and quickly punched the shadow as hard as he could. His action immediately paid off, as the Emperor's shadow was instantly busted and disappeared. Chapter 252 12 Millions. While he could destroy the shadow, it didn't mean that Tianyun was more powerful than the Emperor himself. This shadow didn't have any equipment or anything of the sort. So, the shadow was far weaker than the actual Emperor. But that was all Tianyun currently needed to turn the tide. He knew Lin Hao would be devastated to see the Emperor's shadow being destroyed that easily. How could this happen? Lin Hao said as he looked at Tianyun with disbelief. He quickly snapped out of his trance as he saw Tianyun quickly rushing towards him. Lin Hao quickly pulled out another jade emblem from his storage ring, but Tianyun was far quicker than him. Tianyun immediately sliced the jade emblem into two with the Sword of Endlessness. The jade emblem immediately shone bright and then fell to the ground like a piece of crap. Seeing that he had no other ways to defend himself from Tianyun, Lin Hao immediately took a pill, which will burn his blood essence momentarily to achieve a huge boost of fighting power. He also took out a high-level weapon to fight Tianyun with. Tianyun used his appraisal eye to see Lin Hao's combat power and his weapon. He noticed that Lin Hao combat power has risen to 6 million and that the weapon that he held was heaven-level weapon. Lin Hao has achieved such a strong state of power only by eating a medicinal pill. Tianyun smirked after seeing this information. With the way he was then, he was more powerful than Lin Hao. Furthermore, enhancing the combat power like that wouldn't be good for Lin Hao anyway. There will be a side effect of enhancing power like that. But he shouldn't worry about Lin Hao as he would kill Lin Hao soon anyway. Lin Hao has put his confidence in his combat power. He already burned his blood essence for that, so there was no way Tianyun would be able to defeat him now. But seeing Tianyun smirking, his confidence quickly took another hit. Was he really capable of defeating Tianyun? The question constantly haunted him. He quickly shook his head to snap him out of the unnecessary thought and immediately shouted that he would kill Tianyun even if that was the last thing he will do. Lin Hao ignored the existence of Xuan Tian Divine Art completely. Now he only wanted to kill Tianyun. He didn't need the divine arts if he had to die. Lin Hao quickly rushed towards Tianyun with all his might, releasing a powerful aura in his wake. Lin Hao released a mad dragon technique that he had, covering his body in an emerald dragon scale. This state was foully similar to Tianyun's Dragon God Bloodline technique. He immediately raised his heaven-grade weapon to strike Tianyun. Tianyun also lifted his Sword of Endlessness after activating his luck aura and clashed it with Lin Hao's weapon. Sword of Endlessness immediately turned red as it struck Lin Hao's weapon. With the help of luck aura and his prestige point, the Sword of Endlessness effect was successfully activated, doubling his combat power once more. After the Sword of Endlessness effect activated, Tianyun's combat power raised once more to 12 million. With that much raw power, Sword of Endlessness shattered Lin Hao's heaven-grade weapon, the impact from the attack made its way to Lin Hao's arm, numbing his arm completely. At the same time, the Sword of Endlessness was also destroyed. It seemed that it couldn't withstand the amount of raw power within that attack. Unfortunately, our weapons couldn't withstand that simple attack. Now, should we fight with our bare hands? Yi Tianyun said casually to Lin Hao. Chapter 253 Burn All. Yi Tianyun knew that all weapons had their own durability. He could also fix almost any weapon up until the high-grade soul tool grade with his blacksmith mastery. But none of it mattered as of right then. Every weapon would break from the intensity of his power. Yi Tianyun immediately turned his attention back to Lin Hao. He saw that Lin Hao was still shocked by the sword clashes earlier. Yi Tianyun also noticed that Lin Hao's right hand was limp from the shock of the clashes. It could probably be broken too. In fact, everyone was shocked beyond belief. The raw power behind the attack just now was definitely a core transformation's power. Which meant Yi Tianyun had the same level of cultivation as Minister Lin Hao. Seeing that he couldn't attack Yi Tianyun with his limp hand, Lin Hao immediately crushed another jade pendant. The shadow of the Netherworld Emperor once again rushed to attack Yi Tianyun. But Yi Tianyun had enough of that puppetry play, so he immediately rushed over to the shadow and destroyed the shadow before it could attack. "Do you have no other tricks left?" Yi Tianyun said, visibly annoyed by the repetitive attack of his opponent. "Stop, don't come any closer. If you kill me, you will be marked by the Netherworld Empire for sure. If that happens, Heaven's top mansion won't stand a chance," Lin Hao said as he still wanted to live. "You evil scum always say the same thing as you are in your death's door. I guess it would have been the same for your victim, isn't it? If the one begging mercy right now is me, would you let me go? Stop pretending everything is in your hand when it's clearly not," Yi Tianyun said coldly. Seeing that there was no way Yi Tianyun will spare him, he quickly tried his luck on escaping. He quickly reached out for a flying divine rune from Lin Hao's storage ring. That item that Lin Hao had was somewhat the same as his phoenix wing. But it was not as good as the phoenix's wing. "Who says you can leave this place? Didn't I say today is the day you die?" Yi Tianyun said coldly. Yi Tianyun quickly reached out for his cold ice divine bow and immediately used the bow's special effect to increase the damage. As he released the arrow flew spectacularly. As soon as the arrow reached Lin Hao, the arrow pierced through his body like paper and completely froze him. As Lin Hao was frozen while flying, he was immediately shattered into million pieces as he fell to the ground. Successfully killed Lin Hao. Reward: 2.800.000 Express, 16.000 CPs, 300 SPs, 5.000 Divine Rune MPs, Soul Breaking Finger Martial Art, Heaven Holding Divine Art, X10 Express Card, Divine Talisman, Heaven Holding Giant Sword, Heaven Holding Divine Armor, Heaven Holding Leg Guard. Successfully killed an elite enemy. Reward: 30.000.000 Express, 100.000 CPs, X30 Express Card, 1x Enhanced Lottery Roulette Draw. Seeing the notification for killing Lin Hao, Yi Tianyun was very happy. He already reached halfway for the next level up, plus he got another set of equipment that could replace his previous set. But he noticed that the mansion lord with the cultivation above him wasn't counted as an elite enemy. From the information he had, Lin Hao was at least 6 levels above him. If he was correct on guessing the system's rule, then the opponent had to be at least 6 levels above him to be considered an elite enemy. He immediately turned his attention to the remaining cultivators in the place. Those people were the remaining representatives of the faction which joined the Netherworld Empire earlier. They were among the people who talked shit and kept disregarding Heaven's top mansion earlier. As they begged for mercy from Yi Tianyun didn't feel anything for these men. "When our position was reversed, and I was the one begging mercy, would you give mercy?" Yi Tianyun said coldly. Yi Tianyun immediately ordered the Black Dragon to burn everything to the ground. Chapter 254 Transformation. "Kill us then. Get it over with. Your Heaven's top mansion would be destroyed by the Netherworld Empire anyway," one of them said while the Black Dragon was burning them to cinders one by one. "Rest assured, you will be waiting for the rest of Netherworld Empire in the underworld," Yi Tianyun said coldly. Soon enough, they were all dead, burned by the Black Dragon. Yi Tianyun received a lot of express for this extermination along with sin points and mastery. Many of them had mastery in blacksmithing, pill refining and divine rune. So, his mastery was increased equally. As soon as he killed all of the enemies, all enhancing cards he used were expiring. He was glad to have those express cards, it became easier to level up as he activated them. Mansion Lord Yi, we already took all storage rings we could find. We also collected many soul tools which are still usable scattered around the place. Mu Shaner said as she felt somewhat shy to talk to Yi Tianyun. Okay, we will get out of here shortly. Yi Tianyun said casually. The Great Elder soon approached Yi Tianyun to give Yi Tianyun all the storage ring that he could find. Yi Tianyun shook his head and then gave the storage ring back to the Great Elder. Take it, Great Elder, use it for the betterment the heaven's top mansion. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Of course, Lord Yi. I will do as you command. The Great Elder said while bowing to Yi Tianyun. The Great Elder was somewhat hopeful. He had a feeling that heaven's top mansion will surely be directed to the better future with Yi Tianyun's leadership. Yi Tianyun took the storage ring from Lin Hao and said that it was for Heavenly Jade Sect. The Great Elder nodded in understanding and they soon climbed to the Black Dragon's back to get back to Heaven's top mansion. As they were already up in the air, Yi Tianyun ordered the Black Dragon to burn the place down. He directed the Black Dragon to return to Heaven's top mansion in a roundabout way. He didn't want the burned castle of Netherworld Empire to find out it was related to Heaven's top mansion. Yi Tianyun also shot down all guards that he saw around the place. He didn't want to have any eyewitness tying him to that incident either. As he saw that there was no one else who saw him there, he quickly flew away. The rest of the guards who didn't know anything about the fight earlier was surprised to see fire broke out and quickly evacuated from the castle. With the intensity of the fire, the castle was quickly burned to the ground, leaving nothing behind. At that time, no one was alive around the vicinity to be blamed for the fire. The guards couldn't find their Lord Lin Hao, panicked. So, the guards assumed that the minister of the Netherworld Empire was once again dead. White Lotus Mansion and Star Pavilion, who still resided in Gathering Dragon City, soon came over to see what happened, as the fire was so fierce that it was visible from the city. They were surprised to see the place that they visited just a moment ago was nearly burned to the ground. Li Tianlong, the Lord of Star Pavilion, immediately knew that the fire wasn't any ordinary fire. It was an advanced level fire that high-leveled blacksmith rarely had. He couldn't help but think that the one who was behind it was prepared to have a war against the Netherworld Empire. Mansion Lord Qin of White Lotus Mansion also felt the same way about the situation. She added that the rest of the mansion lords that staying inside the place didn't seem to be able to get out and presumably already dead inside the fire. Li Tianlong looked at the fire with sad eyes. It was really a sad day to lose such a young genius like Yi Tianyun in the fire. They both sighed and immediately decided to leave. They know that soon enough, a strong influence would be coming here, either the one who burns down the place or the Netherworld Empire itself. Either way, they won't stick around to find out about what happened today. Chapter 255 Dunning. At the time the situation on Gathering Dragon City has reached the Netherworld Empire, a man was currently walking back and forth, contemplating the possibility of a war. But the thing was, he didn't know who waged war at Netherworld Empire. He only knew that two of Netherworld Empire's minister and the palace at Gathering Dragon City were burned to the ground without a clue of whom the perpetrator was. Reporting in, Lord Yu. We didn't find any clue at the castle, we couldn't even find an eyewitness. All that we know now is that the flame used to burn the castle was not an ordinary flame. The man said to Lord Yu in cold sweat. Go through the investigation one more time. I need the result tomorrow. Lord Yu said coldly. Lord Yu immediately released his aura, intimidating the man who reported the current situation to him. The man immediately said that the Heavenly Dragon Empire or a spirit race insurgent might be bold enough to do something like this. Lord Yu, who was contemplating the possibility, was also thinking the same thing as the man. Now that I think about it, it kind of makes sense. I feel that the spirit race have something to do with this. Lord Yu said as he kept thinking of any other possibility. At the same time, Yi Tianyun had sneaked the Great Elder and Mu Shaner back to Heaven's top mansion. Yi Tianyun didn't trust most of the Heaven's top mansion's disciple yet, so they need to lay low and hide from any suspecting eyes. Yi Tianyun knew that for now, he won't be able to fight head-to-head against Netherworld Empire. He needed to increase the power of both Heaven's top mansion and Heavenly Jade Sect to have any chance to fight with the Netherworld Empire. Yi Tianyun only wondered how strong a void spirit cultivator could be. He was very sure even without any additional equipment, a void spirit cultivator would easily reach 6 million raw combat power. After returning to Heaven's Top Mansion, Tianyun quickly observed the situation inside the Heaven's Top Mansion. He knew that most disciples weren't trustworthy enough to be given any of the mansion's resources. So, he needed to cut out the roots of the problem within first. While thinking of a plan, the Great Elder immediately asked Tianyun was he really the one who saved Yang Shishui from the group of pirates once. Which Tianyun claimed to be true without too much thought. The Great Elder was kind of confused and then asked the next question of why Yang Shishui didn't recognize Tianyun when she met Tianyun earlier, which led Tianyun to convey the existence of the 100 transformation mask to the Great Elder. The Great Elder and Mu Shaner were immediately shocked by Tianyun's mask. They now understood that was why Tianyun was able to get around without any trouble following him. I really thought that there was someone out there who has the kind heart to help us in our misfortune, but it turns out that the one who continuously saving us is none other than Lord Yi himself. The Great Elder said while looking at Tianyun in awe. Hey, it is fine, Great Elder. I'm just doing it because Yang Shishui clearly needs it. There is no reason not to help others when they are in need. Tianyun said while smiling lightly. When he was still talking, suddenly, a guard came in a hurry toward Tianyun. Mansion Lord, Divine Rune Mansion has come looking for trouble, the guard said nervously. After hearing the guard's word, Tianyun felt a little relieved. With Divine Rune Mansion asking for trouble like this, he didn't have to find any reason to justify his action to obliterate Divine Rune's mansion. Okay, let's see what they want now, Tianyun said as he started to walk out of the room. Outside, Tianyun, who already used his 100 transformation mask, was immediately stopped by the deacon. Young man, stop, they are here to make trouble. You will be beaten to death if you go there. The deacon said worriedly. Let him go, he will be the one to solve this problem. The Great Elder said to the deacon. A garbage sect actually dares to kill our young master. We will crush you now. One of the people from the Divine Runes Mansion said smugly. Crush us? Did you hear yourself? You are a traitor who sells your own faction and stands with Divine Rune Mansion. Yang Yu said as he was among the ones in the front line. Yang Yu, you better go along now. I don't want a kid from a big family die for this garbage faction. The traitor said to Yang Yu. Yang Yu's face was red in anger hearing the traitor's word. As he wanted to attack the traitor, Tianyun came from behind while calling Yang Yu brother. Yang Yu was a little bit perplexed to see a complete stranger calling him a brother, but he let it slide for the time being. Tianyun took the front line as he walked closer to the Divine Runes Mansion. Tianyun looked at them one by one and saw that several of them were Heaven's Top Mansion's disciple. It was clear that they were traitors. Chapter 256 Capital Crime. Yang Shishui at the moment was shocked to see Tianyun. At the very moment, Tianyun used the face of the man that previously had saved Yang Shishui's life from the pirate. She immediately called him benefactor out loud. Yang Yu was surprised, he never saw anything about the man that saved his sister's life before. And now, he got to see him up close. Yang Yu immediately expressed his gratitude to Tianyun for saving his sister's life while he could do nothing for her at that moment. And he awkwardly gave his blessing to Tianyun if he wanted to marry her sister. Yang Shishui immediately pinched her brother's cheek in embarrassment and pulled him closer to her. Yang Shishui glared at him for saying such an embarrassing word and smacked Yang Yu on top of his head in frustration. Enough, Feng Yulong said amidst the Divine Rune Mansion. You are my fiancé. If you choose to be bedded by another man, I will personally hurt you. He said in anger. You, come and try me, traitor. You are weaker than me even when you are healthy, and now that you are already crippled, I would like to see you try. Yang Shishui said coldly. A traitor, I only do what is best for me. Heaven's Top Mansion has nothing left for me to take. Instead, Divine Rune Mansion was kind enough to let us join their faction. The best choice was for me to take the offer as I don't want to be a loser. Feng Yulong said while sneering. If you choose to leave your master faction like this, you need to pay the price or receive the consequences. Yang Shishui said coldly. What price? Heaven's Top Mansion doesn't even do shit to me. All they give is a poor cultivation medicine and weak cultivation technique. What price do I have to pay for that? Feng Yulong said challengingly. If you know that Heaven's Top Mansion has bad resources, why the fuck did you choose to join? Tianyun said, pitched in to help Yang X Ishui. That was true. If he knew that the faction he was about to enter was in decline, he always had the option to not join them in the first place. That way, he will be able to join other factions he saw fit without betraying anyone. But it seemed that Feng Yulong along with other disciples who betrayed Heaven's top mansion didn't have that conscience. They were too blinded with greed and took all they could get from Heaven's top mansion before leaving it altogether. You, what do you know? You aren't even from here. You don't get a say in all this. You better shut your mouth before I make you shut up. Feng Yulong said in anger. Come here Yang Shishui, don't make me come over there. He said furiously. No, I don't want to go anywhere with a traitor like you. Yang Shishui said spitefully. Good, now you will die like the rest of them. Feng Yulong said coldly. Where is your elder? The deacon of Divine Rune Mansion said coldly. I am the one responsible for everything around here. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Then, with our mansion lord's direct disciple has been killed at the hands of your mansion lord. We will exact his revenge on your faction, or you can pay us with a certain number of medicinal pill and soul tool. Elder Shao of Divine Rune Mansion said coldly. What compensation? It is clear that your people themselves are trying to bother our mansion lord. There is no way Mansion Lord Yi will kill people without reason. Yang Yu said, full of emotion. Elder Shao, it seems that they are not willing to cooperate with us. I suggest that we start killing them one by one now. Feng Yulong said coldly. Elder Shao looked at everyone from Heaven's top mansion coldly. It seems we have to collect the payment ourselves. Then, all of you, go and take everything you can get. Kill anyone that tries to block your path. Elder Shao said, ordering everyone from Divine Rune Mansion. As everyone from Divine Rune Mansion charged to attack, Yi Tianyun flashed over to Feng Yulong and struck Feng Yulong's chest swiftly, killing him immediately. Betraying your master sect would get you an abolishment of your cultivation technique, but plotting to destroy your master sect is a death penalty. Yi Tianyun said coldly. Chapter 257 All extinguishes. Successfully killed Feng Yulong. Reward. 7.800 Express. 1.800 CPs, 50 SPs, 100 Divine Rune Proficiency MPs, Flying Cloud Sword Technique, Cloud Upheaval Step. You actually killed Brother Feng. How dare you? Liao Wen, who also betrayed Heaven's top mansion and became a disciple of Divine Rune Mansion, said coldly. Yi Tianyun sighed as he noticed Liao Wen and immediately flashed to him and killed him on the spot. Successfully killed Liao Wen. Reward. 6.500 Express. 1.800 CPs, 50 SPs, 100 Divine Rune Proficiency MPs. Did you know the terms of capital punishment? Let me put it in a way that you can understand. This punishment will make you less worthy than a bug. So, killing you is nothing but a chore. Yi Tianyun said casually. Everyone from Divine Rune Mansion was shocked that they couldn't even see Yi Tianyun's movement. Even the elder was shocked as they didn't know what to do if Yi Tianyun decided to attack them. How could one defend against an attack they didn't see coming? Yi Tianyun looked the people from Divine Rune Mansion closely. He wanted to see if there was anybody that he was familiar with and betrayed the Heaven's top mansion. He knew that there must be more than just 2 people among them. Sure enough, he saw many of them in their rank. He immediately flashed over to them one by one as he killed all the traitors. Stop, I will be your opponent, Elder Xiaojia said as he released his spirit core aura. But little did he know that Yi Tianyun has been waiting for that moment. Yi Tianyun immediately flashed over to Elder Xiaojia and killed him with a single kick to the guts. Did you know that storming Heaven's top mansion in order to create trouble is also a capital punishment? Maybe it is time for me to clean up the entire Divine Rune Mansion after this. Yi Tianyun said casually. Seeing that Yi Tianyun already killed almost all of the traitors in Divine Rune Mansion's rank, Yang Yu snapped back from his shocked expression after seeing Yi Tianyun's power. He immediately rallied the loyal disciple of Heaven's top mansion to attack the rest of the Divine Rune Mansion's forces. They already outnumbered the Divine Rune Mansion's forces by 3 to 1, so, even though they had lower cultivation, they should still win the fight. The only ones left to kill were the remaining elders on their rank, and everything should be fine. You can't do this. Divine Rune Mansion will be after your head for sure. An elder of Divine Rune Mansion said as he saw Yi Tianyun walked slowly towards them. Nah, I will go there myself after this, Yi Tianyun said as he casually punched one elder on the chest. Successfully killed an elder of Divine Rune Mansion. Reward. 240.000 Express, 3.200 CPs, 50 SPs, 500 Divine Rune Proficiency MPs. He activated the X8 Express from the crazy mode. He didn't want to waste any Express now as he needed a lot of them to level up. He finished all of Divine Rune Mansion's elders in a short amount of time. While fighting, he saw Li Huan was also there, and thus he flashed in front of him after killing all the elder and showed Li Huan who he really was. Li Huan was once again shocked to see that the stranger who helped the heaven's top mansion was none other than Tianyun himself. "How could you be here?" Li Huan said with a shocked expression. "Well, after killing the mansion lord of Divine Rune Mansion, I decided to go back home, what else?" Tianyun said casually. "But you will follow your beloved mansion lord to hell, you traitor." Tianyun said coldly as he kicked Li Huan on the chest, killing him instantly. Successfully killed Li Huan. After cleaning up the traitor and elder, Tianyun was absolutely sure that the rest of Heaven's Top Mansion's disciple could finish the rest of the Divine Rune Mansion's disciple on their own. "Hey, clean up the trash here together with your friends. I have to go somewhere else in the meantime," Tianyun said to Yang Shishui. Yang Shishui nodded, and Tianyun immediately headed towards Divine Rune Mansion. He thought that Divine Rune Mansion's problem was only in their higher-ups, but it seemed that they were already rotten to the roots. He needed to kill them all before it pestered. Chapter 258 Thanks. Tianyun summoned the Black Dragon and quickly flew toward the Divine Rune Mansion. He already made up his mind to finish the entire Divine Rune Mansion. Successfully took that destroys Divine Rune Mansion. Quest. Completion Reward. 10.000.000 Express, 100.000 CPs, Tyrant Rune Paper, Enhanced Roulette Lottery Ticket, 100 Prestige Point. Tianyun immediately felt more justified to destroy the Divine Rune Mansion, even the system was on his side. Meanwhile, Divine Rune Mansion's disciples who weren't invited to join the Elder to march toward Heaven's Top Mansion was in deep conversation on how much resources would the Elder brought back from Heaven's Top Mansion. They were busy mocking Heaven's Top Mansion as they thought that their Elder would easily get what they wanted from a useless faction like Heaven's Top Mansion. Suddenly, a big black dragon descended from the sky in the middle of the Divine Rune Mansion's courtyard, shocking everyone. Some of them panicked seeing a divine beast was suddenly in their courtyard. They became even more panicked as they saw someone was riding the dragon. Someone with a divine dragon as their ride will definitely be someone who should be feared. Tianyun quickly ordered his black dragon to burn any Divine Rune Mansion's people that it could see. Black Dragon immediately did so as Tianyun shouted that there would be no more Divine Rune Mansion after that night. Black Dragon quickly burned all the houses and people that caught its attention, wreaking havoc. "Who are you? How dare you destroy our Divine Rune Mansion?" Several elders asked as they came running toward Tianyun. "My identity doesn't matter, all you need to know is that I am here to kill you," Tianyun said while giving an evil grin. Tianyun quickly ordered the Black Dragon to kill the elder who approached him. The Black Dragon quickly swooped in from above and burned the elder and sliced them with its claw. The elder of Divine Rune Mansion couldn't defend themselves from the dragon's attack, they couldn't even outrun it. Successfully killed Divine Rune Mansion Elder. Reward. 270.000 Express, 3.300 CPs, 100 SPs, 500 Divine Rune MPs, Moonfall Palm Martial Art, Divine Rune Paper, Heavenly Feather Stroke. This notification kept ringing several times in Tianyun's head. The only thing that mattered to Tianyun from those notifications was that the sin points that he got from all those elders were not bad. That meant those people already did so many despicable things throughout their lives. It was time for them to atone for their mistake and gave Tianyun some sin points. He immediately bought the X5 Mastery Point and X2 Sin Point from the shop. He immediately activated them as to not lose any more valuable points because the Black Dragon was still killing people. He immediately saw the Black Dragon swooped in from above and killed another elder. Reward. 1.200.000 Express, 165.000 CPs, 200 SPs, 2.500 Divine Rune MPs. He was satisfied seeing the amount of mastery and sin that he got. He also enhanced the amount of Express that he got from the crazy mode. Soon enough he will level up his Divine Rune Mastery into Master level from killing all those scrub. Tianyun saw one elder wanted to escape from the mansion. Seeing that fool trying to save his sinful life, Tianyun immediately equipped his ice-cold divine bow and immediately shot the running elder, immediately killing him on the spot. When he continuously killed the Divine Rune Mansion's people, a black cloud was forming on top of him. He was confused to see those clouds' formation at first, but he immediately knew that the cloud was formed by an array. It seemed that he stepped into a trap right then. As the lightning struck Tianyun, the rest of the Divine Rune Mansion's people cheered. They thought that with the thunder strike array Yi Tianyun will be toasted. As the light from the thunder dissipated, they were shocked to see Yi Tianyun was still standing there completely unharmed. Wow, thanks for the food. That's quite a lot of spiritual energy. Good express for me, Yi Tianyun said while giving another evil grin. Yi Tianyun absorbed the spiritual energy that formed the thunder with his absorbing star great technique. Yi Tianyun was satisfied to see that he found another source of express. Chapter 259 God Extinguishing Great Array. Impossible, the Elder of Divine Rune Mansion said in disbelief. There was no way a human could withstand the thunder strike array without having so much of a scratch. The thunder that produced by the array was supposed to be the same as the 6th layer core transformation cultivator's ultimate attack. In the middle of absorbing the lightning, Yi Tianyun's absorbing star's great technique was leveled up, which made the absorption speed increase to x8. All the thunder was quickly absorbed by the absorbing star great technique and turned into express. Yi Tianyun got an overwhelmingly close to 10 million express. What? Never saw anyone survive this thunder strike of yours before, Yi Tianyun said while smirking. You are not human, there is no way a human won't receive any damage after that attack. The elder said while still shocked to see Yi Tianyun survive the thunderstruck. Well, nice chatting with you. Now, goodbye, Yi Tianyun said as he pulled the string of the ice-cold divine bow. The elder's body was pierced by the arrow and died instantly in the spot. Successfully killed an elder of Divine Rune Mansion. Reward: 1.100.000 express, 15.000 CPs, 150 SPs, 1.000 Divine Rune MPs, Soul-Breaking Finger Martial Art, Violent Flames Divine Art, Divine Rune Paper, Imperial Spirit Stroke. The notification kept ringing as the Black Dragon still ran amok nearby. Yi Tianyun quickly ordered the Black Dragon to level the ground surrounding the Divine Rune Mansion to destroy the array completely. As Yi Tianyun continued on his killing spree, the Elder and the disciple scattered around in panic. He didn't forget to take every little resource that Divine Rune Mansion had, be it a personal belonging like a storage ring or the resource storage that Divine Rune Mansion inside the mansion. That was the fastest way to strengthen his factions. Also, the Divine Rune Mansion will be no longer after that night anyway, and dead people didn't need any of those. After killing nearly 90% of Divine Rune Mansion's people, Yi Tianyun felt a strong aura coming from somewhere. He immediately activated his heavenly eyes and he immediately felt the presence of an array already locked on his location. Yi Tianyun saw with heavenly eyes that the array was named a God Killer Great Array. He wondered, could that array really kill a god? After analyzing the array for a moment, Yi Tianyun knew that array didn't really have the power to kill a god. It was more in the level of a divine art than a powerful god slayer. He checked the effect of the array and noticed that the array could concentrate a huge spiritual power and then shot the concentrated energy in a single blast. Its power was said to be close to the core transformation peak stage. Yi Tianyun found that array's mechanism was interesting. With the array's spiritual attack he knew that the absorbing star's great technique will be able to absorb it. Yi Tianyun was excited knowing he will get another massive amount of express shortly. Meanwhile, the rest of the elders who survived were looking at Yi Tianyun in expectation. They could see that Yi Tianyun didn't do anything to stop the array, which was currently charging power. They still thought that Yi Tianyun probably didn't know what will hit him in a minute. Chapter 262 Old Ancestor. The elder looked at Yi Tianyun with an excited look on their face. They thought that they will finally get rid of Yi Tianyun once and for all. Yi Tianyun on the other hand already knew what would happen and excitedly waited for the array's attack. As the array finally finished charging, an eye appeared in the sky looking at Yi Tianyun and immediately shot a light beam towards him. The light beam obliterated everything on its path, the building was instantly demolished by its sheer power. Yi Tianyun immediately activated the absorbing star great technique to its fullest potential, creating a vortex of spiritual energy in his palm. The vortex immediately absorbed every spiritual energy that crossed its path. Even the light beam from the God Killer Divine Array didn't seem to be strong enough to resist the vortex. The elders of Divine Rune Mansion looked at Yi Tianyun with a conflicted look at their eyes. It seemed that the light beam which was supposed to kill Yi Tianyun vanished into a vortex that he made with his palm. They couldn't believe their eyes. How could a boy not even half their age do that kind of thing? They instantly knew that they had no means to fight Yi Tianyun with, and they immediately ran away, trying to save their sorry asses out of Yi Tianyun's killer grip. Tianyun, however, already knew that after seeing their ultimate defense mechanism couldn't hold a candle against Tianyun, will choose to run away in that very second. He already prepared the ice-cold divine bow in advance and immediately shot them all with pinpoint accuracy. Tianyun also ordered the black dragon to block their path and immediately killed all of them. However, once again the skies began to darken, and not long after, two old men flew towards Tianyun while thunder violently followed their path. Tianyun overheard some of the disciples shouting excitedly that finally their old ancestors have come to help them. The deacons who were hiding in a corner somewhere also came out immediately after hearing that their old ancestor finally arrived. Tianyun immediately activated his appraisal eye to see those new enemies of his. Old ancestor Heavenly Thunder, 8th level core transformation stage, a fully enchanted physique with thunder attributed divine rune. Combat power, 5.250.000. Weakness, Earth attribute attack, Old ancestor Thunder Tyrant. Core transformation peak stage, fully enchanted physique of thunder attributed divine rune. Combat power, 6.500.000. I don't know who you are or where you're from, but it is capital punishment for attacking us like this. Thunder Tyrant said coldly. Capital punishment? It is I who's going to be the one to give you capital punishment. Tianyun said with an evil grin in his face. Tianyun didn't feel the difference of power at that moment was that high. Once he activated crazy mode, his combat power will skyrocket above theirs. But first things first, let them think that Tianyun was from Netherworld Empire. Tianyun took out the Jade Talisman on his inventory and immediately crushed it, summoning the Netherworld Emperor's phantom shadow. The two old ancestors were shocked to see the shadow of the Netherworld Emperor appeared in front of them all of a sudden. How can that talisman be in your possession? Are you part of the Netherworld Empire? Heavenly Thunder said worriedly. Well, if that is true, what would you do? Tianyun said challengingly. At the very next moment, the Emperor's shadow immediately attacked with its signature Netherworld Divine Palm. Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant immediately unleashed a powerful thunderbolt to block the Netherworld Divine Palm. The thunderbolt immediately destroyed the Netherworld Divine Palm completely. If you are really from the Netherworld Empire, why did you do this? What did Divine Rune Mansion do wrong? They looked at Tianyun with a conflicted expression. It is all because of your Mansion Lord's ignorance. It is not even half of the mistakes that you Divine Rune Mansion even do. Tianyun said while smirking evilly. Chapter 261 Overbearing Power. Even if you are from the Netherworld Empire, killing us will be your downfall. Old Ancestor Heavenly Thunder said coldly. Heavenly Thunder immediately released his aura, raising his combat power to 8.6 million. Completely overshadowed Tianyun's combat power. This old ancestor was so much more powerful than the minister of the Netherworld Empire. At that time, Tianyun noticed that his cultivation wasn't high enough. Even if he used the effect of crazy mode, he still won't be able to reach the combat power of those old ancestors. You will die here, right now. Heavenly Thunder said coldly. He immediately attacked Tianyun with a long spear with lightning imbued on its tip. Old Ancestor Heavenly Thunder was very fast. Tianyun saw that Heavenly Thunder's combat power was still rising at the very moment of launching his attack to 11 million. Tianyun immediately took out his ice-cold divine bow from his inventory and pulled the bowstring to the maximum and activated the bow's special effect, the Ice-Cold Fury. That effect would double the power of his next attack, which Tianyun used to its full potential. Ice-Cold Divine Bow shone with light blue color as the arrow was gradually materialized. He immediately released the arrow as he finally reached the combat power of 15 million. The arrow made a chirping noise as Tianyun shot and unleashed it with extreme speed. Old Ancestor Heavenly Thunder's complexion changed. He felt that if he was hit by that arrow, he would be dead instantly. Feeling the foreboding sense, he switched into a defensive stance as he didn't have any time to dodge the attack. Old Ancestor collided with the ice-cold fury with a thundering sound bellowing from the impact. As the lights dissipated, the scream of Old Ancestor Heavenly Thunder was suddenly heard. His body was frostbitten, the most serious being his arm, which already turned black from the extreme frostbite. At the same time, 3 more ice arrows flew through the air toward the Old Ancestor Heavenly Thunder. That attack wasn't the ice-cold fury as it had a cooldown period, but that wasn't an attack one could take lightly. It had the combat power of 7.5 million compacted in each arrow. Old Ancestor Heavenly Thunder immediately blocked off the arrow with ease as Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant moved towards him to help. Old Ancestor Heavenly Thunder immediately pushed away Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant as he said he was fine and will definitely kill the boy with his own hands. Thunder Tyrant nodded his head in understanding. He knew that the Old Ancestor Heavenly Thunder had to do this himself, or he would be ashamed that he couldn't deal with just a boy on his own. Old Ancestor Heavenly Thunder immediately activated the divine rune on his body, increasing his combat power rose to 13 million. The power of the real core transformation expert was really amazing. Tianyun could hardly keep up with his own power now. He knew that if he didn't do anything at that moment and waited for Old Ancestor Heavenly Thunder to attack, he will be done for. So, he immediately opened his inventory and then equipped the heaven-holding set that he got from killing Minister Lin Hao of Netherworld Empire. Successfully equipped heaven-holding divine armor. Effect: X5 defense power, negate 1 fatal attack. Successfully equipped heaven-holding leg guard. Effect: X5 movement speed on the ground, X10 movement speed when injured. Successfully equipped heaven-holding giant sword. Effect: X3 combat power. Special effect: combo star, continuously attacking an opponent will increase the power of the attack, maxed at X5 combat power. Successfully equipped heaven-holding set. Effect: X5 combat power, X2 attack speed, X2 defense power. Special effect: Heaven-Holding's Anger, needs 5.000 crazy point to use. After equipping all of the Heaven-Holding set, his combat power soared to 13 million. That new set was really on a whole different level. Chapter 262 Holding Anger. After his combat power soared, Tianyun noticed that Old Ancestor Heavenly Thunder's combat power wasn't that far off from him. He became confident of killing Old Ancestor Heavenly Thunder. Tianyun taunted the Old Ancestor Heavenly Thunder to attack, which he saw had no effect, seeing that the Old Ancestor was still surprised to see the heaven-holding giant sword. Tianyun then decided that he needed to strike. First, he swung the heaven-holding giant sword in his hand to strike Old Ancestor Heavenly Thunder. The old man immediately blocked Tianyun's attack with his long spear, and as the two weapons collided, a violent noise was heard. With that single clash of weapons, Old Ancestor Heavenly Thunder instantly realized that Tianyun was very powerful. He guessed that the boy was probably at core transformation peak stage. Otherwise, Tianyun won't be able to block his attack. If that was the case, how did the Netherworld Empire have such a genius on their rank was unknown. It was clear that the boy in front of him wasn't a regular genius either. It could be said that he was a genius among the genius. Tianyun didn't care about any of that, and so, he relentlessly attacked Old Ancestor Heavenly Thunder. The old man could sense that Tianyun's attack became more powerful with each attack. That was due to the special effect of the heaven-holding giant sword, the combo star. With each strike, Old Ancestor Heavenly Thunder felt that his hands become numb from the shockwave of repetitively blocking a powerful attack like that. Realizing that he will no longer have enough power to block Tianyun's attack, Old Ancestor Heavenly Thunder immediately called Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant to help him. The old man, who was itching to join the fight from the beginning, immediately rushed over and parried Tianyun's attack with his spear. "You are getting ahead of yourself, brat. I will be your opponent now," Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant said coldly. Tianyun's complexion suddenly changed. He knew that he will not be able to handle both of them at the same time. Tianyun immediately activated the Heaven-Holding's Anger and consumed 5.000 crazy points. His combat power once again soared to 18 million. He immediately flashed over toward Old Ancestor Heavenly Thunder and stabbed him with the heaven-holding giant sword right through his chest. Old Ancestor Heavenly Thunder immediately screamed in agony as his body was shining from the Berserk Divine Rune. Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant shouted for his brother and tried to rush over to his position to help, but it was all too late. As the Divine Rune on Old Ancestor Heavenly Thunder's body lost its power from the constant damage of the giant sword, Tianyun split the old man's body in two. Successfully killed Heavenly Thunder Old Ancestor. Reward: 3.100.000 Express, 50.000 CPs, 2.000 SPs, 10.000 Divine Rune MPs, Thunder Sound Flash Martial Art, Heavenly Thunder Art, Thunder God's Gun, God Killer Great Array, Heavenly Thunder Divine Pearl. Reward: 30.000.000 Express, 100.000 CPs, 1.000 SPs, Enhanced Lottery Roulette Ticket. Tianyun immediately swapped the sword with the ice-cold Divine Bow and immediately used the ice-cold Fury towards Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant. This time however, he didn't charge it that long, it was only slightly more powerful than the regular shots. Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant immediately blocked the arrow with his spear, causing the arrow to explode. But because Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant was much more powerful than Heavenly Thunder, he didn't receive the same amount of damage as Heavenly Thunder. His hand still received some frostbite damage, but it was negligible. You dare killed Heavenly Thunder. You are a dead meat. Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant said furiously. Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant immediately released his aura and activated the divine rune across his body. After all that, his combat power rose to 17 million, which made him the strongest opponent Tianyun has ever fought so far. Chapter 263 20 millions. I don't care who you are or where you from. You will atone your sin for killing Old Ancestor Heavenly Thunder by dying in my hands. Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant bellowed as he released his aura, and his combat power was multiplied by 3. Tianyun was a little bit uneasy with his sudden increase in combat power. Well, say no more. I will be the one destroying this corrupted mansion to the ground, Tianyun said confidently while once again taking out the heaven-holding giant sword. We will see at the very end, who will prevail and who will be 6 feet under. Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant said furiously. He concentrated a huge amount of his spiritual energy into the tip of his spear and legs. He suddenly rushed over to Tianyun like a thunderstrike while pointing the tip of his spear to Tianyun's head. Tianyun didn't want to defend the old man's attack passively. Therefore he rushed forward using the thunder sound flash that he got from killing Old Ancestor Heavenly Thunder earlier. He immediately blocked off the old man's attack with the heaven-holding giant sword. But doing so made the Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant angrier. He immediately fenced another stab to Tianyun's direction, which Tianyun blocked off with all his strength. With a loud thundering sound from the clashing weapon, Tianyun built up his combo star effect to increase his probability of winning against Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant. Feeling frustrated that all his attack was blocked, Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant concentrated his spiritual power on his hands. With tremendous strength, the old man swung his spear to Tianyun's sword, immediately blew Tianyun to the side. Tianyun's combo star didn't have any effect on the old man's attack, as the attack still blew him away. At the same time, Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant also took out his Thunder God's gun and immediately shot out a Thunder Dragon's bullet which pierced through Tianyun's defense. The heaven-holding divine armor effect activated instantly, negating the damage from the bullet. What? Why is the bullet fended off like nothing just now? What have you done, kid? Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant said coldly. Tianyun smiled, using the fact that Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant was shocked due to his attack being nullified. He immediately flashed to the old man's spot and immediately swung the heaven-holding giant sword to the old man's direction. Tianyun relentlessly struck the old man's spear with his sword, increasing his combat power closer to the old man's combat power. At the same time, everyone who watched the fight was shocked to see that their strongest old ancestor was being fended off by a much younger man. Blow after blow, Tianyun noticed that his attack finally had an effect on the old man. He clearly saw that the old man's hand began to tremble from constantly blocking Tianyun's attack. This numbness on his hand made Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant a little bit panicked. He for a second thought that Tianyun might beat him. Having enough of Tianyun, the old man immediately activated all the divine rune in his body, raising his combat power exponentially. Tianyun knew that was a desperate move from the old man. Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant burned his own blood essence knowing that he couldn't beat Tianyun with his normal power. You have pulled my last straw, kid. I admit that you are strong. You will definitely become a powerful figure in the future. But it will not happen as you will be dead right here, right now. Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant said coldly. After burning his blood essence, his combat power reached 20 million. Tianyun felt great pressure from that old man. Unlike any previous fight he has engaged so far, the power gap at the moment was too far apart. Chapter 264 Angry. Facing the raging Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant, Tianyun activated the heaven-holding anger. While he was still preparing himself, the old man already flashed over to his position and threw a powerful blow with his spear to Tianyun's direction. Tianyun was a bit startled by the old man's attack, but thanks to the heaven-holding divine armor, once again the damage was negated. However, by that moment, the armor has already used up all its charge for today, meaning that it won't be able to negate any other damage for the rest of the day. Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant tried to attack once more with all his strength. Yi Tianyun immediately instinctively sensed the impending danger. He knew that if he took it head-on, he would lose his head. So, in the middle of the old man's attack, Yi Tianyun quickly teleported away to safety. Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant was a little bit shocked to see that Yi Tianyun was able to escape from his grasp. But as he was still shocked and confused, Yi Tianyun flashed over and slammed down his sword in the Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant's directions. Yi Tianyun's attack caught Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant off guard, lopping off one of the old man's arm. Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant was once again shocked that Yi Tianyun managed to hit him yet again. He immediately took some distance from Yi Tianyun, fearing the second attack from Yi Tianyun's giant sword. Yi Tianyun immediately took out his ice-cold divine bow and quickly shot 3 arrows heading straight to the old man. He still couldn't fire the ice-cold fury because it was still on cooldown. It needed a couple more minutes before it was usable again. Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant saw the arrow coming. He quickly fended off the arrows with his spear once more. But unlike last time, the cold effect successfully affected the old man. His arm was frostbitten. The old man still thought for the better of it. He knew that he will be having a hard time while fighting Yi Tianyun at close range. But here, in the distance, he still could control the tide of battle. The old man became cautious about Yi Tianyun's every move. He needed to really see everything in detail as to not let Yi Tianyun got the upper hand again. "You son of a bitch. Don't get cocky for hitting me once," Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant said coldly. "Chill, that won't be the last," Yi Tianyun said casually while repetitively shooting 3 arrows 3 times. "Fuck you, this attack won't do anything to me," Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant said furiously. "Shameless old man, you don't have the skill to fight me up close, and now you don't have the skill to fight me in the distance, and so what would you do now? Give up," Yi Tianyun said coldly. With this repetitive attack from the ice-cold divine bow, the old man's body was frostbitten bit by bit. Because of the freeze damage, he slowly felt his body was heavy and realized that he suddenly had trouble flying. He immediately realized that if that went on, he would be dead soon. In the middle of preparing his next attack, Yi Tianyun heard voices from below, which bad-mouthed him and planning to attack Yi Tianyun when he let his guard down. Yi Tianyun sighed and immediately shot them down with an arrow to each person, instantly turning them into an ice sculpture. Yi Tianyun sighed. If only they knew that Yi Tianyun's cultivation was only at the first-level core transformation stage, they would have lost their mind right now. At the same time, Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant got away from Yi Tianyun as he noticed that Yi Tianyun was a little bit distracted by his deacons from below. He detonated all the divine rune in his body, causing bleeding all over his body. But instead of getting weaker, his combat power rose exponentially once again. Chapter 265 Terrifying Defense Power. Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant seemed to be really desperate to end the battle. He was prepared for the worst if it meant killing Yi Tianyun. The old man's combat power kept rising uncontrollably, while his divine rune was activated one after another. Yi Tianyun immediately activated his heaven holding. Anger, he couldn't hesitate now, as that fight will be decided in one blow. For a moment, a thunder struck right to the position of the old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant, empowering him even further, and immediately rushed over to Yi Tianyun with incredible speed. The long spear in his hands immediately glowed brightly like lightning that temporarily blinded Yi Tianyun. In an instant, Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant was already in front of Yi Tianyun and prepared himself to attack. Yi Tianyun knew that he was screwed. There was no way that he will be able to dodge the attack. Moreover, the teleport skill was still in cooldown. He thought over all of his current abilities and none of them could hold a candle to the old man's current combat power. He was still too underleveled to take that attack head-on. With no other way to go, Yi Tianyun decided that if his ability couldn't help him in that situation, then what could? So, he immediately activated Xuan Tian Divine Art, Golden Body Secret Art, Dragon God Bloodline, while also activating his Absorbing Star Great technique. He used the heaven-holding great sword to act as a lightning rod. At least he won't get electrified. He absorbed almost everything from the old man's attack, but there was still some that got through, giving him a slight burn on his body. He was a little bit surprised. He didn't know that he was capable of doing something like that. "There seems to be no effect," Yi Tianyun said while sighing. Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant was shocked to see that his attack didn't do any serious damage, let alone kill Yi Tianyun. "Impossible, how could you survive that one?" Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant with a shocked expression. He saw that Yi Tianyun was bleeding a little bit, but not as much as he expected. Yi Tianyun's injury seemed to be superficial, which meant that the injuries didn't hinder him from anything. What is this nonsense? What did you do? Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant said nervously. What? I don't do anything special. You're just too weak for me. Yi Tianyun said while smirking smugly. Yi Tianyun laughed as he realized that his defense power was really high. He always tried his best to avoid getting hit, but he realized at that moment that even if he got hit, it didn't really do much. He had the effect of the heaven-holding divine armor, the guardian title, Xuan Tian divine art, the golden body divine art, and the dragon god bloodline. Everything amplified his defense power to an overwhelming number. Knowing that fact, Yi Tianyun didn't hesitate to swing his sword to kill Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant. He didn't fear Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant's retaliation attack anymore. There will be no significant damage anyway. At some point, Yi Tianyun finally hit Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant with the heaven-holding giant sword, which immediately flung the old man to the ground. Yi Tianyun no longer put any effort to avoid his attack since his attack didn't seem to be doing any damage to Yi Tianyun. You fucking monster, how can you do all this? Why is it so hard to kill you? Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant said while gritting his teeth in frustration. Idiot, who wants to die easily? In fact, it is not that I'm too hard to kill, but you're just too weak to do anything to me. Yi Tianyun said smugly. Yi Tianyun rushed over and immediately hit the old man with the sword's dull edge with all his might. The old man was once again flung out to the wall. He couldn't withstand the sheer power from Yi Tianyun's attack at that time. The survivor of Divine Rune Mansion immediately came over to check on their old ancestor. It is over. What will you do now, old coot? You can't even penetrate my defenses. Yi Tianyun said with a bored face. You fucker, Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant said hopelessly. He didn't have any more strength to fight Yi Tianyun with. Chapter 266 Changing constantly. Yi Tianyun quickly struck the dying Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant with his heaven-holding giant sword, while the old man could only watch as his life ended right before his eyes. Successfully killed Old Ancestor Thunder Tyrant. Reward: 3.000.000 Express, 60.000 CPs, 1.000 SPs, 10.000 Divine Rune MPs, Thunder Sound Flash Martial Art, Heavenly Thunder Art, Thunder God Spear, Heavenly Thunder Armor, Heavenly Thunder Leg Guard, Thunder God Divine Rune. Successfully killed an elite enemy. Reward: 50.000.000 Express, 100.000 CPs, 1.000 SPs, 5.000 Divine Rune MPs. Congratulations to the host for successfully breakthrough to core transformation. Yi Tianyun was excited to see that he finally leveled up. He could level up by killing a strong opponent, especially the so-called elite enemy. But he still thought that it took too long to level up. He needed to level up faster, as his enemies have become more powerful. Otherwise he would die a horrible death. Yi Tianyun signaled the Black Dragon to wrap it up, as he wanted to leave that place quickly. The Black Dragon burned everything faster and also chased several escaping enemies. The enemy couldn't escape Black Dragon. Even if the Black Dragon has a huge body, it was abnormally quick. At the same time, Yi Tianyun was collecting all the treasures and resources that he could find throughout the place. There was no doubt in his mind that once it was over, the news will spread like crazy. The Divine Rune Mansion was in the middle of influences throughout the continent. Everyone will be curious how could a faction like that be destroyed overnight. He made sure that the Black Dragon and the talisman that summoned the Netherworld Emperor's shadow earlier were seen by so many people in order to mislead them into thinking that the one behind everything was Netherworld Empire. At the Star Pavilion, they all heard the news with an unreadable face. They knew that Wang family, which was a part of their pavilion, was annihilated by the same Black Dragon who destroyed the Divine Rune Mansion. It was clear that whoever was controlling this Black Dragon would be really strong. And thanks to Yi Tianyun, Netherworld Empire became more well known than before in various ways. Many people wanted to know why the Empire struck such a faction. The Netherworld Empire immediately made a clear statement, saying that they weren't the ones behind the attack of the Divine Rune Mansion or Wang family, as they didn't have any reason to do that. They don't know how the assailant got his hand on the amulet, not to mention, he was also capable of using it without the Emperor's knowledge. Pavilion Lord Li sighed as he still didn't have any lead about the Wang family incident. All he knew was maybe Wang family has provoked the young expert about something that and ended up annihilated due to his own wrongdoing. At the same time, the Netherworld Emperor sat at his chair, looking annoyed as hell. It was clear that the problem was completely out of control. He ordered his people to find out anything about that young expert with a black dragon. He put a little pressure on his order to make sure they carried out his order as soon as possible. As his people left the hall, the emperor punched his chair in annoyance. After a while, some of his men returned to give some information. They said that the black dragon already showed up from the destruction of Profound Azure Mansion. But they never followed it through, as Profound Azure Mansion was a weak faction. They said that they will report back as soon as they knew some other information about the assailant. The emperor roared that if within a month there was still no news about the assailant, they will be punished for their incompetence. The Netherworld Empire's scout immediately left the palace with chills ran in their spine. They needed to carry out that order quickly. On the other side, Heaven's top mansion was shocked to hear the news. A young man riding a black dragon has leveled Divine Rune Mansion to the ground. Some of the higher-ups, like the Great Elder and the previous mansion lord of Heaven's top mansion, knew that the young man mentioned in the news was none other than Tianyun, their current mansion lord. They wondered between themselves on how strong Tianyun really was. They immediately knew not to brag about this nor tell anyone who wasn't in their circle. They knew if that information was leaked, Heaven's top mansion could be in danger. Tianyun didn't really care. Either way, he used another identity while destroying the Divine Rune Mansion anyway. None of the evidence will point back to him. Chapter 267 I belong to Heavenly Jade Sect. Tianyun quickly replaced the black dragon with the phoenix wing and flew back to Heavenly Jade Sect. Since he already reached the core transformation stage, he arrived at the earthly border continent in no time. Successfully completed the Destroy Divine Rune Mansion quest. Reward: 10.000.000 Express, 100.000 CPs, Tyrant Rune Paper, Enhanced Lottery Ticket, 100 PPs, 1.000 SPs. Tianyun was really satisfied with how things developed. With his prestige point kept increasing from the quest he took and from the elite enemies that he killed, he was in a good mood. He then thought for a moment if he should use the enhanced lottery at that moment or later at the Heavenly Jade Sect. He then thought that it was better to use it right away, why bother waiting anyway? He then activated his luck aura and opened the enhanced lottery panel. He quickly spun the roulette as there was nothing to wait for. While waiting for the roulette to stop, he began to wonder what else could he got from that roulette. The ice-cold divine bow he got last time was so good that he didn't know what else could top that. Soon enough, the pointer stopped at Cultivation Technique. That was the first time that he ever got his hand on Cultivation Technique in that enhanced lottery roulette. As he caught the box which dropped from the roulette, he immediately opened the box to see what was inside. Shadow Clone Art. High-grade Earth level martial art, upgradable. Create 3 clones that looked exactly like the user with 30% of power intact. Leveling up will increase the power of the clone. Tianyun immediately shouted in excitement. That technique had so many potentials. He could use a clone to disrupt the enemy's defenses or confuse them. With the level improvement, the clone can be used to attack. It was the same as having 3 more of himself. However, leveling it up might prove to be difficult. He knew that to level up a martial arts or cultivation technique, the system will demand a lot of crazy points. Surely, now he had many resources in his hand that can be used to level up that martial art to a certain degree, but it just didn't make any sense to use the resources like that. It was better to give it to the Heavenly Jade Sect or the Heaven's Top Mansion so they could improve and help him in the future. Furthermore, he didn't have enough resources to level up the martial arts to heaven-level martial art. He assumed that it needed at least 1 million mastery for that, and 1 million mastery was not that easy to get. He could use a high-grade level martial arts as a fodder to increase the mastery of the martial arts that he wanted to level up, but the problem was he didn't have that many high-grade earth-level martial arts. Martial arts with that level were scarce for a third-grade faction. Only a few people possessed a martial art at that level. He immediately cast the thought away. He felt that he needed to think about that problem some other time. He didn't need the martial art that much for the time being. He should focus more on the weaponry that he had. They gave a much higher survival rate than martial arts at that moment. He immediately sold all the unnecessary and weak martial arts that he got from the enemy and checked the amount of the crazy point that he got from all that. He received around 3 million crazy point. He was quite excited and looked around for something that he needed to level up immediately. But after a few considerations, he decided to keep his crazy points for now as he considered leveling a perfect thing at the perfect situation. As he was lost in his thought, he arrived at the Heavenly Jade Sect before he knew it. He immediately landed and put away his phoenix wing, as he sightsees that the place was considerably tidied up. He also saw many new faces training in the new training ground outside Heaven's immersing ancient ruins. As he walked closer, several female disciples that he has not yet seen before stopped him in his track and asked who he was and why he came to the Heavenly Jade Sect rudely. The commotion attracted several other female disciples, but unfortunately, there was no one that Tianyun had already known. They began to stand side by side, ready to defend the sect from Tianyun. One of them asked for Tianyun's faction and Tianyun's identity. Tianyun was impressed to see that the new disciples were this prepared. He immediately answered that he was from the Heavenly Jade Sect itself. Chapter 268. Bring me with you. You are from here. Don't bother trying to fool us. We never saw you anywhere, and this place doesn't even recruit a male disciple. One of the new disciples said while looking at Tianyun carefully. Suddenly there was a new voice asking that didn't they know that one of their elders was a male, and they have been curious to identify and meet the elder. The voice soon walked to the front and hugged Tianyun tightly. Welcome back, young Master Yi, Lu Menglian said excitedly. The rest of the new disciples seemed to be ashamed to act rudely to Tianyun. They immediately apologized for their rudeness in hope that Tianyun could forgive them. Tianyun dismissed them and said that he took none of those to heart. He knew that they were new and, therefore, never seen him around. He immediately gave a bag full of medicinal pill to Lu Menglian and said that she should give the pills to the new disciples as his introduction gift. They all jumped in excitement to hear that they will get a medicinal pill to help them cultivate. They expressed their gratitude to Tianyun while he noticed that all of their favorability points have increased to more than 100. It seemed that they already heard many stories of him to earn that much respect from them. While he was looking at the new disciples' excited faces, Xuan's voice was quickly heard. Did something happen this time? Why are there no girls coming with you this time? She said teasingly. Aunt, you know that I am not a player, right? Tianyun said as he immediately hugged Xuan happily. Aunt, your cultivation has improved a lot. Tianyun said as he noticed that Xuan has reached second level spirit core. It is not even worth mentioning. Look at you, I must be looking weak to you. Xuan said teasingly. No, don't say that. You are powerful, don't ever think otherwise, Aunt. Tianyun said cheekily to Xuan. You're always like this, you really know what to say to me at the perfect moment. You are still my cheeky little Tianyun, aren't you? Xuan said teasingly to Tianyun. Hey, why don't we go inside, Aunt? I am a little bit tired after my adventure. Tianyun said while also grabbing Xuan's arm and ushered her inside. Hey, what did I say on forcing yourself too hard? Xuan said, a little upset about Tianyun's tiredness. Yeah, well, I do it happily for you. Tianyun said while smiling playfully. Wouldn't you bring me with you next time? I want to see you in action. Xuan said while puffing her cheek. There will be opportunities for that, Aunt. I brought many resources with me this time, I hope that it could improve the Heavenly Jade Sect for the better. Tianyun said while handling Xuan a storage ring. Xuan immediately checked the content of the ring and immediately shouted, oh my god. With this many resources, you must be destroying a faction. Xuan said with a shocked expression. You are right, some factions ticked me off. So, I quickly take care of them, and I brought back the spoils of war. Tianyun said casually. No, you should use it yourself. This is yours, from your hard work. We aren't worthy enough to receive this. Xuan said as she tried to give back the storage ring to Tianyun. Don't be like that, Aunt. I already got what I need from them. Therefore all of these will be wasted on me. It is for the sake of the sect too. Tianyun said, assuring Xuan to accept his gift. Xuan seemed to be in conflict. It was hard to accept a gift that big, knowing that the person giving the gift did so much stuff to earn it. But finally, she sighed and accepted Tianyun's offer. I will use this for the good of the Heavenly Jade Sect to the best of my ability. She said solemnly. It is okay, Aunt. I know that you will be fair on managing the resources. Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He didn't know that Xuan will make things that serious. I am doing all this to see you smile. It is so refreshing to see you smile beautifully. Tianyun said teasingly. Yeah, I like to see you smile too. Would you be a kid again, Tianyun? I really miss you, you know. Xuan said, now with teary eyes. Chapter 269 Truth. Shi Shuiyan was constantly thinking about Yi Tianyun's well-being. She gladly strengthened Heavenly Jade Palace in order to help Yi Tianyun in the future as well. She wanted that faction to be able to protect Yi Tianyun in the future. Aunt, I forgot that I need to ask you something. Did you know the exact story of the Heavenly Jade Palace's founder? Yi Tianyun asked excitedly. No, I don't know the exact story very well. I don't even know the name of the founder. Shi Shuiyan said casually. We can ask the old ancestor, maybe they know something about it. Shi Shuiyan added. They soon walked toward the cultivation place and saw one of the old ancestors was cultivating there. Yi Tianyun noticed that the old ancestor's cultivation already improved even though just a little bit. Shi Shuiyan immediately asked for the old ancestor's insight on the founder's name. The old ancestor pondered for a while. I don't really remember about all of that, the record was already destroyed. All that I know is that the founder left the palace and left it in the hands of his closest partner, which was a woman, and thus she finally drove out all the male disciples from the Heavenly Jade Palace, and that was all I remember. The old ancestor said while thinking hard. Are you sure that is all? Didn't you know the name of the founder? Yi Tianyun said frustratedly. I don't know about the name, but I think that the surname is Heavenly Jade Tianyun, the same name as the sect, the old ancestor said as a clarification. Yi Tianyun instantly laughed after hearing that revelation. He now had the fact needed to merge both Heavenly Jade Sect and Heaven's top mansion. Yi Tianyun immediately called Old Zan. He knew that Old Zan may have the next information he needed. Old Zan was materialized near Yi Tianyun while bowing his head in respect. Yi Tianyun immediately asked Old Zan for the information about the founder of Heaven's immersing ancient ruins. He finally told that the name of the founder was He Tianxuan, but he has forgotten many things about him. Old Zan immediately remembered that there was supposed to be a painting of the first master in the Hall of Heaven's immersing ancient ruin, but the previous master has burned it with other stuff that he deemed not worthy in the hall. He said that he could create the portrait again if they wanted to see it. He could conjure the image as he saw it in the original state. Yi Tianyun nodded in agreement. Old Zan immediately conjured a painting that portrayed the image of the first master of Heaven's immersing ancient ruins. They were surprised to see that such a handsome man was their founder. If I am correct, the founder of Heaven's immersing ancient ruin and Heavenly Jade Sect is the same man. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Old Zan, did you have any other stories regarding the owner of this place? Maybe like why did he leave the Heavenly Jade Palace? Yi Tianyun asked in curiosity. I am afraid, I don't know anything about this, but I remember that he was constantly apologizing about disappointing a woman. Old Zan said while trying to remember stuff. Yi Tianyun nodded in understanding. Old Zan has been in that place for a long time, and he was alone. There was no telling what he did in that time. It was normal to forget some stuff in that period of time. Chapter 270 Talent. Now, all Yi Tianyun had to do was to convey his intention to merge the two factions together. He called all the deacon, elder, and old ancestor to gather in the main hall. I am now a mansion lord of the Heaven's top mansion. This mansion was the original faction of the Xuan Tian Spirit King, who was also the founder of Heaven's immersing ancient ruins and Heavenly Jade Sect. I intend to merge the Heavenly Jade Sect and Heaven's top mansion into one mansion. But I don't intend to merge the two completely. Of course, there is always a place to state your opinion about this matter, and that is why we are gathering in here today. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Yi Yue immediately spoke. I don't think that I would agree if the merge fully incorporated the two factions. But if we separated the two but still under one flag, I think it's more manageable and wouldn't make any problem later on. Yi Yue said confidently. I agree with Elder Yue, we already have our own pride as the Heavenly Jade Sect, we want to become stronger independently. If we merge with another faction, it would be a lot better if we still have separated management. Shi Shuiyan said confidently. Yes, that's what I thought as well, we would become like an alliance. We will share every resource, help each other, and quite possibly join forces in many cases. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. We will become a mansion with two doors, one is Heaven's top sect, and one is Heavenly Jade Sect under the name of Twin Dragon Mansion. This is the best that I can think of, how about this idea? Yi Tianyun asked for everyone else's opinion. They all nodded in agreement, they didn't seem to find any problem with Yi Tianyun's idea. So, we all agree to merge the two factions together, right? Yi Tianyun said, asking for confirmation. They all nodded their head, and a yes answer was heard from all the audience. Good, This place is no longer the heavens immersing ancient ruins. From now on, this place will be renamed the Heavenly Jade Temple. But unfortunately, I couldn't move this place just yet. Therefore the merge would be postponed for some time until this place was ready to move. Tianyun said excitedly. They look at Tianyun in surprise. They didn't know that place could move. But seeing Tianyun's achievements, they knew that Tianyun won't lie about that. As there was nothing else to talk about, they dispersed, resuming their routine while Tianyun walked to find the great array that needed to be fixed. The first array that he found was the one in the Heavenly Soul Tower. It was an array that collected the spiritual energy around the ruins and then compacted into that tower. He began to engrave the necessary divine rune to fix the array, as he found that array was perfect for the cultivation of the disciples of Heavenly Jade Sect. While he was lost in thought over drawing the divine rune, Tianyun finally noticed another person standing near him, observing him. It was none other than Zhu Lingyun. Tianyun quickly smiled and asked did she need anything from him, to which she immediately said no. She was intrigued to see Tianyun engrave the divine rune. She saw that Tianyun's divine rune was like a work of art. She apologized if her presence was bothering Tianyun. No, why would you be a bother? If you want to watch, you are welcome to do so. This great array was an array to gather the spiritual energy around heaven's immersing ancient ruins. If this array was fixed, the cultivation speed in this place would be increased exponentially. Tianyun said, explaining the use of the array in front of them. You are amazing, Brother Yi. I have learned divine rune as best as I could for quite some time. Finally, I could engrave some divine rune, but it is still too small. Can you check it for me, see if there's anything is wrong with it? Zhu Lingyun said excitedly. Of course, no problem. Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Zhu Lingyun immediately led the way to her room, and she immediately engraved a divine rune on a piece of common divine rune paper. The divine rune that she made was similar to the effect of the great array on the Heavenly Soul Tower earlier, but the effect was far less effective. But there was no doubt in Tianyun's mind that Zhu Lingyun was a genius in the divine rune department. You are amazing, Sister Zhu. From now on, I will teach you how to modify and make a divine rune that you could use daily. Tianyun said excitedly. Really, you will do that for me? Yay, thank you very much, Big Brother Yi. Zhu Lingyun said excitedly. Started a hidden quest, Saintess training program. Completion reward. 1.000.000 Express. 50.000 CPs, 100 PPs, 1.000 Divine Rune MPs. Tianyun was a bit startled to see that he got another hidden quest, but it was so much welcomed. It seemed that teaching Zhu Lingyun to become a saintess would be a quest on its own. Chapter 271 Admired by thousands people. When the quest appeared, Tianyun knows that he can get a lot of reward for helping Zhu Lingyun cultivate, and he can also cultivate his divine rune proficiency along the way. Big Brother Yi, am I already doing right until this point? Zhu Lingyun asked as she doesn't know what to do anymore. Yeah, you are correct so far. Now, I will teach you another way of engraving more powerful rune. Tianyun said confidently. After teaching Zhu Lingyun several techniques, Tianyun was a little bit surprised. He doesn't know that Zhu Lingyun was able to understand all of his teachings, but at the same time, she still struggles to turn the theory into practice. After a round of practice, Tianyun gave Zhu Lingyun a divine rune paper and divine rune stroke for her accomplishment, while saying that in the future she would be the master of divine rune and she would be the one that teaching others in the future. Are you serious about giving me all this, Big Brother? This divine rune stroke is a soul tool rank. I can't just receive something like this just like that. Zhu Lingyun said, feeling unsure of the gift. It is okay, Lingyun. You can have all that. Don't overthink and keep practicing. You will be a great teacher in the future. Thank you very much, Big Brother Yi. I will treasure this divine rune stroke, and I will work hard to meet your expectations. I will make you proud in the future, she said as she clutched her new divine rune stroke tightly. Don't worry now, let's make more of this divine rune so that the disciple has another place to cultivate. Tianyun said as he starts to make several third-grade divine rune. If what he envisioned works, the hall would become a more powerful cultivation place than the Heavenly Soul Tower. Several hours passed, they finished filling the hall with so many third-grade divine rune. Zhu Lingyun was already exhausted from constantly engraving the divine rune. Tianyun felt a little bit proud of what they had accomplished, immediately wants to try to activate the divine rune to test the effect.
As they activated the divine rune, the place quickly filled with so much spiritual energy that Tianyun was satisfied to see. Zhu Lingyun immediately excused herself, saying that she would let the disciple know of this new cultivation place and will let them use it immediately. Tianyun smiled at Zhu Lingyun and let her do what she wants to do. Tianyun immediately started to engrave more divine rune to make another cultivation room just like this one, so when the Heavenly Jade Sect has many more disciples in the future, there would be a lot of space to cultivate. But that is not all. With this, he could improve his own divine rune proficiency faster and with a reason too. Not long after that, Tianyun was finally able to level up his divine rune proficiency. Successfully promote the divine rune proficiency to master level. Next promote required 500.000 mastery point. With the level up, his speed on engraving the divine rune was so much faster than before. At the same time, Zhu Lingyun has returned with many disciples, and soon as they saw Tianyun engraving divine rune to the wall, they are all shocked to see the speed of Tianyun's work. Wow, he engraves the runes so fast. Is this the power of Elder Yi? The disciple all said in awe. Yes, this is the power of Elder Yi, the real divine rune master. He had made this room for you to cultivate. We hope that this room would be useful in the future. Zhu Lingyun said excitedly. The disciple keeps looking at Tianyun in awe, and not long after that, a new notification comes in Tianyun's mind. Congratulations to host for obtaining a title admired by 1,000 people. Title effect. Improve the command value to 100. Command value was used to determine the possibility of ordering someone without any resistance. Chapter 272 Qualification. Tianyun was interested in that title. With that title, he could make all his speech more convincing to the ear of the audience. It was normal to have someone with a high commanding skill to take charge. That commanding point worked precisely like that. He basically could influence others with little to no effort. After finishing another cultivation hall, Tianyun went to the flight grade array. He immediately fixed the array thoroughly. After several hours, Tianyun finally fixed all outer divine rune around flight grade array. Next, he needed to fix the divine rune inside the room. He finally noticed of 6 crevices that seemed to be used to hold something. After some investigation, Tianyun knew that he needed to put 6 huge jade spirit stone in the respective crevices. This jade spirit stone seemed to be some sort of energy source for the flight grade array. He knew that the amount of jade spirit stone would be expensive, but at least it was not impossible to find. He knew that Star Pavilion would have them in their storage to sell. Without further ado, he started fixing every single divine rune inside the flight grade array. At the same time, Old Zan came to Tianyun's side. Master, you want to fix this flight grade array? Old Zan asked curiously. Yes, I know that this array required a different master-leveled divine rune master. But I am confident that I have achieved just that. Tianyun said confidently. Old Zan was surprised that Tianyun was already able to fix the flight grade array. He stepped aside to let Tianyun focus on fixing the divine rune. Tianyun immediately activated his heavenly eyes, allowing him to see the flow of divine rune very clearly. He fixed the flight grade array with amazing speed. Old Zan, on the side, was horrified by Tianyun's ability. He was already a master-tier divine rune master at such a young age. Several days had passed, and Tianyun finally fixed all divine rune on the flight grade array. Tianyun finally breathed in relief. It was a huge task to fix that grade array by himself. Now, the flight grade array glowed gloriously, which looked really different from before it was fixed. Master, you actually fixed them all. Old Zan said with a shocked look on his face. What, do you think I would lie for this? Tianyun said while rolling his eyes. Successfully repaired all the array on heaven's immersing ancient ruins. Reward 1.000.000 Express, 10.000 Divine Rune MPs. Successfully completed the first stage of the main quest, promote Heavenly Jade Palace into Heavenly Jade Mansion and move to Heavenly Border Continent. Next stage quest progress. Spirit Core Cultivator 1/5, Core Condensation Cultivator 6/50, Spirit Refinement Cultivator 86/100. As the host has reached a core transformation stage, the quest requirement has been halved. Next stage progress. Spirit Core Cultivator 1/3, Core Condensation Cultivator 6/25, Spirit Refinement Cultivator 83/100. He was a little bit startled to see that the requirement of the next stage has been halved because of his cultivation level. He now had to think of a way to speed up others' cultivation. He was thinking of a way to transfer the disciples needed from Heaven's top mansion to Heavenly Jade Sect for the sake of finishing that quest. Chapter 273 Purchases Jade Spirit Stone. Tianyun was eager to find Jade Spirit Stone that could fit the crevice in the wall. He thought moving the heaven-immersing ancient ruins as soon as possible was definitely necessary. He knew that the situation would be chaotic later on. One of the reasons why he needed to move the Heavenly Jade Sect into the Heavenly Border continent quickly was to finish his main quest. He knew that once the Heavenly Jade Sect has merged with the Heaven's top mansion, his mission will be instantly completed. He immediately said goodbye to Shi Shuiyan as he will be returning to Heaven's top mansion for the moment. After that, he quickly flew back to Heaven's top mansion, and he immediately checked for anything different in his absence. Tianyun quickly looked for the Great Elder, and once he found the Great Elder, he immediately asked for any news while he was away. The Great Elder immediately said that the news of the Netherworld Empire's building had been destroyed finally spread through the continent like wildfire. The Great Elder also said that everyone was now afraid that Netherworld Empire wouldn't be satisfied since they haven't found the culprit and decided to destroy that continent. Tianyun quickly nodded his head. He knew that news would spread and the fact that Tianyun and the Great Elder wouldn't be able to show their faces in public. The Great Elder also informed Tianyun that the Netherworld Empire themselves was currently investigating the Divine Rune Mansion incident. They were curious about how could a mid-level faction like that could be destroyed overnight. Tianyun smiled a little after hearing the news. He knew that the Netherworld Empire would reach nothing but another dead end investigating the Divine Rune Mansion's incident. Tianyun also asked the Great Elder on how things were going in the Heaven's top mansion. The Great Elder immediately said that everything has been going smoothly so far, there was no more trouble involving the disciples. He also said that the resources they got from destroying Divine Rune Mansion and the Netherworld Empire's palace were used and sold as little as possible as not to draw any attention towards them. But Great Elder was a little bit regretfully admitted that there was no new disciple who wanted to join the mansion. Tianyun only smiled at the Great Elder and said that it was fine. They will get new disciples as soon as they finalize the merge of the factions. Tianyun informed the Great Elder on what has happened so far in Heavenly Jade Sect the other day. The Great Elder was looking forward to the merge between the two factions. He knew that with the new system, the place would be livelier and disciples will be more diverse. After hearing and saying stuff that he needed, Tianyun excused himself as he had to buy something from Star Pavilion. He quickly left and headed towards Star Pavilion's direction. He must get his hands on the Jade Spirit Stone to finalize his plan. He didn't forget to wear the thousand-face mask to avoid being identified along the way. As soon as he arrived at the Star Pavilion, a beautiful woman welcomed him while asking if he needed any help with finding anything. Tianyun quickly conveyed his intention to buy a fair amount of large Jade Spirit Stone. Tianyun's word made the woman very excited. She asked how big would Tianyun wanted. Tianyun knew that the woman would be given a commission for a percentage that she sold. So, hearing that someone would buy something so expensive, she couldn't help but be excited. Tianyun said that he needed a dozen Jade Spirit Stone around 100 pounds. The woman was surprised to hear Tianyun's word. She quickly apologized to Tianyun that they didn't have any Jade Spirit Stone on that size. She said that the largest stone that Star Pavilion had was 30 pounds. Tianyun frowned. He didn't think that a pavilion at that caliber wouldn't have any Jade Spirit Stone that he needed. So, he decided to ask the woman again for confirmation if they really don't have the stone that he searched for. She apologized once again and said that the 30 pounds were already the largest she could find. Tianyun said he was not interested in buying the small Jade Spirit Stone and decided to leave immediately. However, once he was already halfway to the exit, a new woman came out and told Tianyun to wait. She quickly explained that the Jade Spirit Stone that Tianyun was searching for maybe could be found in the auction house. She heard that they would be auctioning a 200 pounds Jade Spirit Stone there. Tianyun was really happy to hear that, and while hearing the woman talk, he felt somehow familiar with that woman. Chapter 274 Liya. Tianyun felt somewhat familiar about that woman, but he couldn't remember anything about her. But as soon as they entered the auction building, she was quickly welcomed by another waitress calling her young lady Li. Tianyun immediately figured out that she was none other than Li Tianlong's daughter. After knowing that, Tianyun quickly asked her to take him to the VIP room to take a look at the catalog. She quickly led the way. She didn't know that as soon as she and Tianyun headed to the VIP room, the waitress earlier immediately badmouthed her as she was stealing customer even though she wasn't particularly in need of money. Her friends immediately shushed her as if she was ever found out badmouthing the pavilion lord's daughter, she will lose her job or even worse. Tianyun heard those women badmouthing the woman in front of him, and he knew that she probably heard it too, but Tianyun didn't understand why she just pretended as nothing happened. Tianyun decided to let it slide as it was none of his business. Soon they reached the VIP room, and Li Ya, as Tianyun finally knew the name of the woman who guided him inside, quickly told Tianyun to sit down and immediately asked again for what Tianyun needed as a confirmation. I need a jade spirit stone at least around 50 or 60 pounds. I won't take anything below that, Tianyun said confidently. You are in luck, young master. Someone is currently auctioning a huge jade spirit stone to Star Pavilion. There are at least 5 to 6 pieces of it which weigh over 200 pounds. Do you want to join the auction, young master? Li Ya asked politely. Great, I am satisfied with this revelation. Now, is there anything I need to know before joining? Tianyun said quickly. Yes, it seems that the one who sells the jade spirit stone to us wants it to be sold as a whole. So, in a way, it will be extremely expensive. Li Ya said with a regretful look. No problem, there will be no problem when it comes to that. Can a soul tool be a trade resource? Tianyun said casually. Oh, that is okay, young master. We indeed use the soul tool as the main price. For the auction, it is for fairness as gold price easily fluctuates. Li Ya said politely. I am sorry to ask, but do you need those jade spirit stone to create a great array? Li Ya asked curiously. Yes, I was planning to use it on a great array. Is there any problem with that? Tianyun asked. No, there is no problem at all. It is just my stupid curiosity. If young master is a divine rune master, may I recommend you to join us, Star Pavilion. You could also become our guest elder if you want, we will give you a fair treatment, that I can assure you. Li Ya said while coercing Tianyun to join the Star Pavilion. Tianyun knew that Li Ya was inviting him to join the Star Pavilion for her own merits. The more experts she could invite, the higher her standing in the pavilion will be. I am very sorry, but I can't accept your invitation for the moment as I will be busy for the next couple of months. Maybe next time, Tianyun said politely. Tianyun saw that Li Ya was a little bit disappointed that Tianyun rejected her offer, but she quickly cast her disappointment aside and flashed Tianyun her bright smile again while saying that it was okay and that he could come again anytime if he ever wanted to join the Star Pavilion. She immediately asked Tianyun for bringing out the soul tool that will use as payment later. She said that someone has deliberately lied to Star Pavilion about having a certain amount of soul tool, but in the end, they ran away after they couldn't pay the fixed amount. Tianyun said that it was not a problem and quickly took out a bunch of high-grade soul tools to the floor near them while saying those were just part of his armory and asked Li Ya if those were enough for confirmation. Li Ya's eyes quickly lit up and nodded her head, confirming that the amount was enough for now, and she will direct Tianyun to the VIP room of the auction hall immediately. Chapter 275. After Li Ya left him alone in the VIP room, Tianyun calmly sipped his tea while waiting for the auction to begin. He noticed that the cultivators from all over the places were coming one by one. The auction will start soon. He knew that much after seeing that the auction hall was already packed with cultivators. Soon enough, Li Ya entered the stage. She seemed to be the auctioneer for that occasion. She announced that the auction would start in a minute and that the bidder could buy whatever they wished. She announced it with a smile on her face while also signaling her staff to bring up the first item. But like in the hallway with Tianyun earlier, Li Ya once again got another uncomfortable stares and rumors from the cultivators in the auction hall. They were all saying that Li Ya was an incompetent cultivator, and she was there as a gift from Pavilion Lord Li because she couldn't do anything else. Li Ya heard it all, but she tried her best to ignore it. She felt awkward after hearing it all, but she wanted to maintain her professionalism and continued the auction without any hindrance. She immediately announced the first treasure to auction, and that was a middle-grade soul tool heavenly cold jade sword with 4th-grade extreme cold divine rune on it. That sword will create a blast of ice wave as it was swung. It was an amazing weapon for cultivators with an ice affinity. The starting bid was 1.000 jade spirit stone with a minimum increment of 100. After she said all that, everyone was getting excited, especially the cultivators with ice affinity. The price was steadily going up, and Yi Tianyun noticed that the weapon would eventually be expensive at the end of the day. But he didn't have any interest in buying that one, he could make it himself. Even the divine rune was not something that special. After the sword, there were at least 20 more items that have been sold to the bidder, and the Jade Spirit Stone that Yi Tianyun was searching for finally will be auctioned. The Jade Spirit Stone was ranked third of the most expensive item that the auction will sell, and therefore it will be auctioned at the latter half. The last two items that were more expensive than the Jade Spirit Stone were supposed to be a medicinal type item, and the last one was unknown. Yi Tianyun didn't particularly care about the last two items. With his ability to forge weapon and armor, and to refine medicinal pills, he thought that it was a hassle to buy anything of that sort. He could create it himself if he really needed it. In the VIP room, while waiting for the Jade Spirit Stone to show up, Yi Tianyun brought out his refining tools and began to refine many lower-grade soul tools. He thought that was the best time to refine some as he was bored of waiting. He will be able to refine middle-grade soul tools and high-grade soul tools eventually. He knew that refining a medicinal pills and refining weapon and armor will have a significant impact on the improvement of his faction later on. He kept refining until he heard Li Ya sounded excited once again. The next item is mainly for Divine Rune Master. I believe that everyone has already known the item, and that is the huge Jade Spirit Stone. It has a variable weight to it, as the lowest is 200 pounds, and the highest is 300 pounds. I believe this Jade Spirit Stone is essential for creating a great array. Li Ya said excitedly while also pulling out the cover for the Jade Spirit Stone. The cultivators were all excited to see that Jade Spirit Stone finally showed up, but there were not that many who were excited enough since there were only a few Divine Rune Masters among the crowds, and the huge Jade Spirit Stone had a little to no value to the cultivator who wasn't a Divine Rune Master. Unfortunately, the seller doesn't want to sell these stone per piece and thus has to be auctioned as one item. Because of that, the price will be higher, and this time the main currency would be a soul tool. As lower grade soul tool would be used as the default currency. Middle grade soul tool would equal to 30 lower grade soul tool, and high grade soul tool would be equal to 100 lower grade soul tool. The starting price is 10 lower grade soul tool with an increment of 10. Let the bid start, Li Ya said excitedly. Many excited cultivators started to raise the price as they saw fit while Yi Tianyun was still waiting for his turn to come. Chapter 276. The whole place was surprised to hear that the Jade Spirit Stone's price has reached 200 lower grade soul tools. But it was not over yet. Someone from the VIP room next to Yi Tianyun also bid 300 lower grade soul tool as their price, which caused continuous increment bidding price among the crowds. Then a meek voice came from another VIP room, increasing the price to 500 lower grade soul tool. Many people were shocked to hear that price. They didn't see that much increment coming. Yi Tianyun knew that was his time to bid and immediately said that he would bid for 800 lower grade soul tool. Yi Tianyun's price has silenced everyone on the hall. It was way too much for the Jade Spirit Stone. Everyone looked at the VIP room where Yi Tianyun currently sat at. They wanted to see the face of the rich guy who managed to silence them. Li Ya knew that voice belonged to the young master that she invited in herself. She knew that he was a rich man, but even she didn't expect that he had that much money on him. From the VIP room next to Yi Tianyun, he heard another bid from a young man's voice saying he will pay 810 lower grade soul tool for the Jade Spirit Stone. That young man also talked in a threatening way to Yi Tianyun, saying that he was from the Divine Rune Division of Netherworld Empire and he really wanted the Jade Spirit Stone for the Netherworld Empire. He also said that if Yi Tianyun still increased the price to buy the stone, the Netherworld Empire will punish him for that. Yi Tianyun sighed as he heard the man spoke, and immediately after the young man's speech, he increased the price once again to 850 lower grade soul tool. The man who threatened Yi Tianyun before fell silent due to Yi Tianyun's unexpected course of action. Not only did Yi Tianyun increase the price once again, but he also ignored him completely. Didn't he know who he was? He was Li Hao of the Netherworld Empire. He will make sure Yi Tianyun paid for that humiliation. No one else dared to bid as everyone realized that the price was already too high. You know what, have it your way then, buy it for me. As soon as you left the Star Pavilion, I will surely take what is mine. Li Hao said for only Yi Tianyun to hear. Yi Tianyun's face became cold. As expected of Netherworld Empire's scum. They sure knew how to make his blood boiled. If that man really picked a fight with him afterward, Yi Tianyun will make sure to kill him in the most brutal way. Li Ya then proceeded to make sure there was no other bidder who wanted to bid for the Jade Spirit Stone and then closed it while saying the Jade Spirit Stones were successfully bought by the young master at the VIP room. Many people craned their necks to see who the man capable of buying the stone with such a high price was. Normal people, even a rich one, won't be able to buy a Jade Spirit Stone with that price. It was simply too much for the right mind. However, Tianyun was satisfied that he finally got his hands on the Jade Spirit Stone. He wasn't afraid to spend his resources on the things that he needed. If he didn't have any soul tool left after that, he just needed to find another Netherworld Empire's headquarters and destroyed it while also looting the place to his heart content. Right after the Jade Spirit Stone, Li Ya immediately brought another item to the stage. The item was covered with red clothes to cover the aura of the item. These are the medicinal pills, which is very useful for any faction. These medicinal pills are called Spirit Congealing Pill. It can help the Spirit Refinement Cultivator break through to the core condensation stage. It will 100% level up a Spirit Refinement Peak Stage Cultivator to core condensation immediately while having a 50% chance for the 9th layer Spirit Refinement Cultivator. This auction has a total of 5 pills, which will be sold as a whole. Li Ya said excitedly. When she finished her speech, everyone had a surprised look on their face. That meant the pill could help 5 Spirit Refinement Cultivators broke through to core condensation cultivators. Chapter 277 Keep Bidding. After looking at the Spirit Congealing Pill, Tianyun became very excited. In normal people's eyes, that Spirit Congealing Pill would only be another 5 core condensation stage experts, but for Tianyun with appraisal eye, Tianyun would be able to create an infinite amount of core condensation stage expert. Using appraisal eye, he would be able to know the recipes of this medicinal pills. He will make sure to get his hands on that pill. For this item, I would allow payment with medicinal pill, soul tool, and Jade Spirit Stone. The price will start at 5.000 Jade Spirit Stones, with 500 Jade Spirit Stone increments. Let the bidding start, Li Ya said confidently. Tianyun immediately raised the price to 10.000 Jade Spirit Stone immediately after Li Ya opened the bidding. Someone from the VIP room, the same as Tianyun, quickly raised the price to 11.000 to surpass Tianyun's bid. Tianyun shook his head and immediately raised the price to 15.000 Jade Spirit Stone. Many people were surprised by Tianyun's eagerness to buy the pill. He outbid his opponent like it was nothing to increase the price outrageously. Someone from the VIP room tried once more to raise the bid to 16.000 Jade Spirit Stone, but Tianyun immediately called 20.000 as to outbid them again. That much Jade Spirit Stone for 5 Spirit Congealing Pills was just outrageous. The price was not worth 5 Spirit Congealing Pills at all. Li Ya looked around the room as everyone fell silent after hearing Tianyun's outrageous price. She started to count down as a sign that if nobody else bid by the time she finished counting down, the pills will be sold to Tianyun. After a moment, she immediately announced that Tianyun was the rightful buyer of the 5 Spirit Congealing Pills. Once again, everyone in the room wanted to sneak a peek of the mysterious rich man's face. They didn't have any clue on who the mysterious man was. They didn't even know if the man was from the heavenly border continent or not. Li Ya immediately stole everyone's attention again as she brought out the last item for that day. She told everyone that the last item was a treasure worthy of being a household treasure. She immediately lifted the red veil that covered the last item in the box. Everyone was awed immediately after seeing the shining crystal ball. This is the heavenly spirit treasure. This crystal ball will increase the cultivation of the holder roughly 30% of the normal speed. I believe you cultivators know what it means. It means that you will have a faster cultivate rate than the others. This item doesn't have any restriction, meaning that even a core transformation expert would still be able to increase their cultivation speed by 30%. Li Ya said excitedly. Immediately after Li Ya's explanation, the auction hall fell in an uproar. All of the cultivators in the room wanted to have this item. Li Ya was very satisfied to see that commotion. She was convinced that this item would be sold at a higher price. She immediately told everyone that the price will start at 50.000 Jade Spirit Stone and that the bid immediately started. Many bidders immediately increased the price of the items simultaneously. But in the VIP room, Tianyun watched the uproar in silence while sipping his tea. He wasn't interested in having the last item, for it was barely useful for him. But he wouldn't mind buying it if the price was reasonable. Chapter 278. Yi Tianyun hasn't bid for the last item, which quickly made Li Ya a little bit disappointed. She thought that with Yi Tianyun in here, she would get a much higher price. But even without Yi Tianyun's bid, the item's price still rose quite high. After a while, the price stopped at 90.000 Jade Spirit Stone, which made Li Ya satisfied enough. Now that all the items were sold, I hope that everyone was satisfied and will come back for our next auction. Li Ya said while slightly bowing to the entire bidder. As for the winner, please come to the office after this to receive the treasure that you win. Of course, don't forget the payment. Li Ya said while smiling lightly. Yi Tianyun immediately left the room calmly as he didn't have anything else to do in the room. As he walked out, he was immediately stopped by Li Hao. Yi Tianyun sighed as he didn't want to cause trouble, but it seemed the trouble always followed him anywhere he went. He asked for what was Li Hao's purpose for stopping him like that. Li Hao immediately asked from which faction was Yi Tianyun from, and Yi Tianyun immediately answered that he didn't belong to any, which made Li Hao threatened him to hand over the Jade Spirit Stone that Yi Tianyun won earlier to him as soon as Yi Tianyun took it from the Star Pavilion. If Yi Tianyun didn't give it to him, he will make sure that Yi Tianyun would receive the punishment from the Netherworld Empire. Yi Tianyun sighed once again and said that he didn't care even if the Netherworld Empire themselves came, he won't give up the Jade Spirit Stone to him. Li Hao immediately sneered at Yi Tianyun and said that he would like to see how long Yi Tianyun could hold on to that Jade Spirit Stone. Li Hao left immediately. Yi Tianyun just shrugged and walked toward the auction office behind the auctions hall. In the back, Yi Tianyun saw a bunch of people was in the middle of finishing their payment for the treasure they won in the auction earlier. He noticed that Li Hao was also there, and he looked at Yi Tianyun with a cold expression and a little bit of killing intent seeping through. Yi Tianyun ignored Li Hao as he proceeded to find Li Ya for his item. After finding Li Ya, Yi Tianyun immediately greeted her, and she excitedly welcomed Yi Tianyun to the office. Li Ya immediately introduced Yi Tianyun to the middle-aged man that Li Ya said was the seller of the Jade Spirit Stone. He asked Yi Tianyun as to how Yi Tianyun would pay for the Jade Spirit Stone that he bought. It would be too much low-grade soul tool if Yi Tianyun chose to pay with those. Yi Tianyun immediately said that he would pay with high-grade soul tools as it would be less annoying than a low-grade or middle-grade soul tool. Yi Tianyun immediately took out a high-grade soul tool from his inventory for the man to be checked. The man noticed that the knife didn't have any divine rune in it, which Yi Tianyun answered that it would be better for the man to use a divine rune that he preferred, which would make the soul tools more distinct. After observing at the soul tool for a little while, the man nodded his head and said that he liked the knife and would value it as much as 160 low-grade soul tools. Yi Tianyun was very satisfied to hear the man's appraisal. That continued back and forth until the man had a few high-grade soul tools that he appraised himself to be the same value as the Jade Spirit Stone's price in the auction. The man was satisfied to receive the high-grade soul tools from Yi Tianyun and said that he was an elder from the Nirvana Mansion and would like to deal another business with Yi Tianyun in the next auction if there was any chance for it. Yi Tianyun nodded his head and said that he would be happy to if there was an opportunity for it in the future. After concluding the deal for the Jade Spirit Stone, Yi Tianyun quickly settled the deal for the Spirit Congealing Pill. The pills were refined and sold by an alchemist that soon was satisfied after receiving Yi Tianyun's payment. Seeing that Yi Tianyun was obviously a rich man, Li Hao's eyes were showing greed. He thought that he would make a fortune after dealing with Yi Tianyun later. Chapter 279. Yi Tianyun has finished all the transactions related to the auction as he already had his Spirit Congealing Pills and the Jade Spirit Stones. He wanted to get back immediately to immediately refine many more Spirit Congealing Pills to create more core condensation stage disciples. Young master, that heavenly spirit treasure, you have no interest? Li Ya asked curiously. I don't have much interest in this kind of treasure. He answered that the item was little to no use for him as he smiled not to disappoint Li Ya. Well, no matter what, this cooperation is enjoyable. Li Ya smiled and said, as young master want to stay for a while in Star Pavilion. Li Ya already prepared a private room that Yi Tianyun could use while he stayed in Star Pavilion. Miss Li, why are you became so kind to me all of a sudden? Yi Tianyun wondered. Li Ya immediately answered it was because Yi Tianyun provoked the Netherworld Empire earlier by not losing on purpose while bidding the Jade Spirit Stone. She was afraid that Li Hao would do something outrageous to Yi Tianyun on his way back. Yi Tianyun nodded and let Li Ya know that there was nothing to worry about, he will take care of himself if the situation called for it. Yi Tianyun smiled after rejecting Li Yao's offer and left the auction building premise. Li Yao saw that Li Hao amicably followed Yi Tianyun with a smirk on his face while also keeping a little distance away. Li Yao was still worried even with Yi Tianyun's assurance that he will be fine. She didn't know that Yi Tianyun, in fact, wanted Li Hao to follow him so that Yi Tianyun could replenish some soul tools that he used to bid earlier. When he walked toward the gate, an ordinary-looking woman stopped him. He was a little surprised to see the woman stopped him like that. He knew that woman was one of the bidders for the Jade Spirit Stone in another VIP room earlier. He asked was there anything that the woman wanted from him. Yi Tianyun also looked at the woman's stat through his appraisal eye, and he was quite surprised to see that the woman was full of spirit-related items. Yi Tianyun was curious after seeing that. He immediately speculated that the woman was from the Spirit clan. He couldn't help but wonder how Xianxia was doing right now. "Can I buy your 2 Jade Spirit Stone?" the woman said. Yi Tianyun noticed that the woman didn't harbor any ill intent towards him, and her tone was gentle, leading him to the conclusion that the woman wasn't someone from the spirit race's trader. Knowing that little bit of information, Yi Tianyun decided to test it. He asked for what can the lady offer for his Jade Spirit Stone. "Oh, what do you have?" "I can engrave 5th grade divine rune for you." Yi Tianyun knew immediately that his assumption was spot on. She proved that she was at least a 5th grade divine rune master, and in this world, only spirit race could reach 5th grade divine rune master in such a young age. "Are you really sure only need 2? "Yes, I only need 2 of them." "How is it? I can give you an additional soul tool if you want." Yi Tianyun didn't see any loss on doing so while he only needed 4 of them, and there were 6 in total that he won earlier. "Okay, but I don't need your things. Give me information." The woman took interest immediately. "What is it?" Yi Tianyun immediately said, "What is the current situation in spirit race?" After hearing Yi Tianyun's request, the woman froze. She will not be willing to sell out her own people for something like that. She didn't know Yi Tianyun and, therefore, couldn't trust him. "This young master, I don't know anything about spirit race." Yi Tianyun understood her unwillingness to sell out her people to some stranger. "It seems that you are not willing to say something." Yi Tianyun smiled lightly. "In fact, I have a friend in spirit race, just want to find out the news, don't so nervous. Since you do not want to say, I will not force you. Then give me your storage ring." The woman was surprised to hear Yi Tianyun asking for her storage ring and immediately did as Yi Tianyun asked. Yi Tianyun transferred 2 of the 6 Jade Spirit Stones to the woman's storage ring and gave it back to the woman. Done. She was surprised to see 2 of the large Jade Spirit Stones were already inside of her storage. Without thinking, the woman handed another storage ring to Yi Tianyun, "This for payment. I don't want to be indebted to anyone." She immediately left as she really had some urgent matter that she needed to resolve. Yi Tianyun checked for the content of the storage ring and see that it was full of soul tools and divine rune engraving. The total value of the items inside the ring was more than the value of the 2 Jade Spirit Stone that Yi Tianyun has given the woman. Chapter 280. Yi Tianyun shook his head after seeing the content of the storage ring that the lady gave to him. The lady was too honest for her own good. Yi Tianyun really didn't need any payment at all. Plus, he knew that Li Hao had to see the exchange earlier, and Tianyun knew that Li Hao would be targeting her soon. But as he turned around, he saw that Li Hao was still near him and sneering in triumph. Yi Tianyun frowned. He couldn't help but wondered whether Li Hao has already sent his people to chase after the woman earlier. Yi Tianyun had a bad hunch for once and immediately tracked the woman's spiritual power using his appraisal eye. He saw that Li Hao also had left, and he quickly felt a sense of foreboding in the woman's regard. After searching for a while, he immediately found out that the woman has reached the outside gate of Star Pavilion and has already prepared a big eagle to fly out of the place. However, Yi Tianyun quickly noticed a few men walked toward the woman with a menacing manner. As they approached the lady, they quickly stopped her from leaving the place as one of them quickly took control of the eagle's reign. The woman was visibly appalled after seeing what those men did in front of her. She knew that these men were up to no good. "Lady, can you possibly be generous and gave us the what the young man had given to you earlier?" One of the menacing men said flirtatiously. "If you don't want to give it to us, I assure you we will get a little bit rough." The man said again with a playful glint on his eyes. Unfortunately for this woman, she already crossed Star Pavilion's gate. She no longer had the protection of the Star Pavilion once she was outside of their land. She needs to find a way to escape these men's Clutches. What young man? I didn't know any. I didn't receive anything from anyone while in the Star Pavilion earlier. The woman said calmly. The man that spoke earlier smirked and immediately ordered the rest of the men that he comes with to search the eagle for any of the woman's belonging while the man walks towards her while saying that he would be searching her himself. Hearing that the man was set on finding the jade spirit stone that she received from the young man earlier, her complexion palled. She quickly took out 2 divine talismans and immediately threw it at the men, and as the talisman hit the men, it exploded on impact. The power of the explosion was equal to the attack of a peak core condensation stage cultivator, and those men were instantly flung far away from her and the eagle. She immediately rode the big eagle and quickly flew away to escape. But as soon as the eagle took flight, a big wave hit the eagle and killed it on the spot. The lady fell down to the ground. Seeing she could no longer escape using trough the air while using the big eagle, she quickly ran back towards the gate to receive Star Pavilion protection once again. She cursed herself for her impatience. She could have waited for several days at the Star Pavilion until she was sure enough that the situation has calmed down before leaving. She regretted her impulsive decision as she knew that Li Hao was in vicinity. But her effort was futile. As she got close to Star Pavilion's gate, Li Hao immediately grabbed her hands and threw her back towards the big eagle's corpse. Was it a detonation divine talisman that I saw just now? He said with an excited eye. You are from the spirit race, aren't you? Li Hao said excitedly. The woman chose to stay silent as she looks at Li Hao in disgust. You don't need to say anything, I already know that you are one of the spirit race. There is no way anyone would have that detonation divine talisman as it was spirit race's signature defense charm. Li Hao said while smirking triumphantly. Now, you have to come with me. I assure you that Netherworld Empire would take a good care of you and you can meet all of your people that was already there to begin with. Li Hao said while smirking evilly. No thanks, I would rather die, the woman said while spitting at Li Hao's face. Li Hao immediately grabbed the woman's hair and threw her to the side as he landed a kick to the woman's stomach. As he kicked the woman one more time, he sensed impending danger. But he didn't have the time to dodge the incoming danger as Tianyun's kick landed straight to his chest. The woman looked over to the person who saved her from Li Hao and saw that the person was the young man who won the Jade Spirit Stone and shared some of it with her earlier. Chapter 281. Tianyun kicked Li Hao straight at the chest, flinging him away from the lady. The lady was visibly surprised to see Li Hao was done in like that and that the one who saved her was none other than the young man who was kind enough to sell her some of his Jade Spirit Stones. What are you doing here? Don't you know that is Li Hao from the Netherworld Empire? The lady said with a shock on her tone. Tianyun didn't care about the lady's warning. Killing Li Hao was one of his goals, and now it would be easier as he has the reason to. Li Hao quickly got back up and took a medicinal pill to recover from the damage of Tianyun's kick. Li Hao quickly sneered to Tianyun after his recovery. The killing intent was trot the roof. Brat, it seems that you didn't value your own life. You think that you are a hero from saving this lady. How dare you attack me out of nowhere? Li Hao said angrily while also activating divine rune on his body. Li Hao rushed over to Tianyun as he felt his injury was already recovered. The lady quickly dragged Tianyun to evade Li Hao's attack. She thought that Tianyun wouldn't be able to deal with Li Hao at the moment. Li Hao smirked as he knew that the lady wouldn't be able to stop him from reaching Tianyun. Tianyun sighed as he knew that the lady was doing something wasteful. He quickly blocked Li Hao's attack with one hand as Li Hao reached their position. Li Hao thought that Tianyun has already given up as he thought that there was no way Tianyun could block his attack. Li Hao quickly collided with Tianyun, but Tianyun threw his own punch, meeting Li Hao's fist in the middle where a cracking sound was heard. Li Hao quickly bent over while holding his hands and screaming in pain. His hands were shattered, it was visibly crushed, and his blood was flowing out like a fountain from his hand. What is this? I only throw a mere punch, and your hands cracked like that. What a wimp, Tianyun said in a degrading manner. The young lady was shocked to see that Tianyun easily overpowered Li Hao like that. She thought that there would be no way Tianyun could have a higher cultivation base than Li Hao as Tianyun was so young. But now, she knew that Tianyun was definitely more powerful than Li Hao. Li Hao was immediately enraged by Tianyun's taunt and quickly burned his blood chi to assert more power. Be careful, he would be more powerful after burning his blood chi. The lady said, warning Tianyun on Li Hao's power up. Tianyun knew that, and he didn't really care as he knew that there was no way that Li Hao could overpower him. Li Hao quickly took a divine talisman and threw it to Yi Tianyun. As soon as the divine talisman reached Yi Tianyun, it blew up. Its firepower was equal to a 5th-layer core transformation cultivator's attack. For someone like Li Hao, that power was already amazing enough. But for Yi Tianyun, who had already seen so much more powerful attack, that fire divine talisman was nothing special. But as Yi Tianyun was shrouded with the flame, Li Hao laughed heartily. He thought that there was no way Yi Tianyun could be alive after that. "You fool, did you think this amount of power was enough to kill me?" Yi Tianyun said while laughing at Li Hao. Yi Tianyun quickly rushed forward from the flame and kicked Li Hao with a powerful kick and punched Li Hao's head as hard as he can. Li Hao couldn't evade any of Yi Tianyun's attack and died from all the damage Yi Tianyun gave him. Successfully killed Li Hao. Reward: 150.000 Express, 4.300 CPs, 500 Divine Rune MP, Trace Confusion Step Martial Art, Heavenly Wind Palm, Ruined Cloud Stroke, 5th Grade Divine Rune Random Tyrant Rune Paper. Li Hao was easily defeated even though Yi Tianyun didn't activate the crazy mode. Yi Tianyun quickly searched for Li Hao's storage ring and then felt satisfied with his discovery after looking at the storage ring. The lady looked at Yi Tianyun in wonder. She didn't believe her eyes that Yi Tianyun actually killed Li Hao, the traitor. A few men who were trying to capture the lady earlier were shaken and quickly fled the scene as they screamed that Yi Tianyun and the lady would be dead after the Netherworld Empire knew what they had done. Yi Tianyun sighed and rushed towards the escaping men as he didn't want to give Star Pavilion an extra burden. Chapter 282. Yi Tianyun's overbearing power really shocked the lady and Li Ya, who was secretly watching the fight from afar. They also had a feeling that Yi Tianyun wasn't afraid of angering Netherworld Empire. They know that killing Netherworld Empire Chief Divine Rune Master would cause some disturbance on the Netherworld Empire Authority and, therefore, will cause unnecessary trouble. Li Ya saw Yi Tianyun in a different light now. She didn't expect Yi Tianyun to be that powerful, but she couldn't invite Yi Tianyun to join after all that, as she knew that if what happened there was leaked to Netherworld Empire, Star Pavilion will be in trouble. She immediately turned around and left the scene as she didn't want to be associated with Yi Tianyun for the moment. Yi Tianyun quickly took the lady to fly away towards her hideout. While on the way there, the lady couldn't help but asked about Yi Tianyun's power earlier. How could he not receive any damage from the fire that Li Hao threw to him earlier? It didn't really matter. If you really want to know more, you must be interested in me. Yi Tianyun said while smirking to the lady. No, that is not what I mean. I am only curious for you already that strong while still seems so young. The lady said while blushing profusely. I got my strength through hard work and relentless effort, the same as any other strong man out there. Yi Tianyun said while smiling warmly. The lady blushed once again as she felt embarrassed for asking such a question. Not long after that, they arrived in the vicinity of a forest that the lady told that they have to walk from there. The lady told Yi Tianyun to come with her to kill some time while she was laying low for a while. Yi Tianyun said that he would be fine with that as he said that since he wasn't afraid of those Netherworld Empire bunch, he could handle them all. But she kept insisting as she said that she would like to introduce Yi Tianyun to her elder as to thank Yi Tianyun properly. Yi Tianyun didn't have any reason to turn the lady's offer down and therefore agreed to come with her for a while. While they were walking through the forest, the lady once again asked Yi Tianyun if he had any grudge towards the Netherworld Empire while smiling lightly. No, I never hated them, but I strongly dislike the way they act towards others. So, I will try my best to destroy them, Yi Tianyun said confidently. You didn't have to feel anxious around me, I don't have any bad intention towards the spirit race. Yi Tianyun said while smiling lightly. In fact, he had a friend who was one of a spirit race too. She said her sorry for being so cautious around Yi Tianyun, but it was necessary as there were so many people who wanted to exploit the spirit race due to their divine rune mastery. Yi Tianyun nodded his head in understanding. It was true. For a race that excelled at divine rune mastery, spirit race was exploited continuously by various strong factions, and Netherworld Empire took the reign for the vilest out of all those factions. They turned the spirit race into a slave for the Netherworld Empire's own benefit. Once the spirit race has already become a slave, Netherworld Empire made sure that the only thing they'll be doing for the rest of their life was engraving divine runes. Not long after that, the lady quickly pulled Yi Tianyun towards a clearing, saying that was the way towards the spirit race hideout. Yi Tianyun was confused for a while, but he soon realized that there must be some sort of divine rune mechanism used to conceal the hideout. Tianyun quickly activated his heavenly eyes and saw that the place was filled with so many divine runes. There was no way that place could be found without proper instruction or a specific skill like his heavenly eyes. The lady soon stopped in front of a tree and said that they have arrived. She hoped that Tianyun could find comfort in that hideout. Right, who is your name? Tianyun, who felt that he still couldn't trust all of the spirit race completely and decided to give a fake name to the lady, he said, my name is Tianyun. Chapter 283. The lady nodded her head after hearing the name that Tianyun gave. She quickly introduced herself as she said that her name was Yuaner. Tianyun smiled and nodded his head knowingly. He didn't think that she was related to Xianxia, and he still couldn't say that he knew Xianxia casually considering Xianxia's current situation. Yuaner then proceeded to walk inside the tree as to inform her elder of Tianyun's arrival. While waiting, Tianyun thought over what he has done ever since he was reincarnated inside that body. There was so much that he had already done in a year's time. He had destroyed a few factions in that short amount of time. There was Profound Azure Mansion, Wang family from the Star Pavilion, many small factions in the earthly border continent which also attacked Heavenly Jade Mansion, Divine Runes Mansion, and the factions that joined the Netherworld Empire at the time also fell as they lost most of their power after losing their mansion lord and some of their executives. Not long after that, Yuaner came back, followed by her elder. Big brother this is our third elder. Yuaner introduced to Tianyun. Greetings third elder. The Tianyun nod said, have you saved Waner from those people? You have such cultivation base, at your young age can kill Li Hao. Third elder Zhang Yi is taking a look at him up and down, carefully is observing him, then asked, which faction are you come from? I just robe cultivator, I don't come from any faction. Tianyun said with a light smile. Robe cultivator. Zhang Yi narrows the eyes to focus on him. A robe cultivator can as strong as this, it was rarely happening. Waner said that you have a grudge with Netherworld Empire. Yes, absolutely, it was not that he hated the Netherworld Empire in particular, but he strongly disagreed with the way they acted towards other factions. The Tianyun mentioned several points. Netherworld Empire is indeed overbearing. Thank you for rescued Waner. Spirit race was also one of the Netherworld Empire's victims. Zhang Yi smiled. This is very normal, somewhat had heard something, should investigate rigorously, feared that will mix in the traitor within. Tianyun said with a smile. Zhang Yi said, spirit race was supposed to be hospitable towards any outsider who came to become their guest, but now that the Netherworld Empire had put a bounty for anyone who could capture any member of spirit race, they acted towards outsider also changed. Please cover your eyes before you enter the hideout. Sorry for the inconvenience. Zhang Yi took out a black satin ribbon, told Tianyun to tie up. No problem. Tianyun nodded his head in understanding of the spirit race's situation, and thus agreed of the elder condition that Tianyun had to cover his eyes before he could enter the hideout. Yuaner quickly blindfolded Tianyun using a piece of cloth that she has prepared beforehand and then led Tianyun carefully towards their hideout. Even if a thick cloth covered his eyes, thanks to the heavenly eyes, he could still see many divine runes scattered throughout the place. Throughout the way to the spirit race hideout, he also noticed the intense spiritual energy covering the place. He was sure that the spiritual energy of the hideout would be very suitable to cultivate his own cultivation. Soon enough, Tianyun heard many curious voices, and some of them were also judging Yuaner as a fool as they didn't trust any outsider. Tianyun sighed as he needed to be able to control his own emotions there. He knew that wasn't their fault, it was because they were constantly betrayed by an outsider who wanted to exploit their ability for themselves. He noticed many eyes were on him at the moment and some voices which tried to convince others that Tianyun wasn't a bad person and that Tianyun had killed Li Hao, one of the traitors who defected to the Netherworld Empire. After the said fact was revealed, Tianyun could hear them breathe a sigh of relief all over the place. In the meantime, Yuaner could relax a little bit, knowing that her own people didn't completely reject Tianyun's arrival. Chapter 284. Yuaner explained to Tianyun that the spirit race never accepted any visitor with a vague origin, but Tianyun was an exception because he had a common similarity to them, which was the grudge to the Netherworld Empire. With Tianyun killing Li Hao, a traitor of spirit race, he was immediately trusted. Tianyun looked over at the center of that place and saw a high tower that was immensely different than the others. It emitted a light wave from the top of it. Yi Tianyun immediately asked Yi Waner about the origin of the tower. Yi Waner said, "The place was called Spirit Pagoda. The light that you see was an array that covers this place up and conceal this place from the outer world. That place was also the house of the saintess and elder. The array needs jade spirit stone to work, so that is why I am almost desperate to get my hands on those jade spirit stones earlier. The array is quite powerful." The elder said that even a spirit king wouldn't be able to find this place. Yi Tianyun nodded his head in understanding. He now knew the urgent that Yi Waner mentioned earlier was for that spirit pagoda so that they could keep their whereabout a secret from their enemies. But after hearing that the pagoda was the house of a saintess, Yi Tianyun couldn't help but thought that if that was where Yi Qingshan lived now. Yi Waner quickly shouted in excitement as she removed her mask, revealing her true face. Yi Tianyun knew that Yi Waner was using a mask as she didn't want to reveal her identity to the outside world. He didn't expect Yi Waner to be that beautiful. After observing Yi Waner's face for quite a while, Yi Tianyun realized that she must be connected to Yi Qingshan. Yi Waner kind of resemble her in a way. Yi Waner immediately waved her hands in front of Yi Tianyun's face as she saw that Yi Tianyun was quite surprised by her change of appearance. "Sorry, I am a bit startled for your change of appearance. I don't know that you are such a beautiful girl," Yi Tianyun said with a smiling face. "Don't worry about that, my sister is much more beautiful than I am," Yi Waner said casually. Yi Waner then led Yi Tianyun around so he could have a closer look at that place, but she couldn't bring Yi Tianyun to the Spirit Pagoda as that place was off-limit to the outsider. Yi Tianyun nodded in understanding again. He knew that place retained the spirit race's secret and therefore needed to be guarded carefully. As they walked around, many girls approached them to hear the story of Yi Tianyun's fight against Li Hao. They heard that Yi Tianyun killed Li Hao with only a couple of punches. Many of them also flirted with Yi Tianyun openly, while some of them weren't even interested and asked Yi Waner about her experience outside of the hideout instead. Yi Tianyun was polite throughout the way as Yi Waner kept teasing the girl about her experience and that they could do it too when they were a bit older. As they kept walking, Yi Waner pointed to a cabin while saying that the cabin was her and her sister's place. She invited Yi Tianyun inside as he could rest for a while. Yi Tianyun nodded, and they entered the cabin. Inside, Yi Tianyun noticed that the place was tidy and clean. He also noticed that one of the bedrooms was clean, but it seems like no one used the room for quite a while. He asked Yi Waner whether that was her room or not, to which she said that the room wasn't hers, but her sister's. She also said that her sister hasn't returned in a long time and that she didn't know when she will be back. Yi Tianyun felt bad after hearing Yi Waner's disappointment that her sister hasn't returned yet, and he quickly comforted Yi Waner while saying that her sister definitely will return eventually. Yi Waner suddenly became excited as she said that she wasn't disappointed about her sister. There was no helping about it since her sister was busy fighting for spirit race's freedom, for she was the saintess of spirit race. Chapter 285. From what Yi Waner had said, Yi Tianyun knew that Yi Qingshan had returned and successfully brought hope to the spirit race once again. The proof would be the constant needs of the Jade Spirit Stone for the Spirit Pagoda, because if the Saintess never returned, they will not waste their resource to buy the Jade Spirit Stone like that. But as much as Jade Spirit Stone they could have, it will eventually be exhausted. The only way for them to have the peace and freedom that they wanted would be by destroying the Netherworld Empire. Yi Tianyun nodded his head as he now understood the true nature of Spirit Race's struggle. Heavenly Jade Sect successfully annihilated a thief's nest. Reward: 5.000.000 Express, 100.000 CPs, 1.000 SPs, 100 Prestige Points, 1x Enhanced Lottery Roulette Ticket. Yi Tianyun was a little bit startled by the system's notification. He didn't expect to get a reward for something that the Heavenly Jade Sect accomplished. He now knew why the Snow Wolf kept getting stronger while he didn't specifically order it to hunt. Yi Waner noticed that Yi Tianyun was smirking to himself, found it a little bit weird. Yi Tianyun snapped back from his thought as he noticed Yi Waner stare. "Brother Yi, what's wrong?" Yi Waner asked Yi Tianyun was there anything wrong. Yi Tianyun immediately dodged by saying, "Nothing, where are we going?" "Big brother has saved me, I must repay you." Yi Waner smiled. "Although I can't bring Big Brother to the Spirit Pagoda, there is still a place that Big Brother could still visit, and I think that the place would be great for Big Brother." Yi Tianyun became curious. "Where is it?" Yi Waner said while smiling excitedly. The place was named Jade Water Deep Pool. It is a place with rich spiritual power, and that Big Brother could cultivate faster there. Tianyun was surprised to hear that the spirit race had a pool with a high concentration of spiritual energy like that. She explained that the pool was made for a guest of the spirit race, so therefore Tianyun would be allowed to enter. They soon left the house and walked towards the forest. Tianyun noticed that the pool wasn't that big, but it was fairly decent for several people to cultivate there. He also saw that the place had a fair amount of people who were meditating to improve their own cultivation. But as Tianyun was an outsider, as soon as he entered the place, all cultivators on the scene laid their gaze towards Tianyun. The spirit race cultivators in Jade Water Deep Pool began to talk curiously, and some of them were disgusted over why an outsider was there. Waner immediately explained that Tianyun was the one who saved her when she was about to be captured by Li Hao earlier and that Tianyun was the one that killed Li Hao too. After hearing Waner's explanation, some of their gazes began to soften as they found it very relieving after hearing that one of the traitors had been killed. But some of them still looked at Tianyun in distrust and alerted. He knew that there was no helping it. After facing so many troubles, it was a good thing that they simply distrusted an outsider. A young boy immediately stood up and said, "You should leave the Jade Water Deep Pool, we don't know you, and therefore we can't trust you." They didn't care even if Tianyun was really the one who killed Li Hao, they still knew nothing about Tianyun. The young boy also said, "There was no guarantee that you aren't actually one of the spies that Netherworld Empire had sent." The young boy's words got many supports from the people around him. But, Waner quickly said, "Big Brother isn't like that, and I must repay Big Brother's kindness. I can't allow myself to be an ungrateful girl who left without doing anything." The rest of them were silent as Spirit Race was taught never to be ungrateful toward anyone who helped them. They let Tianyun enter the pool, and then Waner said that Tianyun could cultivate. Tianyun sat at one corner of the pool and then tried to see the pool's detailed description with his appraisal eye. Jade Water Deep Pool, a pool of powerful spiritual energy. The pool has a rare soul accumulating grass at the bottom of it. Cultivating while in the vicinity of the pool would increase the cultivation speed by 30%. Tianyun was quite surprised to see that the pool had soul accumulating grass at the bottom of it. No wonder that place could gather so much spiritual energy like that. Tianyun also knew that if that soul accumulating grass were known to the outside world, that place would be ransacked to get their hands on that grass. Chapter 286. Tianyun noticed that several people seemed to be following him and Waner from afar. Tianyun knew that was just because the spirit race couldn't trust Tianyun just yet. Tianyun decided to ignore them and instead looked around the place. He noticed that the place had a really good cultivation atmosphere. It was no wonder that the spirit race had a good cultivation. He knew that even with such a supportive environment, Tianyun knew that the spirit race still couldn't fight the Netherworld Empire. The problem was not the level of cultivation that they had, more like the quantity of manpower that they had. He put the thought away as he saw that Waner was already meditating, cultivating her own spiritual power. Tianyun immediately tried to absorb the spiritual energy for himself and was quite surprised to see the amount of express that he got. He got around 8.000 to 9.000 express per second. He wondered what the difference between that place and other cultivation places that he has already tried so far was. He wondered if the soul accumulating grass on the bottom of the Jade Water Deep Pool had something to do with it. He tried to see the data of the soul accumulating grass with his appraisal eye and couldn't find anything unusual from it. He tried to look around for any unusual divine rune that was engraved somewhere that maybe helped speeding up the cultivation process of anyone around the pool, but he couldn't find any. Tianyun decided to try to absorb the spiritual energy with his full absorption power. Tianyun activated the Dark North Divine Art, and suddenly the spiritual energy was beginning to spiral towards him, creating a whirlpool of spiritual energy. The amount of spirit power he got was reaching 35.000 per second. He didn't even use the crazy mode just yet. The situation around the Jade Water Deep Pool began to become unusual as Tianyun continued to absorb a large amount of spiritual energy for himself. The trees around the pool began to shake like they were being pulled into the pool. People began to stop meditating as they didn't get the amount of spiritual energy that they need. They saw that the spiritual energy surrounded Tianyun and that it was so strong, unlike anything that they have ever seen before. Waner, who was sitting next to Tianyun, was surprised and didn't know what to say, but as she knew that the look from her people was like pressure to her,
she decided to stop Yi Tianyun. Take it easy, big brother. Yi Tianyun immediately asked, what's wrong? Your absorption speed is so fast, even faster than elders. Yi Waner shook him a little. Yi Tianyun saw that Yi Waner was trembling a little bit, and other people who were cultivating in the pool looked scared of Yi Tianyun. However, instead of scaring of Yi Tianyun, Yi Waner was excited to see Yi Tianyun's amazing cultivation speed. Yi Tianyun asked, does this disturbing others? Which he got his answer as the people around began to complain that Yi Tianyun has slowed down their cultivation. Yi Waner once again pleaded to her kind, please, this is the only thing that I can give to big brother, I need to repay him as he already saved my life. In exchange for my apologies since I already disturbed everyone's cultivation, I will gladly help you guys if you ever need my help in anything. Yi Tianyun immediately patted Yi Waner's head in humor and said, you don't have to do any of that. It is better to look around while enjoying the scenery, let's leave the pool. But, Yi Waner seemed to be reluctant to leave. Let's go. Yi Tianyun once again invited her to leave with a smile on his face. He already had the necessary information to increase his cultivation speed anyway, it was rude of him if he insisted on cultivating inside the jade water deep pool anyway. He couldn't help but wondered if the soul accumulating grass had the same effect as the express card if he ate them. If it were true, he would purchase a large amount of them to quicken his own cultivation speed. Chapter 287. Yi Tianyun had a rough idea on where he should buy the rare soul accumulating grass. He doubted that the Star Pavilion would have any, but maybe there will be one on the auction like before. However, Yi Waner beside him still felt guilty because she couldn't repay Yi Tianyun properly. Hey, it is okay. This place was beautiful, I feel lucky enough to get a chance to come here. Yi Tianyun said while trying to reassure Yi Waner. He said it with great honesty, as he doesn't know any information about the soul accumulating grass before coming here. No, I felt useless. If you could enter the Spirit Pagoda, you will benefit more than the Jade Water Deep Pool. Yi Waner said while feeling a little bit sad. Come on, you clearly don't mean anything to go like this, it wasn't your fault. Yi Tianyun said while smiling warmly. Suddenly, a group of cultivators walked toward Yi Waner and Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun noticed that the one who led the group was none other than Yi Xianxia. Apparently, she came there to check on her sister, for she has just returned. Yi Xianxia didn't recognize Yi Tianyun because of his mask, and Yi Tianyun noticed that Yi Xianxia didn't change much except that she was visibly paler than when Yi Tianyun saved her from the cave. Yi Waner waved excitedly while grabbing Yi Tianyun's hands and dragged him to her sister. Once they were in front of her sister, Yi Tianyun bowed a little while Yi Waner was visibly blushed as her sister saw that Yi Waner was holding Yi Tianyun's hands. Yi Xianxia immediately shook Yi Tianyun's hand and said, thanks for saving my sister, I will do anything to repay you as long as it was within my capabilities to do. She also scolded Yi Waner, and you, never do that again. I already made the rule which stated that anyone not allowed to leave the hideout on their own, at least they must bring along one partner. There was no guarantee that a spirit race could stay under the radar while the Netherworld Empire was constantly looking for them, plus the traitor could be lurking around searching for them. Sister, I only do a thing that would benefit the spirit race. I want to help too, you know. Yi Waner said, defending her action. Yi Xianxia was visibly getting angrier facing Yi Waner's stubbornness. However, a man approached Yi Xianxia with a nervous face and reported, Saintess, our people who tried to buy a medicinal pill had been spotted. Therefore their frequent pavilion will no longer sell us any medicinal pill. Yi Xianxia was surprised to hear that report, no longer sell to us. Oh, it seems Netherworld Empire puts pressure on them, so no one dares to sell their medicinal pill to us. The spirit race was in dire need of those medicinal pills, and now they were in deep trouble if they couldn't find any. Rescue the spirit race. Quest was available. Accept, reject. Suddenly the quest prompt popped out. Yi Tianyun accepted the quest without hesitation. Successfully received the quest Rescue the Spirit Race. Reward on completion. Spirit Race King title. Asterisk first step, overcome the medicinal pill shortage. Reward. 5.000.000 Express, 50.000 CPs, 5.000 Pill Refining MPs, 50 Spirit Race Favorability. Yi Tianyun was in shock after seeing the reward of the quest. He would become the king of spirit race. If he did it right, turning Heavenly Jade Sect into a third-grade faction would be so easy. Chapter 288. You will refine the medicinal pills for us? Yi Qingxian and the other spirit race members said surprisedly. Yes, as long as there is enough material, I will refine as many as you want. 4th grade medicinal pills are not a problem. Yi Tianyun said confidently. If what you said is true, I need you to refine a group of medicinal pills now. We need it urgently, Yi Qingxian said quickly. Saintess, is it wise to let a stranger come with us to refine us a medicinal pill? An elder of spirit race asked confusedly. Well, did you have any other option? Yi Qingxian said toward the elder. The elder was quiet as he didn't have any other solution himself. No one wanted to offer help for the spirit race. Yi Tianyun said, anyone who can't trust me can watch me refine the pill as long as they wanted. Everyone was surprised to hear Yi Tianyun's suggestion. Everyone knew that alchemists never showed how they refined medicinal pills to hide their pill refining techniques. Yi Qingxian's eyes shone in excitement. She knew with this suggestion from Yi Tianyun himself, they won't have any choice but to accept Yi Tianyun's help. Come to the spirit pagoda with me. All the materials you need is already there. Yi Qingxian said excitedly. Would you also come with me? Yi Tianyun said toward Yi Wan'er. Yi Wan'er instantly looked at her sister for an agreement that she could follow them to the spirit pagoda. Even though she was from the spirit race, she couldn't enter the spirit pagoda without special permission. Yi Qingxian nodded her head in amusement and then led the way to the spirit pagoda. As soon as they arrived at the spirit pagoda, the residents of spirit pagoda raised their brows as they were confused, for the outsider has entered the spirit pagoda somehow. Yi Tianyun noticed that the place had many divine rune engraved to its wall and that the divine rune glimmered in power, meaning that it was a high-grade divine rune. There was no doubt that if that place was destroyed, spirit race would lose a considerable amount of power. No one in the spirit pagoda was higher than a void spirit stage. He also noticed that place had a higher concentration of spirit energy than any other place that Yi Tianyun had ever visited before. He saw that place also had many jade spirit stones on the side, and on the wall. It seemed that those jade spirit stones were used to concentrate the spirit energy inside the spirit pagoda and didn't leak out outside. Soon they walked into a pill refining room where he saw a few alchemists was refining some medicinal pills. He noticed that those alchemists didn't have that high of proficiency in pill refining. They were only at 3rd grade pill refining master. Saintess. When Yi Qingxian entered the room, they immediately bowed their head and greeted her with respect. She immediately said, he is Yi Tianyun. He will help us to refine the medicinal pills needed for the spirit race. They frowned a little bit as they saw that the helper was a boy and that he was an outsider too. They began to complain, he will only slow us down and that we can't really trust an outsider. Yi Qingxian said, there is nothing to worry about. Yi Tianyun is a 4th grade alchemist and that you can watch him refine the medicinal pill if you can't trust him. The spirit race alchemist was a little bit surprised that a young man like Yi Tianyun could be a 4th grade alchemist and that they could watch the way he refined. One of the deacons reluctantly stood. I will prepare the alchemy furnace and the fire to use. Yi Tianyun quickly told him, no need, I have my own alchemy furnace and fire. Once again, Yi Tianyun's word surprised everyone. No one even thought that a young man like Yi Tianyun would have all of the equipment for refining. They were once again shocked as they saw that the alchemy furnace and the fire that Yi Tianyun had were of a high grade one. Chapter 289. Everyone was shocked to see the fire that Yi Tianyun used was a high-grade fire. They saw several powerful fires at their time, but none of them was as pure as Yi Tianyun's. All of a sudden, they expected something from Yi Tianyun's ability. Now, what medicinal pills should I make first? Yi Tianyun said casually. Oh yeah, it was the 4th grade medicinal pills, life-continuing spirit pill. Is it okay to start with a high-grade medicinal pill? Yi Qingxian said curiously. It is okay. May I get the material for it? The more, the better. Yi Tianyun said casually. With his pill refining proficiency, he already got the recipe for the life-continuing spirit pill and many other medicinal pills. The recipes that he didn't get were the rare ones, like the spirit congealing pills. Yi Qingxian immediately ordered the deacon to gather the materials and gave it to Yi Tianyun excitedly. When the deacon came back and piled the materials in the room, Yi Tianyun began to select the material he needed and then tossed it to the purple fire divine furnace without even looking at the furnace. As he did so, he lit the furnace with his fire, melting the material all at once and removing impurity from them. Those who saw what Yi Tianyun was doing, frowned all at once as they knew that this was not how to refine a high-grade pill properly. What is it? Is he really make a pill?
I feel he is going to fail. Is he really fourth grade alchemist? I am afraid he isn't. Too bad a fire like that is in his hand. They started to feel pity for the material that Tianyun had used. It was clear that the material was wasted. Some of them were even afraid that the furnace would blow up. Some of them even felt pity for the fire that Tianyun was using. They thought that it was a shame for it to be in Tianyun's hands. Xianxia frowned too, but she didn't say anything as she had to see the finished product first. Yuaner, however, was prepared to take the blame if anything bad happened there. Even though Tianyun was lying about that entire pill refining thing, she would make sure that he would get out of there unscathed. Tianyun was still the one who helped her break free of Li Hao's grasp. But Tianyun baffled everyone once again as he finished the first batch and handed the life-continuing spirit pills that he refined to Xianxia. They were all dumbfounded and looked at Tianyun completely at a loss for words. Xianxia immediately checked the pills and saw that the medicinal pills were well made and that the pills oozed rich fragrance that was very refreshing. There was no doubt in her mind that those life-continuing pills were of a high-grade refinement rank. They started to look at the pills themselves and were shocked to see the high-ranked pills to be made in such a short time. Some of them knew that this was at least third refinement rank fourth-grade medicinal pills. Medicinal pills were divided into 9 ranks. The more impurities removed, the stronger the effect would be, and the higher the refinement ranks would be. Even though it was still at the lower end, third refinement rank medicinal pills were already great, as it was rare to see any medicinal pills at that rank. Is there any problem with the pills? Tianyun asked curiously. He watched as everyone was silent and guessed that maybe they thought that he poisoned the pills but were embarrassed to say it out loud. So, Tianyun took one random pill and immediately swallowed it without fear. Taking a life-continuing spirit pill. Plus 10.000 points to vitality. Vitality was the point he needed to strengthen his defensive power. But as of now, he didn't really need it as his defense power was already high enough to withstand a core transformation peak stage cultivator's attack. Everyone was embarrassed after seeing that Tianyun proved it to them that there was nothing bad mixed into the pill. Tianyun asked them once again if there was anything wrong with his medicinal pills. Xianxia quickly ordered the deacon to give the pills to the injured spirit race on the sickbay. You are really awesome. You must be a genius to have such strong power and high-level ability. Yuaner said while jumping to Tianyun's embrace. Tianyun was a little bit flushed by Yuaner's act. He doesn't want any of them to think of anything inappropriate about him. Chapter 290. Yuaner was excited that the man she brought after saving her life was useful for spirit race, and he was really strong too. This fact made Yuaner a little too excited that she forgot that she has been hugging Tianyun for quite a while. After she realized that she was holding on to Tianyun, she blushed a little bit and let go at once while saying, sorry. Tianyun laughed and patted Yuaner's head like a little kid. She flustered the moment Tianyun patted her head. Xianxia said, I am sorry for doubting you and for my people's behavior. I understand. I am already aware of the situation that the spirit race was currently in. Tianyun said to Xianxia, I would continue to refine the fourth-grade medicinal pills until you said otherwise or if I am already used all of the materials for it. Tianyun said while smiling slightly. Okay, that is all we need for now. Thank you for your kindness. Xianxia said gratefully. As the sense of urgency was overcome, I will take my time to refine each batch of medicinal pills now. Tianyun said confidently. Xianxia nodded and said, okay, I have something else to do. You can tell Yuaner if you need any help. Tianyun looked at Xianxia as she walked away and wanted to tell her that he was the one who saved her on the cave before, but decides not to as he barely knows anything about the spirit race's situation at the moment. He was afraid that if he exposed himself, he could endanger the spirit race more than they already were. He began to refine the fourth-grade medicinal pills scrupulously, making Yuaner and the other alchemists reluctant to talk to or even bother him. Even though he said that he would be making the medicinal pill at a much slower pace, he still made a batch of medicinal pills faster than a normal alchemist. The alchemists in the room looked at Tianyun with envy. They wanted to have Tianyun's skill too. While Tianyun took a little rest, Yuaner quickly asked, is it okay for you to be watched by the other alchemists since they may figure out your secret? Tianyun laughed and said, it's okay, they could even ask me for that, and I will teach them if they could keep up with me. Yuaner said, Big Brother is so amazing, you are so strong and smart. Yuaner also asked, what kind of divine rune you want to portray with Jade Spirit Stone that you bought early. You are amazing divine rune master too, right? That question aroused the deacons' curiosity. They happened to overhear their conversation. They didn't expect Yi Tianyun to be able to portray a divine rune. They thought that he was already an incredible pill refining master, and Yi Wanner suddenly said that he was also a divine rune master. Yes, it is for portraying the huge array in my place. I will use it immediately after I am done helping here. Yi Tianyun said casually, I could help you with that. I am a 5th grade divine rune master myself. If it's not higher than that, I would definitely succeed. Yi Wanner said confidently, I would think about it. Yi Tianyun said while laughing a little bit. As they were conversing casually and joked around, Yi Tianyun finally returned to making another batch of medicinal pills. Yi Wanner watched Yi Tianyun refine one after another medicinal pill as she didn't know what else to do to kill some time. She couldn't walk around the spirit pagoda casually as she only got permission to stay in that room. After a few hours had passed, Yi Qingshan came back to ask Yi Tianyun, can I get another batch of life-continuing spirit pill? All of the first batches had been used. Yi Wanner quickly gave her all the medicinal pills that Yi Tianyun had made that are made into the stockpile. This, Yi Qingshan was surprised to see the piling medicinal pill and then said, this is enough for the time being, you should rest for now. Successfully completed first stage of Rescue the Spirit Race. Quest overcome the medicine pill shortage. Reward, 5.000.000 Express, 50.000 CPs, 5.000 pill refining proficiencies, 50 Spirit Race favorability points. Second stage of Rescue the Spirit Race. Had been obtained, help restore the divine rune that belongs to the spirit race. Reward on completion, 10.000.000 Express, 100.000 CPs, 10.000 divine rune proficiency points, 50 spirit race favorability points. Wanner come help me to fix the divine rune around the great array. Yi Qingshan said. Yi Wanner immediately agreed, okay, no problem. Yi Tianyun also asked, can I help too? After receiving the quest, Yi Tianyun was eager to help, so he needed permission to go with Yi Wanner to help out. This, Yi Qingshan hesitated for a while but quickly nodded, okay, please come with me. Yi Tianyun was happy that his quest progress wouldn't be halted, but he knew that even if his offer was rejected, he could always reveal his real identity to Yi Qingshan to make everything a lot easier. Chapter 291. Yi Qingshan takes Yi Tianyun and Yi Wanner to the top of the Spirit Pagoda, where Elder Yan was fixing the divine rune by himself. Yi Tianyun was a little bit confused seeing the scene in front of him, so he asked, why was there only one person fixing the divine rune? Spirit race should have many divine rune masters. You are right, spirit race indeed had many divine rune masters. But many of them already captured by the Netherworld Empire. Some of them were among the traitor of the spirit race. Yi Qingshan said while sighing sadly. She doesn't hide this problem from Yi Tianyun as she trusted Yi Tianyun enough. The outside world had known that spirit race was a race that had an innate ability on divine rune and that the spirit race tried to show that they still had many divine rune masters, which was false information to throw off the Netherworld Empire as to not attack them head-on. Yi Tianyun became angered upon hearing that information. His disgust on the Netherworld Empire was intensified. Now, he had to help the spirit race as not to let the power-hungry Netherworld Empire got what they wanted. Yi Tianyun noticed that the Jade Spirit Stone was placed in many places, and some of them almost faded out, meaning that the stone was close to being exhausted. Yi Qingshan quickly asked Elder Yan, who was Divine Rune Master, how is the condition of the Great Array? It is not good, Saintess. There are too many damaged divine runes due to the Netherworld Empire's constant attack. Right now, the divine runes we set on the forest were on the verge of collapsing. I am afraid Lei Yun will reach the inner sanctuary anytime soon. Elder Yan said nervously. Lei Yun. When Yi Qingshan was hearing the name of the man who imprisoned her after gaining her trust released all pent-up anger in her heart, her killing intent was emanated from her body like poison, she really wanted to kill Lei Yun. Yi Wanner also added, I felt sick when knowing that my sister was once Lei Yun's fiancé. Fortunately, my sister doesn't marry him. Yi Qingshan quickly snapped back from her hatred and said, we should fix the divine rune quickly. Don't let the enemy enter the palace. Elder Yan looked at the side and noticed Yi Tianyun for the first time and asked, is he the man who helps the spirit race refining the necessary medicinal pills? Yi Tianyun immediately bowed his head as respect and said,
I am indeed the alchemy who helps to refine some of the medicinal pills. Yi Qingshan immediately gave permission for Yi Tianyun to look around the place while they needed to fix the divine rune rights away. Yi Tianyun stopped them and said, I want to help repair the divine rune too. Everyone was a little bit startled hearing Yi Tianyun wanted to help to repair the divine runes too. They were confused as they knew that Yi Tianyun was alchemist, not divine rune master. Yi Tianyun also said, I am at least a 5th grade divine rune master, but I still don't know for sure how high my grade is. Yi Qingshan said, you may help out if you are really 5th grade divine rune master, we need all the help that we can get now. Yi Wan'er was a little bit surprised to hear that new information regarding Yi Tianyun. She already bragged herself as a 5th grade divine rune master to Yi Tianyun, and now he said that he himself was also the 5th grade divine rune master. Yi Qingshan immediately directed Yi Tianyun to a 5th grade divine rune that needed to be fixed right away. Yi Tianyun quickly took out his imperial spirit stroke that once again surprised everyone, and started to repair the divine rune immediately. He didn't use the heavenly eyes as he didn't want his cover to be blown just yet. The heavenly eyes were the innate ability special to Yi Qingshan. He knew that Yi Qingshan and himself would be in trouble if the spirit race knew that he had the heavenly eyes. Yi Tianyun repaired the divine rune perfectly even without the heavenly eyes. Everyone was surprised beyond belief. They all thought, how could Yi Tianyun cultivate all that? They have never seen any cultivator with a double profession, not to mention with such a high proficiency on both like Yi Tianyun, not to mention he was so young. Chapter 292. They were shocked to see that Yi Tianyun was really a high-grade double profession cultivator who was very rare. It was almost impossible to see one at such a young age too. They all wondered if Yi Tianyun has already cultivated since he was inside his mother's womb. They didn't know that Yi Tianyun was basically cheating. The crazy leveling system that he got unlocked unlimited potential for him. Successfully fixed a 5th grade divine rune. Reward: 500.000 Express, 500 divine rune proficiency. Yi Tianyun sighed in relief that he fixed one difficult divine rune in such a short time. He noticed that it was faster to fix divine rune than making a new one. Yi sisters looked at Yi Tianyun's work immediately and noticed that the divine rune was repaired to perfection. I was surprised that you are really a divine rune master. Yi Wan'er said excitedly. I never lied, at least not to you. Yi Tianyun said while smiling toward Yi Wan'er. Yi Qingshan quickly directed Yi Tianyun to several other divine runes that had to be fixed as not to waste any time. As time passed, Yi Tianyun and the others have managed to repair many divine runes on the Spirit Pagoda relentlessly. Although Yi Tianyun didn't seem to be fatigued even with all the amount of divine runes he has fixed, the other didn't share the same stamina as him. The other's face was visibly paler and was on the verge of fainting from the loss of spiritual power. Suddenly, the divine rune in the middle of the Spirit Pagoda was screeching, and its light was also dimmed out. Yi Qingshan and Elder Yan quickly rushed there to repair it immediately. That particular divine rune shouldn't be destroyed. If it was destroyed, the Spirit Pagoda would be doomed. The divine rune received damage from the East Forest direction. With this much damage, the East Forest would fall soon. Elder Yan said to Yi Qingshan while slightly panicked. Elder Yan continuously repaired the said divine rune, and as time went by, his face became paler, and cold sweat was seen dripping from his face. Not long after that, Elder Yan was visibly shaken. He wobbled until he almost fell. Elder Yan, you should rest. Yi Wan'er, who was standing close by him, immediately caught his body and laid him on the bench to let him rest. It's fine, I still can do it. Elder Yan quickly tried to get up to continue his job, but Yi Qingshan quickly stopped him as she will finish fixing the divine runes herself. Elder Yan struggled for a bit as he didn't want to let the Saintess do all his jobs, but he finally gave up as he felt that his body was really heavy and hard to move. Yi Qingshan quickly activated her heavenly eyes and started to fix the divine rune diligently. Although her divine rune proficiency was not as good as Elder Yan, with her heavenly eyes, she could still repair that divine rune without fail, but it certainly took more time. Over time, Yi Qingshan also fell victim to fatigue as she has become wobbly with her face began to ashen. She stumbled backward as she couldn't hold on to her consciousness, and Yi Tianyun quickly held her before the floor hit her head. Are you okay? Yi Tianyun quickly laid her down on the floor and said, let me fix it. She wanted to reject Yi Tianyun's offer as she wanted to finish it herself, but as she was about to say something, Yi Tianyun took off his mask, revealed his true face and said, you already promised to marry me, and because of that,
I can't let you die there. Yi Tianyun's voice was familiar to Yi Qingshan. He also made sure that Yi Wan'er and Elder Yan couldn't see what he was doing. This, Yi Qingshan was shocked as she immediately recognized Yi Tianyun's face and voice. She also blushed from Yi Tianyun's teasing, but as soon as he took off the mask, he wore it again as not to raise suspicion to the others. Yi Tianyun said, fixing the divine rune won't be a problem for me, and you should trust me to finish repairing all the remaining divine runes. Yi Qingshan's eyes twinkled in admiration. She knew that Yi Tianyun was a man of his word. Haha, okay. Yi Tianyun then lifted her from the ground and laid her on the nearby bench, beside Elder Yan. Chapter 293. Yi Tianyun repaired the master-level divine rune, out of everyone's surprise. Yi Wan'er felt awkward as she already bragged to Yi Tianyun while, as of the moment, Yi Tianyun was definitely more capable than she was. Elder Yan, on the side, was looking at Yi Tianyun in awe. That was the first time that he saw a young man capable of becoming a divine rune master and a fourth-grade alchemy at the same time. Yi Tianyun didn't pay attention to the stare that both of them gave him. Instead, he was focused on repairing the divine rune. It was the hardest divine rune that he got a chance to fix, but it could still be done, although it may take some time to finish. Yi Qingshan looked at him with a clear familiarity now. She couldn't help but asked about Yi Tianyun's cheat cultivation too, as she became curious because Yi Tianyun seemed to be capable of everything. Yi Tianyun also noticed that her favorability already increased to 200 points. Yi Tianyun answered her question while joking around. The atmosphere around them was as if Yi Tianyun and Yi Qingshan was a longtime friend. Now, would you be a gentleman and finish fixing the divine rune faster, please? Yi Qingshan said with a light smile on her face and a joking tone on her voice. I can do that if I use the heavenly eyes. Now, wouldn't it be a problem for you if I use it? Yi Tianyun said teasingly. Well, it may be a problem. But if you really have to use it, then use it. I will deal with the backlash later. Yi Qingshan said casually. I really hope that it was really you when I hear your surname after hearing that someone had saved my sister from the Netherworld Empire, but after I see you the first time this day, I admit that I was a little bit disappointed. But it turned out that thing was never easy around you. Yi Qingshan said while snickering teasingly. Well, I am afraid that my identity is quite special nowadays. I have so many enemies and people who are willing to kill me for a bunch of money. Plus, housing me in my real identity could endanger your position. Yi Tianyun said while smirking to Yi Qingshan. Yi Qingshan didn't really believe everything that Yi Tianyun had said, but she didn't want to question Yi Tianyun. He has been right so far. Well, your race doesn't even let me enter this place to come and see you myself. Don't they know that you would be marrying me in the future? Yi Tianyun said teasingly. Yi Qingshan blushed again from Yi Tianyun's teasing. I couldn't just marry someone out of love like that. I need to think about my people and marry the next spirit race king. Yi Qingshan said while blushing slightly. Well, if that is really the case, I guess I should hurry up and finish repairing all of this now. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. With the help of Yi Tianyun, the master-level divine rune was repaired much faster than anyone could hope for. The divine rune released a dazzling light, proving the divine rune was up and running. Yi Tianyun sighed in relief after knowing that he has done the best he could on that divine rune. Successfully fixed 5th grade divine rune. Reward: 300.000 Express, 500 divine rune proficiency. Completed the second step, restore the divine rune in the Spirit Pagoda. From the Rescue the Spirit Race questline. Reward: 10.000.000 Express, 100.000 CPs, 10.000 divine rune proficiency, 50 Spirit Race favorability. Congratulations to the host for successfully breakthrough to 3rd level of core transformation stage. 3rd step quest: repel the intruder from Netherworld Empire. From Rescue the Spirit Race questline had been accepted. Completion reward: 30.000.000 Express, 100.000 CPs, 5.000 SPs, 50 Spirit Race favorability. The next step on finishing the Rescue the Spirit Race quest popped up after Yi Tianyun finished repairing the divine rune. He knew that the Spirit Race King title was so near that he could taste it. Please join. Chapter 294. Yi Tianyun was very satisfied to see that that quest gave him a good amount of express to level up. Yi Qingshan showed relief on her face as she saw that all the divine rune had been repaired. She told Yi Tianyun, "You should get a rest after repairing these many divine runes in the Spirit Pagoda." Yi Tianyun quickly refused and said, "This is the perfect time to strike the invader who trying to enter the spirit race's sanctuary." Yi Tianyun said that to finish his quest as quickly as he possibly could. He didn't want to waste any time doing nothing. Everyone was a little bit startled that Yi Tianyun knew the situation they were currently in. So, without hiding anything, Yi Qingshan said, "We have been fighting against the outside force for quite some time, and the medicinal pills that you refined earlier were immediately used to treat their injuries. The enemy is bringing along several experts for that attack, making it harder to repel them." How many and how powerful was the enemy this time around? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. He knows that he would have a hard time dealing with any void spirit expert. But if there wasn't any, he could stomp them with no problem. The enemy was led by Lei Yun and several elders who already betrayed the spirit race. They were all in the core transformation stage. Some Netherworld Empire's forces were mixed in too. There were at least several core transformation stage cultivators among them. Yi Qingshan said nervously. Yi Tianyun was a little surprised to hear that no void spirit cultivator was participating in the attack at that time. Yi Tianyun quickly showed a confident smile and said, "I will kick them out alone." Yi Wan'er was startled to hear Yi Tianyun said that he would fight their enemy alone. She couldn't help but ask, "What is your plan?" "Well, I will kick them and maybe punch them out while I am at it," Yi Tianyun said while smiling to Yi Wan'er. "I will come with you," Yi Qingshan said, making everyone even more surprised. Against that many enemies, no one knows what will happen on the battlefield. Big brother maybe can't cover you at all times. Yi Wan'er quickly became mad because Yi Qingshan said something so impulsive. Elder Yan also said, "Maybe you will only drag him down on the battlefield. You can't go out into the battlefield, especially in your current condition. If you get caught, the spirit race will be doomed." Yi Qingshan said, "It will be fine. With the divine runes fixed, the forest will be confusing, and I will be hiding until I can unleash my surprise attack. I can hide again if the enemy finds me, and my surprise attack doesn't kill the enemy." While Elder Yan and Yi Wan'er weren't convinced that Yi Qingshan would remain safe out there, Yi Qingshan kept making plans on her attack with Yi Tianyun in the East Forest. Yi Tianyun said, "You should hide when I kill annoying enemies who are separated from their groups. Also, strike the one you hate the most. I will give you time to do it, and you don't need to cover me, I am fine." Yi Qingshan nodded her head as she agreed on Yi Tianyun's plan. She quickly said, "The perfect time to attack the enemy is when they trapped in the forest." Elder Yan and Yi Wan'er said that they wanted to come and help out too, but Yi Qingshan quickly rejected them as both of them needed to guard the spirit pagoda if, by any chance, the enemy successfully entered the sanctuary. Elder Yan and Yi Wan'er quickly nodded their head in understanding. Although they really wanted to go to the battlefield too, they couldn't ignore the saints' order. After the briefing, Yi Qingshan quickly left the spirit pagoda with Yi Tianyun. In the way toward the East Forest, Yi Tianyun teased Yi Qingshan once again by saying that she was too protective of her sister. "You know, I would do anything to make sure that she was safe and sound. I don't want my sister to join the fight as I know that it would be too dangerous for her," Yi Qingshan said confidently. She really means everything she said. "Well, if that is really what you want, then I would gladly make it happen for you," Yi Tianyun said. Yi Qingshan nodded her head. She felt that Yi Tianyun's words were really soothing and that she could rely on Yi Tianyun more. Chapter 295. Yi Qingshan quickly led Yi Tianyun to the guard camp near the East Forest, and she quickly assembled a team of Spirit Corps guards to join them repelling the intruder. Yi Tianyun let her did all of that although that he thought it was futile. He will definitely beat them all by himself. Is this all the people that the spirit race could afford right now? Yi Tianyun asked Yi Qingshan. "I am embarrassed to say that this is all our force can give right now. The Netherworld Empire had caught almost all of our warrior," Yi Qingshan said embarrassedly. Although spirit race was referred to as a race or a family, they were definitely a top faction in par with top third-grade faction. Because of that, Yi Tianyun was a little disappointed that the power spirit race currently had was so insignificant. Yi Qingshan also said that she has already sent many men to break into Netherworld prison, but none of them ever returned. Let alone rescuing any spirit race prisoner there, they couldn't even come back safely. She also said that they needed a key to release all of the spirit race prisoner and that the key was nowhere to be found inside the prison. After Yi Qingshan's explanation, Yi Tianyun remembered the prison key that he got after killing Cheng Feng back then. The key was described as spirit race prison key, and maybe that was just what he needed to break in and release all of the spirit race inside the prison. Xianxia also said that she needed to break out the old ancestors of spirit race who were captured and detained inside the prison. She was afraid that the old ancestor would be tortured to reveal their secrets, and that was not good considering their age and their weakened cultivation. Xianxia was visibly angered after saying all that. It was clear that she had so much respect for her elder. Tianyun tried to comfort Xianxia by saying that when they successfully killed all of the intruders who threatened the spirit race sanctuary, he himself will personally go to spirit race prison and released all of the spirit race prisoner being held there. Xianxia was visibly relieved, although just a little, and immediately led the group into the East Forest to deal with the intruder. The group of spirit race cultivator led by Xianxia quickly hid in the forest for a chance to ambush any intruder who came their way, while Tianyun walked forward casually like a tourist. Tianyun and Xianxia have already agreed that Tianyun could kill all of the intruders by himself if he were really capable of doing so, except for Lei Yun. She wanted to deal with Lei Yun herself. Xianxia didn't seem to lose the slightest sympathy toward any of the traitor who also came with Lei Yun. She told Tianyun to kill them all without hesitation. While searching for the intruder, although Tianyun and Xianxia split, they weren't that far apart, but although Xianxia had activated her own spiritual search, she kept losing track of Tianyun. It was like Tianyun didn't have any aura at all, which she thought was very weird at first until Tianyun kept showing up in front of her. "Where are you just now? I don't seem to notice you anywhere." Xianxia immediately asked Tianyun about that phenomenon when she was finally close enough. "I am just hiding my aura, that is all. I am always near you the entire time," Tianyun said while tried to act confusedly. As they finished conversing with each other, Tianyun sensed someone was coming and quickly gave a signal for Xianxia to hide. Tianyun walked closer to the intruder so that he could hear them talk among themselves to receive information. Tianyun heard that the man in command was someone called Wu Peng and that he was currently leading several spirit race traders to breach the divine rune, and that he was having trouble as the divine rune has already been fixed while he was already in the middle of the forest maze. The spirit race trader kept saying that they couldn't do anything as the divine rune was already fixed and that they didn't have the power to breach that area. Wu Peng was angered by the spirit race trader's inability to resolve that matter while he himself was in dire need to prove himself. Xianxia tried to talk to Tianyun with a sound transmission, but as soon as she talked, she could no longer sense nor see Tianyun. At the same time, Tianyun was already behind Wu Peng's group while asking for help, saying that he was lost in that jungle. Chapter 296. Wu Peng looked behind after hearing a man's voice and jumped immediately after seeing that a man that he has never seen before was right there without ever sensing him. At first, he thought that Tianyun was a spirit race, but as he saw Tianyun closely, he knew that Tianyun wasn't one, so he ordered his man to kill Tianyun for surprising him like that. The spirit race traders immediately carried out the order, and as they charged toward Tianyun, he casually kicked their chest one by one. He was immediately killing them as they were flung upwards. Successfully killed a spirit race trader. Reward: 150.000 Express, 3.600 CPs, 200 SPs, 800 Divine Rune Proficiency, Heaven Spirit Step Martial Art, Heaven Spirit Fist, Heavenly Spirit Stroke, Tyrant Rune Paper. "What do you have to say for yourself now?" Tianyun said coldly as he killed the remaining spirit race traders one by one. Wu Peng, who was angered after seeing the spirit race that he brought with him that day, was being killed, immediately took out a blood-red knife, and immediately charged toward Tianyun himself. Tianyun sighed after seeing his enemies were still stupid enough to charge towards him after seeing everyone on their group was killed like a cockroach. Tianyun quickly parried Wu Peng's attack and smashed his knife into iron scrap with only his fist and immediately punched Wu Peng's chest, flinging him backward toward the tree. Wu Peng's body was slammed into the trees hard, while it surely made a dent on the tree, but Tianyun saw that the tree was unusually hard as it was supposed to be toppled since Wu Peng's body slammed it. Wu Peng groaned and rolled over on the ground. He tried to stand up but he couldn't as he found out that his internal organs were bleeding with only one punch from the unknown man and he was coughing blood from the impact itself. "No wonder you didn't die instantly with that heavy armor on your body, but well, it was useless nonetheless," Tianyun said indifferently. Wu Peng was dead not long after that, and the rest of the spirit race traders who were still alive quickly checked on Wu Peng and shouted to Tianyun if he knew who he has just killed or not. Do you think I am blind? Don't you know I saw what armor you wear? Did you think that because you are from Netherworld Empire, you would be safe? Yi Tianyun said coldly. Yi Tianyun quickly signed for Yi Qingshan to come forward, and once the traitors saw their former saintess, their complexion changed. Yi Qingshan quickly froze the feet of all the traitors as soon as she saw they were about to run away. She quickly killed every traitor on the spot, except for one. The traitor started to ask for mercy to the saintess and said that he was forced to join the Netherworld Empire, or they will kill him. I couldn't trust any of your word. Even if what you were saying were all true, you could escape or do something noteworthy to prevent Netherworld Empire advancement. But instead, you gladly sell your own race to the enemy in exchange of your own life. Yi Qingshan said coldly. The traitor kept asking for mercy as he said that Elder Lei Yun was the one who instigated them to betray the spirit race while promising that their life will be better in the Netherworld Empire, but the truth was their lives was like a dog. Once they pledged their allegiance to Netherworld Empire, they were ordered to work like a slave and eat like a dog. Yi Qingshan was a little bit startled by the traitor's word, but she eventually said that he had a brain to think for himself and therefore needed to be punished. She quickly whipped the traitor's head, immediately beheaded the traitor head. After killing all traitors that Yi Tianyun didn't have time to kill, Yi Qingshan sighed. She thought that she would find relief after killing many traitors, but instead, all she felt was a pain. She didn't want to kill anyone that she once thought was a family. Yi Tianyun, who has been watching Yi Qingshan for quite a while, understood that the saintess must have felt pain after killing her own race. He felt that he needed to leave her alone to mourn the death of her people. Chapter 297. The Netherworld Empire had done that practice for quite a long time. They will force some of them to join and then made the rest of the faction join them too. That way, they could receive many new cultivators and destroyed one faction that could threaten them in the future. In many cases, something like that would be good on the smaller factions to be able to merge with a bigger one, but that is not a case on the Netherworld Empire. They would reap all kinds of benefits they could get from the small factions and later on dispose them like garbage. Heaven's top mansion was one example of the atrocity that the Netherworld Empire was trying to do. They would invite the top brass of a faction to join them, and then made them attack the faction from the inside to betray their own faction and then corrupted the faction slowly. If it was not because of Yi Tianyun, the Heaven's top mansion would have fallen to Netherworld Empire's hands. The spirit race was currently facing the same issue. Their top brass has already joined the Netherworld Empire as a traitor to the spirit race, and now they tried to pin the traitor with the spirit race themselves. Yi Qingshan felt the pain in her heart from all that sad circumstance. She was sad to see her own people fight amongst themselves like that. Her hatred towards the Netherworld Empire keep growing every day. All she wanted was to destroy the Netherworld Empire and release the captured spirit race, who were being imprisoned inside the Netherworld Empire's prison. Relax, I am here to help you. I will not leave until the spirit race is safe. Yi Tianyun said to reassure Yi Qingshan. This is all because of the Netherworld Empire. I will make sure they paid for all their mistake. Yi Qingshan said confidently with a little bit of anger in her voice. While Yi Tianyun listened to Yi Qingshan's rant, Wu Peng, who they thought was already dead, groaned in pain. Yi Tianyun and Qingshan immediately walked over and looked at Wu Peng curiously. Wu Peng immediately said, if you kill me, the Netherworld Empire will uproot the spirit race in any time soon. Wu Peng tried to throw something towards Yi Qingshan, but Yi Tianyun was so much faster than him. Yi Tianyun quickly kicked him, and he was slammed to the trees harder than before. You still want to fight me with those injuries? Are you that stupid? But don't worry, it is not spirit race who will be destroyed in the end. It will be the Netherworld Empire. Yi Tianyun said casually. Yi Tianyun quickly touched Wu Peng's body and activated his absorbing stars great technique, absorbing the spiritual energy from Wu Peng's body. In a matter of seconds, Wu Peng's body was visibly getting weaker and exhausted because his spiritual energy was extorted from his body. What would you like to do to this guy? Yi Tianyun asked Yi Qingshan. I would like him dead. Yi Qingshan said boldly. Yi Tianyun nodded his head and then kicked Wu Peng as hard as he could, flinging Wu Peng one last time toward the tree. He was finally dead after that kick. Successfully killed Wu Peng. Reward: 830.000 Express, 4.300 CPs, 300 SPs, Bloodthirsty Chop Martial Art, Demon Blood Soaring Technique, Bloody Monster Knife, Nirvana Armor, 500.000 Express Pills. Yi Tianyun also skillfully took Wu Peng's storage ring, which was witnessed by Yi Qingshan. She teased Yi Tianyun for being a sleazy bandit who took a dead man's possession. Well, it's better than letting it go to waste on a dead person. Yi Tianyun said confidently. How could you become this strong, this fast? What is your secret? Yi Qingshan asked curiously. I don't really know myself. I keep on fighting every day, and this is what I become. Yi Tianyun said vaguely. He couldn't tell anyone about his system, not without making anybody confused. Yi Qingshan was confused by Yi Tianyun's answer and decided not to ask about it any further for the time being. She quickly gave a sign to Yi Tianyun that they should press onward to find another intruder group and kill them all one by one. At the same time, Liao Cheng was looking around the forest desperately for anything suspicious. He was already stuck in that maze for a day, and he would really like to get out of there. Go find a way to break through this array. The spirit race traitor, who was beside him, also looked disgruntled. He knew that it would be almost impossible to break through that forest maze since the great array has been fixed. We can't break through for a while, we need time. What a bunch of useless. You spirit race is very incompetent. You will be punished when we back. The spirit race traitor kept apologizing and said, Trace confusion great array can't be solved without knowing its pattern, and the pattern changed randomly, even the elder will have a hard time to break through the forest. If we are too slow, Wu Peng will take all credits. Liao Cheng also felt irritated. He began to shout for the spirit race traitor to step up their work so he won't be left too far from Wu Peng. Yi Tianyun suddenly appeared among them and said, Don't worry, Wu Peng won't take your credit because he was already dead. Yi Qingshan was hide in the dark, ready for a sneak attack. Chapter 298. Liao Cheng immediately took out his weapon and stared at Yi Tianyun coldly. Who are you? How could you come here undetected? Liao Cheng asked Yi Tianyun. I am the one that would end your life soon. Yi Tianyun said while smirking. Evilly, Yi Tianyun quickly rushed toward Liao Cheng and kicked him while using his dragon god bloodline. Yi Qingshan also came to help Yi Tianyun dealt with the traitor. She froze the feet of the traitors as to make sure that none of them escaped. Yi Tianyun and Yi Qingshan easily killed all of them in a short amount of time. Why are you getting stronger every time I saw you fight? Yi Qingshan asked curiously. The enemy is just too weak. I am not a strong one. Yi Tianyun answered indifferently. You know, if it isn't because of you, we will get in so many difficulties right now. Yi Qingshan said while smiling at Yi Tianyun. You know you could rely on me with everything. Tianyun said while smiling toward Yi Qingshan too. Yi Qingshan flashed a beautiful smile towards Yi Tianyun and said, We should go to the next place. With Yi Qingshan's leadership, they quickly annihilated the next intruders that they encountered after Liao Cheng. Sadly, that group of intruders didn't even have any core transformation expert with them. When they went to another area, they noticed that there was a core transformation expert who was attacking some of the spirit race's people that Yi Qingshan brought earlier. Yi Tianyun quickly stopped him by kicking the expert's chest while saying that he will take him on instead. Once again, that group of intruders was annihilated by Yi Tianyun and Yi Qingshan. The group of intruders was separated into several groups to destroy the trace confusion great array in batches. But once the great array was fixed, that was how did they end up in such a situation. The intruder was almost annihilated now. Lei Yun's group was the only one left. Yi Qingshan told Yi Tianyun. While saying that information to Yi Tianyun, he could feel that Yi Qingshan's anger filled the air because of that person called Lei Yun. Yi Tianyun was so excited to face him, as he would kill a man who caused grief to Yi Qingshan. If I see something off with Lei Yun, I would immediately kill all of them, so there was no casualty in spirit race. Yi Tianyun said confidently toward Yi Qingshan. As they got close enough to see Lei Yun, he shouted, Come out. I can feel Yi Qingshan's glare from few miles away. Yi Qingshan's complexions changed. If she was recognized like that, then they have lost their advantage. Yi Tianyun raised his brows as he didn't know why Yi Qingshan was recognized so soon like that. He immediately tries to look at the group of intruders in front of him. He noticed a strong-built man with a dense divine rune engraved on his body. He quickly used his appraisal eye to look at Lei Yun's stats. Lei Yun, 7th level core transformation stage. Enchantment. Thunderbolt divine rune, excellent power on thunder attribute. Combat power. 3.800.000. Equipment. High-grade soul tools. Weakness. Earth attribute attack. Martial art. Thunder dragon flash. Thunder Dragon Secret Art, Thunder God Befall. Chance on drops. Thunder Dragon Flash, Thunder Dragon Secret Art, Thunder God Befall,
Thunder God Suit. Yi Tianyun felt excited upon seeing Lei Yun's stat, as he thought Lei Yun was pretty strong, maybe even stronger than any 7th level core transformation stage expert. But of course, Lei Yun was no match to him. Chapter 299. Lei Yun was strong, maybe the strongest out of all the intruders that day. Yi Tianyun knew immediately that was why Netherworld Empire used Lei Yun as the prized spirit race trader, because he was a genius cultivator. But as Netherworld Empire prized possession, they haven't trusted Lei Yun completely. In instance, Netherworld Empire placed one of their ministers to monitor Lei Yun's action throughout the attack against the spirit race. Because of that, Yi Tianyun must defeat 2 core transformation experts in Lei Yun's group, but it wasn't a big deal for Yi Tianyun, as it would only mean that he will get another treasure. Oh, are you not willing to come out? Lei Yun sneered as Yi Qingshan didn't come out of hiding and then throw a thunder ball in Yi Qingshan's direction. Yi Qingshan was startled by that attack and immediately blocked the attack with her whip, but Yi Tianyun quickly blocked it with his hands before it even reached Yi Qingshan. Yi Tianyun immediately noticed that the Trace Confusion Great Array didn't have any effect on Lei Yun. Yi Qingshan quickly looked at Yi Tianyun's hand and saw that Yi Tianyun's hand wasn't damaged at all. Your helper wasn't bad at all, Lei Yun said as he saw Yi Qingshan and Yi Tianyun. He was already familiar enough with this Great Array, he won't receive the effect full force. We couldn't get close to him as he could see any weird distortion in a 15-meter radius. Yi Qingshan said to Yi Tianyun. Don't you worry, I wouldn't get any closer than I am now, at least for now. Yi Tianyun said while smirking to Yi Qingshan. He immediately took out his Cold Ice Divine Bow from his inventory. Yi Qingshan looked at the Divine Bow in awe. Since she had a high affinity with Ice Element, she felt that the bow was the prettiest bow that she has ever seen. Yi Tianyun quickly used the Cold Ice Fury, Cold Ice Divine Bow's special attack at the cost of 5.000 CPs with Lei Yun as his target. Lei Yun's complexion quickly changed after he saw the ice arrow flew toward him. He shouted the people near him to get away while he himself tried to get away from the arrow's trajectory. Unfortunately, the Netherworld Empire's minister wasn't able to get away from the arrow in time, so instead of hitting Lei Yun, the arrow hit the minister. Successfully killed Netherworld Empire Minister Mu Yun. Reward: 930.000 Express, 4.600 CPs, 200 SPs, Netherworld Secret Act, Turning Over Heaven's Palm, Moon Heavenly Sword, Heavenly Feather Boots, 100.000 Express Pill. Successfully killed Spirit Race Trader. Reward: 240.000 Express, 3.100 CPs, 100 SPs, 400 Divine Rune Proficiency Points. Everyone was shocked to see that with only an arrow, the damage done to the intruder was so massive that even a Netherworld Empire's minister was killed by it. Yi Qingshan stared at the arrow path with a wide eye. She couldn't shake the feeling that Yi Tianyun was far more powerful than he said he was. Yi Tianyun didn't stop there. He shot 3 consecutive arrows with the Cold Ice Divine Bow to Lei Yun while activating his crazy damage mode. The arrow hit Lei Yun precisely on his chest. The effect was immediately shown as his body gradually froze. But it didn't seem that he will die just because of that. He quickly activated his Thunder Divine Runes on his body and thawed the ice that slowly froze his body. Who are you? What faction are you from? Did the spirit race pay you? I will double your pay if you join us, or even triple it if you want. Lei Yun said desperately. Well, I was being paid by given permission to kill the Netherworld Empire's people. If you can kill the Netherworld Empire's emperor, then I will definitely join you. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Chapter 300. You think you smart, talking to me like that. You dare to mock Netherworld Empire, you stupid shit. Lei Yun said with a red face. He was enraged after hearing Yi Tianyun's bold comment. Yi Qingshan was giggling at the sight as she couldn't hold back her laughter. I don't know what you are talking about, but one thing for sure is that I don't want anything to do with your filthy Netherworld Empire. When I arrived here, they tried to get rid of me, and therefore, now is my time to get rid of them. Yi Tianyun said coldly. Lei Yun was startled after hearing Yi Tianyun's remark. It was clear that the Netherworld Empire provoked Yi Tianyun, and he will be the one reaping what they sowed. You will pay for betraying the spirit race. You hear me? Yi Qingshan shouted on the side lane. I didn't betray the spirit race. The spirit race was the one betraying me. How could you be dumb enough not to join us in the Netherworld Empire? The spirit race will thrive in there. Lei Yun quickly answered. It is better to make the Netherworld Emperor the new Spirit King too. He adds. Yi Qingshan looked at Lei Yun funnily. Are you out of your mind? Did you really that stupid? The Emperor didn't have what it took to become the Spirit King. Did Lei Yun think that the Spirit King's title was like a candy which could be passed randomly to another person? No, Lei Yun was obviously selling the spirit race to have better resources for himself. Now, I am glad that you not yet become our Spirit King. The spirit race would be doomed with you as our leader. Yi Qingshan said condescendingly. You better stop now before I couldn't control myself. Lei Yun said warningly. You know, soon, I will become the new Minister of Divine Runes in the Netherworld Empire. If the spirit race would think for a second, I will give you a chance one more time to join with me. Lei Yun said confidently. I would also give you one last proposition. I will let you walk away safely if you release the spirit race and especially the old ancestor from the prison. Yi Qingshan said confidently. Ha ha ha, did you really thought that the old ancestor still useful? He was tortured every day in prison. They even used the soul-searching technique toward him. There is no way that he was still sane after all that. Lei Yun said while laughing profusely. Yi Qingshan was surprised to hear the words that came out of Lei Yun's mouth. She was afraid that the worst had happened. The old ancestor had been used as a target to the soul-searching technique to extract the information about their divine runes great array. Suddenly, Lei Yun stomped his foot to activate the divine runes that he has already prepared beforehand. A terrifying electric current was discharged in the sky, and combined with Lei Yun's spiritual aura, he controlled the electricity and shot it towards Yi Tianyun and Yi Qingshan. The attack was at the level of the core transformation peak stage attack. Yi Tianyun was excited to see that attack. He will have some additional express from absorbing that energy attack. He used his absorbing star's great technique to block that attack, leaving no one from his side damaged at all. Lei Yun was shocked to see that his attack didn't even hit anything. Is this the best that you can do? Yi Tianyun taunts Lei Yun for his weak attack. Did you have anything else that you wanted to ask? If you do, I will capture him alive for you. Yi Tianyun asked to Yi Qingshan. Yi Qingshan was surprised and said that if that wasn't too much trouble, then Yi Qingshan wished Yi Tianyun to do so. Yi Tianyun nodded and immediately shot a couple of arrows from the ice-cold divine bow, which Lei Yun quickly dodged. With his divine rune revolving around lightning attribute, he had an amazing speed. Lei Yun immediately tried to escape from Yi Tianyun as he knew that he needed to be prepared before fighting someone like Yi Tianyun, but unfortunately for him, Yi Tianyun had the same speed if not faster than him. Yi Tianyun quickly chased after Lei Yun and caught up in no time. What? Lei Yun, who felt that his life was in danger, quickly shot a lightning bolt towards Yi Tianyun, but once again, that lightning bolt was nothing to Yi Tianyun. He blocked Lei Yun's attack with ease, and because Lei Yun stopped for a second to shoot the lightning bolt, Yi Tianyun quickly caught up and punched Lei Yun in the chest as hard as he could, flinging and smashing him against the hard tree. You know, your lightning-based attack was hardly even tickling me. Yi Tianyun said while sighing in boredom. Chapter 301. Lightning-based power was definitely the best power among all attributed elemental attacks, as it had a highly penetrative and wide-ranged attack, but before Yi Tianyun's defense power, it was all for naught. Lei Yun, who sensed that Yi Tianyun was walking towards him slowly, instantly activated all the divine runes on his body, letting the power of the divine runes go wild. Try whatever you can. Yi Tianyun saw that Lei Yun's combat power quickly rose after releasing his divine runes like that, but he hardly cared about it. Lei Yun quickly activated his Thunder God Befall, and his combat power once again rose to 15 million. I won't lose. He quickly equipped his long spear and rushed forward to attack Yi Tianyun with his Thunder God Flash technique. Rayon Flash. His speed was enhanced beyond belief with that technique, and he quickly thought that there was no way that Yi Tianyun will be able to dodge his attack, and therefore Yi Tianyun would die in an instant. Yi Tianyun didn't even move, although he knew that Lei Yun's attack would definitely head straight to him anyway. Game over. When he deemed that Lei Yun was close enough, he activated his Absorbing Star's great technique and quickly grabbed Lei Yun's spear in midair and absorbed every last power that Lei Yun had in the spear. Lei Yun was shocked to see the spiritual power imbued in his spear disappeared like that. He clearly saw that Yi Tianyun absorbed his attack into his own body. Lei Yun thought, how could a technique like that exist? It was clearly cheating. There was no way that any energy-based attack will work against Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun lifted the spear while Lei Yun was still holding on to it and quickly slammed Lei Yun's body toward the trees.
Lei Yun was forced to let go of the spear and coughed badly from the impact that he received. Yi Tianyun quickly reached out to him and said, "Obediently follow me back to the sanctuary." Sensing his impending doom, Lei Yun quickly released all of the spiritual energy that he stored inside his divine rune around his body. Lei Yun hoped for a significant boost of power from doing so. Yi Qingshan at the side shouted, "Tianyun, let go of Lei Yun's body, he is releasing all the power that he has been storing for a long time." Lei Yun's Thunderbolt divine rune was not only there to enhance his power, but also a way to store the tyrannical power of thunder that he compacted while cultivating. He could use it as his trump card, his ace in the hole when he seriously needed it. His combat power would rise up to the maximum after releasing the compacted power like that at the cost of serious damage to himself. Yi Qingshan tried to run towards Yi Tianyun to drag him away. The people of the spirit race tried to hold on to her as to not let her get close to Lei Yun. Eventually, they were losing their grip on the thrashing Yi Qingshan and shouted, "Qingshan, don't come over." But as she came closer, the thunder suddenly disappeared. The effect that he searched for never happened. He was confused about why on earth that his lightning was suddenly gone like that. "Calm down, this puny thunder can't hurt me," Yi Tianyun said calmly. Lei Yun looked around and saw that Yi Tianyun was holding on to an orb while saying that he didn't want to kill Lei Yun as he had to answer Yi Qingshan's question first. Lei Yun has seen that orb before, and finally, he realized that it was a heavenly thunder divine pearl. It was mainly used to cultivate a lightning-based cultivation technique, but it could be used to store a huge amount of lightning-based energy too. Lei Yun was staring at the rare orb that Yi Tianyun possessed. It was all because of that orb. His lightning-based attack would never reach Yi Tianyun in the first place because of that orb. "How could you have this orb? Who are you actually?" Lei Yun asked Yi Tianyun in curiosity and fear. There was no way that a nobody would have something as rare as that heavenly thunder divine pearl. "I am no one. Are you interested in this stupid orb? This is just a rock that I coincidentally stumbled upon killing some old prick earlier. Maybe you know him by the name of Thunder Tyrant of Divine Rune's Mansion. If I am not wrong, he was the old ancestor of that crumbled faction," Yi Tianyun said while smirking evilly. Chapter 302. Impossible. Impossible. Lei Yun continuously shouted the word impossible as he angrily forced his divine runes to gather up spiritual energy, and suddenly thunder rumbled, and an electrical wave immediately approached Yi Tianyun and Lei Yun. Saintess. Everyone from the spirit race could feel a terrifying power was coming and immediately shouted for Yi Qingshan to return and run away from danger. "Die." Lei Yun looked at Yi Tianyun with a sneer. But as the thunder approached, it quickly disappeared. Once again it was absorbed by the heavenly thunder divine pearl. Yi Tianyun told Lei Yun that his effort was futile. If he wanted to attack Yi Tianyun with a thunder-based attack, at least he needed a thunder-based attack that was 10 times more powerful than he used just now. Lei Yun was shocked beyond belief that all of his attacks resulted in nothing before Yi Tianyun. The heavenly thunder divine pearl was too powerful. It had to be in sacred tool rank at the very least. Now, Lei Yun didn't have any power left to fight Yi Tianyun. All of his power was already absorbed into the heavenly thunder divine pearl. "Impossible, impossible, impossible," he shouted once again and quickly rushed forward, trying to punch Yi Tianyun. His fist still exerted some of the thunder power that he once had, but it was definitely much weaker than before. Yi Tianyun released Lei Yun from his grip and said to Yi Qingshan, "You should step back a few steps so you won't get caught up in the attack." Lei Yun quickly punched Yi Tianyun with all his might, but Yi Tianyun threw a faster punch than Lei Yun. As Yi Tianyun's punch landed on Lei Yun's chest, Lei Yun was once again flung towards the tree. "He is very strong." Everyone was surprised for a moment seeing the scene that happened in front of them. They forgot for a moment that Yi Tianyun's power was too strong. He didn't really need the heavenly thunder divine pearl to deal with Lei Yun. He just found it more convenient to use it. Lei Yun tried to stand up once again regardless of the damage that he suffered, but Yi Tianyun was faster as he punched Lei Yun once again in his dantian, toppling Lei Yun once again to the ground. That last attack destroyed Lei Yun's dantian, destroying his cultivation, so to speak. Lei Yun lay on the ground while coughing blood. He held the bottom of Yi Tianyun's pants while seemingly shaken for having his dantian destroyed. While having the dantian destroyed was one of the greatest nightmares of a cultivator, it was still recoverable. It could be recovered by consuming the 5th grade medicinal pills, cultivation recovery pills. The price of that medicinal pill was sky high, and it must be consumed regularly for a certain period of time too. There was no way someone like Lei Yun could afford something like that. After destroying Lei Yun's dantian, Yi Tianyun threw him towards Yi Qingshan, as he still remembered his promise to her. Yi Qingshan nodded to Yi Tianyun and quickly swung her whip and wrapped it around Lei Yun's neck. Lei Yun tried to reason with Yi Qingshan by saying that if she killed him right now, the old ancestor would be killed too. Yi Qingshan, who was visibly angered by Lei Yun's comment, quickly released him and whipped him like a cow instead. "You dare hit me, woman," Lei Yun said shamelessly. "Not killing you instantly was the biggest mercy that I can give you right now," Yi Qingshan said while whipping Lei Yun relentlessly. After a few rounds of whipping, Yi Qingshan immediately ordered several spirit race people who came with her to take Lei Yun's weakened body back towards the sanctuary and throw him into the dungeon. Now, they had to think of a way to free the old ancestor before it was too late. Successfully complete the third step of Rescue the Spirit Race. Questline: Repel the intruder from reaching the Spirit Race Sanctuary. Reward: 30.000.000 Express, 100.000 CPs, 5.000 SPs, 50 Spirit Race Favorability. Received the fourth step of Rescue the Spirit Race. Questline: Rescue the Spirit Race from the Netherworld Prison. Reward on completion: 50.000.000 Express, 200.000 CPs, 5.000 SPs, 50 Spirit Race Favorability. Yi Tianyun was satisfied with the reward that quest line gave and that the quest didn't require any special condition. With that kind of quest, he could complete it within a short amount of time, which was nice as he didn't have that much patience to wait for the quest to complete. The title of Spirit King was also quite near now. All he needed to do now has become the savior of the spirit race. Once they arrived back to the sanctuary, spirit race people were in shock seeing Lei Yun in such a condition and quickly looked towards Yi Tianyun in admiration. That was also the result of the increasing favorability from the completed quest. Chapter 303. Lei Yun was scorned in his entire way towards the dungeon inside the spirit pagoda by the entire spirit race, who was there just to scorn him. Yi Tianyun could feel the hate emanated from them. Even though Lei Yun was of the same race as them, he was still the one who advocated the betrayal of many spirit race to the Netherworld Empire. Yi Tianyun had thought that he would have to kill all of the intruders that day, but it seemed Lei Yun had to be judged according to his crime, so Yi Tianyun let it slide. As Yi Qingshan reached the spirit pagoda, she threw Lei Yun inside the hall and once again pushed him forcefully. The elders who were standing by on the spirit pagoda's hall saw Lei Yun with anger on their eyes. Elder Yan soon came forward and asked Lei Yun angrily while also activating his aura about the truth regarding their imprisoned people and the old ancestor. Lei Yun, who had his cultivation core destroyed, couldn't stand Elder Yan's pressuring spiritual energy, knelt on the floor in humiliation, but he surely wouldn't let them satisfied with anything. "It's impossible. I don't know anything about what the Netherworld Empire had done to them in that prison. But I know that there will be nothing good happened inside the prison and that the old ancestor is probably already dead after so much interrogation and soul-searching technique that had been done to him. The spirit race prison key isn't even inside that prison. General Long held it," Lei Yun said while laughing deliriously. Yi Qingshan frowned after hearing Lei Yun's word. She knew that the weakest General Long would be 9th level core transformation stage, which meant some of them were even in the void spirit stage. She didn't have the power to beat someone like that. "You have no power to fight against that kind of expert. Just give it up and join the Netherworld Empire. This would be your final opportunity," Lei Yun said while smiling crazily. "If you didn't join them now after they learn of what happens today, the General Long would be coming here in no time. You all will burn with all your pride and stupidity," Lei Yun said while laughing out loud. The elder of the spirit race became scared as they were afraid that what Lei Yun said was real. But Yi Tianyun quickly slapped Lei Yun to shut him up and raised the morale of the spirit race. "Would you mind if I injure him some more? Or maybe it was better to kill this trash," Yi Tianyun said indifferently. "That wouldn't be necessary, Master Yi. We will imprison him within the ice boundary so that he could feel the freezing pain until his death," Yi Qingshan said coldly. At the same time, Lei Yun's complexion had changed. It seemed that he knew the horror of that place, so Yi Tianyun chose to shut up for the time being. Lei Yun began to mumble and scream as the guards began to drag him to the ice boundary, as Yi Qingshan requested. Lei Yun's struggle was a wasteful action as he didn't have his spiritual core any longer, which made him look like a struggling kid with no chance of escaping. "You all will die. Spirit race would be destroyed after all this.
I am the only one who can lead this cursed race to salvation. You're all making a big mistake, Lei Yun desperately said as he was being dragged to a deeper part of the spirit pagoda. Yi Qingshan ignored Lei Yun's word as she knew that as long as the spirit race tried their hardest, there was no way the Netherworld Empire could destroy them. Saintess, we should fortify our defenses. The Netherworld Empire will definitely send many experts here as they don't receive any report after this attack. Elder Yan said seriously, we still had time to worry about those things, we need to make plans on saving the old ancestor first. They couldn't hold out any longer. How can we save them when we didn't have the key to save them? Yi Qingshan said seriously, this key thing that you are talking about, I think I have it. Yi Tianyun said embarrassedly. Chapter 304, What? Do you have the key? How? Elder Yan said with a shocked expression. Everyone else had the same expression as Elder Yan and also wanted to know how the hell Yi Tianyun could have the key to the prison. Yi Tianyun immediately told the story of when he was at the Gathering Dragon City, and he must kill Cheng Feng. He found the spirit prison key among Cheng Feng's possession. Yi Tianyun purposely didn't tell them any of the detailed information regarding that matter as he still couldn't trust the people of the spirit race completely. You killed Cheng Feng, are you really the one who destroyed the Netherworld Empire's mansion on the Gathering Dragon City? Are you the mysterious attacker that everyone was talking about? Yi Qingshan said excitedly. Yi Tianyun nodded his head as a confirmation for Yi Qingshan's question, and everyone in the room was very surprised by that revelation. Yi Tianyun has already killed two of Netherworld Empire's high-ranking minister and destroyed the Gathering City mansion at the same time. Yi Tianyun asked if there was any problem with that new information, to which Elder Yan quickly answered that there would be no problem as they had the same enemies, and now they knew for sure Yi Tianyun won't lie about that. Yi Tianyun quickly said, it was probably better to save the prisoner as soon as possible as the Netherworld Empire won't know anything that happened today. They all nodded in agreement. Their only problems before were the key and General Long. Now that they already had the key, the only thing that they need to do was a plan for the right time to attack so that they wouldn't encounter General Long inside the prison. Has young Master Yi already confirmed that the key was indeed the right key to open the spirit race prison? Elder Yan asked worriedly. No, as a matter of fact, I don't know if the key was really the key to open the cell that spirit race was detained in or not. This is also why I recommended a small unit to sneak into the prison. The less the people, the better, as a large unit would be harder to sneak in. Yi Tianyun said confidently. All right, how about I go with you? It is my responsibility to save my people, after all. Yi Qingshan said confidently. Yi Tianyun nodded in agreement, but Elder Yan and several other elders weren't sure of Yi Qingshan's plan as she was the key to spirit race's future. They couldn't bear the thought of Yi Qingshan being captured by the Netherworld Empire. Elder Yan tried to reason with Yi Qingshan to make sure that she wouldn't participate in such a risky mission, but Yi Qingshan shut him down every time. Yi Qingshan said, I am indispensable for the mission to succeed. The spirit race prisoner won't trust Yi Tianyun to take them to the spirit race sanctuary just like that. And we won't have any more chance. Elder Yan finally relented and said, I will guard the spirit race sanctuary until my last breath. Followed by many other elders and deacons who were there with them. Yi Qingshan felt a little bit overwhelmed by her people's loyalty and said that she and Yi Tianyun would begin preparing for their departure. They will head towards the Netherworld prison as soon as possible. Everyone nodded and immediately returned to their post to make sure that their defenses were in top condition. While preparing for their departure, Yi Qingshan said her thanks to Yi Tianyun as he has already saved her twice and that she didn't know how to repay Yi Tianyun's kindness. Yi Tianyun said, you don't have to repay me. You already gave me the Heavenly Eyes ability, and that ability was something way more valuable than money can buy. I even got the divine rune from Lei Yun and some other treasures from repelling the intruder earlier. Yi Qingshan quickly said, I will crown you as the Spirit King. Because he already had Yi Qingshan's innate ability, he will be accepted as the Spirit King quicker. As long as Yi Tianyun saved all of the imprisoned spirit race, the spirit race will have no problem giving Yi Tianyun the Spirit King's title. Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised that Yi Qingshan would suggest the Spirit King title herself. He knew that he was a foreign race among the spirit race. They wouldn't give the title that easily to a foreign race, wouldn't they? Yi Tianyun was confused about the sudden turn of the situation. The thought that he would have the Spirit King title from the system, and he will need to prove himself some more to make it adequate to the spirit race. Yi Qingshan could feel Yi Tianyun's confusion, reassured, I know under your leadership, spirit race will achieve glory.
Yi Tianyun was startled once again from Yi Qingshan's word, and immediately asked the question to himself, was his command point value was too high or something. Yi Tianyun shook his head for the moment, as he needed to focus on saving the imprisoned spirit race at the moment. Yi Qingshan, on the side, said, I have to reward you for all your hard work. I don't know if you need anything. Yi Tianyun quickly said, I need some soul accumulating grass that spirit race had. I really want that stuff as it will improve my cultivation faster. Chapter 305, Soul accumulating grass. It should be no problem if you really want it, we have some of them in the storage house. We can give you some of it right now. Soul accumulating grass only grows on the jade water deep pool on this continent. Yi Qingshan said casually, if you want to sell it, you will get a fortune for sure. Yi Qingshan adds excitedly, can I really have it right now? If it's possible, I want to make some medicinal pills out of it. Yi Tianyun said excitedly, of course, I will go get it now. You can come with me if you want. Yi Qingshan said casually, have you ever thought of leaving this place as it was already compromised by the enemy, and your safety is risked? Yi Tianyun asked Yi Qingshan wonderingly while they were walking towards the storage house. We've already thought of this issue, but we can't give up this place. If we leave this place, the spirit race will eventually go extinct. The spirit race couldn't bear any child outside of this place, so we couldn't leave this place just like that. Yi Qingshan said sadly, what, is that a curse? Even if it was the male spirit race who was married to another race, the bride still couldn't bear any child. Yi Tianyun asked with a surprised look on his face. Yes, it doesn't matter if it was male or female. Once we leave this place, we would become infertile. I don't know if it was a curse or not, but I know that there was some special energy from below the ground that nourishes us and made us fertile. This has already been the case since the ancestors' generation. Unless you know how to solve this weird situation, we can't leave this place. Yi Qingshan answered frustratedly, I am sorry, I'm not aware of this situation. Yi Tianyun said sadly, don't you worry, we're already used to it. Yi Qingshan said cheerily. They finally arrived at the storage house, and Yi Qingshan immediately told the guard to open the door, and she immediately took a hefty amount of soul accumulating grass and immediately gave it to Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun noticed that the storage house was full of great items like 3rd to 4th grade medicinal pills, soul tools, and equipment. Yi Qingshan asked Yi Tianyun if there was anything else he needed, and Yi Tianyun quickly answered that he didn't need anything else for the moment, as he really wanted to try his hands on refining that soul accumulating grass into soul accumulating pill for himself. Yi Qingshan nodded and told the guard to lead Yi Tianyun to the pill refinery inside the spirit pagoda as she needed to think of things that she needed to bring for her own preparation. In the spirit pagoda, Yi Tianyun was the only one inside the pill refinery and immediately took out his purple fire divine furnace and immediately threw all the ingredients that he possessed to refine the soul accumulating pills inside the furnace and immediately activated his crazy mode to help him refine the medicinal pills that he needed. With the success rate reaching 80%, he kept refining soul accumulating pills from the soul accumulating grass that he got from Yi Qingshan. The sweet fragrance was swirling inside the room from Yi Tianyun's pill refining process. The smell alone was raising Yi Tianyun's express. He immediately realized that that pill was more powerful than what he originally thought. Successfully refines 5th grade medicinal pill, soul accumulating pill. Reward: 500.000 express, 5.000 pill refining proficiency point. The reward given by refining a high-grade medicinal pill wasn't bad, and that one was at the 3rd rank medicinal pills. Yi Tianyun quickly popped one pill into his mouth to see the effect that he would get. Successfully consume soul accumulating pill and get 10.000.000 express. Yi Tianyun was shocked to see the amount of express that he got from the pill. Chapter 306. Yi Tianyun was in shock, seeing how much express he got from only one pill. If I am consuming a dozen of those pills, I will instantly level up. He now required 140.000.000 express to level up one level, therefore he needed 14 of the soul accumulating pills to level up, but as of the moment he only needed 5 more of those, since he only needed 60.000.000 express to level up to the 4th level of core transformation stage. Oh right, how much price the pill in system shop if I sell it? He checked how much the pill was worth if he sold it on the system shop. Yi Tianyun was shocked once more, but this time not in a good way after he learned that the pills were worthless to sell. The pill was only worth at 1.000.000 CPs. Later I must make a demand to Star Pavilion to search for the soul-accumulating grass. I know with Star Pavilion's connection outside of the heavenly border continent, they will find the grass eventually. He consumed 2 more pills after that and instantly received 20.000.000 express from the pills. Tianyun thought for a minute, with the rest of the soul-accumulating grass that Xianxia gave earlier. If I am increasing the refinement grade, will the express also increase? He tried it to see the success rate and noticed that it quickly dropped from 80% to 40%. That was too low for his standard. He needed to make sure that he didn't waste any ingredient, especially that soul-accumulating grass because of their rarity. I will try with Luck Aura. Tianyun's Luck Aura activated, and he saw that his success rate was raised by 30% and now at 70% chance of success. He deemed it acceptable enough and quickly tried to make the soul-accumulating pills at 5th grade refinement rank. Successfully refined soul-accumulating pill. Reward: 600.000 express, 600 pill refining proficiency point. Tianyun was satisfied that the refining didn't end up in failure and he immediately popped the pill that he just made into his mouth to test the difference. Successfully consumed soul-accumulating pill, gained 15.000.000 express. Tianyun was surprised that it increased the express gain by 50% with only increasing 1 rank of refinement grade. He quickly ate 2 more of those pills, and immediately a notification sound surprised him once more. Congratulations to the host for successfully breakthrough to 4th level of core transformation stage. Level up again. Although Tianyun knew that his cultivation speed was already insanely fast, he realized that he wouldn't be this fast if it was not because of the soul-accumulating pill. That pill was much more useful than defeating a bunch of monsters or meditating inside a place with concentrated spiritual power that he has done so far. After all that, Xianxia immediately came and asked, "Are you done with pills?" Because she saw that Tianyun was sitting there while doing nothing. Tianyun smiled and said, "I am done here. We can go as soon as you're ready." Xianxia then nodded her head and said, "I am ready, we must go as soon as possible." Tianyun nodded, and he immediately stood up and followed Xianxia outside of the spirit pagoda. They knew that if they were to encounter a General Long inside the Netherworld prison, their chance of success would plummet. But the one thing that was different between the two was Xianxia didn't know that Tianyun had a trump card that he hasn't used in front of her, and that was the teleportation technique. When they arrived at the East Forest, Yiwaner has been waiting for them. Yiwaner immediately hugged her sister and said, "Both of you must to come back safely." Tianyun smiled, seeing how close they were and said, "We will succeed and will come back safely for sure." Both of them quickly left after the little exchange of words with Yiwaner towards the Netherworld prison. "You know that we can't fail this mission, no matter what." Xianxia said seriously, "I know, didn't I already say that we will definitely succeed as long as I am here?" Tianyun said confidently. Chapter 307. Using the Phoenix Wing, Tianyun and Xianxia quickly arrived at the Netherworld continent, where Netherworld Empire resided. That continent was close to Heavenly Border Continent and only ruled by Netherworld Empire, unlike the Heavenly Border Continent, which had several factions in it. The prison of the spirit race wasn't located that far away from the Heavenly Border Continent, it was located close to the continental border of the Netherworld Empire. The Netherworld prison was one of the most guarded places in the Netherworld Empire, with the Netherworld Imperial City as the most guarded place in the Netherworld continent. "In front of us is Netherworld prison, fly faster and higher to evade scout," Xianxia said. Tianyun knew that he wouldn't be able to walk in from the front, and thus he needed a plan to get in. He couldn't break in through the wall as it was already reinforced with divine rune to make sure that it could withstand an attack from even the core transformation expert. Xianxia said, "Old ancestor made all the divine runes engraved in that place of the spirit race, and now I can't believe that that place would be used to imprison our race." Tianyun was a little bit surprised to hear that. If he was sure that the Netherworld Empire was corrupted before, now he knew for sure that there was no saving that God has forsaken empire. Why would he help to engrave them? At first, we just informed that it was to detain criminals. So we just help for the sake of peace. I understand, we are going inside now. Tianyun flew down near the west wall of the prison and took the lead to scout the area for any kind of information that he could use. He could see that the Netherworld prison was located in an open field, so if anyone tried to get close to the prison, they would be discovered almost instantly. After they encircled the place, Xianxia said, there was no other way to enter the prison except the main gate in the front. Tianyun nodded as he also arrived at the same conclusion. Xianxia said, I know how to deactivate the divine rune inside so there will be no alarm ringing, but all of the spirit race that I sent to scout and break into the prison to save our people never came out again. Tianyun nodded once again. He was sure that with his key, he would be able to save every spirit race that was trapped there. Tianyun thought over for a while and concluded that he had to use teleportation there, but Xianxia, who still didn't know Tianyun's ability, immediately said, we should dig the ground and enter the prison after deactivating the divine rune on the wall and sneaked in that way. Tianyun quickly shook his head and said, you should wait and see. I already had a plan to enter the place. Tianyun quickly used the heavenly eyes and looked around the wall to take a look inside. He quickly felt a strong resistance from the wall, meaning that the divine rune was made to block even the spiritual energy from outside. But as he concentrated on his heavenly eyes, he could see the weak point of the divine rune on the wall and detect the situation on the inside, but he couldn't see too far as the divine rune inside and his ability wasn't at that level just yet. But it was enough. I don't believe I can't do this. He soon discovered the weak divine rune that he could deactivate so that he could teleport into that place. There, he immediately put his hands over the weak divine rune and zapped it to deactivate the weak divine rune. Now that the divine rune has been deactivated, Tianyun looked at Xianxia with a smile and said, we go at any moment without any problem. Everything was ready. All he needed to do was grab Xianxia and teleported his way in. Chapter 308. Xianxia only nodded her head in confusion. She didn't know what Tianyun was doing, but because he said that all the preparation was complete and they could enter the prison, she trusted him and let him lead the way. We will start digging now. Xianxia also took out 2 hoes to digging the ground so they could enter the prison. These are holy tools. I know we are going to digging, so I already made preparation. Tianyun looked at Xianxia with a funny look on his eyes. He quickly patted Xianxia's head and said, girl, we don't need this. Xianxia quickly asked, what do you mean? Do you want to use a sword, or your hand to dig? She was extremely confused. Tianyun laughed, that's, of course, no. Do you believe it if I can instantly move both of us inside and that we don't need to break any divine rune? No, the wall is so strong, and there are divine runes engraved on it. How can you enter instantly without being noticed? There was no way to move inside unnoticed. Tianyun was amused by Xianxia's stubbornness and said, if I can, I will do anything you want. Xianxia snorted. That's it. Tianyun smirked. Now close your eyes, then open it after I give you instruction. Xianxia immediately ranted, you better not do anything stupid to me while I close my eyes. Tianyun smiled in amusement and immediately held Xianxia's shoulder and teleported inside the prison. He teleported into one of the guards' lounge. The room was small, and that place was deserted. He knew that they were safe inside that room. Tianyun said, now open your eyes. Xianxia opened her eyes, and she did so quickly. She was surprised that she was no longer outside the prison and was indeed already inside the prison without a hitch. She knew the structure inside the prison as she also had come to work on several divine runes on the site while it was in construction, so she knew that they were really inside the netherworld prison. Tianyun smirked, I already told you that I could do it, now you lost the bet, you must do anything I want. Xianxia, who was still shocked, ignored Tianyun's smug look and immediately asked, how did you do it? Tianyun immediately said, it's my secret art. I need time before I can use it again. Xianxia quickly speculated all possibilities in her mind and immediately asked, teleportation. Tianyun thought for a while and said, it was similar in a way and had many aspects of teleportation. Tianyun knew that the teleportation that Xianxia said was a secret art that manipulated the spatial attributed spiritual energy, which was a very rare type of spiritual energy and thus making the martial arts rarer than anything else. The storage ring was one of the examples of spatial attribute spiritual energy usage. It could open the space to create a pocket that could be used to store any items that they wanted. Xianxia immediately looked at Tianyun with awe in her eyes. She quickly asked, do you have spatial body constitution? Tianyun shrugged and asked, did it matter? Because he didn't have the slightest idea about what Xianxia just said. Xianxia snapped back to her original mood as she realized that they had to save the spirit race prisoner as fast as they could. She quickly took out 2 talismans while giving one to Tianyun. She explained, the talisman has a master-level divine rune engraved on it to hide the aura of the wearer and rendered the wearer invisible to the naked eye as long as they didn't move. At least the effect will be effective against even core transformation experts. Tianyun quickly wore the talisman and immediately felt the effect as if he was going to disappear. Xianxia quickly told Tianyun to follow her as she knew where to go from there. Tianyun nodded and quickly followed Xianxia out of the lounge. We are going to Spirit Forbidden Zone as it was the place strong enough to prevent spirit race from using their innate ability by making sure that they couldn't use any of their spiritual energy. Tianyun nodded and asked, if you are very familiar with this place, why you don't have any key? Xianxia immediately said, spirit race was only here to engrave the divine rune, we didn't build the cage. We don't have the right to hold on to the key. I never saw the real key, but since you got the key from Cheng Feng, it's likely to be the real key. Tianyun nodded once again and said, okay, let's hurry up before it's all too late. Xianxia nodded and hurriedly led the way to the Spirit Forbidden Zone. Chapter 309. They successfully entered the prison and were currently walking in the prison passage unnoticed, and they haven't seen any guards so far. After walking for quite a while, they finally saw 5 guards walking towards them. Xianxia quickly told Tianyun to stop and back down towards the wall. Immediately both of them seemed like fusing with the wall, invisible to the naked eye. Tianyun thought that talisman was too fickle, it was better if he used his stealth ability, but it would be rude to Xianxia, for she already took her time to prepare all of this. But it proved to be effective, even though that the guards who were walking towards them were spirit core cultivators, they still couldn't see Xianxia and Tianyun near them. After they left the passage, Xianxia quickly pulled Tianyun to say that they were safe for the time being. Xianxia then led Tianyun towards an area where they could see a thick cage made of extremely hard material. They saw that every cage had a cultivator that was being shackled inside. The shackle itself wasn't any ordinary shackle either. It could limit the power of its wearer, therefore weakened them considerably. Xianxia and Tianyun saw a guard walking in, and all the prisoners instantly roared to the guards to let them go. You, the dog of the Netherworld Empire, quickly let us out. Let us out. Your Netherworld Empire will soon be destroyed. I beg you to let me go, I am willing to do everything for you. The guards kicked one of the cages. Shut up, or I will kill you. You are the one who will die. Dog. One of the prisoners leapt up towards the guards and banged on his cage. The guards looked amused and then said, okay, then you will be my first kill. The guards then stabbed the brave prisoner with the spear on his hands on the prisoner's abdomen. The prisoner stared at the guard wide-eyed. The prisoner thought the guards shouldn't be allowed to kill any prisoner. The guard then shouted, I will kill anyone else who dare. They all remained silent until one prisoner said, I am willing to join the Netherworld Empire, I am willing to work for the Netherworld Empire. Then eat this. The guard then threw a medicinal pill inside the prisoner's cage. The prisoner then ate the pill without hesitation and began to scream while a black vein began to spread around the prisoner's body. The guard then opened the cage and dragged the prisoner's body out from his cage and fed him another medicinal pill. This is the detoxification pill that can temporarily relieve poison in your body. The prisoner's body stopped trembling after eating detoxification pill. The guard also said, the Netherworld Empire is the only one who had those pills. The guards then called another guard, bring him to the mining site. However, the prisoner said, I am blacksmith, I can make many weapons for the Netherworld Empire. The guard immediately said to other guards, okay, bring him to the refining room and see what he is capable of. If he can't make a weapon to our standard, throw him to the mining site. The prisoner knew that he would be treated better if he worked as a blacksmith than a miner, and therefore he chose to reveal his ability to forge a weapon. The guard then asked, who else wanted to join the Netherworld Empire? Of course, none of you can leave without taking the pills. Tianyun and Xianxia saw everything that the guards did. They didn't know that the Netherworld Empire coerced the prisoners to join them through that method. Tianyun knew that the Netherworld Empire forced people to join them, like the one that he experienced himself in the Gathering Dragon City. Xianxia, on the side, felt angered by the situation in front of her. Netherworld Empire must be destroyed. I have a plan to save everyone from here. What is the plan? It's simple. Tianyun quickly looked at Xianxia and told his plan to get everyone there out of their cage to cause rampant on the prison while they saved the spirit race in the middle of the chaos. Chapter 310. Yi Qingshan was startled by Yi Tianyun's word to let everyone out of their cage. Yi Tianyun said, it was necessary as it would ensure that the guards' eyes were distracted on the chaotic situation that would occur. We will have the time to let everyone out of prison. Yi Qingshan questioned, it is cruel, the prisoner will be killed one by the Netherworld Empire. Yi Tianyun said, I understand your sympathy to the prisoners, but it was necessary to ensure all spirit race prisoners could escape the prison. With all of the prisoners out, the enemy of the Netherworld Empire will be increasing once again. With that many prisoners, he knew that the resentment towards the Netherworld Empire would be over the top for those prisoners, and therefore they would become a necessary piece on destroying the Netherworld Empire. Yi Tianyun told Yi Qingshan to lead the way towards the Spirit Forbidden Zone so that he could assess the situation of the spirit race prisoner first. Once they were in the front of the Spirit Forbidden Zone, which was not too far from the previous cage area they were in, Yi Qingshan and Yi Tianyun quickly sneaked carefully past the guards who were guarding the gate. When they thought that they were safe, a guard suddenly walked towards the gate, startling Yi Qingshan, and she almost blew her cover because of it, so Yi Tianyun took the matter into his own hand. He quickly took out the crimson dagger and stabbed the guard's chest with it. Successfully killed Netherworld Prison's guard. Reward: 270.000 Express, 3.400 CPs, 200 SPs, Demon Prison Claw Martial Art, Burst Chop Technique, Burst Sword, Recovery Medicinal Pill. Yi Tianyun quickly dragged the guard's lifeless body into a room near the gate and quickly closed it. He walked back towards Yi Qingshan slowly and continued to walk deeper into the Spirit Forbidden Zone carefully. You are too skilled, Yi Qingshan praised Yi Tianyun's assassination skill. Yi Tianyun quickly said, not really, but for the level of the guards here, it won't be a problem even if we have to kill them all, but it surely will troublesome if we are against a void spirit stage cultivator. Let's go to the next area, I don't know how strong guard there. After walking further into the Spirit Forbidden Zone and killing many guards who almost exposed them, Yi Tianyun and Yi Qingshan arrived at the next area inside the Spirit Forbidden Zone. Both of them heard screams coming from the next area. They walked inside carefully and immediately ran into the nasty smell of blood covering the place. They looked inside and saw that the cultivators were held and tortured with many torture instruments inside their cage. Yi Tianyun saw that area had many core transformation experts in it, so he asked, does any of those prisoners belong to the spirit race? Yi Qingshan shook his head as she didn't see any of her people there, but she recognized some of them. Netherworld Empire bastard. Those are Great Elder of Facing the Heavens Mansion, an Elder of Nirvana Mansion, and the Elder of Alchemy Mansion. Those elders were part of the mansions that had a good relationship with the spirit race. Yi Qingshan has angered once again, seeing that the people who were once her ally, being tortured inside the Netherworld prison. Yi Tianyun knew what Yi Qingshan felt after seeing all that, so he reassured Yi Qingshan. Once we save the old ancestor and the spirit race, I will release all of those people and make sure that the Netherworld Empire won't be a problem to the spirit race again. Yeah, Yi Qingshan nodded sadly at Yi Tianyun's word, and both of them immediately walked to the next area. The next area must be where the spirit race was being held. Yi Tianyun nodded and told her that both of them would save every spirit race people that were being held here. Chapter 311, Quest. Destroy the Netherworld Prison. Accept, reject. Yi Tianyun was a little bit startled that he got another side quest while trying to complete a quest. He quickly accepted the quest as he knew that the quest would reward him a good amount of express. Successfully accepted the quest. Destroy the Netherworld Prison. Quest completion reward: 50.000.000 express, 100.000 CPs, 10.000 SPs, 200 PPs, 100 command points. There was no item reward, but Yi Tianyun was still satisfied after seeing that the amount of express and other points. Yi Tianyun muttered while smirking, even the system wants me to destroy that prison. At long last, Yi Qingshan pointed her finger on the gate of the next area. In front of us is the Spirit Forbidden Zone. That is the place where the spirit race people should be held captive. That place has the most spiritual energy dampener among all areas of the prison. Yi Tianyun nodded and asked, will we also get affected if we enter? Yi Qingshan said, only those inside the cage and those who wore the spiritual shackle were affected. There should be no effect to those who were outside of the cage. Yi Tianyun nodded once again, I am ready. Then, both of them carefully made their way inside the next area of the Spirit Forbidden Zone. Inside, Yi Tianyun didn't feel any different than any previous areas they've been to, but he could see that the cage had some divine rune, which continuously absorbed the spiritual energy on anything inside the cage. That method was very lethal to spirit race because the spirit race treated spiritual energy like sustenance for their life. Without spiritual energy, it could be said that the spirit race didn't have anything to eat or drink. Yi Tianyun saw several of spirit race who were being held in the cage with their face was already pale from malnutrition. He could see that they weren't tortured, but without spiritual energy, it was basically the same thing. A spirit race woman saw the guards walking in and quickly begged, "I beg you to spare my kid some food. He can't hold on any longer because their cultivation base was too low." "Haha, do you want to eat?" The guards laughed and waved a water bottle in front of the cage and drank all the water inside the bottle quickly, leaving the spirit race people inside the cage desperate. The guards said, "If you want to eat, then join the Netherworld Empire and work for our cause." A spirit race man who was also imprisoned while holding his children said, "Don't beg to them, I believe the Saintess will save us sooner or later." "My child." They silently shed tears. They were reluctant to submit to the Netherworld Empire, but if they didn't, their children would die. Even if the Saintess came, it would be pointless if their children died. When the guards saw their attitude, he got up and banged on the cage. "You sure still have the guts left in you." And then he threw the food in his hand to the floor. Anger was written all over his face. "Shu Darren, calm down, they will give up eventually." The guard next to him stopped him before the thing went out of hand. "I sure hope so. Otherwise, I will shove the poison pill down their throat. Too bad I don't have the key. If I do, I would have told them to fight to the death for the key." The other guard, Shu Chong, was so kind of disappointed since they came to that prison every day to pressure the prisoner, but they couldn't torture them because they didn't have the key. Shu Darren threatened them, "I will surely report the disobedience that the spirit race people showed and will make sure that General Long permitted us to torture the people here even more." But what they didn't know was that when they turned around, a scarlet dagger immediately pierced their chest. Before they could even finish their sentence, they were already dead. Without knowing who killed them, it all happened in the blink of an eye. The people in the cage began to chant in excitement. Finally, their Saintess has come to save them. Chapter 312. The spirit race people who were being imprisoned began to chant the word Saintess as they saw Yi Qingshan finally come to save them. That is the Saintess, she will save us." "Really, the Saintess? There is also a human race. Who is he?" "Great, the Saintess is finally coming to save us." They looked at Yi Qingshan with the eyes full of hopes, for finally they were going to be released from the hell that they are forced to go through in this prison. Yi Qingshan shushed, "Don't talk, you shouldn't attract the guards' attention." The prisoners nodded and became quiet all of a sudden, as they also didn't want to cause any trouble for their savior. "I hope the key is real." Yi Qingshan nodded to Yi Tianyun as the signal to open the cage of the prisoners. Yi Tianyun quickly did so, while Yi Qingshan was praying to gods that the key that Yi Tianyun had could open the cage. If it couldn't open the cage, all of their hard work until that moment would be useless. But as Yi Tianyun had predicted, the key unlocked the cage smoothly. "Great, I already said everything is okay." Yi Qingshan on the side was glimmering in excitement. She was glad that they could open and finally save the spirit people that were imprisoned here. But she knew that was just the beginning. She still had to make sure that all of those people arrived safely on the spirit race sanctuary. Yi Tianyun quickly signaled for the people inside the cage to come out as the cage was already opened widely. "Take these pills, make sure everyone restores their energy." Yi Tianyun passed many medicinal pills. "Thanks." The prisoner thanked Yi Tianyun gratefully as they finally could save their children from the malnutrition of having their spiritual energy depleted. After doing all that, Yi Tianyun's spirit race favorability went up to over 100. Yi Qingshan whispered, "Giving the prisoner your pills was a good move. That way, they will support you if he really wants to be the Spirit King." Yi Tianyun shrugged his shoulder helplessly. He actually gave the medicinal pills out of his humanity, not to get support from those poor prisoners. Yi Tianyun immediately helped the spirit race prisoner to unlock their shackle, as it also depleted their spiritual energy, the same as the cage. "Where is the old ancestor?" Yi Qingshan asked. One of spirit race people told her, "The old ancestor were taken to the next area. We don't know the old ancestor's situation as we can't hear what is happening there, and the guards never mentioned anything about the situation there." Yi Qingshan nodded, "Wait here and restore your energy. I will go with him to save old ancestor." They all nodded and quickly tried to meditate to make sure that the medicinal pills weren't wasted. Yi Tianyun and Yi Qingshan immediately rushed over to the next area, and after a few corners, they heard an agonizing scream. They quickly rushed over to check the sound and saw that the old ancestor was being tortured by one of the spirit race traitor. The traitor didn't realize the presence of Yi Qingshan and Yi Tianyun yet, and he said, "You are really stubborn, you didn't lose consciousness even after being poisoned and tortured like that, worthy of spirit race's old ancestor." It was a shame that he couldn't kill the old ancestor just yet, as he was told not to by General Long. "Feng Wuyun, you are dead to me. I can't find any forgiveness for what you have done to the spirit race. I will not let myself lose consciousness, for I will not let you use the soul-searching technique on me. I will not let the Netherworld Empire have my memories," the old ancestor said confidently. Yi Tianyun could see that the old ancestor was a void spirit stage cultivator. He concluded that the old ancestor might have been a Spirit King stage cultivator in his prime, but it seemed the old age caught upon him. Feng Wuyun, the traitor, laughed as he said, "I don't believe that you can hold on for much longer." Feng Wuyun quickly took a bottle of poison and prepared to force the poison into the spirit race old ancestor's mouth. "Feng Wuyun, you dare." At that time, Yi Qingshan quickly stepped forward and coldly activated her aura to make sure that Feng Wuyun knew her presence as she walked to the cage. She noticed that the Feng Wuyun and the old ancestor were locked inside. She quickly signaled Yi Tianyun to come closer and open the cage, as she will make sure that Feng Wuyun couldn't torture the old ancestor any further. Chapter 313. Feng Wuyun was shocked to see that Yi Qingshan came to the prison unchained. His first reaction was to hide behind something that could protect himself, but as he realized that he was inside a cage that must be opened with a special key, he smirked at Yi Qingshan and taunted her. "Saintess, get out of here before General Feng coming, you can't open the cage without the key." The old ancestor shouted at Yi Qingshan. Feng Wuyun silenced him as he said, "It was too late to get out." He took the jade pendant and said, "I can crush the pendant to make sure that everyone in Netherworld prison knew there was an intruder." Feng Wuyun added, "Watch me preparing the poison that I will force the old ancestor to drink." Yi Qingshan shouted, "Stop it, you traitor." But it seemed that it had the opposite effect. Feng Wuyun said, "Come in if you want to stop me." But even if she could come in, all he had to do was just crush the jade pendant to signal General Long that there was a problem inside the Netherworld prison. Ha 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 ha. Feng Wuyun then laughed as he thought that Yi Qingshan was desperate to save the old ancestor. "Who said I couldn't come in?" Suddenly, Feng Wuyun's arm that was holding the jade pendant was cut off, and he was kicked to the side by none other than Yi Tianyun. Because Feng Wuyun was too focused with Yi Qingshan, he didn't realize that Yi Tianyun was already inside the cage. Feng Wuyun was shocked once again, seeing that the helper that Yi Qingshan brought was inside the cage. "How could you come inside?" Yi Qingshan and the old ancestor was a little bit surprised themselves. They didn't see Yi Tianyun enter the cage at all. Yi Qingshan first thought that Yi Tianyun was using his teleportation ability, but she knew that there was no way that the cage would allow anyone to teleport inside it. But, despite questioning it, she knew that Yi Tianyun had done it. "He has already taken care of Feng Wuyun. I just walk in with this." Feng Wuyun was startled to see that Yi Tianyun really got the key. He knew that the only one who qualified to hold the key to the spirit race prisoner was General Long and the Emperor, so how could Yi Tianyun have won? It was impossible to kill the Netherworld Emperor, so he speculated that General Long had been killed. Feng Wuyun then leapt with all his might and started to run towards the exit, but Yi Tianyun was much faster than him. Yi Tianyun quickly pulled him back and kicked Feng Wuyun's chest once more. Feng Wuyun's cultivation was not that low. He was at the 5th level core transformation stage. But before Yi Tianyun's overwhelming power, he couldn't do anything. "Where are you going now? Are you still going to force the old ancestor to drink this poison?" Yi Tianyun said sarcastically while forcing Feng Wuyun to drink the poison. "Arg!" Feng Wuyun screamed out as the pain from the poison began to take effect. He writhed on the floor and kept slamming his head on the floor, as he couldn't handle the pain from the poison. Seeing that scene in front of him, Yi Tianyun put some respect on the old ancestor of the spirit race. It was clear that he had a strong will to be able to speak through the pain from the poison. Yi Tianyun told Yi Qingshan, "I am done. You can do anything you want to him." Yi Qingshan reacted by taking out her silver whips and quickly whipped Feng Wuyun with it. With every whip, Feng Wuyun's body began to froze and finally tie up his body. She didn't kill Feng Wuyun, making Yi Tianyun confused about what she wanted to do, but left it alone as it was no longer his problem. Yi Qingshan quickly helped Yi Tianyun removing all the shackles that tied the old ancestor. She noticed that the old ancestor's aura had been severely weakened for having been tortured for a long time. Chapter 314. Old Ancestor, how do you feel? Yi Qingshan quickly asked. The old ancestor said, I am fine. You must leave before a big trouble comes. If she hung around there much longer, it would be problem. You should leave me behind as I am not useful anymore. I will die soon. No one can help me. Yi Qingshan knew the old ancestor's ordeal. She knew that the poison must have really taken a toll on the old ancestor's body. I will take care of you and find a great alchemist to make the antidote. But once again, old ancestor shook his head. The poison is a trademark of the Netherworld Empire. There is no way to make the antidote as any alchemist outside of the Netherworld Empire won't know how to make one. Yi Qingshan stood up and walked to Feng Wuyun. She quickly shook the dying Feng Wuyun. Give me the antidote. Feng Wuyun didn't say anything but smirk seeing Yi Qingshan's desperation. Yi Qingshan then took Feng Wuyun's storage ring and immediately rummaged it to find the detoxification pill for the old ancestor, but all she found was the detoxification pill for Feng Wuyun's personal use. It seemed that he was also one of the victims of Netherworld Empire's control. You will not find any detoxification pills for the old coot in there. The real detoxification pill was in the hands of the Imperial Preceptor. If you want it, go get it yourself. Feng Wuyun said while smirking widely. Yi Qingshan was a little bit startled, hearing that new information. There was no way that she could take the detoxification pills from the Imperial Preceptor. They were more powerful than General Long, and they'd stay at the Netherworld Imperial City almost 24/7. Yi Tianyun then stepped forward and told Yi Qingshan not to worry as he will try to refine the detoxification pills for the old ancestor himself. He quickly activated the appraisal eye to analyze the poison inside the old ancestor's system immediately. Unable to analyze the toxic material. Level up appraisal eye. Yi Tianyun didn't hesitate and quickly level up the appraisal eye without thinking twice. Consumed 500.000 CPs, successfully upgrades the appraisal eye to level 3. Next level required 10.000.000 CPs. Appraisal eye can now be used to acquire the information about the additional profession, racial details, detail of the martial arts, details of the divine rune and great array, medicinal pills. Successfully identified the toxic substance with the name soul-devouring poison. Detoxification material. 1x love flower, 1x human grass, 2x heart erosion grass. Found it, Yi Tianyun said as he became confident of his ability to make the antidote for the poison. He quickly pulled out the purple fire divine furnace and started refining the necessary ingredient to make the antidotes. Fortunately, the ingredient wasn't some rare material that he didn't have on his storage. After a while, he finally finished the antidote and gave it to Yi Qingshan. Feng Wuyun was laughing as he said, it was impossible to make the antidote on a whim. If you give old ancestor the antidotes that guy made, the old ancestor would probably die instantly. Yi Tianyun said, it was true, the pill isn't the perfect antidote, but the pill would relieve the old ancestor of the poison for a little bit. Therefore the poison will no longer threaten the old ancestor's life. Yi Qingshan nodded, and without hesitation, she administered the pill to the old ancestor. After taking the pill that Yi Tianyun refined for him, the old ancestor's complexion began to turn somewhat better. He even could absorb the spiritual energy little by little as the poison's effect has already subsided. I feel much better. We should leave this place and save every spirit race in this prison. They all nodded while Feng Wuyun was lying there looking like an idiot. He didn't expect the pill to be extremely effective like that. Get ready to escape. I will lead the way. If General Long came, it would become a difficult situation. Yi Tianyun could run, but others from spirit race couldn't. Chapter 315. Yi Qingshan quickly killed Feng Wuyun as they prepared to get out of that area to meet up with the rest of the spirit race people in prison. Successfully killed Feng Wuyun. Reward: 730.000 Express, 4.500 CPs, 250 SPs, 1.500 Divine Rune Proficiency Points, Heaven Spirit Step Martial Art, Spirit Breaking Finger, Soul Breaking Stroke, Tyrant Rune Paper. Yi Tianyun didn't need to kill Feng Wuyun himself as he already knew that once Yi Qingshan killed him, he will get the reward anyway. This Tyrant Rune Paper is awesome. He felt a little bit excited that he got another Tyrant Rune Paper. He knew that Rune Paper was different from the other Divine Rune Paper that people normally used. it could enhance the effect of the divine rune paper that was engraved on it up to 3 times the normal value. Very simple but strong effect. Whatever kind of divine rune was engraved on it would be enhanced by 3 times the normal effect. It paired very well with a high-grade divine rune. He was tempted to make a damaged divine rune now, as he thought that it wouldn't take long, and with the tyrant rune paper, the effect would surely explode. But the most important thing at the moment was time. He couldn't stop for a minute just because he wanted to portray a divine rune, so he needed to do it while moving. Tianyun quickly pulled out the soul-breaking stroke in the tyrant rune paper and began to engrave the damaged divine rune on the paper. Xianxia and the old ancestor were a little bit startled to see Tianyun was engraving a divine rune of all things. She quickly asked, "Why are you doing such a difficult task in the middle of a difficult situation?" Tianyun casually said, "I need divine rune from my weapon because I don't have any. I need to enchant my attack power." He planned to use the damage divine rune on the ice-cold divine bow, as he knew that it was better to use the damage amplifier on the ranged attack. Xianxia asked, "You need us to wait?" Tianyun shook his head, "No need to wait. I will be done soon." Tianyun then activated his crazy mode, speeding up the process of drawing the divine rune so that he could finish faster. Xianxia and the old ancestor were once again startled to see Tianyun speed on engraving the divine rune. In no time, he has already finished engraving 5th layer's 3rd grade divine runes on the paper. But Tianyun still continued to draw the divine rune and on the process to engrave the 6th layer divine rune. His success rate to engrave the 6th layer divine rune was 80%. That was also one of the benefits of using the tyrant rune paper. It could also increase the success rate of the divine rune that was being portrayed. Xianxia and the old ancestor were looking at Tianyun in awe. They know that the divine rune that Tianyun made was at least a master-level divine rune. This is 6th layer divine rune. Xianxia speechless. The old ancestor even praised him. He is better than spirit race in portraying a divine rune. There aren't many people who can draw the divine rune that fast. Where did you meet him? It is a long story. Xianxia didn't know where to start. He is really amazing, if only he is a spirit race. Tianyun was slightly excited for getting the recognition from the old ancestor. With the old ancestor on his back, he would get the Spirit King title easier than trying to get it himself. Once he was done portraying the 6th layer's 3rd grade divine rune, he looked at the 7th layer and stopped right there. The 7th layer's success rate has dropped to 50%. Tianyun was sure that if he used the heavenly eyes, the success rate would increase, but he decided not to, as the old ancestor was watching his every move. Xianxia and the old ancestor tried to take a look at Tianyun's divine rune that he just made and were startled to see the damage amplifier that the divine rune gave. It was 210% damage amplifier. It was triple the normal value of the same grade. Tianyun quickly pulled out the ice-cold divine bow and pasted the 6 layers damage divine rune on it. He saw that the bow's special effect was enhanced. With damage divine rune, it currently had the effect of 4 times damage multiplier instead of 2 times damage multiplier. After all that, Tianyun picked up his pace while saying they needed to go faster to Xianxia and the old ancestor. As they got close to the previous area where they left the spirit race people behind to save the old ancestor, they heard a fight. Tianyun quickly moved forward and saw that the spirit race people were barely able to withstand the attack of the guards. "Let me open the way." Tianyun quickly pulled the string of the ice-cold divine bow and released the ice-cold arrow while aiming it at the guards. The amazing power of the ice-cold divine bow was quickly shown. The arrows Tianyun shot pierced the guards and hit other guards behind them and completely freezing them solid. Tianyun was sure that with that bow in his hand, his path would be easier. Chapter 316 Kill. Tianyun quickly killed every guard who was engaged in battle with the spirit race people. The spirit race was surprised to see that the guards were killed in a short amount of time. It is the old ancestor. They were surprised once more when they saw their old ancestor came into the room. They were relieved to see their old ancestor was fine, making them sigh in relief after knowing that the worst-case scenario didn't happen. Tianyun then rallied the spirit race by saying, "We, together will fight against the guards and take back our freedom." "Kill the guards." The spirit race then shouted in excitement. They began to chant freedom as they prepared themselves to escape the prison. Xianxia and Tianyun quickly led the way to freedom as the old ancestor acted as their rear vanguard to protect the backline. Tianyun quickly killed every guard that came his way. "How did you came out?" Those guards were shocked as there was no indication that the prisoner was escaping. Some of them even attempted to call for help, but sadly Tianyun and his ice-cold divine bow didn't allow any of them to escape. Successfully killed Netherworld prison guard. Reward: 250.000 Express, 3.000 CPs, 150 SPs, Dragon Soul Martial Art, Heavenly Soul Knife, Imperial Soul Armor. The notification kept ringing after that, indicating the Express gained and other rewards after killing many people. Call help. The guards began to shout. No one could escape Tianyun's ice-cold divine bow. They were killed one by one. Tianyun finally arrived at the area where he saw the people being tormented earlier. He quickly told the spirit race behind him to check for the cage key among the guards belonging and opened all cage to free everyone inside. While the spirit race began searching and unlocking the cage, Tianyun was busy killing any guards who waltzed towards the area. He also threw many medicinal pills to xianxia while saying that she should give it to any prisoners that needed them. Thank you. The prisoners were all grateful for Tianyun's kindness. They never thought that a day where they could see the sun again would come. Tianyun quickly shouted, "Don't say it now. We must escape from here first." They weren't safe yet. Those who could fight quickly followed Tianyun to fend off the guards that came towards their way. But those who were tortured the most and couldn't fight stayed behind, closely following the main group as not to make themselves the target of the guards' attack. But their eyes still burned in hatred towards the Netherworld Empire. There was no doubt that once they escaped this prison, they would return the favor to Netherworld Empire. Finally, I escape. Yours truly will destroy the Netherworld Empire. Yes, I will destroy the Netherworld Empire in this life. Since I was caught, I always thought when I escape from here, I will destroy the Netherworld Empire. They were filled with hate. Tianyun then gave the order to those who could fight to save all of the prisoners in the Netherworld prison while also giving them many medicinal pills to help the prisoners that they were about to set free. They all nodded, including many of the prisoners that they released earlier. They knew that at the moment, the prisoner was their closest allies to fight off the Netherworld Empire. Soon enough, the army of prisoners was formed, and many of them were eager to rush towards the main gate of the Netherworld prison to breathe the fresh air. Kill all the dog from Netherworld Empire. Tianyun let them rush out as he needed the distraction too, but he still provided cover by shooting the ice-cold arrow to every guard that he saw. Open the cage. All cages. He kept shouting to open all the cages and made sure that every prisoner had a chance to escape. This hero, thank you. I, Wang Hu, pledge my loyalty, and will listen to you in the future. Me too. My life is yours from now. Thanks. Thanks. Many of the prisoners that Tianyun freed saw him as a hero, many of them even pledged loyalty to Tianyun. Let's talk about anything later after we escape from here. Tianyun smirked a little bit. He knew that those prisoners were captured unjustly by the Netherworld Empire. Therefore he could use them to bolster the amount of cultivator in Heaven's top mansion and Heavenly Jade Sect to finish his main quest faster. Kill the guards. Tianyun shouted once again that they couldn't let their guard down just yet, and they needed to take up arms to save themselves from that wretched place. All prisoners shouted bravely as they saw that Tianyun was someone that they could follow. Chapter 317. Tianyun cautiously killed all the guards inside to evade the reinforcement from the Netherworld Empire, but clearly, some guard caught on that there was some disturbance in the prison and call for some more guards. In the hall, as many guards come over, they were shocked to see that so many prisoners have already escaped the prison. Catch them all. Don't let them escape. Inform General Long, this is an emergency. They rushed to try to capture each of the prisoners back to their cage. Some high-ranking guards crushed the jade pendant to signal the whole Netherworld Empire. Tianyun knew that the Netherworld Empire must have so much problem as of the moment, for the reason that the Dragon General was nowhere to be found. Now, the strongest guards in that prison were several core transformation experts that come as soon as the guards called for reinforcement. But the expert was not enough, as Tianyun blew them out one by one using the ice-cold divine bow. The arrow from ice-cold divine bow pierced through without any hitch no matter what kind of armor those experts used. No guards from the Netherworld prison expected that kind of resistance. They didn't know that the one helping the prisoners was someone so strong that he could kill a core transformation expert with a single blow. Tianyun, on the other hand, casually fired one arrow after another as he saw fit. With the damage divine rune, now he didn't have to activate his crazy mode to increase the damage dealt, at least for the time being. What a terrible power!
We can escape with this hero's power. The guards weren't the only ones who were shocked to see Yi Tianyun's power. Yi Qingshan and the rest of the prisoners, including the old ancestor, were all shocked to see Yi Tianyun killed a core transformation expert in a single blow. The prisoner becomes excited and hopeful as they saw Yi Tianyun killed the guards with such ease. Yi Tianyun himself really liked the way the situation turned out too. He collected every storage ring of the fallen guards as soon as he killed them. This guy still doesn't forget to collect money. Yi Tianyun's behavior was seen by Yi Qingshan, and she quietly frowned as she found it a little bit disturbing. Old ancestor, who also saw it, just laughed and told Yi Qingshan, "It's okay, the owners were dead anyway, and he surely needed many resources to be that powerful." Okay, Yi Qingshan nodded, but her frowns were still there. She couldn't say that Yi Tianyun's behavior was wrong as the old ancestor's words were sound right. Yi Qingshan, however, kept looking at Yi Tianyun in awe as he killed the guards easily. Yi Tianyun quickly led them all the way to the exit as the guards were no match to Yi Tianyun's overwhelming power. Yi Tianyun quickly shouted, "The gate to the outside world is in front of us." He also told the prisoners that they could go out as they see fit. Yi Tianyun wouldn't demand anything for helping them escape the prison. "Open the door, help the hero, we will help." Many of the prisoners quickly rushed forward and pushed the gate open. As soon as the gate was opened, they all shouted victoriously while some of them even knelt down thankfully. "We finally come out, freedom." But that victorious cheer didn't last long, as suddenly a loud vibrating roar was heard from inside the prison. Yi Qingshan, who knew that something bad would come, immediately shouted for the prisoners to quickly leave the prison. With those many prisoners trying to escape, evacuation will surely take time. At the same time, a few huge beasts suddenly rushed out of prison. The beast looked like a dragon with no wings, but still covered in thick dragon scale. "Earth Dragon!" Some prisoners began to shout Earth Dragon was coming as they tried to escape from the prison. Chapter 318. Yi Tianyun looked at the mighty beast in awe. Even without wings, Yi Tianyun knew that type of dragon would be useful for the defensive measure. The beast itself was still underdeveloped as he noticed that it was still on the spirit core rank demon beast. The dragon tamer of the Netherworld Empire itself was at the core transformation stage expert. He quickly ordered the Earth Dragon to kill all the escaping prisoners as it would be better to kill them than letting them escape. "Hurry up!" Yi Qingshan's complexion changed as she realized that the tamer would kill everyone without any second thought. She quickly took out as many blast divine runes as she got and hurled it towards the rampaging beast. It attached successfully and exploded on impact. Unfortunately, the blast divine rune didn't kill the beast, it only stopped the beast on its track and injured it a little. Yi Tianyun immediately realized the true potential of the beast. Its defense power was really exceptional. For a spirit core rank demon beast to withstand that many blast divine runes was really something. The dragon tamer quickly sneered at Yi Qingshan while saying, "Your effort is futile. No attack will be capable of injuring the Earth Dragon. It's Dragon Soldier." Someone shouted. Dragon Tamer was a unit serving the General Long. They tamer always had a dragon with them at all times, making them sort of an unbeatable army in a way. Although the Earth Dragon wasn't really a divine beast, its power was already close enough to that of the real Dragon Clan. The number of Earth Dragon also outnumbered the real Dragon Clan by a large margin, so they could be used as an army for a defensive position. The Netherworld Empire was the only one who used the Earth Dragon as an army as they had the Dragon Tamer with them. The injured Earth Dragon quickly swiped its tail towards Yi Qingshan and instantly flung Yi Qingshan towards the wall. The old ancestor quickly rushed towards Yi Qingshan as he said, "We must get out immediately, I will hold that Earth Dragon." Yi Qingshan ignored the old ancestor and threw the blast divine rune relentlessly towards the beast while saying that the rest of the spirit race had to get out of the prison first for her to get out. The Earth Dragon ignored Yi Qingshan's blast divine runes and quickly rushed towards her at full speed. Yi Qingshan's complexion changed once more. The only weapon she had was no use against that beast. She quickly dodged the Earth Dragon, but as soon as she did, Yi Tianyun came and kicked the Earth Dragon down. The Earth Dragon screamed in pain as it couldn't withstand Yi Tianyun's kick. "Ah, it's skinned so hard." Yi Tianyun helped Yi Qingshan to get back on her feet and told her, "Lead the rest of the prisoners out from the prison, I will handle the Earth Dragon." Yi Qingshan nodded and immediately shouted for the rest of the prisoner to follow her. Meanwhile, the Dragon Tamer was a little bit surprised to see that someone could knock back the Earth Dragon that easily. "Who is that kid? He is so strong."
Seeing that one dragon was no match against the man in front of them, the two other dragon tamers quickly sent their earth dragons to fight Yi Tianyun. Kill him. They knew that if the General Long came and saw that they hadn't resolved the situation, they will be punished for their incompetence. The three earth dragons quickly charged towards Yi Tianyun at full speed to crush him into smithereens. The dragon tamer quickly ordered the earth dragon to enhance their physical attribute, and quickly the earth dragon did so as their scale thickened, and earth attribute began to cover their whole body. A sharp spike began to form at their body, as a result, ready to stab Yi Tianyun to death. The earth dragons began to corner Yi Tianyun and made sure that there was nowhere for him to run, but Yi Tianyun was looking at the earth dragon in interest. The beast was so strong, can I tame it? He found that the beast was fascinating, and thus he wanted one for himself. He quickly rushed towards one of the dragons and slammed the dragon with all his might towards the ground. The rest of the prisoners who observed Yi Tianyun's fight in worry were shocked to see Yi Tianyun smashed down one of the dragons so easily. Yi Tianyun's power was too strong. Not even an earth dragon could block it. Yi Tianyun quickly landed on the downed earth dragon's head and enveloped the dragon in white lights. Tame. That light was none other than the pet capture ability that he got as he broke through to core transformation stage. Chapter 319. Yi Tianyun quickly started the process of taming the earth dragon. He deemed that earth dragon, a very good demon beast to tame and to kill them, would be a waste. The earth dragon struggled as hard as it could to escape Yi Tianyun, but unfortunately, Yi Tianyun was far stronger than the dragons. Attack him. The dragon tamer immediately noticed that something was wrong and quickly ordered the other dragons to attack Yi Tianyun, but it was too late. Yi Tianyun has already tamed his first earth dragon. Successfully tamed demon beast, earth dragon. Cultivation base 8th level spirit core stage with 3rd grade potential. Congratulations to host for successfully taming the demon beast earth dragon. Reward: 100.000 express, 100 pet taming mastery point. As Yi Tianyun had predicted, as long as he repetitively used the ability, its proficiency will increase. Block it. Yi Tianyun quickly ordered the new earth dragon that he just tamed to block the attack of the other earth dragons that were rushing towards him. The earth dragon immediately blocked the charge of the other two earth dragons. Under Yi Tianyun's control, the earth dragon's power was doubled, thus, it easily blocked the other two dragons. That scene shocked all dragon tamers at the scene. As far as they knew, those earth dragons had the same amount of power, so there was no way one earth dragon could block two earth dragon at the same time. What happens? What are you doing to my dragon? They shouted at Yi Tianyun for what has he done to their earth dragon to the point that it suddenly acted against their order and became stronger than before. Yi Tianyun ignored the dragon tamer for the time being and quickly jumped towards the knocked down earth dragon and tamed another one. Cultivation base 9th level spirit core stage with 3rd grade potential. He successfully tamed another one. He quickly ordered the earth dragon that he just tamed to attack the last earth dragon that was being controlled by the dragon tamer. It didn't take long before the last earth dragon was knocked down, and Yi Tianyun quickly tamed the last one. Impossible. Are you beast tamer? The dragon tamer was confused as they couldn't control their earth dragon anymore. They began to shout to their earth dragon as they thought those beasts couldn't hear their voice. They finally realized that Yi Tianyun was a dragon tamer just like them and began to back out from Yi Tianyun's sight. Give back my dragon. They quickly took out their weapons to fight Yi Tianyun and shouted for Yi Tianyun to return their earth dragons back. Yi Tianyun laughed as he heard dragon tamer's stupid demand. Return it. Okay. Here. He ordered the earth dragon to attack the dragon tamers. The dragon tamers were surprised to see their earth dragons were rushing towards them with all its might. They shouted, "No! Stop!" But all of their efforts were useless as their earth dragon swiped their powerful tail toward them. Successfully killed a Netherworld Empire's dragon soldier. Reward: 280.000 express, 3.700 CPs, 150 SPs, Tyrant Cloud Torn Martial Art, Soaring Cloud Strike, Earth Dragon Spear, Earth Dragon Armor. Successfully killed Netherworld Empire's dragon tamer. Reward: 270.000 express, 3.600 CPs, 100 SPs. The prisoners were in shock to see the dragon tamer to be defeated by their own dragons. Yi Xianxia was also shocked to see that Yi Tianyun could take over the control of the earth dragon. Yi Tianyun didn't care about the looks that were thrown at him, and he quickly ordered the earth dragon to open the prison gate as wide as they could. Yi Tianyun called Yi Xianxia to come.
Xianxia control these dragons, bring all prisoners. How about you? She asked Yi Tianyun for what he would do if he wasn't coming along with her. I am fine. I am going to destroy this prison. Yi Tianyun smiled and said that he would follow Yi Xianxia soon enough after he destroyed the Netherworld prison thoroughly. That was one of the side quests that he got recently, to destroy the Netherworld prison. Chapter 320. Destroy the Netherworld prison. That was impossible if you don't destroy the divine rune engraved in it first. Yi Xianxia said knowingly. She was worried about Yi Tianyun's stubbornness. She thought if Yi Tianyun stayed there any longer, the Dragon General would definitely come. It's okay, I can easily escape this place if I want to. This place will continue to imprison people as long as it's still standing. The real solution to weaken their system is to destroy this place. I can handle the divine rune too. Yi Tianyun winked at Yi Xianxia as he will be using the heavenly eye to do that. Yi Xianxia was still worried about Yi Tianyun's safety. She was afraid that he couldn't come back if he stubbornly stayed there. The old ancestor patted Yi Xianxia's head to reassure her. The old ancestor then gave Yi Tianyun his memories to help Yi Tianyun destroy the divine rune on the Netherworld prison. Now, that is some of my knowledge about the divine rune on this place, may it help you achieve your goal. The old ancestor said solemnly. Yi Tianyun nodded his head and expressed his gratitude to the old ancestor while the old ancestor quickly dragged Yi Xianxia to leave the prison ground quickly. I will be waiting for you. You'd better return safely, you hear me? Yi Xianxia shouted as she rode the earth dragon. Yi Tianyun nodded and shouted back, I will definitely come back, don't you worry. The prisoners also quickly left as they were told to leave. They know that with their condition now, they wouldn't be able to help the young man that saved their life. Yi Tianyun walked back to the Netherworld prison and shot the confused guard who was coming from the deeper part of the prison with his ice-cold divine bow. The guards began to panic as they realized that Yi Tianyun was coming back to the prison. They began to scatter to look for any place that was safe. From Yi Tianyun's reach to hide themselves. Yi Tianyun sighed and immediately shot the ice-cold fury towards the main hall, killing every single guard who tried to run from Yi Tianyun instantly. Reward: 170.000 Express, 2.300 CPs, 100 SPs, Heavenly Cloud's Palm, Heavenly Cloud's Step, Profound Iron Sword, Recovery Pills. The notification rang several times, indicating as many guards as Yi Tianyun killed. The only thing that was out of ordinary that Yi Tianyun noticed after killing the guards was the sin points that he got were strangely high for someone at the age and cultivation level of the guards. It was clear that they were committed too much sin in that prison. He quickly rushed forward while using the heavenly eyes to examine the divine rune on the wall. With the new knowledge that he got from the old ancestor, Yi Tianyun soon found the link between the divine rune and quickly destroyed it. It was easy to break that chain of divine rune as the old ancestor was the one who made all those divine runes and therefore had the knowledge to destroy it too. He quickly continued to do so while also looking out for any guards who tried to attack him on several occasions. What happened? He noticed that the guards were coming from one direction, so he quickly followed the path, and he finally saw the guards were coming from the bottom of the prison. It was likely that there was something that needed to be guarded in there. I don't know anything like this before. Yi Tianyun didn't know about that path before. He decided to quickly go down there to see what was in there while killing the guards who tried to see if there was anything wrong upstairs. As he reached the bottom of the stairs, Yi Tianyun noticed, I don't expect there is a mine here. He remembered that one of the guards upstairs mentioned that the worthless prisoner that didn't have any use to the Netherworld Empire would be working in a mine, but he didn't know that the mine was inside the Netherworld prison. Chapter 321. Yi Tianyun saw that many cultivators were forced to be a miner inside. Their ankles were chained to the ground to make sure they couldn't escape. Those cultivators weren't some average cultivators either. The lowest of them was at the spirit refinement stage. With the appraisal eye leveled up, Yi Tianyun could see that mine was really a great resource mine. He could even see the remaining resource of the mine has with the eye. Jade Spirit Stone, Divine Rune Catalyst. Remaining resource more than 1.000.000 pounds. Profound Iron Ore, Soul Tool Forging Material. Remaining resource more than 10.000.000 pounds. Amethyst Ore, Heaven Level Tool Forging Material. Remaining resource more than 100 pounds. Cloud Gold Dust, High Grade Medicinal Pill Catalyst. Remaining resource more than 10.000 pounds. After confirming the materials mined there,
Yi Tianyun knew that the most precious thing in that mine was amethyst ore and the cloud gold dust. But he also didn't expect the mine to have that much resource left. Seeing the resources, he finally knew why Netherworld Empire used prisoners who were also a cultivator to be the miner there. That was because the resource wasn't easy to mine. Hurry, don't be lazy. It seems something happened above. Should we check it? What can the prisoners do? Who dare to mess with the Netherworld Empire? Yi Tianyun noticed that the guard there would whip the prisoners. Some miners were even killed because of the cruel way the guards handled them. He even noticed that the guards didn't even pay any attention to the prisoners who were in dire need of an antidote. They were too lazy to take care of those prisoners, as the prisoners will be replaced as they died. Yi Tianyun couldn't stand that scene and quickly came forward and shot the guards near the prisoner who was in pain since he needed the detoxification pills for the poison in his system. After he killed the guards there, he quickly took out the detoxification pills inside their storage ring and quickly tossed it to the prisoners. The prisoners quickly got up shivering and took the pills immediately. They quickly looked gradually better after taking the medicinal pills. At least he wasn't in pain anymore. The guards quickly came after hearing the commotion and were startled to see a stranger in the mine, and their colleague was dead near the stranger. "Who are you?" asked one of the guards. Yi Tianyun sighed and quickly shot the guards down, the prisoners who were forced to mine. They were shocked to see a young man easily kill the guards. They stopped working to see who and what the young man would do next. Yi Tianyun immediately shouted that the miner was all free. They should find the key from the guards to unlock their shackles and follow him to kill all the guards there. The prisoners quickly did as they were told and searched the key from the guards' corpses. But some of them looked depressed and refused to search for the key. "Hey, aren't you wanted to escape this hellhole? Why are you still sulking and do nothing?" one of the prisoners asked to the depressed one. "You know it was an all useless effort. We would still need the detoxification pills constantly. We would be able to get away from the Netherworld Empire for long because of that." The depressed prisoner said matter-of-factly. The previously hopeful miner was startled by their friend's answer. They forgot about the detoxification pills. Yi Tianyun noticed that the hope inside this miner's eyes gradually faded as they realized that they couldn't get away from the Netherworld Empire. "You all don't have to worry about anything. I will personally refine the detoxification pills that you need to get rid of the poison in your body. I will make sure that none of you need the Netherworld Empire after all of this." Yi Tianyun shouted for the entire prisoner to hear. Once again, the fire in their eyes was lit again as they began to shout for their freedom. At the same time, Yi Tianyun has already finished analyzing the poison inside the prisoner's body. He smirked as he noticed that the poison used on the normal inmate was weaker than the one used on the old ancestor, so it was way easier to make the detoxification pills for those miners. Yi Tianyun was glad that he didn't skip any storage ring from the guards that he killed upstairs because, considering there were that many prisoners, he had to make the same amount of detoxification pills. Thus he needed many spirit medicine as the main component, and fortunately, the guards had many on their possession. After killing all the guards inside the mine, Yi Tianyun started to refine the detoxification pills as he promised. The prisoner didn't stand by doing nothing. They mined the mines harder than before. They quickly put every resource that they mined to the storage ring and gave it to Yi Tianyun. That was their way to thank Yi Tianyun. Even if Yi Tianyun didn't ask for it, they knew that a strong person like Yi Tianyun needed a lot of resources to become even stronger. They weren't such ungrateful people who would let people save them without any compensation. Chapter 322. Keep it to yourself. It was your hard work. Why would you give that to me? I could find it by myself after all this. Yi Tianyun said casually, but the miners ignored Yi Tianyun and kept mining, and they still insisted so Yi Tianyun would accept their hard work. "We have nothing, we can only give it as a reward. You save us, and this barely called reward. Yes, we have nothing to repay. We can only work hard and give you the ore we dug here. I am willing to follow the benefactor and follow the orders of the benefactor." "Me too, I am willing to follow the benefactor. If the benefactor has a hatred with the Netherworld Empire, I will be with the benefactor in this life, and deal with the Netherworld Empire. Yes, killing the running dogs of the Netherworld Empire, killing the Netherworld Empire bastards." The miners then pledged themselves that they would become Yi Tianyun's confidant in the future. They even pledged if Yi Tianyun wanted to, they will hunt the Netherworld people until they couldn't anymore. It was clear at that point that all of them were furious with the Netherworld Empire. They wanted to exact revenge on the Netherworld Empire. They were already hopeless and thought that they would surely die there like a dog, but when Tianyun comes, he lit up the fire in their heart once again. I know that you all must feel a great hatred towards the Netherworld Empire. But you have to get out of here first for you to be able to exact revenge against them. Tianyun said while sighing towards the miner. As he spoke, he finally finished refining the medicinal pills to detoxify the poison on the miner's body. He quickly distributed all of the medicinal pills to the miner so they could recover as soon as possible. I feel that the toxin in my body is gone, it's really gone. Really gone. They burst into tears as they quickly felt the effect of the medicinal pills. However, some of them still took more than one pill on the off chance that they might be affected by the poison again. But Tianyun decided to let it slide as he needed everyone's cooperation to destroy the Netherworld Empire. Hey, don't eat the pill more than once for now. You could always get more than one, but don't be a waste. Tianyun said as to reprimand them to not get greedy. Everyone quickly calmed themselves and nodded their head. They were caught in the moment and thought that one pill wasn't enough for them. Soon enough, thousands of cultivators who were forced to work in the mine were cured of the poison in their system thanks to the pill that Tianyun has just refined, and there was no more despair in their eyes. They quickly gave the storage ring that they've already stuffed with so many resources to Tianyun. Tianyun no longer had any reason to refuse the offer and thus accepted it for their sake. Many thanks, benefactor. As long as the benefactor order me, I will definitely go through anything and be willing to do everything for the benefactor. I want to follow the benefactor in my life, no matter where benefactor goes. All those miners quickly bowed down their heads as a sign of loyalty to Tianyun and an expression of gratitude. Raise your head, you don't need to bow for me now. Think about it later when all of you are safe outside. Tianyun said confidently. Now, stay behind me. I will make sure we all get out of this prison safely. Tianyun said confidently. Tianyun quickly took the lead and rushed upstairs. At first, he didn't see any guards, but as he got closer to the main gate, he could see that many guards were coming in with a confused face. But the guards weren't that much, and Tianyun was sure that he could kill them all in a short amount of time. After Tianyun killed all the guards, all the miners were finally free. Now, get out of here. I will make sure that this place would be destroyed. Tianyun said while setting his gaze toward the prison once again. The miners were shocked to hear Tianyun will be alone in that place. They were reluctant to leave Tianyun alone as they wanted to follow Tianyun's footstep. What about benefactor? No need to worry, I will destroy this place. The best thing that you could do to me is to stay safe and fight the Netherworld Empire once you got your strength back. Tianyun said confidently. All the miners were moved of Tianyun's word, and thus they obeyed Tianyun's command and left the prison with a newfound determination. In this life, the Netherworld Empire is my enemy. As long as there is a chance, I must kill them. Yes, even if we can't kill them, there is no problem in doing some damage. Thanks to the benefactor, we can flee from here. Tianyun saw them left and confused about their newfound loyalty towards him. He knew that he wasn't a good person thoroughly, but he couldn't stand the way Netherworld Empire treated those prisoners at all, but he knew that with the prisoners gone, they would create problems in another place for the Netherworld Empire later. Successfully completed, saving a life is more important than wealth. Achievement. Improved the Savior title, adds 1.000 prestige points. Tianyun was smirking happily as he saw the improvement of his title. It was like getting 800 prestige point without doing anything. Chapter 323. Tianyun didn't expect that his title to suddenly improve at all, although he knew that the prestige point had a lot of useful effects like improving his luck to draw much better things on the lucky draw and improving the probability of success in pill refining, forging, or divine rune engraving. Tianyun finally realized that doing a good deed will reward him. He quickly made his way inside, but he immediately felt a strong aura waving through the air. As General Long coming, he was excited as he finally got to test his power against some void spirit cultivator. Sure enough, he quickly saw a giant dragon flew toward the prison at a great speed. He looked at the dragon's status with his appraisal eye, and the dragon itself was more powerful than the black dragon at the 8th level core transformation stage. He also saw that a man was riding the giant dragon confidently. Giant red dragon, 8th level core transformation stage with powerful fire breath, combat power est. 4.100.000. General Long, 1st level void spirit stage. Equipment. Red Dragon Battle Armor, Red Dragon Divine Spear. Combat Power. 14.000.000. Martial Art. Heavenly Dragon Secret Art. Tyrant Soul Spear Secret Art. Weakness. None. Drops on defeat. Red Dragon Battle Armor. Red Dragon Divine Spear. Heavenly Dragon Secret Art. Dragon God Bloodline. 14 million combat power in base state. If he was pushed enough, he could release all his might, and the number will definitely rise. Tianyun knew that his opponent would be difficult to handle. The opponent could easily have 30 million combat power. There was no easy way for Tianyun to deal with that man at the moment, but he sure had to try everything he can. Tianyun quickly used the Ice Cold Fury by consuming 5.000 CPs and activated his crazy damage mode. The attack power of the Ice Cold Fury continuously increased until it stopped at 34 million. With his current cultivation stage, that power was really crazy. Normal cultivators at his level won't be able to reach an attack power that high. Tianyun quickly activated his Dragon God Bloodline to enhance the attack even further, and sure enough, the attack power rose once again and capped at 37 million combat power. Tianyun was currently at his wit's end as he couldn't think of anything else that could improve his attack power, so he fired the arrow, and it quickly froze the path it passed as it flew toward the giant red dragon. General Long felt something bad coming his way, and he quickly saw the frozen arrow flew towards him at great speed. He quickly activated his Heavenly Dragon Secret Art to try and block that attack. With the Heavenly Dragon Secret Art activated, his combat power rose to 35 million. Void Spirit stage was really something else. Their combat power was really like heaven and earth if it was compared to the core transformation stage. General Long quickly used the Red Dragon Force. It looked like the Dragon God Bloodline, but that move seemed to be some sort of fusing the power of the giant red dragon with himself. General Long's body was quickly covered with thick red dragon scale, and his combat power once again rose to 40 million. General Long quickly activated the Tyrant Soul by clapping his hands together, creating a giant shockwave heading straight towards the arrow. When the two clashed, a booming voice was heard loudly. The Tyrant Soul Shockwave and Ice Cold Fury stopped each other in its track as Tianyun knew that the power of his attack was slightly below General Long. Tianyun already knew that something like that would happen. There was no way that he could defeat a Void Spirit expert with only one shot of his arrow. It's amazing, it's interesting. Tianyun suddenly became excited. He had to find a way to fight against that General Long. Chapter 324. General Long could withstand Tianyun's Ice Cold Fury with ease. Tianyun smirked as he expected that kind of power from General Long. If Void Spirit Expert couldn't even block his attack with ease, then he would be utterly disappointed. General Long hasn't even used all of his power either, which meant that he would only get stronger from here on out. General Long himself actually was shocked to see the powerful attack came from a young man. He never expected to encounter something at that caliber there. Who are you dare to break into Netherworld prison? Just a prison, I can destroy it anytime. Tianyun said. Don't play with me. General Long was so angry at Tianyun's disrespectful behavior. Tianyun smirked once again and attacked General Long with a few of his ice-cold arrow and quickly ran inside the Netherworld prison. General Long blocked the arrow and surprised to see that Tianyun ran toward the prison instead of running away from the prison. How foolish are you, come inside instead of going outside. You cannot run anymore. General Long, who was enraged, instantly released his killing intent. He will make sure that the young man will die at the end of the day. Tianyun, however, still made an effort to make sure that General Long couldn't easily follow him inside the Netherworld prison. As soon as he came in, he destroyed the wall to impede General Long from following him. You think you are safe already? General Long was surprised once again to see that the young man wasn't just running randomly, so he quickly took out his long spear and used the Blood Dragon Phantom Shadow to clear the way, but he quickly found that the path ahead was still blocked. He was enraged once again that the young man would do something like that to hold him up. But he was really shocked to see that the young man could destroy the walls easily. He knew that the Netherworld prison's wall was enhanced with Divine Rune, making it almost impossible to destroy. He wondered if the young man was really capable of destroying the Divine Rune on the prison. If that was the case, then the young man's goal was to destroy the Netherworld prison. Tianyun, on the other hand, continuously broke the Divine Rune and destroyed the wall immediately after along the way. I will destroy this place soon. He skipped the mine as it will make a greater effort just to destroy it at the moment. He was already exhausted after destroying stuff. Fortunately, He has already stocked many recovery medicinal pills for his own consumption. After a quick rest, Tianyun heard General Long's booming voice saying that he will make sure to kill the intruders for causing all that mess. Surely, General Long quickly caught up with Tianyun and threw 2 spears towards Tianyun at a great speed. Tianyun easily dodged the attack with the Phoenix Wings effect. Tianyun sarcastically thanked General Long as he saw that General Long's attack destroyed the walls behind Tianyun and quickly got away after that. "Thanks for your help," Tianyun said. General Long was furious. He literally became red from all of Tianyun's constant annoyance. He quickly chased after Tianyun and once again threw another spear at Tianyun. "Let's see how do you escape this time." This time, Tianyun was very lucky as a rock fell from the ceiling and blocked General Long's attack. "Even the Lady of Luck on my side." Tianyun smirked as he kept getting away from General Long while tearing the place apart. Initially, Tianyun was ready to use the Shadow Cloak's effect to block General Long's attack, but it seemed that it wasn't necessary at the moment. Tianyun relentlessly destroyed the cage inside the prison as it was faster than destroying the wall, and that place still won't be operational anyway with all those cages destroyed. Once he got to the Spirit Forbidden Zone, he quickly used the Ice-Cold Fury as it was no longer in cooldown and destroyed the area down. With the prison's current state, if the Netherworld Empire wanted to fix that place, they had to find a Divine Rune Grandmaster, which was hard and costly to do. Successfully completed the quest destroys the Netherworld prison and save all prisoners. Reward: 50.000.000 Express, 100.000 CPs, 10.000 SPs, 200 prestige points. The notification that Tianyun wanted to hear the most was finally heard. He didn't have to destroy the place any longer, all he needed to do was escape that place. Chapter 325. The Dragon General finally caught up to Tianyun once again and shouted, "Damn, you actually destroyed the Forbidden Zone." Tianyun quickly made a snide comment, "Yes, so what? I also destroyed your mine, idiot." Tianyun quickly took out the Heaven-holding sword and used the Heaven-holding's anger towards the Dragon General while shouting to the Dragon General to get out of his way. The Dragon General ignored Tianyun's attack and made an attempt to attack as well. He swiftly threw his spears towards Tianyun with all his might as he thought that there was no way that the young man's attack could penetrate his defense. The thing was, Tianyun was also ignoring the Dragon General's attack as he knew that the Shadow Cloak would protect him from it. The Heaven-holding's anger connected with the Dragon General head-on, followed by a loud noise. The Dragon General was thrown to the side from Tianyun's attack. But he quickly recovered midair and landed on the ground smoothly, but to his complete surprise, Tianyun was nowhere to be seen. He was sure that he could still feel the young man's aura in the air, but he surely couldn't see him. The Dragon General was amazed by the young man's ability. He didn't know how the young man could escape right in front of him like that. At the same time, Tianyun was already on his way towards the Spirit Race Sanctuary. With teleportation, he quickly got far away from the Netherworld prison and immediately flew away. He knew that he couldn't handle the Dragon General yet, but at least his quest was completed. Soon enough, the news about the destroyed Netherworld prison was spread to not only the Netherworld continent but also to another continent too. Many people were shocked to hear the news as they knew that the Netherworld prison was one of the symbols of power that the Netherworld Empire had and that the place was heavily guarded. Many people began to wonder who was the perpetrator behind all that. What going on? Our Netherworld prison destroyed. The Imperial Preceptor and Netherworld Great Emperor was furious to hear the news and called all the higher-ups of the Netherworld Empire to discuss that incident. Netherworld Emperor quietly released his killing intent and asked coldly to all the attendants on how could something like that happen. He looked at the Dragon General and asked him, "We heard you were there at that moment. How could the perpetrator escape on your watch?" The Dragon General quickly kneeled in front of the Netherworld Emperor and said, "The perpetrator had an advanced method to hide his aura as I can't detect him at all. I won't make the same mistake again." Netherworld Emperor immediately shouted, "We lost a lot face this time. The unbreakable Netherworld prison has been destroyed, and every prisoner in that place had escaped." One of the ministers quickly came forward and said, "We have sent many cultivators to capture every single prisoner." The Netherworld Emperor quickly refuted him and said, "You need to kill every prisoner as they had lost their purpose. The most important thing at the moment was the spirit race. Their old ancestor also escaped the Netherworld prison. If he regained his strength, he would be a difficult opponent to boot." The imperial preceptor immediately came forward and said, "Your Majesty doesn't need to worry about that, as I am the only one who had an antidote for the poison in his body. He will either come to the Netherworld Empire again to beg for the antidote or die somewhere in pain." The Netherworld Emperor nodded, as he believed that the poison made by the imperial preceptor was really strong. He quickly changed the topic. "Where is Lei Yun? We haven't heard any news from him in a long time. How is the progress on capturing the spirit race?" One of the ministers came forward once again and said, "There was no news about Lei Yun at all. It was very likely that Lei Yun had been trapped inside the forest or had already been killed." The Netherworld Emperor frowned and immediately ordered, "Dragon General, go and secure the spirit race yourself. We couldn't trust any of the garbage anymore." The Dragon General agreed solemnly and said, "Yes. I will definitely satisfy your Majesty." Chapter 326. Before the meeting of the Netherworld Empire, Tianyun was still on his way to the Spirit Race Sanctuary. Successfully completed. Rescue the Spirit Race Chain Quest 4. Rescue the Spirit Race imprisoned on the Netherworld Prison. Reward: 50.000.000 Express, 200.000 CPs, 5.000 SPs, 50 Spirit Race Favorability. Rescue the Spirit Race Chain Quest 5. Protect the Spirit Race from the Dragon General's main force. Successfully accepted. Reward on completion: 60.000.000 Express, 250.000 CPs, 10.000 SPs, 100 Spirit Race Favorability. He was a little surprised to see the quest was already updated, and he finally had to deal with the Dragon General. There was no way he could defeat the Dragon General by himself. He needed the old ancestor to fight with him too. So, he must hurry and make sure that the old ancestor was completely detoxified and ready to fight. He immediately rushed back to the Spirit Race Sanctuary, and once he was on the edge of the forest, he quickly walked in. He knew that the Spirit Race would investigate who entered the forest, and once they saw that it was Tianyun, they will guide him inside themselves. Sure enough, Tianyun. Xianxia shouted his name from the ground. Tianyun quickly greeted, "Hello, I already told you that I would come back alive." Xianxia quickly said, "I don't doubt you. I heard you encountered the Dragon General in Netherworld Prison." Tianyun nodded, "Yeah, it was very fortunate that I have teleportation skill. You are the first person ever to escape the Dragon General." Xianxia nodded and said while smiling warmly. Tianyun returned the smile and quickly said, "From the way things go, the Dragon General would come there himself soon. The option was either we fight the forces from the Netherworld Empire as they came or evacuated from the sanctuary." Xianxia nodded while confidently said, "We must fight." They had to resist the Netherworld Empire the best they could. Tianyun knew that the most important reason for the Spirit Race to hold their ground there in the Spirit Race Sanctuary was that they could only bear children in that place. If they left that place, they would not be able to reproduce, thus, the Spirit Race will be extinct. Tianyun nodded and said, "I will also fight with you until the end. Come to the sanctuary with me." Xianxia then led the way inside while signaling for Tianyun to follow her. "Do I need to cover my eyes again?" Tianyun said jokingly. "Stupid, do you think you need to cover your eyes now? Even if you come for the first time, I won't cover your eyes." Xianxia glanced at him and smiled. Tianyun smiled and followed her inside the sanctuary. As they came inside, the people inside the sanctuary quickly gathered and shouted excitedly that their hero was back. "Our big hero is back. He really came back. He saved my ancestors. I heard that he fought with General Long. It is said that the Dragon General is very powerful. Now the hero is back. That is, our great hero is amazing. I remembered, my nephew met the great hero in the Jade Water Deep Pool." They praised Tianyun, for he has already saved their old ancestor from the prison. They were all happy and enthusiastic to see Tianyun, for he has already done something that the Spirit Race was desperate in. Waner came forward and bragged, "That is natural. I said that Big Brother is very powerful, not the same as those guys." Okay, get ready." Xianxia quickly diffused the crowds while pushing Waner to the side playfully. Tianyun quickly told Xianxia, "I need to see the old ancestor quickly to refine the necessary medicinal pill to detoxify the poison inside the old ancestor's body." Xianxia nodded and took Tianyun to the small courtyard that the old ancestor currently resided in. Once they arrived at the courtyard, the old ancestor noticed that he had a guest. "Come, have a cup for tea." Once inside the house, Yi Tianyun quickly told the old ancestor, "We have to detoxify poison in your body right away because you are the only one who can fight the dragon general at the moment." The old ancestor quickly said, "No need to hurry, drink the tea first." Yi Qingshan and Yi Tianyun had no other choice but to obey and politely drank the tea. Once they were done, the old ancestor quickly told Yi Qingshan, "I think Yi Tianyun qualified to be Spirit King. What's your opinion?" This, Yi Qingshan was startled that the old ancestor offered the title without her having to come up with the idea first. Before she had a chance to say anything, the old ancestor refuted, "I already knew that you transferred your innate ability to Yi Tianyun when I transferred my memory to him." Yi Wan'er, who was listening from outside the house, was shocked after hearing that revelation. Yi Tianyun had the heavenly eye. Chapter 327. Yi Qingshan was shocked as Yi Wan'er, who was eavesdropping the entire time. Old ancestor knew about the innate ability that Yi Qingshan gave to Yi Tianyun. Yi Qingshan felt a little bit worried that old ancestor may not support Yi Qingshan's act. Seeing that everyone became silent, old ancestor said, "Even though transferring the heavenly eyes were considered taboo by the spirit race, I don't condemn your act. In fact, I support it as I wanted him to become our next Spirit King." He asked Yi Tianyun once again, "Do you want to become our Spirit King?" For it was still Yi Tianyun's choice to make. Hearing the old ancestor's support, Yi Qingshan sighed in relief, and meanwhile, Yi Wan'er quickly entered the house and asked, "Sister, how and when did you give your innate ability to Big Brother?" She was really confused. She thought that Yi Qingshan first met Yi Tianyun when Yi Wan'er brought him to the sanctuary. There was no way Yi Qingshan had time to give her innate ability to Yi Tianyun by the situation revolved after that. Yi Qingshan didn't know what to say as she didn't think Yi Tianyun wanted his secret to be revealed right there and then. Fortunately, old ancestor refuted, "Calm down Wan'er, your sister must have her own reason, and all that matter was that Yi Tianyun could become our Spirit King with the innate ability given by Qingshan. With Yi Tianyun's accomplishment of saving our people inside the Netherworld prison, I believe that our people will support our decision to make Yi Tianyun our Spirit King." But it all came down to Yi Tianyun's ability to pass the Spirit King smelting trial. Yi Tianyun asked, "Spirit King smelting trial?" Old ancestor quickly answered, "Spirit King smelting trial was a trial for someone to become a Spirit King candidate." Yi Tianyun asked, "Is it okay for an outsider to become Spirit King?" The old ancestor twisted his beard while thinking and immediately said, "It is unusual as we always chose a candidate of the Spirit King from the spirit race, but this time is different, our only candidate before had betrayed us." Yi Tianyun remembered that the candidate for Spirit King was Lei Yun. He was the traitor who came to destroy the spirit race sanctuary earlier. Old ancestor quickly reminded, "The opponent that would come there to destroy the sanctuary was still out there. I will help you repel them with all my power. Once you repel that attack, you will earn a high prestige from our people, and with that, no one will question your capability to become our next Spirit King." Yi Tianyun thought for a second and found that development was convenient to him. He didn't need to convince the old ancestor to fight for him anymore as the old ancestor has offered to help himself. The old ancestor said, "You have better innate ability than Lei Yun or anyone that I know. I believe that you will become a great leader to the spirit race in the future." Yi Tianyun confirmed once again that all he had to do was pass the Spirit King smelting trial to become the Spirit King. Yi Tianyun knew that the trial wouldn't be easy, but he had to make sure that the trial was all he needed to do before jumping head on into the unknown. "I will do my best in Spirit King smelting trial." The old ancestor nodded his head and said, "I am looking forward for your performance." He immediately coughed up blood. It seemed that the poison was still lingering heavily in the old ancestor's system. Yi Tianyun quickly said, "Old ancestor must rest, I will immediately refine the detoxifying pill for the poison." The old ancestor told Yi Tianyun, "There was no need to panic, even if you can't detoxifying pill, it will be fine." Yi Tianyun quickly shook his head and said, "I can, detoxifying pill isn't that hard to make." Chapter 328. Yi Tianyun quickly prepared all the items necessary to refine the detoxifying pills and then immediately refined the pill. This time he had to make a few more pills to make sure that the old ancestor was completely detoxified. The Imperial Preceptor's poison was toxic. The poison that coursed through the old ancestor's system couldn't be healed with only one pill. He must take the detoxifying pills until the poison was completely gone. At the same time, Yi Wan'er, who was confused with too many things, quickly asked her sister, "Sister,
are you already acquainted with Big Brother before I brought him to the spirit sanctuary? Yi Qingshan quickly said, I don't really know him. When I saw him on the spirit sanctuary, that was the second time we met with each other. Yi Wan'er quickly asked, how come you didn't recognize Big Brother at that time? Yi Qingshan said, Yi Tianyun could change his face with ease, I didn't recognize the face that he used at that time. In fact, Yi Tianyun was a man with many accomplishments in the outside world, for example, the Star Pavilion's tournament and Dragon City's destruction. Yi Qingshan added, the most important thing was that Yi Tianyun was the one who saved me from Lei Yun's trap. Yi Wan'er was surprised to hear that Yi Tianyun's previous face was fake and that he was the one who saved her sister when she was in need. As far as she remembered, her sister was saved by a man younger or at the same age as Yi Wan'er, which meant that Yi Tianyun was a lot younger than he currently looked. The two sisters began to discuss what they knew about Yi Tianyun as they were curious about Yi Tianyun. At the same time, Yi Tianyun didn't take notice of what they were discussing and just refined the detoxifying pill for the old ancestor without care. He finally finished one detoxifying pill and immediately gave it to the old ancestor. He also said, old ancestor need a few more detoxifying pills to detoxify his system fully. The old ancestor nodded his head and immediately ate the pills that Yi Tianyun just gave. The old ancestor's complexion suddenly changed for the better but immediately followed by vomiting black blood. The black blood withered the grass that came in contact with it in a matter of seconds. The two sisters immediately rushed towards the old ancestor and asked, are you okay, old ancestor? I am okay, and I felt lighter after vomiting that black thing. Yi Qingshan turned her attention towards Yi Tianyun and asked, how do you know how to refine the detoxifying pills for the old ancestor? As far as I knew, the poison is a special poison made by the imperial preceptor. Yi Tianyun rubbed his head and said, I can smell the ingredient for the poison, and with that information, I can specify the ingredient necessary to make the antidote. Yi Qingshan immediately shouted in the excitement, you have the ability of Medicine King. You should become the Medicine King in the future. Medicine King was the same as an alchemist grandmaster. Yi Wan'er was surprised once again as she asked, Big Brother can become Medicine King? Yi Tianyun quickly felt embarrassed as he was half lying. He couldn't say that he knew the poison composition with the help of the appraisal eye as he know one should have that ability. Yi Tianyun reminded the old ancestor that he still had to take a few more detoxifying pills to change the topic. The old ancestor nodded his head in amusement as Yi Tianyun never ceased to amaze him. Yi Tianyun then handed over a few detoxifying pills to the old ancestor. I must go prepare myself for the upcoming fight. Me too. Yi Qingshan also excused herself. The old ancestor nodded as he tried to relax and took another pill. Yi Wan'er stayed with the old ancestor to take care of him if he needed any help later. Meanwhile, outside of the old ancestor's place, Yi Tianyun quickly asked Yi Qingshan, do you still have the soul-accumulating grass for me? He needed the grass to make the soul-accumulating pills to make sure that he could break through to the next level so that he could handle the dragon general. Yi Qingshan nodded and said, you can have all the soul-accumulating grass that the spirit race had inside the warehouse. Yi Tianyun immediately said, I don't need all of them. I only need around 100 of them. Yi Qingshan shook his head and said, soul-accumulating grass was a rare item, the soul-accumulating grass inside the warehouse not even close to 100. You can have all of them as the number was below your expectation. Yi Tianyun was surprised to hear that although they could harvest the soul-accumulating grass easily, the number was still small. Yi Tianyun immediately realized that the grass was really a rare item. Yi Qingshan quickly led Yi Tianyun towards the warehouse and immediately gave him all the soul-accumulating grass inside. Yi Tianyun immediately headed towards the spirit pagoda to refine the soul-accumulating grass that he had at the moment, as Yi Qingshan headed towards the outpost to prepare the spirit race fighter to participate in the upcoming skirmish. Yi Tianyun rushed towards the spirit pagoda as he wanted to break through to the 5th level core transformation stage. In the spirit pagoda, he quickly refined the soul-accumulating pills while using the crazy mode to increase the refining speed. He even used the lucky aura to make sure that the pills he refined was at high grade. At the same time, the dragon general led a group of dragon soldiers towards the spirit forest. Around 30 earth dragons stomped the terrain, shaking the ground, scaring the people nearby that they immediately evacuated to safety. They were worried about the spirit race, as they were sure that the earth dragon would trample the forest at this rate. Chapter 329. Yi Tianyun didn't care what was happening outside. For the time being,
he focused all his attention towards refining the soul-accumulating pills. He felt like he was at the crossroad as he was feeling a little bit unsure about increasing the grade of the soul-accumulating medicinal pills that he currently refined. He looked at the success rate for 5th refinement grade and saw that the chance was at 30%. He activated the lucky aura, and the chance increased to 50% with the help of the immortal fire. It increased once again to 60%. He knew that the chance of failing was still high, but that was the best chance to test the effect of the 5th refinement grade pills. Tianyun shook his head and composed himself as he refined the pills to 5th refinement grade. If that failed, he still had the next batch, but losing 3 soul-accumulating grass surely hurt. Tianyun quickly activated the lucky aura at the end of the refinement process so that the success chance increased. Fortunately, the pill refinement was a success. A bright light shot out from the purple fire divine furnace as the sign of success. Tianyun quickly picked up 3 pills from the furnace and felt satisfied for his success. Successfully refined soul-accumulating pills. Reward: 1.000.000 Express, 1.000 pill refining proficiency points. Tianyun immediately tried one pill as he didn't know the difference of Express that he will gain by consuming the soul-accumulating pills 5th refinement grade. If it only added 5 million more Express than the 4th refinement grade, it wasn't worth the risk of failing. Successfully consumed a soul-accumulating pill and got 30.000.000 Express. Tianyun was shocked to see the amount of Express that he just got. It was double the amount of Express that he got from the soul-accumulating grass 4th refinement grade. Surely the risk was worth taking. He quickly consumed the rest of the pills that he has just refined to breakthrough. Congratulations to host for successfully breakthrough to 5th level core transformation stage. Tianyun was delighted to see the notification. Sure enough, if people knew about his cultivation speed, they will be envious beyond belief. Tianyun immediately refined another batch of soul-accumulating pills, but this time he decided to refine the 4th refinement grade instead as he knew that the 5th refinement grade was too risky to refine at the moment. Soon he successfully refined 6 4th refinement grade soul-accumulating pills. It was worth 90 million Express. Tianyun didn't regret his decision to stop at 4th refinement grade as he couldn't risk falling, especially at that moment. To break through to 6th level core transformation stage he needed around 160 million Express, and thanks to the 5th refinement grade soul-accumulating pills, he only needed 110 million Express, and after he consumed the 6 4th refinement grade soul-accumulating pills, he only needed another 20 million Express left to break through. Tianyun quickly walked out of the refining room to look for a way to increase his level before the Dragon General arrived. He wanted to look for the scouts that the Dragon General would send ahead of the main army. As he walked out from the refining room, Xianxia rushed towards him and nervously said, "Dragon General's soldier has closed in, and they brought many earth dragons with them. The enemy will arrive within approximately half a day." Tianyun quickly smirked and asked, "How about the old ancestor's status? I want to know if the old ancestor fit enough to assist us in the fight." Xianxia said, "Old ancestor will wait in the spirit pagoda to recover and meditate until the Dragon General came." Tianyun smirked once again as he knew that he could get many Express without hindrance for the time being. He nodded excitedly towards Xianxia and immediately said, "Let the war with the Netherworld Empire begin." Chapter 330. Tianyun and Xianxia immediately went to the top floor of the spirit pagoda to look for the old ancestor. They saw that the old ancestor who was meditating in the middle of the room and soon raised his vision to see that Tianyun and Xianxia was already there. Tianyun said, "Old ancestor looked much better than before." The old ancestor quickly said, "This is thanks to the detoxifying pills that you refined for me. My body is lighter than before, but sadly I don't have enough time to restore my cultivation. I can help you fight the Dragon General by controlling the Great Array from here. I can't fight the Dragon General head-on." The old ancestor added, "With me controlling the Trace Confusion Great Array, I will make sure that you won't be seen by the enemies under core transformation stage. Enemy higher than that may be able to see you, but then I will help you fight from there." Tianyun nodded his head excitedly. He didn't know that the Trace Confusion Great Array could hide him in plain sight from the enemy. He finally realized why the Spirit Sanctuary still stood tall despite having the Netherworld Empire as the enemy. That Great Array sure was powerful. Tianyun then said, "Now, we can just wait for the enemies to arrive." Half a day later, the Dragon General arrived with his group of dragon soldier at the edge of the spirit forest. Dragon General took a divine talisman from his storage ring and ordered, "Stop. March carefully towards the forest while I am sneaking from the side and use the divine rune on my hands to burn the forest." The dragon soldiers took out a divine talisman from their own storage ring that could provide them immunity from the effect of the trace confusion great array. That forest was supposed to be hard to be ignited, but with the Dragon General's power, that forest burned like dry woods. The Dragon General knew that the trace confusion great array would be useless once there were no more trees that it could use to confuse people. At the same time, the old ancestor frowned as he learned that the enemies had a countermeasure against the trace confusion great array. He quickly informed Yi Tianyun and Yi Xianxia, "They have an item to resist the effect of the trace confusion great array, and they are burning the forest to make the trace confusion great array unusable." Yi Xianxia was a little bit surprised that the enemy has already found the weakness of the trace confusion great array and even came prepared with such countermeasure, but as she thought over the solution, the old ancestor stood up and took control of all the divine rune in the room. The old ancestor immediately sneered and said, "They are too to think that they could beat the trace confusion great array just like that." The spirit pagoda then shone brightly, and quickly a black cloud was formed over the burned area, and not long after the rain poured, putting out the fire, which was burning the forest almost immediately. Thick fog appeared in the forest, blinding the soldier and the earth dragon, and immediately, they succumbed to the trace confusion great array's power. Not only the soldier, but the Dragon General himself was confused as to where to go, and almost walked straight to a tree a few times. In the spirit pagoda, the old ancestor gave his signals to Yi Tianyun, "Go out and attack them. They have fallen into the trace confusion great array's power." "Good." The war began. Yi Tianyun nodded his head excitedly and immediately walked out of the spirit pagoda to kill the Dragon General's army. Chapter 331. With the old ancestor at the helm of the great array, the dragon soldier began to be separated from one another, making them vulnerable to surprise attack. One of the dragon soldier tapped the divine rune on his hands, but nothing happened. "What is going on? This thing doesn't work." Imperial Preceptor said that this divine rune would nullify the trace confusion great array. They were frustrated by the great array as they couldn't walk forward without hitting a big tree. They wished that they could fly as it would be a lot easier to avoid the trace confusion great array. Suddenly, a voice was heard from the fog, "How can random divine rune nullify our trace confusion great array? Who is it? Show yourself." The dragon soldier quickly looked over the voice source but didn't see anyone. He panicked and shouted. Once again, the voice was heard, "On your back." The rider quickly looked behind and once again couldn't find anybody there. He ordered his earth dragon, "Find the voice." Even the earth dragon was confused that it couldn't sense the voice anywhere. The rider quickly shouted while stabbing randomly into the fog, "Whomever you are, come out and stop hiding." Yi Tianyun quickly said, "I really behind you." The rider quickly turned around only to find that a scarlet dagger has already stabbed him in the chest. Yi Tianyun smirked and immediately pulled the knife only to behead the rider. Yi Tianyun took his time and played with the dragon soldier a little bit. He found that the trace confusion great array was fascinating. The enemy couldn't see him even if he stood right in front of them. Roar. The earth dragon was confused as it lost its rider, but Yi Tianyun quickly touched the earth dragon, and immediately the earth dragon was enveloped with white light. After the light disappeared, the earth dragon successfully became one of his pets. Congratulations to the host for successfully tamed an earth dragon. Reward: 100.000 Express, 100 Beast Taming Proficiency. Old Ancestor can use the Great Array to its maximum potential. It became more powerful compared to when Elder Yan was the one controlling it. With the current situation, I can even create my own army of Earth Dragon with ease. He quickly stored the Earth Dragon into his pet bar. That pet bar was a feature that he got with the beast taming skill. He could store the beast that he has already tamed inside that feature, and he could instantly summon them again whenever he needed them. He quickly moved to the next one and restarted the process all over again. He killed the rider playfully and then tamed the Earth Dragon with ease. Meanwhile, Yi Xianxia didn't play around like Yi Tianyun did. She quickly killed the rider and left the Earth Dragon for later as she couldn't kill the beast easily. But in the next moment, she saw Yi Tianyun jump to the Earth Dragon, whose rider was already killed by Yi Xianxia, and saw that a white light enveloped the Earth Dragon. After the lights disappeared, she was surprised to see not only that the Earth Dragon was still alive, but Yi Tianyun also stroked the Earth Dragon's head playfully. "This, how did you convince it? I just touch it." That was the sign of a beast tamer. Yi Tianyun never ceased to amaze her. She quickly said, I don't expect that you are a beast tamer too. Yi Tianyun rubbed his head and nodded his head and said, I want to tame all the Earth Dragon that the Netherworld Empire army brought this time. Make sure that you don't kill any of them later. Yi Qingshan nodded and said, you really have a good plan. I want to see the expression that the Dragon General once he sees that a stranger easily tamed all Earth Dragons that the Netherworld Empire had worked hard to cultivate. It must be fun. Yi Tianyun smiled as he wanted to see the Dragon General's face after knowing that information too. Yi Qingshan and Yi Tianyun quickly rushed forward to kill the Dragon Soldier and tamed their Earth Dragon again. Chapter 332. Note: Dragon General changed to General Long. Damn, how can the divine rune of the Imperial Preceptor have no effect? Who else in the spirit can have this ability? General Long's expression became gloomy as he realized that the divine rune given by the Imperial Preceptor wasn't working like it was supposed to be. He realized that the spirit race must be controlling the Great Array manually, but who could do such a thing? He knew that the old ancestor was poisoned and shouldn't be able to do that kind of thing. Is it controlled by the Saintess? General Long really couldn't think of who would control it except her. His expression hardened as he didn't think that the forest's Great Array would be able to trap him. He once again used the divine talisman on his hands to burn the forest. He knew that once the sacred tree was destroyed, this Trace Confusion Great Array would lose its power. The problem at hand was that the sacred tree wasn't just one tree. General Long was starting to become desperate as the fire wouldn't last long in such heavy rain. He quickly pulled out his red dragon spear and attacked the tree with brute force. I don't believe it, this broken forest can trap me. He successfully put a big hole in it, but the tree itself wasn't knocked down from the power. But that hole in a tree still proved that the Trace Confusion Great Array wasn't invincible. Yi Tianyun and Yi Qingshan saw the General Long's action. They knew that they had to face him in the end. If they failed, the spirit sanctuary could be destroyed. Yi Tianyun has had many Earth Dragons as his pet. He wondered if he could take the General Long on at the moment as he has already increased his level. Yi Qingshan, who was also watching General Long on the side, said, General Long was too strong. We will have a hard time dealing with General Long for sure. We must stop General Long soon. We shouldn't let General Long destroy the trees. Yi Tianyun nodded his head and said, I would try to tame the red dragon that ridden by General Long. Yi Tianyun has set his sight on the red dragon for a while. If he could get his hands on the red dragon, what will General Long's face look like? Yi Tianyun was sure that General Long would go crazy over losing his red dragon. Yi Qingshan was surprised to hear that Yi Tianyun wanted to tame the red dragon. She quickly reminded Yi Tianyun, the red dragon's cultivation isn't low, it won't easy to tame it. Yi Tianyun smirked and said, it's okay. I will try first as we will never know without trying, you should stay put for a while. Yi Tianyun immediately rushed towards the red dragon without waiting for Yi Qingshan's answer and quickly activated his Dragon God Bloodline and Xuan Tian Divine Art. The red dragon still didn't feel Yi Tianyun's presence, and Yi Tianyun quickly slammed his fist to the dragon's body. Yi Tianyun noticed that the red dragon became confused as it didn't know what just happened. Roar! In its confusion, Yi Tianyun quickly enveloped the red dragon in white lights. Tame, but unfortunately, the white lights that surrounded the red dragon quickly dispersed, signing that Yi Tianyun failed. Damn, failed, is middle-level beast taming not enough? Yi Tianyun frowned. He felt that the red dragon's cultivation and loyalty towards General Long had many things to do with his failure. This is interesting. I don't believe that I can't tame you. Yi Tianyun blinked and was ready to try again. Chapter 333. Yi Tianyun relentlessly rushed toward the red dragon. Failure after failure didn't deter Yi Tianyun from taming that red dragon. He figured that at the very least, he had to injure the red dragon a little bit before he could successfully tame it. The red dragon screeched and spewed its flame toward Yi Tianyun, trying to burn him to a cinder. Yi Tianyun didn't really care as he could absorb the elemental attack using his Absorbing Stars Great technique. As the flame was dissipated, Yi Tianyun quickly punched the red dragon to the ground and immediately used the Absorbing Stars Great technique on the red dragon to weaken it. After a while, Yi Tianyun quickly used his taming skill again, and this time, the white light engulfed the red dragon completely. Finally, Yi Tianyun watched with a satisfied smile as he thought this time he finally succeeded. You, get away from my dragon. General Long roared with the red dragon spear in his hands and rushed toward Yi Tianyun with the intent to kill. Taming failed, received 100 taming skill proficiency. TCH, another failure. Yi Tianyun said with a frown on his face. It seems that the red dragon was quite loyal toward General Long, making the taming difficulties quite high. Yi Tianyun thought over his action and assumed that maybe he needed to inflict greater damage to the red dragon to make it easier. At the same time, General Long was already fuming in anger. He really felt disgraced by Yi Tianyun as he was the only one who could escape his clutch so easily. You will not get away again, General Long said as he used his ultimate technique, which increased his combat power to more than 30 million. General Long also slammed the red dragon to the side as it was blocking his path to kill Yi Tianyun. The red dragon roared in pain as it didn't expect to be attacked by its own master, but General Long didn't think much over his action and charged toward Yi Tianyun in anger. Did you know what you just did? Yi Tianyun said casually. You really don't care about your own pet. Yi Tianyun added as he smirked happily. No matter, it will gladly accept your body for its next meal. The red dragon said sarcastically. Wow, your pride is really making your head grow bigger. You still can't catch up with me, yet. You already talked about my dead body. Well, I suppose I have to thank you for what you had done. Yi Tianyun said while smirking sarcastically. Yi Tianyun quickly disappeared toward the fog while General Long frantically stabbed randomly through the fog in search of Yi Tianyun. Damn it, I lost him again, General Long said in frustration. The Trace Confusion Great Array was really in his way from searching Yi Tianyun this time. But once again, a white light was seen from the red dragon, drawing the General Long's attention. He saw that this time, Yi Tianyun was still near his dragon. Hey, did you see what your master just did? He doesn't really care about your well-being, it's better for you to come with me. I will treat you to spicy food later. Yi Tianyun said toward the red dragon. While the red dragon couldn't talk, it was blessed with considerable intelligence, it could understand Yi Tianyun's word. After hearing Yi Tianyun's word, it no longer resisted and accepted it that he would better off with Yi Tianyun. Successfully tamed a red dragon. Reward: 500.000 Express, 1.000 Taming Skill Proficiency Points. As soon as he tamed the red dragon, Yi Tianyun quickly pulled out his ice-cold divine bow and immediately used the ice-cold fury toward General Long. Die, Yi Tianyun shouted as he released the overpowered arrow. Stop dreaming, you fool, General Long said as he slammed the ground and pounded the arrow with many falling debris. The area was instantly frozen as the ice-cold fury exploded. General Long was affected by that freezing cold, but as he was already prepared, he wasn't as affected as Yi Tianyun thought, but it was enough. Once General Long broke through the ice, he realized that Yi Tianyun and the red dragon has already disappeared. Chapter 334. Red Dragon, come here at once. General Long shouted, but to his dismay, the red dragon never came. Don't be stupid, the red dragon is already mine, Yi Tianyun said from the fog without revealing his whereabouts. General Long gritted his teeth in frustration and attacked the spot that he thought he heard Yi Tianyun's voice was coming from, but once again, all he hit was just a tree. Impossible, I already tamed the red dragon. I already spent years on that beast. There is no way you could take it for yourself. General Long shouted in anger. Haha, what a fool. You know that dragon is proud, right? Did you know you can't treat it with disrespect like what you just did a few moments ago? Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. Respect? Stop joking around. You don't respect a beast. Only a fool like you has that kind of idea, General Long said in contempt. Red dragon, if you don't come over right now, don't blame me if I get rough. General Long shouted again, but as he didn't see the red dragon anywhere, he pulled out a horn and immediately blew it, creating a high-pitched noise. The red dragon immediately ran toward General Long while screaming in pain. Yi Tianyun saw that a divine rune was glowing in the red dragon's body. He immediately knew that the Netherworld Empire engraved an imprisonment divine rune on the divine beast's body to control them. Red dragon, come here, Yi Tianyun said casually. The red dragon that was trembling in pain immediately ran toward Yi Tianyun, and he quickly stored the divine beast inside his pet slot. I didn't expect the red dragon to really listen to you. Are you a beast tamer? But a tamer wasn't supposed to be able to tame the beast that fast. General Long said curiously. That is not something you need to know. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. That is not your decision to make. General Long said as he blew the horn one more time. The horn's sound immediately resulted in the red dragon hopping out of the pet slot in Yi Tianyun's system. While groaning in pain, Yi Tianyun was shocked to see that the pet slot feature that he had didn't protect the red dragon from the horn's effect. Good, now become a good boy and hold still, General Long said as he threw his powerful spear with all his might toward the red dragon. Damn it, Yi Tianyun said angrily as he must protect the red dragon. He quickly pulled out the heaven-holding sword and immediately used the heaven-holding anger toward the incoming spear. The huge sword immediately turned massive, and Yi Tianyun immediately blocked the spear with the sword's body, resulting in him being thrown out into the tree. Tianyun, are you okay? Yi Qingshan said as she rushed to Yi Tianyun's aid. I am fine, Yi Tianyun said angrily. With his defensive power, Yi Tianyun received almost no damage at all, but the anger he felt toward General Long is new. He didn't expect General Long to attack the red dragon instead of him. Look at you, beast. This time you aren't dead, but you will be severely punished for betraying me, General Long said toward the red dragon while kicking the dragon to the side. You've really done it now. You are one person who succeeds in thoroughly anger me. Red Dragon was a loyal pet up until now, but you treated like shit. Now, I will save the Red Dragon by killing you, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Did I hear it right? Do you want to kill me? Are you alright? Is the impact just now too much for your stupid brain? General Long said sarcastically. But no matter, as I will be the one to kill you first, General Long said as he rushed toward Yi Tianyun once again. Qingshan, leave me, I will kill this bastard, Yi Tianyun said toward Yi Qingshan confidently. Seeing that Yi Tianyun has made up his mind, Yi Qingshan quickly disappeared into the fog. Yi Tianyun's cultivation was far below General Long. Even if he used the power from the crazy mode, he still doubted that he could deal with General Long with ease. But he knew that he had a chance as the equipment and the martial arts that he currently had were of high quality. And Yi Tianyun still had something that he hasn't tried yet. He knew that was the right time to see what Sin Point could offer. From killing so many dragon soldier, he currently had 300,000 Sin Points. Chapter 335. Yi Tianyun quickly opened the Sin shop and immediately thought of spending the 300.000 Sin Point that he had on the best equipment in the shop. Unfortunately, he only saw 2 sets of equipment in the Sin shop at the time. He knew that the shop was supposed to have more equipment, but maybe he had to do something first before it all unlocked. He looked at the 2 sets of equipment and saw that there was nothing bad about them. The first one was really intriguing for him as it could be used along with his Dragon God bloodline. Evil Dragon Suit. Level requirement. 30. Spirit Core Peak Stage. Effect. Attack Power x10, Defense Power x20, Build in Flight, Build in Regeneration. Special Effect. Turn the user into 100-meter Evil Dragon. Price. 100.000 Sin Points. While the second was not that bad either. Sword Master Suit. Effect. Control all the sword up to high-grade spirit tool rank in 10 km radius in conjunction with the Sword Master Suit Special Effect. Special Effect. Special Skill Sword Array. Those 2 suits were top level. Yi Tianyun had difficulties in selecting which suit he should pick first. He finally set his choice to the Evil Dragon suit as he wanted to test it with his Dragon God bloodline. Deducting 100.000 Sin Points for redeeming Evil Dragon suit. Yi Tianyun immediately equipped the suit without hesitation, and once he did, he could feel overflowing power surge through. But the suit still didn't include any weapon in it, meaning that Yi Tianyun could find any weapon that he wanted without the hassle of equipment sets. General Long, at the same time, was irritated to see Yi Tianyun was only standing there while laughing, completely disregarding General Long's existence. You dare to mock me in the middle of battle, you scum. Die, you foolish ingrate. General Long immediately shouted and rushed with his red dragon spear ready to stab Yi Tianyun. The red dragon on the side immediately rushed over in an attempt to rescue Yi Tianyun from the attack, and Yi Qingshan was shouting at Yi Tianyun on the side, telling him to dodge the incoming attack. None of them expected Yi Tianyun to stand still in the middle of the battle while laughing happily. The next second, Yi Tianyun's body was covered with a black scale. The black scale tightly covered his skin, emphasizing Yi Tianyun's strong physique. That is not the only thing that was happening. A black aura immediately swirled around Yi Tianyun. The aura was so dark and evil. Yi Qingshan was shaken by that aura as she never truly felt something that evil. General Long didn't have the time to halt his attack and decided to increase his power for the attack instead. The next scene shocked him to the core as the spear couldn't even pierce the thick scale that covered Yi Tianyun's body. General Long was sure enough that his attack will easily bulldoze the giant tree in that forest to the ground, but Tianyun didn't even budge from his spot. How could this happen? General Long said in bewilderment. Now, kneel before me, Tianyun said as he slammed the long spear down, making General Long staggered to his knee. This time, along with the suit's effect, Tianyun also activated his crazy mode. His combat power was already reaching a staggering 43 million. Tianyun hasn't even activated his other martial arts just yet. That combat power was pure raw power. Tianyun smirked in satisfaction as he had the combat power beyond the power of that of Void Spirit Expert. The strongest attack that General Long had done so far was the Twin Dragon attack that he used earlier, which was 41 million combat power. Now, what do you have to say? Tianyun said tauntingly. Did you have anything to eat this morning? How could you be this weak? Tianyun said sarcastically. How come you become this strong? Is it because of that armor? General Long said shamelessly. Like I said before, that is none of your concern. Tianyun said while immediately punched General Long. As a sense of foreboding came, General Long quickly released the red dragon spear on his hands and quickly took a defensive stance. But that was a mistake he soon regretted. The heavy punch connected with his defensive stance and he was flung to the giant tree behind him. His body trembled from the sheer amount of impact that he received. His arm that received the punch head-on was already numb and couldn't move, while blood freely flowing out of them. What is this power? General Long mumbled as he started to lose his consciousness. What's the matter? Are you already down from one of my casual hits? How can you be this weak? Tianyun said sarcastically while walking over to General Long's weakened body. Chapter 336. You dare to defy the Netherworld Empire like this? Die, you foolish brat, General Long shouted as he burned his blood chi. His power was greatly increased while his body was immediately covered with the dragon scale. General Long wasn't from the dragon clan, but his blood chi had absorbed so much dragon aura. That was why once he burned his blood chi, his body took the traits of the dragon clan. General Long in addition, instantly recovered from the injuries that Tianyun has dealt before. The recovery speed was so fast that his bleeding arms were instantly healed. His combat power also increased to such a tremendous level, while looking at Tianyun with strong killing intent. But Tianyun was still surprised to see that his combat power was still higher than General Long's. With the crazy mode activated, he easily reached 40 million combat power, but General Long had around 34 million combat power only after he burned his own blood chi. He was surprised that the equipment from the Sin shop could do something like this. You are good. No enemy was able to force me to release my full power like this in a long time. But now it's over, I will make sure to remember you later. General Long said as he prepared himself to attack Tianyun. He knew that he must end the fight quickly. He couldn't burn his blood chi for too long, as it would cause tremendous damage to himself. Thanks for remembering me, but you know that dead people couldn't think, right? Well, I will forget you not long after this. Tianyun said sarcastically. Pretentious asshole, die, General Long screamed as he rushed to attack Tianyun with all his might. His combat power was once again rising to 40 million, the same as Tianyun with his crazy mode activated. Now Tianyun knew that Void Spirit stage was powerful because of their explosive combat power. Xianxia screamed on the side as she thought that the current power of General Long was too powerful. She thought that there was no way Tianyun could evade the attack on time. Visit website R. Tianyun looked at General Long and smirked. He saw that General Long's appearance was already close to that of a dragon, but he still didn't look exactly like a dragon. You imposter, let's see how you fare against a real dragon, Tianyun said with a smirk while he activated the evil dragon suit's special effect. Tianyun's body immediately flashed black as his body began to transform into a dragon. Tianyun roared, shaking the entire forest with his powerful roar. He immediately slammed General Long with his strong tail, flinging General Long once again toward the giant tree. General Long was quick enough to defend himself from Tianyun's attack, but he still received heavy damage from the attack. Is Tianyun from the Dragon Clan? Xianxia wondered as she saw that Tianyun has transformed into a 100-meter tall dragon. The people from the Spirit Race Sanctuary also saw that giant behemoth as it stood tall in the forest. They were shocked to see something so majestic was in their forest right now. That was the first time that they had seen such a creature that close. Impossible. There is no way that you are from the Dragon Clan. General Long shouted while gritting his teeth. Does it matter whether I am from the dragon clan or not? Yi Tianyun's voice was clearly heard from the evil dragon. Yi Tianyun's combat power didn't really change that much from before, but his range of attack increased tremendously, and now he even had the claw of the dragon that was more powerful than swords. Yi Tianyun immediately tried to attack General Long with his claw. He aimed General Long's head so that he could finish the fight in an instant. General Long realized he didn't have the time to dodge Yi Tianyun's attack, so he tried to block it instead. Unfortunately for General Long, Yi Tianyun's power was too strong, and his attack dealt huge damage, covering a huge area as well. He couldn't block the attack effectively. General Long was slammed to the ground hard, and he immediately spat out a lot of blood from the impact. Even though the armor that he used was one of the strongest defensive armor that the Netherworld Empire had, it did nothing to stop Yi Tianyun's attack. General Long desperately tried to survive the attack as he looked at the dragon in front of him. Is this the real power of a dragon? General Long said while heaving in blood. Chapter 337. This evil dragon suit was strong. That was the fact that Yi Tianyun thought at that moment, he could easily overpower the Void Spirit expert with that suit. Although it was only a level 30 equipment, Yi Tianyun found it better than any equipment that he had on the core transformation stage. Yi Qingshan, on the side, was still shocked to see that Yi Tianyun was a dragon clan all along. At least she thought Yi Tianyun was one. I really want to kill you. Damn it all, General Long said as he struggled to get up. Did you expect to kill me with that amount of strength? Dream on, bastard, Yi Tianyun said while sneering toward General Long. Yi Tianyun then used the absorption skill that the evil dragon possessed. It had the same trait as the Dark North Divine Art but with a bigger range. He focused on absorbing the spiritual energy from General Long. Received. 31.000 Express, 35.000 Express, 40.000 Express. What are you doing to me? My power. Stop, General Long said in a panic. He felt that his power was gradually leaving his body, while the effect of burning his own blood chi quickly vanished. Yi Tianyun continued to devour General Long's spiritual power without a care in the world. An idea immediately popped on his mind as he thought that what would happen if he also activated the Dark North Divine Art at the same time. So, without further ado, he quickly activated the Dark North Divine Art, and the absorption speed increased by several folds. Received. 100.000 Express, 110.000 Express, 105.000 Express. Yi Tianyun smirked as he was satisfied by this outcome. He now could receive Express at a faster rate than before. My power. Stop, General Long said weakly. He didn't have any more strength to speak as loud as he did before. Eventually, his spiritual energy was drained, while his body became sickly pale, and he even looked thinner than before. Yi Tianyun immediately transformed back to human form and found that transforming into a dragon was more exhausting than he thought it would. Yi Tianyun quickly picked up the red dragon spear that was lying around his feet and made his way toward General Long. You are the one who managed the Netherworld prison. I don't know how many cultivators had been killed by your hands, but it will end here right now. Yi Tianyun said coldly. Ha ha ha, kill me. The repercussion is that the Netherworld Empire will make sure to crush you and your spirit race. I am sure they will even destroy the heavenly border continent in my name. General Long said while laughing madly. Don't you worry, I will destroy the Netherworld Empire before any of that happens. Yi Tianyun said as he lifted the red dragon spear and stabbed it straight to General Long's heart. Don't worry, I will send the entire Netherworld Empire to accompany you in hell. Yi Tianyun said coldly. Successfully killed General Long of the Netherworld Empire. Reward. 4.000.000 Express, 5.000 CPs, 1.000 SPs, Heavenly Dragon Secret Art, Tyrant Soul Spear Secret Art, Red Dragon Battle Armor, Red Dragon Divine Spear, Red Dragon Boots, Dragon God Bloodline, Red Dragon Fragment. Reward. 50.000.000 Express, 500.000 CPs, 10.000 SPs, 1x Enhanced Lottery Ticket. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaks through to 6th level core transformation stage. The reward was explosive. He even leveled up to the 6th level core transformation stage from the fight. He didn't expect a Void Spirit expert to give this kind of reward. Tianyun, you really did it. You defeated General Long. Yi Qingshan shouted excitedly on the side. She was incredibly excited to know that a 17-year-old young man could defeat a void spirit expert. I already said that I would, didn't I? Yi Tianyun said teasingly. Yi Tianyun smiled a little as he was grateful that he had the necessary amount of sin points to redeem for the suit. If it weren't for that suit, he was sure that he had to play cat and mouse all the time until General Long was exhausted. Chapter 338. Yi Tianyun completed his personal mission to kill the last surviving General Long of the Netherworld Empire. All he had to do was burn all the bodies of the enemy so that the world wasn't surprised that one of the most powerful men from the Netherworld Empire had been killed. Yi Tianyun knew that sooner or later, the Netherworld Empire will find out about that, but he still couldn't quite guess what the Netherworld Empire would do for that information. But pondering about many of them he had to kill was just a waste of time, as he will surely kill them all. After cleaning up the forest, Yi Qingshan and Yi Tianyun returned to the sanctuary and received so many cheers from the villagers as they knew that General Long had been defeated. Yi Tianyun's prestige in spirit race had reached its limit, as the entire spirit race thought that Yi Tianyun was the strongest existence and already became the protector of the spirit race. Yi Tianyun and Yi Qingshan quickly returned to the spirit pagoda and saw that the old ancestor was waiting for them with a smile on his face. But the old ancestor's complexion has become pale for using so much spiritual powers in his weakened state. You really managed to do the impossible as you killed General Long and saved the entire spirit race. My choice to make you our spirit king wasn't wrong at all. With your power I am sure that the spirit race would once again attain glory. The old ancestor said confidently. You are exaggerating it, old ancestor. I am not that strong. Yi Tianyun said while smiling warmly to the old ancestor. Successfully completed. Protect the spirit race, repel General Long's attack. Quest. Reward. 60.000.000 Express, 250.000 CPs, 10.000 SPs, 100 Spirit Race Favorability. Successfully took an ultimate quest. Become the Spirit King. Reward on completion. 100.000.000 Express, 300.000 CPs, 10.000 SPs, 10.000 Divine Rune MPs, Spirit King title. Yi Tianyun received a lot of rewards from completing the quest chain, and he even got the ultimate quest to become the Spirit King. He knew that at that moment, the Heavenly Jade Sect had a surmount gap with the spirit race. Unfortunately for Yi Tianyun, the spirit race couldn't leave that forest just yet, for without the spirit race there, the trace confusion great array would immediately fall. I didn't exaggerate anything. As I said before, as long as you could hold your ground with General Long, the trial should be easy for you. After a few days, I will announce that you will become our new Spirit King and that you will undergo the smelting trial soon. The old ancestor said reassuringly. Okay, I will leave those matters to you, old ancestor. Yi Tianyun said while bowing his head slightly in respect. The old ancestor nodded and immediately made plans to have a meeting with all the higher-ups of the spirit race. Making a foreign race become the Spirit King was an abnormality. The old ancestor had to make sure that none of the spirit race opposed to that decision. Not long after that, the news of General Long died in action was spread throughout the heavenly border continent. Many presumed that General Long died after several secluded experts came to aid the spirit race, while some were not even sure that General Long died in action. When the news arrived at Netherworld Emperor's ear, he was furious beyond measure. What is going on here? How can General Long die there? Didn't the Imperial Proctor make the countermeasure to deal with the spirit race? How did we keep losing like this? The Netherworld Emperor yelled madly. Great Emperor! The old ancestor of the spirit race was clearly poisoned. There is no way that he was the one controlling the trace confusion great array. I think that there may be foreign aid for this dire situation to happen. I think Heavenly Dragon Empire had something to do with this. The Imperial Proctor said as he didn't want to acknowledge his shortcoming. The Heavenly Dragon Empire was at odds with the Netherworld Empire for so long. The two empires have been fighting for over the year and now had reached the point of truce. But it was only on the surface to appease the public, but the two empires have been fighting secretly behind the curtain. Heavenly Dragon Empire, that is quite a possibility. They could be helping the spirit race to receive the spirit race heart so that they could take the spirit race for their own. It seems that we had to build a new plan for all this trouble. The Netherworld Emperor shouted angrily. So, what is our plan for now? Should we keep sending people over to the Spirit Forest? The Imperial Proctor asked curiously. We need to attack.
That's for sure. With General Long dead, the only one who could win over the spirit race should be Army General Feng. Send him over and told him to deal with the spirit race as soon as possible. The Netherworld Emperor ordered. We couldn't afford to embarrass ourselves any further. He added, Army General Feng, are you sure your majesty? He wasn't done on eradicating the remnant of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Don't you think that it would affect us in the future? The Imperial Proctor asked curiously. We will deal with it later. For now, we need to deal with the spirit race. They already killed General Long. We couldn't let the people think that the Netherworld Empire has grown weak. The Netherworld Emperor said solemnly. The rest of the people immediately were silent as they didn't want to upset the Emperor any further. Chapter 339. After all the preparation to crown Yi Tianyun as the next Spirit King had been done, the old ancestor immediately gathered all the spirit race people in front of the Spirit Pagoda. Some higher-ups already knew of the matter that the old ancestor will announce to the people, while many of them were confused and curious about why would the old ancestor gathered them there. I believe that many of you were confused about why I suddenly called you all here. I have something to ask of you all about our little brother Yi. How much contribution did you think that he had done so far? The old ancestor asked expectantly. He has contributed a lot for us. There is no way we could be safe if it's not because of him. Someone said from the crowd. Yes, he even succeeds in killing the dragon general alone. Someone else chimed in. Yes, he is too powerful, overthrowing the Netherworld prison wasn't a small feat at all. As long as he's here, the spirit race should be safe. Someone else said excitedly. They all began to chant Yi Tianyun's name as they agreed on the opinion of several people earlier. If that was the case, I have some announcement to make. The old ancestor said loudly, and soon the cheering voice began to quiet down. I believe little brother Yi had saved our spirit race on several occasions. If it weren't for him, I believe many of us, including me, would still be in prison, rotting, completely hopeless. As there were so many factions that turned a blind eye from our predicament, he stood bravely against all the odds. He didn't falter to stand against the Netherworld Empire, even in front of some void spirit expert. The old ancestor said proudly. There is a question that I keep asking to myself after he saved me from the prison. What could I do to repay such a brave action? Finally, I got to the conclusion that we should crown him as our Spirit King. I believe that under his leadership, the spirit race will attain glory like never before. The old ancestor said confidently to his people. Many people were stunned in disbelief after hearing old ancestor's speech. They began to murmur about Yi Tianyun's status as an outsider being crowned as their king. Some of them praised the old ancestor's choice as they agreed to make Yi Tianyun their king. Finally, everyone began to chant their willingness to make Yi Tianyun their king. This scene left the higher-ups, even the old ancestor, dumbfounded. They thought there would be many objections from the crowds, but completely to their dismay, everyone agreed. Yi Tianyun relaxed inside the Spirit Pagoda as he found that nobody from the spirit race opposed him as the new Spirit King. He was grateful for the favorability point that he had for the spirit race. He was certain that everyone agreed because of this favorability point was already high enough to be trusted. Since there is no objection about this decision, I am here to announce that little brother Yi will carry out the Spirit King's smelting trial soon. After he passed the trial, he will officially be our new Spirit King. The old ancestor said proudly while smiling happily toward the crowds. The rules can't be broken. Even if he has already done all that heroic deeds, he still had to pass the smelting trial before he could be announced as the new Spirit King. If by any chance he failed the trial, we could do nothing about it. This rule had been set in stone by our predecessor. The old ancestor said solemnly. Everyone nodded their head in understanding. Every Spirit King before Yi Tianyun had passed the smelting trial. If by any chance the candidate failed to pass the smelting trial, they couldn't become the Spirit King even if they had the strongest innate ability. Since everyone already put their hopes on me, I will definitely deliver. I will lead the spirit race to the path of glory, Yi Tianyun said as he came forward from the Spirit Pagoda. But remember this well, even if I fail to pass the smelting trial, I will always be an ally for the spirit race. Nothing will change even if I fail, Yi Tianyun said confidently. The crowds roared in excitement as Yi Tianyun finished his little speech. The crowds began to chant and prayed for Yi Tianyun's success on the smelting trial. Now, are you ready for the smelting trial? The old ancestor asked Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun nodded, and without delay, the old ancestor led Yi Tianyun to the trial location. If Yi Tianyun succeeded the smelting trial,
he would become the first Spirit King from another race and a king after a long period of vacant. Chapter 340. After the announcement, the spirit race began to gather around the smelting trial site to watch Yi Tianyun. Is there any special condition for completing this trial? Yi Tianyun asked the old ancestor. The Spirit King smelting trial was divided into several stages, and the condition in each stage was random. There is no telling what you would face in the trial. However, there are some special circumstances that wouldn't change. The smelting trial required the participant to have a strong innate ability and high cultivation. You've already defeated the Dragon General, you should be fine in there. The old ancestor said confidently. After you pass every stage, there should be a stone tablet waiting for you at the end. This stone tablet will engrave a divine rune on you, and that divine rune will be the proof that you are the new Spirit King. The old ancestor said excitedly. After hearing the old ancestor's word, Yi Tianyun realized that this smelting trial was a trivial matter. He only had to complete that trial to receive a divine rune at the end of the trial. Isn't this trial basically meaningless? Why would Spirit Race keep something troublesome like this over the year? Yi Tianyun asked old ancestor curiously. Yes, you are right, but this is just another way to reassure the people that they didn't choose the wrong person to become the new leader. But this is a must. Spirit Race predecessor always emphasized the need to conduct this smelting trial, but sure as that, the people need to agree before the person became a candidate in the first place. The old ancestor explained. Okay, I will try my best. Yi Tianyun said while feeling a little bit hopeless. Without any useful information, he must be on his toes the entire time. Soon enough, the old ancestor led Yi Tianyun to a hole on the forest floor. Yi Tianyun immediately felt chill on his skin from the hole, but he was still surprised to see that the trial place was something that could be seen by the public. Is this the road to the smelting trial? Yi Tianyun asked unsurely. Yes, there will be a stone tablet containing the divine rune that will be the proof of you becoming the Spirit King. The old ancestor said confidently. The place may look flimsy, but I assure you that the trial wouldn't be easy. But I am sure that you will do well. The old ancestor added while smiling. Don't worry, I wouldn't demand anything whether I pass or not. I am not the type to force my needs to others. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. I believe you. Now, go on ahead. You can start now if you are ready. I will be waiting for your return here. I hope you come back safely. The old ancestor said hopefully. Good luck, Yi Tianyun. I hope you come back successfully. Yi Qingshan said hopefully. Big brother Yi, I hope you succeed. Remember that I am the one who brought you here. Yi Wan'er said cheerfully. Yi Tianyun smiled at the two sisters and immediately proceeded into the trial. As he walked inside, all he could see was the frozen cave wall. That place was much colder than outside was the first thing that he felt as he entered the trial. If he was weaker, he had a feeling that he wouldn't survive that cold. As he walks through the passage, he finally heard a faint sound of a cry from afar. Yi Tianyun hastily ran toward the source of the sound and immediately saw that the owner of the voice was none other than Lei Yun. It seemed that this trial cave was also the prison for Spirit Race's enemy. Long time no see, how've you been? It seems that you had a tough life. Yi Tianyun said sarcastically as he stood in front of Lei Yun. You, Lei Yun said while shuddering from the chill. Me, I am here for the Spirit King smelting trial. It seems like I will be the new Spirit King for the Spirit Race after this, what do you think? Envy me, Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. Impossible, you are a foreign race. How could they agree to this? Lei Yun said with a trembling voice. Well, for a start, I have successfully released all the Spirit Race prisoners in the Netherworld prison and destroyed that place once and for all. The next best thing is that I already killed General Long. Now, with that accomplishment, it was expected that the Spirit Race would want me to be their leader, no? Yi Tianyun said while smirking full of satisfaction. You, how did you? Lei Yun said as he started to feel faint from the cold. He couldn't stay awake long enough in that place, the cold was really messing with his survival instinct. That place was the worst punishment that he ever went through. Chapter 341. After Yi Tianyun saw him faint, Yi Tianyun continued to walk even deeper. The cold intensified as he proceeded deeper into the cave. I don't think I could handle this cold if my cultivation is lower than this. Yi Tianyun said as he murmurs to himself. As he continued walking, Yi Tianyun finally saw a brick of ice and a fiery flame in the vicinity. As much as it was cold, the flame part of the cave was too hot. Yi Tianyun has no doubt that if the Spirit Race put Lei Yun in that place, he would have been burned to a crisp in no time. He also saw that the place was separated by a divine rune so that the cold didn't interfere with the hot area, and vice versa. This trial must be created by a divine rune grandmaster. The complicated divine rune wasn't easy to make. Tianyun didn't hesitate and quickly walked through the boundary of the two areas and walked inside the fiery pit of the cave. As he put his feet on the fiery ground, the fire around came alive and rushed toward him in a dragon-like form. But Tianyun wasn't concerned with that kind of attack. He easily swatted the flame out of his way and continued to walk deeper. The flame was intense, but it was not void spirit expert power kind of strong, so he didn't have a hard time to block the incoming attack. After a while, the flame stopped attacking. It was like it knew that its attack was futile, and therefore it stopped attacking Tianyun altogether. As he continued to dwell deeper into the cave, he saw that the next room was a desert. It was complete with the unforgiving sun and yellow sands. Is this elemental trial? The first one was ice, the second one was flame, and the one he was currently in was earth. Tianyun didn't hesitate and once again walked over to the new terrain with a stride. But, as soon as he made his first step on the sand, it turned to quicksand. There was no doubt that that place will always make it hard for him to pass. He found that the quicksand was very troublesome, so he immediately flew toward the skies as it would be easier, or so he thought. Immediately as he flew, a sandstorm appeared in his field of vision. The sandstorm lowered his visibility, and the grain of sand was as sharp as a needle. If it not for the evil dragon suit, I would have been sliced mercilessly here. He immediately landed on the ground, as he realized that flying would be even more difficult than walking. Soon enough, he encountered another boundary. This time, the terrain was a dense forest. My guess is right, this is elemental trial. He was curious as to how will the forest attack him this time. Tianyun immediately walked into the forest without hesitation, but as soon as he walked in, the vines from nearby trees immediately tried to grab him. It seems that this place wants to entangle him so that he couldn't move forward. But that one was also meaningless for him. Tianyun quickly raised his hands and cut the vines with wind pressure. Now, what else will this place do to hinder me from Spirit King title? Tianyun said excitedly. Chapter 342. Tianyun quickly escaped the vines. Clutches, he quickly flew toward the sky to escape the pursuit of other vines that was already coming towards him at a great speed. However, this time, Tianyun could see that the vines weren't trying to entangle him anymore, they are trying to stab him. The vines heading toward coming were sharp. Tianyun didn't feel any need to stop those vines, he purposely let the vines headed straight toward him and attacked him. As soon as the vines touched him, they shattered. Tianyun already knew that the vines' attack wouldn't do anything to him. His defensive power was too high already. If it wasn't an attack from Void Spirit Expert, he didn't have to put any effort to stop it. Tianyun could see another boundary in the distance, and this time he saw that the next terrain was golden colored. He assumed that his theory about that trial was an elemental trial was correct, as gold was metal. Element. As soon as he approached the next terrain, he could see that thing that glowed in gold was a golden road, complete with golden flower and golden water around it. That new terrain looked the most unnatural out of any terrain that he has encountered so far in this trial. He could even see a golden mountain in the distance. He stepped into the terrain without any hesitation, and the terrain immediately turned sharp. Every edge of anything inside that terrain became sharp, including the water wave, the flower, and the road. As soon as Tianyun nudged the sharp edge of the road and leaf near him, the sound of clashing weapon was immediately heard. Evil Dragon suit completely protected him without any issues. This terrain is stronger than the previous terrains, but it seems I don't need to put any special effort here either. Tianyun said as he continued to walk forward arrogantly. Tianyun quickly reached another boundary, but this time, all he could see in the next border were a fog. He was quite confused about that new terrain as it didn't fit the terms of elemental terrain like so far. But Tianyun still walked toward it without any hesitation at all. As soon as he walked in the fog terrain, he felt that some special energy was shrouding him and he could saw some silhouette in the distance. As he walked towards the silhouette, it became more apparent that the silhouette was none other than himself. Everything about that silhouette matched him. It was like looking at his own reflection in the mirror. But as soon as he came closer, the mirror image immediately attacked him. Tianyun was curious about this new trial, and so he decided to receive the attack head-on without putting any special effort. But, as soon as the attack landed, the mirror image was immediately flung backward. The mirror image immediately turned back into a fog and dispersed with the surrounding fog. What the hell is this? I thought that it would be as strong as me, but that's disappointing. Yi Tianyun said grumpily. As the mirror image dispersed into the surrounding fog, the fog quickly diminished, and a narrow path immediately appeared in front of him. Yi Tianyun noticed that this narrow pathway was leading back to the entrance. He could feel the cold emanating towards him. Yi Tianyun looked behind him, and he immediately realized that the entire trial was an illusion. The only real terrain in that place was that place and the cold terrain in the beginning. No wonder the old ancestor said that there was no way to predict the smelting trial for Yi Tianyun to prepare. It was completely random. This smelting trial was really something. Now I know that there is a greater power than what I've already seen. I didn't even notice that I've already entered a magical array earlier. Yi Tianyun said as he sighed at his own shortcoming. Yi Tianyun immediately walked toward the narrow pathway and saw that at the end of the pathway was a flashing white light. He didn't think much of it and immediately headed toward the light. At the base of the flashing white light, he could see a huge stone tablet. At a closer look, it was more like a stone wall than a stone tablet. The stone wall was also covered in divine rune from top to bottom. He realized that all this divine rune wasn't any normal divine rune, but it was a master-level divine rune. Yi Tianyun immediately remembered the old ancestor said that he must get approval from that stone tablet. Yi Tianyun walked onto the stone wall carefully and touched the stone wall gently. As he did so, his body was immediately covered with a gentle green light while a warm feeling was coursing through his body. However, the light disappeared after a while, and the stone wall didn't react as it did before. There was nothing else that happened even after he waited for a while. No way, I failed, Yi Tianyun said with an indescribable emotion in his face. Chapter 343. I think I failed. It seems I couldn't become the new Spirit King after all. Yi Tianyun said with a little bit disappointment in his eyes. With this new information, he knows that there is no way to finish his quest now. Why would the stone tablet give me the divine rune as proof that I already completed the trial? Or is it because I am not from spirit race? Yi Tianyun thought to himself in defeat. Yi Tianyun activated his heavenly eyes and tried to see the stone wall once again. Am I supposed to read all of this divine rune first? He thought again. He immediately read all divine rune with the help of his heavenly eye and appraisal eye. With both eye power activated, he could read the divine rune with their effect intact. He saw that none of the divine rune on the stone wall was of any use for him at the moment. He became confused about this fact. He began to think that he may have to see the whole stone wall with his appraisal eye to see the description that he needed. He immediately stepped back a bit and looked at the whole stone wall with his appraisal eye. Successfully discovered the tyrant stone tablet. One of the ancient treasure. Reward. 5.000.000 Express, 100.000 CPs, 100 PPs. Tyrant Stone Tablet. Divine Rune Stone Monument. The stone which was engraved with many master-level divine runes. Any divine rune master at the vicinity of the stone tablet will have increased success rate of drawing a master-level divine rune of his own. Has a 1-week cooldown time. Single quote. An ancient treasure. Yi Tianyun said with a surprised look on his face. Yi Tianyun immediately read the description provided by the appraisal eye and shocked to see the effect of the stone tablet. Is that stone tablet have the same use as a divine rune stone? Is that why I didn't pass the trial yet? As he began to wonder various things about the stone tablet and the smelting trial itself, he approached the stone tablet and channeled his spiritual energy into the stone. He felt the same warm feeling like the first time that he touched the stone tablet, but this time, the entire divine rune was also glowing. After a while, Yi Tianyun shouted activate toward the stone tablet, and immediately the huge stone tablet shrunk into a palm-sized stone tablet. Yi Tianyun tried to lift the stone tablet and was surprised to know that the stone tablet was still as heavy as it was before. However, Yi Tianyun was quite happy to know that the stone tablet recognized him as its new master. As the tyrant stone tablet became small, it revealed another narrow pathway with a gentle green light coming at the end of the path. This is unexpected. I didn't know that I have to take this stone tablet to pass. Yi Tianyun said curiously. If taking the stone tablet was the condition to pass the test, Yi Tianyun doubted that the stone tablet would be there again when the next Spirit King candidate entered the smelting trial, which meant that he was the only one who has ever done something like that. Yi Tianyun shook his head and immediately went down the narrow path to see what awaited him at the end of the road. He felt warmer and safe feeling coming towards him as he continued to delve the narrow pathway. When he reached the end of the path,
there was a green crystal that contained a strong stream of life energy. Looking at the crystal alone made him feel rejuvenated. Chapter 344. This is amazing, Tianyun said as he was surprised by the green crystal's effect. Around the green crystal, Tianyun saw a bunch of spirit grass flower and one soul accumulating grass there. He immediately used his appraisal eye to check the effect of the green crystal in front of him. Life crystal contained strong life energy, a product of the evolution of the spirit treasure. Enhance the spirit power's intensity in reproduction of life. Will turn into a normal stone after use. The information of that life crystal startled Tianyun a little bit, especially the reproduction part. Now he knew that this crystal was the one that made the spirit race think that they were cursed and that patch of land was the only place that they could reproduce. While the truth was, they really couldn't reproduce at all in the first place. Spirit race had strong innate ability. They would have a hard time conceiving a child from another person with such a strong innate ability too. That would also apply if they tried to conceive with another person who had a weak innate ability, it wouldn't work. This was also the case with other strong races too. The dragon clan was another example of this strong innate ability and weak reproduction ability. While the dragon clan had the dragon vein to help them reproduce, the spirit race couldn't use that. Instead, this life crystal was the only thing that allowed the spirit race to reproduce all this time, and now this life crystal was already reaching its limit. It seems that I already stumbled and found the root cause of the said curse, Tianyun said with a frown on his face. Tianyun knew that the ancestors of the spirit race knew about that matter, but they chose to keep quiet about it and let their people thought that they were under some sort of curse. Tianyun approached the life crystal, but as he came closer, a shadow of an old man immediately materialized in front of him. Child, finally someone who could master the tyrant stone tablet. As you can see, I stashed the treasure that I got by a chance here. This life crystal could improve our cultivation environment and enhance our reproduction ability. The old man said excitedly. I hope that you could find another life crystal to replace this one as it will be exhausted soon, or maybe you could find another place with a stronger vitality. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible for the spirit race to reproduce. Or you could also go back to the spirit race ancestral land, as it would be the best destination for the spirit race. As you master the tyrant stone tablet, you've already become our king, the spirit race king. I hope that someday you don't have to rely on this life crystal to thrive. The old man added solemnly before disappearing. This is a very serious matter. I need to convey all of this to Xianxia and the old ancestor. Tianyun said solemnly. After checking that there was nothing left worth checking, Tianyun left and walked toward the exit. At the same time, outside of the cave, the spirit race was anxiously waiting for Tianyun to come out of the trial site. All the spirit race people were waiting for the miracle that Tianyun could pass the trial and become their new spirit king. What's taking Big Brother Yi so long? Wanner asked anxiously. Don't worry, I know that he will come out successfully soon. He is much stronger than any of the previous king, we have to believe in him. Xianxia said confidently. It usually took weeks to finish, and it's only been days, we should be more patient. The old ancestor said while smiling toward the sisters. As soon as he finished reassuring the sisters, someone from the crowd immediately shouted excitedly, look! He's already coming out. They were amazed that Tianyun came out of the trial that fast. They began to wonder if Tianyun succeeded or not, considering it didn't take him that long. So, did you already get the approval to be the next spirit king? The old ancestor asked curiously to Tianyun. No, I didn't get the divine rune like you described earlier. Tianyun said while shaking his head. Many people were shocked and felt broken-hearted as they thought that Tianyun didn't pass the trial like they wanted. But, I do get something. Tianyun said as he took out the tyrant stone tablet. The heavy stone tablet shook the ground as Tianyun put it on the ground beside him. The old ancestor's face suddenly lighted up after seeing the all-too-familiar stone tablet. Chapter 345. This is the tyrant stone tablet, the old ancestor said surprised and amazed when he saw the stone tablet in front of him. Aren't you only supposed to bring the divine rune out? The old ancestor asked Tianyun confusedly. With that question, Tianyun knew that the old ancestor also didn't know of the truth behind the smelting trial. Tianyun sighed as he knew that the old ancestor wasn't the previous spirit king, nor he ever saw what was inside the smelting trial himself. This is the tyrant stone tablet. Also,
Old Ancestor, Saintess, and the Elders, please follow me inside if possible, I have something important to say. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Can we enter the smelting cave? We're not Spirit King candidate. Elder Yan asked curiously. With this tyrant stone tablet, I have already been appointed as the new Spirit King. With my authority, I gave you permission to enter. Yi Tianyun said casually. Let's go, I assume he will explain what happened in the trial to us inside. The old ancestor said toward Elder Yan, reassuring him to follow Yi Tianyun. You are right, old ancestor. I am very sorry for ever doubting you, King Yi. Elder Yan said while bowing his head toward Yi Tianyun. While inside, everyone shivered up from the chill of the place, but Yi Tianyun immediately covered them with his spiritual power, granting them more resistance to the cold. Thank you, Yi Qingshan said gratefully toward Yi Tianyun. You're welcome, Yi Tianyun said with a smile toward Yi Qingshan. The group immediately followed Yi Tianyun, ignoring Lei Yun as they walked past his cells. But as they were about to walk toward the boundary of the fire terrain, the old ancestor immediately stopped them by saying that they will effectively enter the smelting trial once they cross the boundaries. Don't worry, I already have the key, Yi Tianyun said casually while pulling out the tyrant stone tablet and putting it on the side of the boundaries. The tyrant stone tablet immediately shone, and the fire terrain immediately changed to a narrow path. No way, the old ancestor said shockingly. He never thought that there was a time that he would finally saw the end of this smelting trial. Let's go, this tyrant stone tablet was accounted as a key for coming here easily too. Yi Tianyun said while explaining the scene earlier and leading the group toward the place where life crystal lied. As they approached the place that the life crystal lied, the group felt refreshed. Once inside, Yi Tianyun immediately touched the life crystal, and the old man's shadow from earlier was materialized once more, saying the exact same word that Yi Tianyun heard before. After hearing their ancestor's word, the group fell silent in shock. Especially the old ancestor, as he finally realized that the requirement to become the new Spirit King was having the tyrant stone tablet, not any divine rune. This meant that all previous Spirit Kings were fake. Now that the spirit race predecessor's words have been heard, I will try my best to look for a place that has stronger vitality for the spirit race to thrive or look for another life crystal so that the spirit race didn't go barren. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Now, the next problem is the tyrant stone tablet. The first time I am here, I was very confused on why I couldn't obtain any divine rune as a proof that I passed the smelting trial, but as the time goes, I finally understand the true meaning of the trial. Now, are there any of you who have a divine rune stone on your possession? Yi Tianyun asked lightly. I have one on me, Yi Qingshan said while giving Yi Tianyun the said stone. Yi Tianyun took it and immediately pulled out the tyrant stone tablet once more. This time he immediately engraved the 5th grade master divine rune that he saw on the stone tablet. The group were shocked on how easy Yi Tianyun made the engraving process look like. Isn't this the proof for the Spirit King title that you usually see? Yi Tianyun asked the old ancestor as he gave the engraved divine rune stone to the old ancestor while smiling kindly. Yes, this is it. This is the proof of the Spirit King title that we usually see. The old ancestor said, telling the truth. Well, it has to be some sort of miscommunication, but according to the predecessor, this tyrant stone tablet was supposed to be the proof of the Spirit King title. I can't give you the proof that you usually see, for I didn't have any single divine rune stone with me now. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. This time, the old ancestor was grateful that Yi Tianyun had opened their eyes on the spirit race's mishap. Chapter 346. After knowing the truth, they all felt a little bit ashamed, especially the old ancestor. He was ashamed of his lack of knowledge about the smelting trial. There were so many wrong things on the spirit race side for all this time. If the entire spirit race's people suddenly heard the revelation, there was no doubt that some of the people will leave the spirit race out of disappointment. Now, I brought you here to ask, are you going to announce this matter to the entire people or not? I personally don't recommend you to do so. We don't have to add stress to the entire people because of this matter. After all, they aren't qualified to become the Spirit King candidate themselves. In that aspect, even we still didn't have the clear qualification regarding this matter too. In spite of the old ancestor already reaching the divine rune grandmaster rank, he still wasn't qualified to become the next spirit race king. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Now, we must focus on obtaining another life crystal or finding another land with strong vitality so the spirit race can thrive. Yi Tianyun added wisely. Yi Tianyun looked at everyone and noticed that everyone was having a hard time processing this problem. This was about the life and death of the spirit race itself. They need to solve this problem neatly and quick. I agree with Spirit King's word. It's all in the past. We don't need to drown ourselves in the past's mistake. We need to think of our future now, and that future consists of us finding a new place or another life crystal to make sure that this place could continue to become our sanctuary. Old Ancestor said confidently. Everyone else quickly cast their thought aside while they completely agreed with Yi Tianyun's word and that they would support Yi Tianyun's decision. Now we have to think of the way to find any information about the life crystal's whereabouts and any information about the place with strong vitality. If we got the information about the market of life crystal, we should buy it in bulk, so that life crystal could become the spirit race's countermeasures if we failed to obtain another land with strong vitality. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Everyone's eyes began to sparkle with hope as they thought that they would finally have a solution to their life problem. The predecessor is quite harsh. To think that we have to master the tyrant stone tablet before we could obtain the knowledge about this life crystal is rough. The old ancestor said while sighing tiredly. No, I don't think that was necessarily true. I believe the spirit race will eventually choose to leave this place. The real problem was the second Spirit King. As he was the first Spirit King who said the requirement of becoming the Spirit King was only to have a master-level divine rune engraved on the tyrant stone tablet as the proof was a great mishap. That was a great sin that he has to bear in the afterlife. Yi Tianyun said annoyedly. Well, we don't need to discuss that matter now. Let's just announce that little brother Yi has really succeeded in becoming our new Spirit King and the problem with the life crystal to the people. The old ancestor said as he smiled and felt content on Yi Tianyun's leadership. He knew that if it was not because of Yi Tianyun's discovery, the spirit race would undeniably suffer a huge loss when they found out about the matter. Wait, I need to get this first. Yi Tianyun said as he walked over and pulled the one soul accumulating grass growing near the life crystal. Yi Qingshan immediately rolled her eyes as she knew how much Yi Tianyun liked those grasses. The elders didn't say anything, but the look on their faces told Yi Tianyun that this certain behavior of his was a little bit strange as soul accumulating grass didn't have a great effect to those who already cultivated beyond core transformation stage. Hey, I need these things. If you have any more soul accumulating grass, I will gladly accept any of them. Yi Tianyun said while smiling comically. They immediately went back outside, to where the spirit race people were still waiting and talking about Yi Tianyun's smelting trial. The old ancestor immediately calmed everyone down and said, I know everyone is confused about the Spirit King matter, but I am here to say that the tyrant stone tablet that little brother Yi brought earlier was none other than a proof that he was indeed has succeeded the smelting trial. The divine rune stone that our previous Spirit King had brought was a part of this tyrant stone tablet, and therefore proved little brother Yi was more than suitable of the title. I am here to say that little brother Yi, here and now, is officially the new Spirit King of the spirit race. The old ancestor said triumphantly. The spirit people began to chant Spirit King earnestly. This scene made Yi Tianyun more excited as a great faction was under his control was finally sinking in. Now, I have something to say to you all. Yi Tianyun said as to silence everyone. Since I already become the Spirit King for the spirit race, it was appropriate for me to reveal my secret. I have conflicted with the Netherworld Empire for a long time, so I must hide my identity so that I could avoid unnecessary conflict to everyone close to me and innocent people around me. Now, I will reveal my true face to you all. Yi Tianyun said as he took off the thousand faces mask that he wore constantly. Everyone was in shock to see a 17-year-old boy behind the mask. Furthermore, it was a handsome young boy too. This is my true face. My real name is Yi Tianyun, an elder of Earthly Border Continent's Heavenly Jade Sect, and the Mansion Lord of the Heaven's Top Mansion. What happened in the Gathering Dragon City is none other than my doing. After hearing all of this, are you still willing to have me as your Spirit King? Yi Tianyun asked honestly. After a moment of silence, the crowd burst in an uproar. Young Spirit King, no matter who you are our Spirit King. You saved our race. The most powerful Spirit King. Long live Spirit King. They began to chant Spirit King excitedly, proving that they didn't care about Yi Tianyun's background. Chapter 347. Yi Tianyun now felt the need to protect the spirit race to the fullest as they were chanting Yi Tianyun's name. I will become the greatest Spirit King. I will lead the spirit race toward the most glorious moment that the spirit race had ever seen. Yi Tianyun said confidently. The chanting became louder as the spirit race people became excited about Yi Tianyun's speech. Successfully completed the ultimate quest, become the Spirit King of Spirit Race. Reward: 100.000.000 Express, 300.000 CPs, 10.000 SPs, 10.000 Divine Rune Proficiencies, Spirit King Title. Spirit King. Rare Title, Command Value increased 500 points, Grandmaster Level Divine Rune Success Rate increased by 20%. The title's effect was amazing. With this, he could draw a complicated Divine Rune, and its success rate increased by 20%. But unfortunately, the chain quest has ended. He received a lot of express from the chain quest of saving the spirit race, and now that it has ended, he had to look for another quest. Afterward, the spirit race people wanted to hold a ceremony to celebrate Yi Tianyun's success in becoming the Spirit King. The people were already set on partying for the rest of the day, although the Netherworld Empire was still a threat. Tianyun: no, Spirit King. I never thought that there would come a day that you become our king. Yi Xianxia said while taking a seat beside Yi Tianyun. I do think the future is full of the unexpected, wouldn't you agree? Yi Tianyun said while smiling simply toward Yi Xianxia. He didn't expect to be the Spirit King himself. He originally wanted to watch the spirit race's progression and maybe obtain some rare reward from saving Yi Wanner and observing Yi Xianxia for a while. He never expected it would turn out like this. Something sometimes is already set in stone. From the day that you saved me in that island, I already planned to make you our next Spirit King, and thus I gave you the Heavenly Eye. The one thing that I never really expected is that it happens too fast, that I never had the time to prepare for your arrival. Yi Xianxia said while smiling beautifully toward Yi Tianyun. For saving me and from saving the spirit race, I gratefully said thank you, my king. Yi Xianxia said with a slight bow and a huge smile on her face. This is her heartfelt way of saying thanks to Yi Tianyun, as there would be no more spirit race if Yi Tianyun didn't choose to interfere. The night was spent in celebration, no one came to disturb the festivity of the spirit race. The spirit race spent the night having fun, for they knew that they would be going to war soon. The next day, a spy who was tasked to infiltrate the Netherworld Empire came to the Spirit Pagoda. Spirit King, Old Ancestor, Elder. Netherworld Empire is coming, the spy said hurriedly. They really kick it up a notch, don't they? Is there any particular information about this new army that they send? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Yes, Spirit King. This time the Netherworld Empire sent Army General Feng to command their troops. The spy said with a glint of fear in his eyes. Army General Feng, who is this person? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. He thought that the Dragon General was the best general that the Netherworld Empire had. Army General Feng was a higher-ranking officer than General Long, my king. I heard that his cultivation had reached the 4th layer Void Spirit stage. He also possesses a rare wind-attributed power. Because of that, he's so fast that he could kill his enemy before they have the time to react. He also led a group of specialists, called the Soldier of Wind. They leave no traces with their wind boots, and they were enhanced with wind-attributed speed Divine Rune. The spy said, trying to describe the enemy's army the best that he could. 4th layer Void Spirit. Stage was really tricky, Yi Tianyun said as he fell into silence as he thought over the way to win the war. Old Ancestor, could you trap them? Yi Tianyun asked the Old Ancestor. Yes, as long as they took a step into our territory, they will fall into my traps. The Old Ancestor said confidently. If you say so, I will make sure to take care of the enemy army as soon as they fall into your traps. We will let the Netherworld Empire know that we aren't any pushover. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Many elders shouted as they became excited to fight the war. With Yi Tianyun as the Spirit King, the spirit race's morale was high. This time, the Old Ancestor and I will take care of everything. I command the spirit race to stand by and wait for the next order. Yi Tianyun said charismatically. Yes, my king, we will follow your every command. The elders said simultaneously. The spirit race has already shown the trait of fanatic loyalty. With Yi Tianyun as their leader, they forgot about their fear toward the Netherworld Empire. Chapter 348. Yi Tianyun realized that the new enemy would be too much for the spirit race as of that moment, so he must face this Army General Feng by himself. Yi Tianyun also knew that the Netherworld Emperor wouldn't come down to fight the spirit race himself. As an emperor of 4th grade faction, fighting against a 3rd grade faction personally is humiliating. Unless someone like the Imperial Proctor died by the spirit race, the Netherworld Emperor wouldn't come to fight. But this army General Feng could be said the third most powerful individual on the Netherworld Empire. That fact alone was a proof to Yi Tianyun that the Netherworld Emperor was already backed into a corner. Yi Tianyun immediately dispatched an elder to scout the forest entrance as he had prepared to make first. The elder immediately nodded and headed over to the forest entrance. There was no hesitation on his step as he followed Yi Tianyun's command. Meanwhile, after giving appropriate order to the rest of the spirit race, Yi Tianyun immediately refined the soul-accumulating grass to level himself up. With so many express reward after becoming Spirit King, he only needed a little more express to level up. He immediately activated his pill refining crazy mode and refined the soul-accumulating pill to 4th refinement rank. He didn't dare to refine the pill to 5th refinement rank as it was too risky for the moment. At the same time, Army General Feng almost reached the forest entrance. His divine soldiers of wind marched through the terrain with incredible speed. The average cultivation base of the soldiers was high, with the lowest being a 3rd level spirit core stage. These soldiers were so much different than the dragon soldier, as this army was quick enough, meanwhile the dragon soldier was slow. The soldiers soon stopped at the edge of the forest, waiting for their general's command. Elder Yan, who was observing from inside the forest, was a little bit curious and confused as he saw the soldiers of the wind stood motionless in the forest's edge. "Why are they standing still like that?" Elder Yan asked confusedly. "I don't know either, but no matter what they do, we will kill them as soon as they stepped into the forest." Another elder said confidently. "You are right, with the old ancestor taking the helm of the Trace Confusion Great Array, there is no way they can get in." Elder Yan said confidently. As the rest of the spirit race's scout began to think of contributing for the spirit race's glory, the soldier of wind immediately marched inside the forest with their longsword ready. They immediately picked up their pace and began to cut the trees neatly. Even though the great tree was supposedly hard to cut, those soldiers of wind seemed to be doing it easily. That was all because of their outstanding speed. They hit the great tree several times in a second, nullifying the tree's resistance. The scene in front of them made the complexion on the elder's face sank. None of them expected this situation at all. Even though the soldier of wind will reach the spirit sanctuary a little bit slower, it was clearly effective as they wouldn't fall victim to the power of the Trace Confusion Great Array. At the back of the enemy's army, Army General Feng has directed his soldiers which trees to cut, and to which direction they should march. He held a compass in his hand to determine the path that he would like to make while shouting coldly toward the soldiers. Elder Yan became paler than before, as he finally realized that the army general had an effective way to traverse the forest. Because of the Trace Confusion Great Array, a compass wouldn't work inside the forest, but what is different when it came to outside of the forest? The Trace Confusion Great Array didn't have any effect outside of the forest. Chapter 349. Divine Soldiers of Wind continues to cut the trees precisely while constantly following Army General Feng's direction. Yi Qingshan, who came to observe too, couldn't believe what was happening in front of her. She didn't expect the enemy army to be this well prepared on exploiting the weakness of the Trace Confusion Great Array. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before they find us. I think they will reach the sanctuary in 3 days top, if not earlier. Elder Yan said while estimating the time that the spirit race had left. What should we do now? Yi Qingshan said, feeling frustrated with their circumstances. They couldn't ambush the enemy's unit like this. Army General Feng would surely attack them head-on, for the trees begin to dwindle. We need to wait for the Spirit King's instruction. The Spirit King only ordered us to scout and wait, we can't do anything else other than that. Elder Yan said confidently. The rest of the Spirit Race Scout unit who comes with Elder Yan nodded their head and waited for Yi Tianyun to arrive on the battlefield. Soon after, Yi Tianyun came with a more powerful aura emitted around him, making the Spirit Race Scout wonder how their king could become so much more powerful within a short amount of time. What they felt wasn't an illusion at all. This powerful aura that they sensed was because Yi Tianyun already broke a throw after taking the soul-accumulating pills that he made earlier. As of that moment, Yi Tianyun has already reached 7th level core transformation stage cultivation. Without having any big quest, Yi Tianyun knew that he would be stuck on this level for a while. Spirit King. The enemy has progressed through the forest using the most efficient way there is. They cut the trees, while efficiently use some compass from outside the forest to determine the location of the sanctuary. I think they will reach the sanctuary in 3 days. Elder Yan said as he gave his report to Yi Tianyun. 3 days, I will see what I can do to stop them. Yi Tianyun said while pulling his ice-cold divine bow out. Yi Tianyun then silently aimed the arrow toward the divine soldiers of wind and quickly used the ice-cold fury. With the crazy damage mode activated, the power of ice-cold fury increased by several folds. With his cultivation breakthrough, the ice-cold fury power reached 46 million. In a blink of an eye, the ice-cold fury rushed through the forest toward the soldiers of the wind, ready to freeze everyone down. But Army General Feng sensed the attack coming as Yi Tianyun released it. He quickly jumped and rushed in front of the soldiers of wind and immediately blocked the ice-cold fury with his own attack. He slammed his sword forward, while shouting, "Roar of the wind!" And immediately, a hurricane gushed forth from his sword, taking the ice-cold fury head-on. A booming voice was immediately heard around the forest as the two attacks collided. The trees were uprooted from the ground, and the ground itself was frozen as a result. After witnessing the power of the Army General Feng, Yi Tianyun felt a little bit deterred. By far, this attack was the strongest attack that he ever saw his enemy do. He immediately looked at the Army General Feng using his appraisal eye to assess his plan. Army General Feng, 4th level Void Spirit Stage. Equipment: Heavenly Wind Divine Sword, Hurricane Armor, Hurricane Boots, Speed Up Divine Rune. Martial Arts: Wind Divine Art, Wind Sprint, Wind Flash. Combat Power: 48.000.000. Weakness: Flame Attributed Attack. Yi Tianyun didn't expect the Army General Feng to have a staggering 48 million combat power, which explained how easy it was for the Army General to block his crazy mode Ice-Cold Fury. But what surprised Yi Tianyun the most was the Army General Feng's speed. He could barely follow the movement of the Army General Feng as he moved with speed-enhanced armor. The enemy's strength is not that bad, but it's still worse than me. If they want to save the spirit race, they would have to defeat me. If they didn't do that, I would go straight toward their nest. The Army General murmured with a killing intent clear in his face. Army General Feng loved a challenge, and as soon as he heard that General Long had been defeated and killed, he couldn't wait to face the opponent who achieved that. Yi Tianyun, who heard the Army General murmured, sneered on the side as he didn't think that he was stupid enough to fight the Army General without any plan. Chapter 350. Yi Tianyun immediately shot 3 more arrows toward the soldiers of wind to see how General Feng will react. Sure enough, General Feng sensed this attack coming as soon as Yi Tianyun released the arrow. General Feng easily blocked Yi Tianyun's attack with ease. Yi Qingshan and the elders were looking at Yi Tianyun from afar with awe. They knew how powerful Yi Tianyun's attack just now. It was equal if not better than a first-level Void Spirit stage attack. Even though General Feng easily fended Yi Tianyun's attack, it was expected as General Feng was a Void Spirit expert. It seems my attack had no effect on him, Yi Tianyun said frustratedly. He expected his attack to be blocked, but not to this extent. He thought that he could kill at least 1 or 2 soldiers of wind. As Yi Tianyun stopped attacking, General Feng's eyes flashed, and suddenly he rushed toward Yi Tianyun's position. Yi Tianyun was startled as General Feng closed their distance in a second and already stood in front of Yi Tianyun with a smug look on his face. Yi Tianyun quickly activated the Xuan Tian Divine Art and Golden Body Secret Art, using all his defense power to block General Feng's attack. He chose to stay and tried to see if he could fend off General Feng's attack with only his defensive power. General Feng quickly stabbed Yi Tianyun using his Heavenly Wind Divine Sword several times in a matter of seconds. At first, this attack didn't do that much damage to Yi Tianyun, but as the attack keeps coming, he felt the aftershock of the attack penetrating his defense. Furthermore, Yi Tianyun tried to block some of the attack using his ice-cold divine bow, but sadly it was futile as the ice-cold divine bow was smashed and damaged in the process. Yi Tianyun was flung backward quite fiercely, making many elders screamed in horror for the safety of their spirit king. However, Yi Tianyun was still fine. Although he received a little bit of damage from General Feng's attack, it didn't do much. He quickly equipped the red dragon spear and activated the Dragon God bloodline while immediately used the Tyrant Soul attack that he got from General Long. General Feng's hurricane was immediately shattered as Yi Tianyun attacked. This is General Long's secret art, General Feng said as he was surprised to see the enemy brazenly use the secret art of his fallen comrade. However, General Feng immediately returned to his sense and quickly rushed over and attacked Yi Tianyun once more. Yi Tianyun immediately used his afterimage secret art to counter General Feng's attack. 3 clones immediately showed up, and Yi Tianyun quickly attacked General Feng with all his might. General Feng never saw that move before, he couldn't pinpoint which one was the real body at all. So he chose to attack all those afterimages at the same time. He quickly spun his body while holding his sword close to his waist and shouting, "Wind Radiance." As he spun, General Feng immediately turned into the eye of a hurricane as the wind began blew wildly in a circular motion. Tianyun didn't care and decided to attack General Feng no matter what. Tianyun quickly thrusted his red dragon spear inside the hurricane, and the result was another booming sound throughout the forest. General Feng was shaken and flung backward while Tianyun also experienced the same thing. As he flung backward, Tianyun quickly hid inside the fog to retreat for a moment. He was too fast. Even if I suppress his power, I don't think I could catch up with him if he chooses to escape. Tianyun said, frowning as he thought of a way to defeat General Feng. At the same time, General Feng was trying his best to locate Tianyun's whereabouts. He couldn't accept the fact that there was someone from the spirit race who had the same level of power as him. At the side, Xianxia was looking at Tianyun in awe, even more than before, as the Spirit King was able to retreat safely from the battle with a void spirit expert at that moment. Chapter 351. While it might look like General Feng did his best to fight off Tianyun knew that General Feng didn't even use his full power yet. Beside the full power, General Feng could also burn his blood chi to power himself up some more. Not bad. Where are you from? Is it the Heavenly Dragon Empire? Or is it another empire that wants to have the spirit race for themselves? General Feng shouted as he still didn't know Tianyun's whereabouts, but he knew that Tianyun was nearby. Tianyun didn't answer him. Tianyun was still focused on how to halt the advance of the soldiers of the wind as he saw that they were still diligently cutting the giant trees. He couldn't attack the soldiers at all as General Feng was protecting them. It seems that you don't want to come out willingly, you are clearly a coward. But it doesn't really matter, I will enjoy destroying the spirit race thoroughly. General Feng said while smirking evilly. It doesn't matter from what faction did you came from, it will always be a dead end for those who defy the Netherworld Empire. General Feng added as he taunted his enemy to come out. Did you rehearse that line repeatedly like an idiot? I've already killed so many of you who keep stating that sentence, and guess what? They're all already 6 feet under. Tianyun said while masking his voice so that General Feng couldn't locate his whereabouts. Look at you, taunting me while hiding like a coward. Let's see what you can say after I am done destroying the spirit race. General Feng said while sneering. Hearing General Feng's word, Tianyun felt the need to kill this group of soldiers as fast as he can. He immediately activated the evil dragon suit's special effect and turned into 100-meter-tall evil dragon. The sudden appearance of an evil dragon shocked everyone in the vicinity. Xianxia already saw that Tianyun could transform into a dragon, but she was too shy to ask Tianyun about it, so she didn't say anything about it. But at that moment, the expression on the elders' face said it all. They were looking at the dragon in awe. Some elders even began to wonder whether the evil dragon was their spirit king. Yes, that is our spirit king. Xianxia confirmed. This is the only option that Tianyun could think of at the moment to halt the advance of the soldiers of the wind. Tianyun quickly roared and immediately slammed his claw at the group of soldiers in front of him. But unfortunately, General Feng came to his senses and immediately blocked off Tianyun's attack once more with his hurricane technique. General Feng quickly used Wind Radiance once more with an intention to kill the dragon that suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye, he smashed the dragon down while trying to break the thick scale out of the dragon, but he felt a shockwave surging across his body as his sword hit the dragon's scale. Tianyun didn't falter. Although he received a shallow wound from General Feng, he still pushed through to attack at the soldiers of wind. Within the chaotic fight, Tianyun was finally able to connect his claw attack to the soldiers of wind. Successfully killed soldier of the wind. Reward: 250.000 Express, 3.100 CPs, 200 SPs, Quick Wind Secret Art, Quick Wind Chop, Quick Wind Sword, Quick Wind Boots, Quick Wind Armor. Successfully killed a soldier of the wind. Reward: 380.000 Express, 4.300 CPs, 250 SPs. Successfully. Tianyun successfully killed 3 soldiers of the wind in one fell swoop. This scene immediately angered General Feng. He immediately held tight his heavenly wind divine sword, and immediately an image of a wind dragon appeared behind him. General Feng's cultivation base was that of a wind dragon, that was why he had such an amazing speed. General Feng's body was immediately covered by a blue dragon scale, and a pair of wings immediately emerged from his back, transforming him into a dragon. This time, he was ready to fight Yi Tianyun with his full power. Chapter 352. With his transformation into Wind Dragon, General Feng increased his combat power by several folds. With the Heavenly Wind Divine Sword's power, General Feng controlled all the wind in the vicinity and created a huge hand holding a wind blade. General Feng quickly attacked Yi Tianyun using the wind blade, and Yi Tianyun countered using a tail whip. The two attack collided, and this time, General Feng was clearly winning as he was flung several meters backward. In contrast, Yi Tianyun was flung further and fell down to the ground, but fortunately, Yi Tianyun fell on top of several divine soldiers of the wind, killing them instantly. Although Yi Tianyun was losing in power, his body still didn't receive any damage. His defensive power was much higher than his offensive, and therefore it was a little bit expected that Yi Tianyun was losing in terms of power. Yi Tianyun knew that he had to do something about this problem. He quickly absorbed the spiritual energy from his surroundings. The absorption surprised the soldier of the wind. They quickly retreated as they sense a bad premonition from the evil dragon. Meanwhile, General Feng wasn't affected by Yi Tianyun's absorption. Instead, he was charging his Heavenly Wind Divine Sword to cut Yi Tianyun in one go, and he was waiting for the opportunity to unleash his attack. This evil dragon's power is strong. Fortunately, its cultivation is not that high. If it was any higher, there is no doubt that I would be having a tougher time. General Feng said as he observed the evil dragon absorbed the spiritual energy around it. He felt a little bit frustrated seeing this evil dragon's power as he hasn't felt this kind of frustration in a very long time. General Feng immediately jumped into the air swiftly with his wind dragon, aiming straight to strike the evil dragon down. Yi Tianyun has been waiting for this moment when General Feng tried to attack him. Erosion of the earth, Yi Tianyun shouted as a terrifying blacklight spurted out of the evil dragon's mouth. This blacklight burned everything in its path, including the wind dragon's after-image that General Feng created. It even burned the molecule of everything it touched. This could be seen from the black traces that the blacklight left behind. The area hit by the blacklight was still eroding even though the blacklight has disappeared. Some soldier of the wind who had no time to escape this blacklight was instantly burned and after some time, turned to dust. But the most important thing is that the blacklight was Yi Tianyun's answer to General Feng's weakness. This attack was a fire-attributed attack, and fire attribute was General Feng's weakness. Even with the loss of his wind dragon's after-image, General Feng still stubbornly rushed over toward the evil dragon in order to attack it. He jumped once more into the evil dragon to use his wind radiance technique once more. The Heavenly Wind Divine Sword emitted a pale green light around it, and General Feng used that attack to cut through the blacklight, but unfortunately for General Feng, that evil dragon was Yi Tianyun himself. Yi Tianyun immediately used the red dragon spear and threw it as strong as he could toward General Feng's direction while General Feng was distracted by the blacklight. General Feng was shaken by the force of the red dragon spear that was thrown at him, and he was flung several meters backward and hit the giant trees hard. "Where is that weapon coming from?" General Feng said as the numbness set in, and he couldn't move from his spot. Meanwhile, the evil dragon kept spewing the blacklight toward the soldier of the wind, and after a short amount of time, Yi Tianyun already killed almost all the soldiers of the wind. Chapter 353. The soldiers of the wind tried to attack the evil dragon to save themselves, but it was all for naught as Yi Tianyun's defensive power was already heaven-defying. Even General Feng's attack didn't really do that much to him. Is the Spirit King actually from the Dragon Clan? This amount of power is unbelievable, Elder Yan said while looking at the evil dragon in awe. General Feng is crazy powerful too, but the Spirit King's power is just too much. General Feng couldn't even do anything, another elder said with a shock still fresh on his face. Yi Qingshan, on the side, was silent as she was charmed by the amazing power of the evil dragon. We must take advantage of the chaos that the Spirit King caused. We need to get rid of the remaining soldiers of the wind to help him focus on his fight against General Feng. We can't stay here doing nothing while our Spirit King works himself out like that, Elder Yan said while trying to rally his compatriot. Yes, we need to kill those bastards. We need to show them that the spirit race aren't the people that they could mess around with. Yi Qingshan said, agreeing to Elder Yan's word. The rest of the elder immediately nodded their head and rushed out toward the remaining soldiers of the wind. The result was a total annihilation. There was no soldier of the wind left to fight the battle after the spirit race's elder and saintess joined the fray. General Feng, who sensed his soldier was on the verge of annihilation, shouted at Yi Tianyun in a fury. He immediately burned his blood chi so that he could cut the dragon's scale with his most powerful attack. His body immediately shone in a pale green light and rushed toward the evil dragon. He attacked with all his might, but unfortunately for him, he still couldn't deal any serious damage toward the evil dragon's body. So, he immediately turned his attention toward the saintess of the spirit race. Even if he couldn't kill the evil dragon, he still could kill the saintess of the spirit race to quench his thirst for revenge toward the spirit race. You lowlife, how dare you target a woman after you failed to attack me? Yi Tianyun shouted as he saw General Feng rushed toward Yi Qingshan. He immediately slammed his claw toward General Feng to stop him from rushing toward Yi Qingshan. But General Feng, with his blood chi burned, had around 53 million combat power. He quickly blocked the claw attack from the evil dragon, and both were instantly flung backward from the impact of the attack. The result was still the same. Yi Tianyun lost the power contest. But because of his crazy defensive power, the claw that collided with General Feng's attack only suffered a rough scratch. Yi Tianyun immediately stood up and killed several soldiers of the wind near him. General Feng saw that and shouted in a fury, "Good, now you have done it. I will make sure you will die a painful death." He knew that he couldn't stop Yi Tianyun from killing his army, as he knew that there was no easy way to kill that dragon. However, Yi Tianyun immediately ordered the spirit race elder and the saintess to retreat, while he himself also disappeared into the fog. General Feng was stunned to see Yi Tianyun's action. Right before he was about to release all power that he has, his enemy retreated. Not only that, but the said enemy has already killed almost all his army. Come back, you coward. Fight me, you coward. General Feng shouted frustratedly. With only 2 or 3 soldiers left on his army, he knew that he couldn't advance toward the spirit race sanctuary effectively. Even if he chose to keep attacking, it will no doubt took a couple of months to reach the spirit sanctuary, and that was only if the spirit race didn't get in his way. Idiot, why would I have to fight with you? You can't beat me, and you dared to call me a coward. If you really want to fight me, come to the spirit sanctuary, you idiot. Yi Tianyun said as he appeared on the fog in front of General Feng and disappeared immediately. Yi Tianyun's face was a little bit pale from releasing too much spiritual energy in the form of the black light earlier. He had to consume a recovery pill and rest for a while to recover his stamina back. Chapter 354. Yi Tianyun taunted General Feng so that General Feng would fall into rage and follow him to the forest. Yi Tianyun hoped General Feng would fall into the trace confusion great arrays effect and end up like General Long before him. However, General Feng was too caught up with the loss of his army of Soldier of the Wind. He has already spent so many resources to train the groups of soldiers that would become his masterpiece and symbols of his power. Now, they were all killed by the enemy. Only 2 or 3 soldiers of the wind were left. The revelation made him sick beyond measure. Furthermore, he couldn't return to the Netherworld Empire, bringing anything but shame like this. A title of General Feng wasn't something he got easily. He worked hard for it and defeated many enemies to achieve it, and what will he say to the Netherworld Emperor? That he lost the battle against a weak faction. General Feng wouldn't be able to contain the disappointment and shame that came with it. In his desperation, General Feng roared, and with the heavenly wind divine sword on his hand, he began to rush forward and cut the giant trees one by one as he believed that he alone should be sufficient to destroy the spirit race. He thought that if the young man earlier came again, he will only have to deal with him with all his strength. Damn it, he's already losing his mind. At this rate, he would reach the sanctuary in a week. Elder Yan said worriedly. The current state of General Feng was really weak, but it was still enough for him to force his way through to spirit race sanctuary. Yi Tianyun has gathered with the rest of the spirit race elder and frowned as he saw that General Feng was completely furious and began throwing his tantrum. It seems that we really have to stop him completely. We can't risk letting him move forward any further. Yi Tianyun said coldly. He wished that he could level up once more before this fight, as he knew that he lacked the offensive power to kill General Feng. He also couldn't level up the crazy mode at that moment, because he didn't have enough crazy points to do so. Even if he sold all the items on his inventory, it wouldn't suffice the crazy points required to level up the crazy mode. Spirit King, you are already exhausted. At this rate, I am afraid you wouldn't last long. Yi Qingshan said as she was worried about Yi Tianyun's state. She had some truth on her words, as Yi Tianyun's face was pale for overusing the spiritual energy. If I don't stop him now, I am afraid he will reach the sanctuary anytime soon. I need you to go back to the sanctuary and evacuate everyone. We already know the problem with the spirit race, so that all we need to do was find the resource later. I am afraid, even if I'm able to stop General Feng now, the Netherworld Empire will send the Imperial Preceptor next, or worse, the Emperor himself might come here. Yi Tianyun said as he prepared himself to fight with General Feng once more. Yi Tianyun's assumption was sound. There was no way the Netherworld Empire will let the spirit race go after knowing that 2 of their high-ranking generals were dead at the hands of the spirit race. They definitely will exact their revenge and send someone stronger than the previous one. And now, Yi Tianyun was too exhausted to fight consecutive battles. The elders and Yi Qingshan reluctantly nodded their heads in the agreement of Yi Tianyun's order. Please stay safe, Spirit King. We will evacuate the sanctuary and wait for you in Tianyun Lake. We have a secret hideout there, Elder Yan said solemnly. Yi Tianyun nodded, and as the groups of elders were about to leave, Yi Tianyun stopped Yi Qingshan for a little while. Saintess, please make sure that you take out all of the soul-accumulating grass in the sanctuary. We can't let any of our resources fall into the Netherworld Empire's hand. Yi Tianyun said solemnly, it will take a moment, but I will make sure that nothing important was left behind. Yi Qingshan said solemnly, but an annoyed expression was clearly etched on her face. Don't you worry, I will return to you no matter what. Yi Tianyun said as he smiled toward Yi Qingshan. Yi Tianyun couldn't let the soul-accumulating grass escape his grip. The soul-accumulating grass was equal to 100 million of express. He wouldn't give that away. My king, I will wait for your return. Yi Qingshan said worriedly and immediately left Yi Tianyun to catch up with the rest of the elders. Don't worry, I will come back, Yi Tianyun said more to himself. At that moment, Yi Tianyun was thinking of a way to kill General Feng once and for all. If he had a chance to reduce his enemy, then he will gladly accept that chance. Chapter 355. If he really needed to escape the forest, Yi Tianyun could just teleport himself out of there. So, all he had to do at that moment was kill General Feng before he could cause any further harm toward the spirit race. Now, how can I kill this guy? Yi Tianyun said while biting his finger, thinking. Yi Tianyun quickly opened the Sin shop again to look for inspiration. Yi Tianyun was startled to see new equipment appeared on the top of the Sword Master suit. Evil God Suit. 1.000.000 Sin points. Level requirement, 50 Peak Core Transformation Stage. Effect. Combat power multiple by 50. Special effect. Turn into an evil god. All attacks become a long-ranged attack, burn enhancement, and plus 20% crit chance. This suit was super powerful. That was the first thing on Yi Tianyun's mind as soon as he saw the effect of the suit. He knew that this suit was like the upgraded version of the Evil Dragon suit, because of the similarities that those suits had. Now he knew that once he bought something from the Sin points, the better version would be updated immediately. He closed the Sin shop not long after. He couldn't buy the suit for the moment. Yi Tianyun didn't have enough Sin points to buy the suit, and even if he did, he hasn't met the requirement to use the suit yet. He was still at level 46, 6th level core transformation stage, while the suit required level 50. He had to kill many more enemies in order to buy that suit later. Yi Tianyun quickly checked his inventory to see if there was anything he could use to deal with General Feng. While some of the treasures that he got had an amazing effect, he knew that none of them would work on General Feng, but he soon realized something and bought something from the shop and immediately transformed back into the evil dragon after. Yi Tianyun quickly rushed toward General Feng and immediately used the after-image technique once more. Yi Tianyun's body trembled for a moment, and immediately 2 more evil dragons appeared beside him. This trick again, it won't work on me anymore, General Feng said annoyedly. With his blood chi burned, General Feng's power exploded to 60 million points. That was his final attempt toward victory. General Feng quickly rushed toward Yi Tianyun at high speed, a speed that not even Yi Tianyun could see. General Feng quickly cut one evil dragon down as he didn't know which one the real body was. He successfully cut one evil dragon down easily. He immediately realizes that that one was fake and quickly rushed toward another evil dragon. This time, his sword couldn't cut the scale on the evil dragon's body. He immediately knew that this one was the real one. General Feng's attack was heavy. Yi Tianyun felt that he could collapse while defending from this attack, but he tried his best to withstand the attack to counterattack. Tianyun immediately consumed the violent medicinal pills that he bought from the shop earlier. This pill had the effect of boosting his combat power 2 times the normal value. Unfortunately for Tianyun, because his level was too high, the pill lost its effectiveness and failed to reach the full 2 times of Tianyun's combat power, but it still increased his combat power significantly, only not as high as General Feng. But Tianyun still had the upper hand for the moment, as General Feng still couldn't attack him easily. Tianyun immediately ordered the evil dragon clone that he made with the after-image technique earlier to burn General Feng while General Feng was busy with him. Evil dragon clone immediately obeyed and showered General Feng with a black flame. Did you think this attack will have any effect on me now? Even if you have a tough scale, I will cut you down eventually. General Feng said with a raging expression in his eyes. Tianyun and General Feng quickly exchanged some more hits, but at some point, Tianyun succeeded in slipping a bad luck divine pills to General Feng's body. After successfully slipping the bad luck divine pills into General Feng's body, Tianyun smirked in triumph as he knew that he would win anytime soon. Bad luck divine pills activate. Tianyun said quietly. Successfully activated the bad luck divine pills. Effect end in 5 minutes. After the notification was gone, Tianyun saw that General Feng was staggered for a little bit, and suddenly General Feng's body exploded from the spiritual energy. A stream of blood immediately flowed from General Feng's mouth as he fell to the ground. What is this? Backlash already? General Feng confusedly said as he tried to stand up again. Burning a blood chi had a chance to generate a backlash, which will burn the remaining of the spiritual energy on the body. The backlash had a low probability of happening as the cultivator got more powerful and could control the blood chi flow, but as soon as the bad luck divine pill was introduced to the equation, the probability increased dozens of times. Chapter 356. Tianyun saw General Feng was having a backlash from burning his own blood chi. He immediately smiled as he knew that his victory was near. The bad luck divine pill was working. Even though the enemy had so much higher combat power than Tianyun, the situation could easily be turned around. General Feng immediately strengthened his resolve and controlled the flow of his spiritual energy to stop the backlash on his body, but it was a little bit too late. Half of his body was already burned badly. General Feng spat some more blood after he stopped the backlash, proving that he was severely injured. Tianyun had no more reason to prolong the fight and immediately equipped the Red Dragon set that he got from the Dragon General Feng, increasing his combat power by 12 times and his defensive power by 5 times. This equipment set had a better combat power bonus than the Evil Dragon suit, but it had lower defensive power. But the upgraded version of the Evil Dragon suit is so much better. He hoped that he could buy the Evil God suit as soon as possible. Tianyun also took the Blast Divine pill immediately, increasing his speed by several times. He quickly attacked General Feng, but unfortunately, General Feng still managed to block Tianyun's attack. But as General Feng blocked Tianyun's attack, the burn from his backlash throbbed badly, and he lost his balance due to the pain. Seeing his opportunity, Tianyun quickly activated the Red Dragon Spear's special attack. Red Dragon Howler. Tianyun roared. A red dragon immediately appeared from his own body and shot a red beam of light toward General Feng. This attack was a flame attack, meaning that General Feng wouldn't be able to block this attack without any special means. Furthermore, a flame-attributed attack was General Feng's weakness. The red beam of light hit General Feng head-on, enveloping the old man's body completely. But that was not enough to kill General Feng. He swayed inside the flame as he was no longer able to withstand it. General Feng roared in fury and pain. He immediately consumed all the spiritual energy on his body and once again increased his own power. General Feng once again rushed toward Tianyun at great speed, ready to strike Tianyun with his Heavenly Wind Divine Sword. Tianyun immediately ducked to dodge General Feng's attack, but it still hit an injured Tianyun's shoulder. "See, I can still kill you anytime, boy," General Feng shouted furiously. Tianyun immediately blocked and parried all General Feng's attack as he realized that the bad luck divine pill's effect didn't just activate on his convenience. But with the Red Dragon set, he didn't have the overwhelming defense that he got from the Evil Dragon suit, so General Feng was eventually able to hit Tianyun once with all his might. That attack visibly shook Tianyun, but he persevered as he couldn't back down again. Shadow Cloak activates. Tianyun shouted as he immediately rushed toward General Feng. The Shadow Cloak was able to make him invulnerable to any attack for 5 seconds. At that time, he was confident that he could hit General Feng several times. General Feng attacked Yi Tianyun 3 consecutive times, but he was shocked to see that none of his attacks had any effect on Yi Tianyun. Taking advantage of General Feng's shock, Yi Tianyun quickly attacked and used all his might on the attack. With the injuries on his shoulder, Yi Tianyun knew that this was the only chance he got to attack General Feng. Chapter 357. After several consecutive attacks, the special effect of the Red Dragon set was activated. A red dragon's phantom immediately appeared and attacked General Feng. Yi Tianyun used that opportunity to slip in an attack too. But the duration of the shadow cloak was finally over, and the cloak no longer granted Yi Tianyun invulnerability. Knowing that fact, Yi Tianyun gritted his teeth and relentlessly attacked General Feng. He believed that he would be able to defeat General Feng eventually, as he knew that he had the upper hands on stamina. As he predicted, Yi Tianyun saw that General Feng was getting weaker. But even so, Yi Tianyun's armor was still shredded by General Feng's Heavenly Wind Divine Sword easily. Yi Tianyun still received so many injuries from General Feng's attack. Yi Tianyun still disregarded his own injuries and pressed on, attacking General Feng. He won't stop until General Feng collapsed in front of him. The red dragon spear in his hand kept dancing on the battlefield, dealing damages to General Feng as well. Finally, General Feng was repelled, and Yi Tianyun immediately slammed the red dragon spear powerfully to General Feng's arm, disarming the old man. General Feng looked at Yi Tianyun in horror as he never expected to lose in one-on-one duel, not to a younger generation. At the same moment, Yi Tianyun immediately activated the Tyrant Soul and immediately stabbed General Feng's chest, flinging the old man backward and slamming him toward the giant trees behind him. Several giant trees were uprooted as they couldn't stand General Feng's body that was flung towards them with great speed. At the end, General Feng's body was embedded to the side of the giant tree, spitting out blood. General Feng tried to move, but he knew that most of the bones in his body were broken. He couldn't regenerate as he has already burned almost all his blood qi, and he no longer had the energy to gather the spiritual energy from the surrounding. Impossible. How can I lose to a mere kid? I am the undefeated General Feng of Netherworld Empire, for God's sake. General Feng shouted furiously as he tried to stand once again. Yi Tianyun looked at General Feng with pity. He knew that General Feng would be dead soon as the old man wasn't able to withstand his last attack. Sure, you are undefeated until you are defeated, Yi Tianyun said calmly. He sat down in front of General Feng to catch his breath and regenerate the injuries that he received from General Feng. Thanks to his Xuan Tian divine art and golden body secret art, none of General Feng's attack was fatal, and with his dragon god bloodline, he could heal all those wounds with his regeneration. When he killed General Long, he also got another dragon god bloodline. He already fused it with his own dragon god bloodline, leveling it up to 4th grade, enhancing his physique further. That was also the reason that Yi Tianyun chose to persevere in the last fight against General Feng, as he knew that he should be able to withstand the attack. You win this time, but the Netherworld Empire will crush you after this, General Feng said coldly. Yi Tianyun sighed and immediately drove his red dragon spear to General Feng's chest, killing the old man instantly. Don't worry, I will send the rest of the Netherworld Empire to hell soon enough. You will not be lonely down there, Yi Tianyun said calmly. Successfully killed General Feng. Reward: 7.200.000 Express, 200.000 CPs, 1.000 SPs, Divine Wind Secret Art, Wind Sprint, Wind Flash, Heavenly Wind Divine Sword, Hurricane Armor, Hurricane Boots, Wind Stones. Successfully killed an elite enemy unit. Reward: 30.000.000 Express, 1.000.000 CPs, 5.000 SPs, 1x Enhanced Lottery Roulette Ticket. After receiving a notification of abundant rewards as he killed General Feng, Yi Tianyun's eyes were fixated on the Enhanced Lottery Roulette chance that he got. He will use it after he left that place as he wanted to see what useful item he'll get next. Chapter 358. Is it over? Yi Tianyun said as he took a deep breath to relax himself. He knew that if it was not because of the bad luck divine pill, he wouldn't be able to defeat General Feng. The backlash that General Feng experienced earlier was the turning point for Yi Tianyun as General Feng's combat power was too high. Yi Tianyun didn't know how many Void Spirit stage that the Netherworld Empire had, but he knew that General Feng was the 3rd strongest in the Netherworld Empire, which meant that at least Netherworld Empire had 2 more Void Spirit stage. As soon as Yi Tianyun got closer to General Feng's dead body, he was immediately attacked by one of the surviving soldier of the wind, but fortunately, Yi Qingshan was still around, and she blocked the soldier's sneak attack and used her whip to shackle the soldier. How dare you attack our king? Your netherworld empire will be destroyed soon, Yi Qingshan said as she pulled her whip and decapitated the soldier. Yi Qingshan had no compassion toward her enemy as she knew that women would always be regarded as inferior to men in this cultivation world. Why did you come back? Didn't you already go with the elders earlier? Yi Tianyun asked Yi Qingshan while embracing her. Yes, I intended to leave with the elders, but after some thought, I realized that I must remain here and watch you fight, no matter what happens. But I didn't expect you to defeat General Feng by yourself, Yi Qingshan said while smiling warmly. Yi Tianyun was a little bit curious as he saw that Yi Qingshan was a little bit pale. Did you use the World Divine Rune? Yi Tianyun asked inquisitively. The World Divine Rune is a divine rune that was considered taboo for the spirit race, as only the Spirit King and the Saintess who could master it. The World Divine Rune was powerful as it could enhance anything 5 times the normal value. If it was used on a weapon, the combat power of said weapon would raise 5 times the normal value. That effect could be applied to anything. The best application for that divine rune would be using it on a person. But it came with a cost. To engrave this World Divine Rune, the user must use their spirit blood chi, or this divine rune will be useless. That was one of the main reasons why this divine rune was a taboo in the spirit race, as it should be bad for any of them as they had a high amount of spiritual energy, and using their spirit blood chi would be very bad for them. That was also why the spirit race was rarely killed. The enemies would rather capture them and force them to engrave this divine rune for their own use. Yi Tianyun will eventually have the knowledge to engrave this divine rune too, but he still didn't know what the effect would be to him, as he didn't have any spirit blood chi, to begin with. Yi Tianyun knows that Yi Qingshan engraved this divine rune as a precaution. To save Yi Tianyun if he, by any chance, was cornered by General Feng. She believed that she would be able to help if she stayed. Fortunately, she didn't get the chance to do anything as Yi Tianyun could finish General Feng by himself. Yes, my king, I had to do it, Yi Qingshan said as he became paler as time went by. I already told you I would run away if necessary. Why did you go this far? Yi Tianyun said. He scolded Yi Qingshan lightly. I am not sure, but I thought that you would have a hard time fighting against General Feng. But no matter, you can keep this World Divine Rune. I know that this divine rune will be useful to you later, Yi Qingshan said as she took out the World Divine Rune and gave it to Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun felt a dense power was welling up from the divine rune and the fact that this divine rune could be considered a treasure for the spirit race. Chapter 359. Yi Tianyun felt a little bit touched as he looked at the World Divine Rune on his hands, but looking at Yi Qingshan's pale face, he felt guilty at the same time. He knew that if he was badly injured by General Feng when they fought earlier, Yi Qingshan would have immediately used the divine rune to help Yi Tianyun escape. You really don't listen to anything I said, do you? I already told you I don't need anything from you, I just want you to be safe, Yi Tianyun said while sighing and gestured Yi Qingshan to lay down. He quickly took out the blood jade from his inventory. This blood jade was used to recover one's blood essence. Yi Tianyun also gave this blood jade to Shi Shuiyan back then after she overused her blood essence to hold the profound azure mansion in their track. Now, use this blood jade. It will recover your blood essence quickly, Yi Tianyun said as he put the blood jade in Yi Qingshan's hand. This treasure is wasted on me. You should use this for yourself, Yi Qingshan said as she pushed the blood jade into Yi Tianyun's hands. Just listen to me for once. I am now commanding you as your spirit king, understand? Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Of course, my king, Yi Qingshan said while smiling toward Yi Tianyun and began to absorb the blood jade. Soon enough, her complexion returned to normal, signaling the fact that the blood jade successfully replenished her blood essence. This is truly amazing, my king. My blood essence was replenished at a rapid speed. I have never seen this kind of mystical treasure before, Yi Qingshan said with a shocked expression. Of course, I happened to stumble upon a cave full of this jade. So, don't worry and replenish your blood essence until you are back to normal. Yi Tianyun lied to Yi Qingshan so that she won't refuse to use the blood jade. There is no way there is a cave full of this jade. You lied, didn't you? Yi Qingshan said as she could tell Yi Tianyun was lying. Well, just recover your blood essence for now, Yi Tianyun said flustered as Yi Qingshan caught him lying. Soon enough, Yi Qingshan's blood essence returned to its normal state, and she gave the blood jade back to Yi Tianyun. This thing is amazing. There is no way I could recover my blood essence this fast without it. Was there really a cave full of this stuff? Yi Qingshan asked curiously. Sure, there is, but I forgot where it was. Yi Tianyun said casually. You really lied to me. Yi Qingshan said while pouting. You don't have to worry about this, now let's go. We need to catch up with the rest of the spirit race. Yi Tianyun said while smiling warmly. Yes, my king, Yi Qingshan said excitedly. After searching for any treasure that General Feng might have on him, Yi Tianyun left with Yi Qingshan to the spirit sanctuary. But they were already too late, the place had been abandoned, and there was nothing of value left behind. However, Yi Qingshan stood longingly toward the spirit pagoda as they couldn't bring the building with them. Yi Tianyun saw the sadness on Yi Qingshan's face and immediately comforted her. This is just a temporary evacuation. As soon as the Netherworld Empire is destroyed, we can always come back here again. Yi Tianyun said softly. Of course, we will kill the Netherworld Emperor soon. Yi Qingshan said surely. The two immediately left the place and flew toward the rendezvous point that was already decided earlier. Once they arrived there, they saw that the spirit race has safely arrived and waited for their next instruction. I have an announcement to make. Our Spirit King has succeeded in killing General Feng of Netherworld Empire. Yi Qingshan said excitedly. The Spirit King is so powerful, I will say that the Spirit King is not afraid of the Netherworld Empire. Yes, our Spirit King is invincible, the strongest. Fart, just now, didn't you worry that the Spirit King couldn't escape? What are you talking about? You are slandering me. The rest of the spirit race immediately cheered in awe as they didn't expect Yi Tianyun to kill General Feng too. They began to chant Yi Tianyun's name in excitement, raising Yi Tianyun's prestige once more. Spirit King, what should we do now? Elder Yan said after the cheers died down a little. Let's go to the earthly border continent for now. I have a place for you guys to live there. We need to lay low there until I resolve the problem with the Netherworld Empire. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. He was also on his way to return to earthly border continent before he went and helped the spirit race. Chapter 360. Yi Tianyun and the spirit race quietly left toward the earthly border continent, while the death of General Feng reached the ear of the Netherworld Emperor and caused an uproar in Netherworld Empire and the heavenly border continent. How could this happen? The Netherworld Emperor said furiously. Not only General Long, but General Feng too. The Netherworld Emperor said while smashing the table in front of him to dust. The minister of the Netherworld Empire was shaken as they felt the terrifying aura from the Netherworld Emperor. We have to send the heavenly army there, Emperor. Imperial Preceptor said solemnly. Yes, you need to lead this army yourself. I don't want any more failure, you hear me? The Netherworld Emperor said while pointing his finger toward the Imperial Preceptor. Right away, Emperor. Imperial Preceptor said as he nodded his head and immediately left to prepare for his departure. How could this happen? In a short time, I lost 2 of my generals. I can't believe the spirit race still have this kind of power. Is it really the Heavenly Dragon Empire? The Netherworld Emperor pondered. After a while, the Imperial Preceptor was on his way toward the Spirit Forest with another general on his side. With this heavenly army, he was sure that the spirit race wouldn't be able to do anything anymore. They soon arrived in the vicinity of the Spirit Forest, and the Imperial Preceptor immediately rushed inside the forest to immediately disarm the trace-confusing Great Array. His divine rune proficiency was the highest in the Netherworld Empire, maybe even higher than the old ancestor of the spirit race, and that was why he had no reason to fear the trace-confusion Great Array's effect. Now that I am here, there will be no more spirit race. The Imperial Preceptor said to himself while smirking evilly. He immediately started to strip the divine rune for the trace-confusion Great Array so that none of his soldiers will fall for this trap, but as he stripped the divine rune from the Great Array, he realized that some divine rune grandmaster must have been controlling the array from afar to have this kind of effect. After a few days, he finally stripped all the divine rune necessary to keep the Great Array active. Now, prepare for your destruction, spirit race. The Imperial Preceptor said evilly. The heavenly army that he brought with him was also excited that they finally had the chance to kill the spirit race, but as soon as they arrived inside the spirit sanctuary, they immediately knew that something wasn't right. There was no sign of life anywhere, and the houses were already emptied. What is this? Did they evacuate this place? The Imperial Preceptor said with a surprised look on his face. But this is impossible. They couldn't leave this place.
they wouldn't live long if they leave this place. The Imperial Preceptor said inquisitively. All of you, search this place down. I want every nook and cranny searched. Also, burn that spirit pagoda down. The Imperial Preceptor said with an irritated expression on his face. At the same time, Tianyun was still on his way toward the Heavenly Jade Sect quietly. He couldn't arrive in the earthly border continent as quickly, as he must lead the spirit race himself, and a very limited person could fly in the spirit race. Now, he had to rely on the Earth Dragon to transport them to the earthly border continent safely. As soon as they arrived on the earthly border continent, Tianyun immediately brought them toward the Heavenly Jade Sect without any problem. In front of you, between those two hills is where the Heavenly Jade Sect located. There is no need to worry, the people there were my family before you guys. Tianyun said while smiling warmly. The spirit race immediately became curious to see what their Spirit King's residence was like. As soon as they arrived in front of the Heavenly Jade Sect, several disciples paled as they were shocked to see so many earth dragons coming toward the sect, but as soon as they saw Tianyun's face, they breathed a sigh of relief. Tianyun immediately stopped and immediately greeted the disciple and several deacons that were guarding the gate at the time. Welcome back, Elder Yi. Is that a newcomer that you brought with you this time, Elder Yi? The deacon asked curiously. No, they are our noble guest. Now, lead them inside and make sure to attend them to their needs, okay? Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Sure, right away, Elder Yi. The deacon said and immediately opened the gate to let them in. The spirit race immediately followed Tianyun inside excitedly. At the same time, Xuan also walked outside to see the commotion herself. God, what else did you bring this time? Xuan said with a surprised expression as soon as she saw so many people coming inside the Heavenly Jade Sect with so many earth dragons. Chapter 361. Tianyun bringing someone back to the Heavenly Jade Sect wasn't anything new, but it was always one or two people at most, but this time, he brought a large group of people with dozens of earth dragons in tow. Aunt, I am back. I know I have a lot of things to explain, but let's do that later with the rest of the elders. Tianyun said while smiling sincerely to Xuan. Okay, no problem, we can do that right now, by the way. Xuan replied as she smiled back to Tianyun. Xuan immediately ordered several of the deacons to accompany the guests and tend to their needs while she immediately directs Tianyun, spirit race's old ancestor, and several elders from the spirit race toward the hall that was already repaired and befitting a meeting place. Tianyun was a little impressed of the repaired new hall. It didn't look like that the hall was already aged several hundred years. The divine runes on this place seems like our divine rune. The old ancestor said while wondering. It is, this place was built with the help of the spirit race, but I don't know when this place was built, but I know that at least several hundred years had passed. Tianyun said, confirming the old ancestor's wonderment. As they entered the hall, the rest of Heavenly Jade Sect's elders were already waiting inside. Now, these are the people from the spirit race. I believe all of you already know the story of the spirit race. I have some announcement to make. I have become the new spirit race king, and I brought them here to take refuge from the Netherworld Empire. From the previous meeting, I now intend to make the faction into 3 doors, so that the spirit race could be separated and run the management of their own respective faction. Tianyun said confidently. Xuan was surprised as soon as she hears that Tianyun has already become the new spirit race king. In a short amount of time, Tianyun accomplished another incredible feat. Tianyun even brought them here. Even if the spirit race was not officially joining with the Heavenly Jade Sect, it was still incredible that they were here. I will agree to whatever Elder Yi had planned. Now may I ask if the spirit race themselves were okay joining such a weak faction in another continent like this? Xuan said politely. We will listen to Spirit King's word, we will obey his every word. Xianxia said respectfully. The elders from the spirit race nodded their heads as they agreed on Xianxia's word completely. It was a known fact that spirit race was a loyal race. Once their spirit king was crowned, they will obey the king's word to the very end. If that was the case, then we will agree to Elder Yi's plan, and we will help you get up on your feet with all we have. Xianxia said confidently. Now that the Heavenly Jade Sect agreed to my plan, Spirit Sect is officially formed. We already agreed on the Twin Dragon Mansion as the new name of our new faction before as the merge of Heavenly Jade Sect and Heaven's Top Mansion, but as we now consist of 3 factions, I would like to change the name once more. Tianyun said confidently. Just name it after your name.
We can call it Heavenly Cloud Mansion. Heavenly Cloud equals Tianyun. We will stick with you till the end anyway. Shi Shuiyan said confidently. Everyone seemed to support Shi Shuiyan's idea. They were excited to use Yi Tianyun's name as the new faction name for themselves. I don't think that is a good idea, Yi Tianyun said shyly. He was a little bit embarrassed to use his own name like this. We agreed to that name completely, my king, Yi Qingshan said excitedly. Well, if everyone agreed for this, then I hereby announce that Heavenly Jade Sect and Spirit Sect is now merged, and from today onward, the Heavenly Cloud Mansion is officially created as a third-grade faction. Yi Tianyun said charismatically. The elders were all nodded their heads in excitement and immediately excused themselves to go outside and announce the big news to all disciples and spirit race people outside. Yi Tianyun immediately told the elders before they went out that the identity of the spirit race must remain hidden for the time being, as they were still being targeted by the Netherworld Empire now. The elders nodded, and soon the news about the new faction under Yi Tianyun's name became the new uproar in the heavens immersing ancient ruins. The disciple of the Heavenly Jade Sect still didn't know the real identity of the newcomer that suddenly upgraded their faction, but they were okay with the new environment as they were told that the newcomer wouldn't take over the Heavenly Jade Sect and that they would manage their own sect inside the mansion. Yi Tianyun was satisfied by this development, and at that moment, he will make sure that after the Heaven's Top Mansion officially joined the Heavenly Cloud Mansion, the unity will still remain and thus making the Heavenly Cloud Mansion stronger. Yi Tianyun's quest was immediately updated, and now the quest name immediately changed from the Heavenly Jade Sect into Heavenly Cloud Mansion, and the number of people was quickly added, but it was still not finished just yet. He still had to send the heavens immersing ancient ruins to the heavenly border continent. Chapter 362. Yi Tianyun wanted to complete this quest as soon as possible, but he knew that moving the heavens immersing ancient ruins now will make a huge fuss, and there was no way the Netherworld Empire wouldn't take notice of that. I have to make a move to make sure the heavens immersing ancient ruins, Exodus to heavenly border continent goes without any hitch. Yi Tianyun murmured, but Shi Shuiyan still heard him, and thus she immediately asked what Yi Tianyun meant by that. I mean that we need to move to the heavenly border continent and officially merge the Heaven's Top Mansion with us to create the strongest third-grade faction there is. Yi Tianyun said confidently, but we've just arrived here. What if the Netherworld Empire notices our exodus later? Yi Qingshan asked worriedly. I'm aware of that problem too. I really want to crush the Netherworld Empire as soon as possible. Yi Tianyun said while his aura and killing intent indeliberately leaked out and scared several people. He immediately realized his mistake and toned down his aura while apologizing. I have a plan for this exodus. I will leave for several weeks, and after that, we will make a big show of our new faction. Even if the Netherworld Empire takes notice, they won't dare to do anything. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Where are you off to now? Yi Qingshan and Shi Shuiyan asked. I am going to visit the Heavenly Dragon Empire. They were at war with the Netherworld Empire, and I know a few people there. I'm planning to cooperate with them and make sure that the Netherworld Empire wouldn't dare to do anything. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. He has helped Ren Jiru, the Heavenly Dragon Empire's goddess. He knew that Ren Jiru would unite the Heavenly Dragon Empire, and thus he should be able to cooperate with them. He could have leveled his crazy mode up to make sure that he was strong enough to deal with the Netherworld Empire by himself, but he still lacked the required amount of crazy points to do that, around 4 to 5 million more crazy points. He has already checked, and even if he sold every item that he didn't use, he was still short several millions of crazy points. The problem with the system's shop was that the shop would buy the treasure he sold at a low price. So, after some thinking, Yi Tianyun knew that selling it was not worth the trouble. Heavenly Dragon Empire is indeed close by, but I heard there was some major event happening there. I don't know the details, but I heard that the Heavenly Dragon continent has fallen into a state of chaos now. You need to be careful there, or perhaps we could accompany you. Shi Shuiyan asked worriedly. No, just stay here. If there is really chaos in there, it is better for me to act alone. I don't know the Heavenly Dragon Empire had fallen into such extent. Yi Tianyun frowned as he said this word. There must be a major event that happened inside the Heavenly Dragon Empire as soon as she returned there. Old ancestor, I need you to strengthen the divine rune on this place, maybe fix some of the divine runes that was still broken. This place is our fortress. You will find that this place was carefully armed with some offensive type of divine runes. Yi Tianyun said, confidently. No problem, my king. I will do my best. Spirit Race Old Ancestor said excitedly. Although his cultivation didn't recover just yet, his divine rune ability was still top-notch. Well, with that taken care of, I will go to Heavenly Dragon Empire right away, Tianyun said with a smile on his face to reassure everyone. Tianyun decided to rest for the night and left toward the Heavenly Dragon Empire in the morning, as he also had to refine some pills and drew a prize from the enhanced lottery tickets that he got. With the soul accumulating grass that was brought by the spirit race, he should be able to level up once again. But before that, he needs to draw the prize first. He immediately activated his lucky aura and quickly activated his enhanced lottery ticket. He watched the roulette spun excitedly, and soon enough, the pointer stopped at special items column. Tianyun was excited by this prize column as the special item was the second best column on the board. The box quickly fell over, and Tianyun wasted no time to open the box to check the prizes that he won. Enhanced Blood Jade, 3 times more effective and 3 times bigger than normal Blood Jade. This is not a bad item, but Tianyun still frowned as he was currently in dire need of crazy points or express. He immediately drew another prize as he had 2 enhanced lottery tickets after defeating Army General Feng. Tianyun was shocked as soon as the pointer stopped at the divine ability column. This was the rarest column that the pointer could stop on. He immediately opened the box to see the new divine ability that he would have. Successfully acquired the divine ability, Stealth. Divine ability, Stealth, completely conceal the user from the enemy, whether attacking or defending. Level 1. 5 minutes time effect. Cooldown. 1 hour. Next level. 10.000.000 crazy points. Chapter 363. His draw wasn't bad at all. With the enhanced Blood Jade, he could create an outstanding divine rune. If he combined the enhanced Blood Jade with the Tyrant rune paper, he would have x15 power on the divine rune that he made. He could only imagine how much power that divine rune would give him. Divine ability, Stealth was equally amazing. It was completely concealing him from anyone in 5 minutes mark. He could assassinate anyone with this divine ability. This enhanced lottery roulette is very good. If I have any spare crazy points, I will surely spend it all here, Tianyun said to himself with awe. Immediately after, he began to refine the soul accumulating pill from the soul accumulating grass that he had. He tried to create the 5th refinement rank again at the beginning of his refinement, but this time he failed. The soul accumulating grass inside was destroyed. With this fail, Tianyun quietly refined the rest of the soul accumulating grass to the 4th refinement ranks as to not waste any more ingredient once again. Successfully refines soul accumulating pill. Reward: 500.000 CPs, 500 pill refining proficiency points. Successfully refines the soul accumulating pill several times, raising the success rate by a few percents. A new message popped up, startling Tianyun a little bit. He immediately checked, and sure enough, the success rate for soul accumulating pill's 4th refinement rank was currently 100%, and the 5th refinement rank was at 70%. He didn't know about this feature before. If he had known, he would have tried his best to get his hands on more ingredient. He quietly took the soul accumulating pill that he made just now. Congratulations to the host for successfully breakthrough to 8th level core transformation stage. He was really eager to get his hands on more soul accumulating grass to level up. He wondered if the Heavenly Dragon Empire had some of them. He started to refine a spirit congealing pill for Heavenly Jade Sect because he knew that many disciples were still struggling to break through to spirit refinement rank. In the morning, he gave all the pills to Xuan and prepared himself to leave toward the Heavenly Dragon Empire. As he walked out of his room, he noticed Xianxia stood near his door looking sad. Is there something wrong, Xianxia? Tianyun asked worriedly. The spirit forest has been destroyed by the Netherworld Empire. They also burned down the spirit pagoda along with the spirit sanctuary. Xianxia replied while looking like she was about to cry. It's okay. We will make sure that they will pay for all that, Tianyun said, reassuring Xianxia. You are right. Nothing could be accomplished by feeling sad like this. Are you ready to go, Spirit King? Xianxia asked while trying to cheer herself up. Yeah, there is not much time. If the Netherworld Empire sniffed out our place, things could get difficult, Tianyun said while smiling at Xianxia. Xianxia nodded and said nothing while Tianyun was heading toward the gate. But as he got closer to the gate, he saw a familiar figure who was also waiting for him there. Aunt, Tianyun shouted as he rushed toward Xuan and hugged her excitedly. Shi Shuiyan immediately giggled to see Yi Tianyun was still the same Yi Tianyun that she had known all these years. Are you ready to leave? She asked with a beautiful smile on her face. Yes, I have to hurry up and move us to the heavenly border continent as soon as possible. But Aunt, I see you have been working hard, Yi Tianyun said as he took notice that Shi Shuiyan's aura was stronger now. Well, I'm still nowhere near your level, but I am sure that you will bring everyone towards glory. Shi Shuiyan said with her smile still there. I promise to keep trying to strengthen our faction so that we could continue to get stronger. Yi Tianyun said confidently, I am sure you can do it. This time, make sure that you stay on your toes and come back quickly, okay? I will be waiting for you here. Shi Shuiyan said cheerfully. I promise, Aunt. Well, I must go now. See you later, Aunt. Yi Tianyun said as he immediately flew off toward the Heavenly Dragon Empire's direction. Shi Shuiyan looked at Yi Tianyun's slowly fading figure with a new determination on her eyes. She couldn't afford to fall behind. Chapter 364. Yi Tianyun quickly left toward the Heavenly Dragon Continent, and it didn't take too long for him to reach the destination as the Heavenly Dragon Continent was at the edge of Earthly Border Continent. I have to find out what happened to Ren Jiru after she returned to the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Yi Tianyun said to himself. Another reason that he had to find Ren Jiru was because he also received a chain quest as he got close to Heavenly Dragon Continent. Hidden Chain Quest. Help the Empire's Goddess. Reward. 50.000.000 Express. 1.000.000 CPs. 200 Ren Jiru Favorability Points. Empire Protector Title. Note. Completing the quest would affect the world. Yi Tianyun was excited to have another chain quest that gave wonderful rewards. Although he still didn't really know what he must do in order to complete the quest, at least he knew that he had to find Ren Jiru first. With his fast flying speed, Yi Tianyun finally arrived at the Heavenly Dragon Continent. The first thing that he noticed was that this continent was far denser in terms of spiritual energy than the Earthly Border Continent, but he also noticed that the place was indeed in a state of chaos. He immediately encountered a village that was being raided by bandits. Yi Tianyun immediately went down to help the villager defeat the bandits and temporarily brought peace to the village. Thank you very much for helping us, great hero. The villagers said while kneeling in front of Yi Tianyun with tears on their faces. They couldn't stop the bandits on their own, and their properties were already taken by the bandits. That was nothing, but I need to ask, isn't this continent managed by the Heavenly Dragon Empire? Why no one come to help and control the bandits? Yi Tianyun asked the village chief. The Heavenly Dragon Empire was in a state of turmoil. They didn't have the time to help a small village like us. Another small village in the edge of the continent was also experiencing the same thing. The village chief said sadly. Yeah, we even plan to move to Earthly Border Continent to save ourselves from the bandit attack. Another villager said solemnly expressing their desperation. It seems that the situation was more serious than I thought. Now, I must go, take care of each other. Yi Tianyun said while taking flight immediately toward the Heavenly Dragon Empire. He passed through many cities on his way to the Heavenly Dragon Empire, but he didn't see the same problem as the village earlier, but the one thing he realized was that the cities had many cultivators resided there while the village didn't. He immediately landed in one of the cities that he passed and decided to stay in the city for a while. He noticed that the situation inside the city itself wasn't that good either, but it was not so bad that the people weren't able to live peacefully. He intended to find out more about the Heavenly Dragon Empire in that city. He looked at the gate and saw that the city's name was Dragon Tail City. As soon as he walked to enter the city, a guard stopped him and said that the cost to enter the city was 12 spirit stones. Yi Tianyun was surprised that the cost of entering a city was that high. The guard became impatient and told Yi Tianyun to hurry up, but as soon as Yi Tianyun gave 12 spirit stones to the guard, they refused Yi Tianyun's entry and said that Yi Tianyun had to give 3 more spirit stone in order to enter as Yi Tianyun was wasting their time. Yi Tianyun looked at the guard coldly, but he still took out 3 more spirit stones and gave it to the guards. He knew that he didn't have to do anything at this moment. Yi Tianyun immediately rushed inside the city while the guards were snickering to each other. This is good, did you see that brat give in so easily? We can have a great drink tonight, the guard said to another guard. Well, with chaos ensued outside, the brat doesn't have any choice. Another guard said while snickering with the other guards. As soon as another person came and wanted to go inside the city, the guard immediately stopped him as he did with Yi Tianyun. Brat, If you want to enter, you need to pay 22 spirit stone. The guard coldly asked, 22? Didn't the previous guy only pay 15? The young man said worriedly. 22 spirit stones, or feel free to leave. The guard said coldly. The young man was a little taken aback after the guards talked to him coldly and immediately reached out for his wallet to fish out 22 spirit stone as the guards asked. But as he was still counting his money, the guards were suddenly flung toward the wall. The guards' scream startled everybody, but they saw this opportunity to sneak into the city, while Tianyun was standing on the gate while smirking. 15 spirit stone will also give you a good spanking, Tianyun said while grinning. He couldn't believe that a city guard still found a chance to extort people like this. It seemed the city only looked stable at the surface, while the reality said otherwise. Tianyun immediately went into a restaurant and ordered some food with wine while carefully listening to everyone's conversation about the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Tianyun believed that the best place to gather information was a restaurant or a tavern, but as the sun was still shining quite brightly outside, he knew that a tavern wouldn't be a good choice at that time. Sure enough, he immediately heard some people gossiping in the corner. Did you hear that the Empire had a civil war at this moment? I heard it all started because the princess is back, causing the Empire to split into two sides. A man said to his friends. Why is she coming back? Isn't her brother dead? What power does she have now? Another man said, chiming into the first man. I don't know the details, many people are standing by her side, but with Prime Minister Long as her opponent, I don't think she can win. Many people assumed that Prime Minister Long would make a move to get rid of the princess soon. The man said again, shush, don't say it out loud. If her supporter hears you, you will get into big trouble. Another man said, silencing him from speaking any further. Now Tianyun knew that Ren Jiru's big brother didn't leave Ren Jiru by herself willingly. Chapter 365. Ren Jiru was the princess of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, while the goddess title will be used if she became the empress of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Tianyun immediately approached the gossiping men and put 100 spirit stone on the table. Now, would you tell me more about what you know? Whoever has the better information will get this money and maybe more. Tianyun said confidently. What are you talking about? The first man said, I heard you're talking about the Empire earlier. I need more information. Whoever gives me better information will get these spirit stones, and maybe more. Tianyun said confidently. Each of them started to say that they had better information than the others while also throwing off each other so that they could keep the money for themselves. Stop, Tianyun shouted as he could no longer stand the chaos. State your information one by one. I will judge which information is better myself. Tianyun said as he pointed for a man to go first. I know that the princess has returned to the empire not that long ago and immediately expressed her intention to take the throne, while Prime Minister Long, who was going to be enthroned earlier, clearly disagreed with her. The two began to argue with one another about who will succeed the throne, and the situation isn't clear even now. The princess was supported by the late emperor faction, while the reasoning is obvious. The Heavenly Dragon Empire has always ruled by the Ren family. But the Prime Minister was also backed by several powerful groups, and they also argued that Prime Minister was still a part of Ren family bloodline. The man said confidently. Tianyun nodded as he heard so many things that he didn't know before. It seems he only knows about the tip of the iceberg. I know a lot more in detail. The second man said confidently. While what he said was true, the most important part is that the princess has the pure blood of Ren family's Heavenly Dragon bloodline on her veins. That is also the reason that she was the only one now who can control the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure. To be an emperor of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, one needs to be able to control the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure. That is also why many people speculate that Prime Minister Long would find a chance to kill her to take the throne for himself. The second man explained. Both began to argue and accused the other of lying as they really wanted the spirit stones for themselves. Tianyun thought over, and the information from both of them was actually very good. He immediately pulled out another 100 and gave it to them. Silence. Here you go. 100 each. Now you don't need to fight. Tianyun said annoyedly. The two men immediately took the spirit stones Tianyun put on the table and started to laugh. Thank you very much, generous man. But, are you inquiring this information to support the princess? The first man asked. Why do you ask? Tianyun asked curiously. Well, with the two sides constantly searching for any support that they could have, there are so many people who already swore their allegiances to the side they want to support. In fact,
the princess already ordered this city to recruit experts and that you can report to the city hall if you want to join. The second man explained. That would be unnecessary, Tianyun said confidently and immediately left the men to their own business. Tianyun immediately left the city and decided to fly straight toward the heart of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the Heavenly Dragon Imperial City. It took him several days to arrive, but he surely didn't feel fatigued. As he flew near the Imperial City, suddenly, an expert shouted for his attention and flew towards Tianyun. Tianyun used his appraisal eyes and saw that the person was at the core transformation stage. In order not to cause any misunderstanding, Tianyun immediately disappeared. The core transformation stage expert was startled as he swore that he saw another person flying by, but as he looked around, there wasn't even a trace of spiritual energy around that indicated any expert flying by. Weird, how could a person suddenly disappear just like that? Do I see things? The core transformation stage expert said curiously. He eventually flew back toward the city in low altitude. In the sky, Tianyun wasn't moving at all. He used his stealth divine ability to avoid the man as Tianyun couldn't say the reason he came toward the Imperial City. He couldn't hope for anybody to understand that he wanted to meet with the princess and led him to just that. So, he used stealth and chose to fly and go straight toward the city and search for Ren Jiru's whereabout. After a while, he finally found Ren Jiru was in the middle of trouble, and after observing that Ren Jiru was a little bit pale, Tianyun quickly went down to save her. Chapter 366. In the Heavenly Dragon Empire throne room, Ren Jiru sat on the throne while looking at the Empire's ministers coldly. Princess, Prime Minister Long had managed the whole Heavenly Dragon Empire after your brother was gone. Give him some leeway, please. At this rate, he would send troops to attack the Imperial City soon. One of the ministers said worriedly. What management? This Heavenly Dragon Empire was built and created for Ren family. This is not something that another person from another family could attain. Look at what he had done. He didn't even win the war that he himself waged against the Netherworld Empire. Ren Jiru said coldly. Yeah, the princess was the rightful heir to the throne. If she didn't return, I believe that we would have been dispatched toward the border to fight a pointless battle against the Netherworld Empire. Another minister chimed in as he supported Ren Jiru. Agreed. The princess has become the goddess. This is beyond doubt the right reason to let her become our leader. Furthermore, Prime Minister Long couldn't even control the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure. Another more minister also supported Ren Jiru's claim to the throne. No, I'm not saying that she doesn't have the right to be the new monarch. I only said that Prime Minister Long had done a great job managing Heavenly Dragon Empire in a tough situation. Above all else, he was also the princess's uncle. The first minister argued. Now, no need to argue over what is better here. I only need to wait for Prime Minister Long's return and talk privately with him. Ren Jiru said confidently. Princess, the public won't be pleased with this. Prime Minister Long is currently on the front line, blocking off Netherworld Empire's attempt to invade our land, and here you are, trying to undo his power. The minister said angrily. Ren Jiru knew that her prestige among the public was still there. She was still the beloved princess who was loved by the people, and she also knew that the public has been wondering why she went missing all this time. You don't need to say anything else, I've already made up my mind, and now, I am tired. I will take a break for a while, hope you all got a good rest. Ren Jiru said dismissively. Of course, princess, all the ministers said simultaneously. They all began to leave as Ren Jiru walked back toward her room. But as soon as she neared the hall towards her room, several men in the cloak appeared in front of her. Princess, please come along calmly. One of the shadow men said in an orderly tone. Are you people sent by Prime Minister Long? Couldn't he think creatively instead of sending some men to capture me? Ren Jiru said annoyedly. She quickly reached for her sword and immediately released her killing intent. She even released some of her spiritual energy, shrouding her in a dragon-like fog that prevented those men in the cloak to come any closer. She immediately used Heavenly Dragon's power. She must be very confident about that technique. Stand your ground. We will beat that fog down. The first man from before quickly shouted to his men. But Ren Jiru, who was shrouded by the fog, has already launched her own attack toward these men. She stomped the ground powerfully, causing the men in cloak lost their footing. Did you really think that for a second, you all can beat me? Ren Jiru said as he put her feet on the previous man. But a powerful whip immediately tied her and sealed the Heavenly Dragon's power that she was exerting. Princess, you are too nah.
They, another man said while smiling sardonically. The whip immediately released black energy that slowly ate the heavenly dragon's power away, causing Ren Jiru's complexion changed as a result. Heavenly dragon's power wasn't any ordinary power at all. It was connected directly to her own soul. Therefore, she will be affected as well if her heavenly dragon's power was threatened. Poison Dragon's Whip, this is what Prime Minister Long came up with. Ren Jiru said challengingly. Sure, our mission is only to bring you in. That's all you need to know. The man in the cloak said coldly. Ren Jiru gritted her teeth as her power left her body almost instantly. But she wouldn't give up. She immediately pulled out a dragon blade from her storage ring and immediately made a move to struggling, but as she was about to do just that, a new figure arrived and started killing the man in the cloak. Who are you? The man in the cloak shouted at Tianyun. Well, with so many people bullying my younger sister, it was only right that the big brother would come to help. Tianyun said casually. The man in the cloak was startled by Tianyun's word as they were told that the prince was already dead. Chapter 367. Big brother, are you the great Emperor Ren? No, the great emperor is dead. Who are you? The men in cloaks said almost simultaneously. They began to inspect Tianyun. Although they couldn't estimate Tianyun's cultivation stage, they instinctively knew that Tianyun was bad news. The men in cloaks saw Tianyun as a beast. They shivered from fear as they saw Tianyun was smirking towards them. The next moment, Tianyun flashed towards one of the men in cloak and punched the man toward the wall, killing him instantly. Ren Jiru was shocked by Tianyun's sudden entrance, but she was more confused about why he would claim to be her big brother while she obviously never saw him before. Tianyun quickly rushed over toward another man in cloak, to punch him. The man in cloak, who yielded in fear, immediately retreated from the scene. But Tianyun was faster. He immediately pulled the men in cloak who seemed to be their leader from the beginning to the side, preventing him from escaping. Tianyun also slammed the man's chest, destroying his cultivation completely. You destroyed my cultivation, how could you do this? The man said with a look of disbelief. Tianyun immediately rushed over to the rest of them and started killing each one of them easily. Successfully killed a black-cloaked assassin. Reward: 260.000 Express, 3.300 CPs, 200 SPs, Shadow Step Martial Art, Shadow Flash, Shadow Blade, Poison Dragon's Whip. Successfully. After killing the assassin, Tianyun was a little bit confused. Why was this group of assassins having the same martial arts as the Shadow Guard from the Netherworld Empire? Was this martial art that common? The question kept resounding in Tianyun's mind. After killing all but one assassin, Tianyun pulled the man up toward Ren Jiru. She didn't waste any more time and unmasked the man quickly. Army General Wang, are you the one behind all this attack? Why would you do this? Ren Jiru asked coldly. Yes, I didn't expect you to have such a strong helping hand. My squad is already wiped out. I advise that you obediently hand the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure to Prime Minister Long immediately and leave the palace. Otherwise, you will suffer with the people supporting you. The man said bravely. Suffer? My big brother is already dead. I am already suffering. I will personally make sure that you will be dead by the end of this. Ren Jiru said while looking like on the verge of crying. You will not be able to beat Prime Minister Long. Army General Wang said as he laughed his heart out. Suddenly, a flash of silver pierced his chest, and Ren Jiru even let the man watch her do just that. Shish, do not fight the darkness, embrace. You will be joining my big brother soon, to answer for your sin. Ren Jiru said coldly as she pulled out her dagger from Army General Wang's chest. Successfully killed Army General Wang. Reward: 390.000 Express, 4.600 CPs, 200 SPs, Shadow Step Martial Arts, Cloud Wave's Palm, Shadowless Whip, Poison Dragon's Whip. Ren Jiru killed the Army General Wang, but Tianyun still got the Express and many more items, like Tianyun was the one killing him. After a while, the groups of guards immediately arrived at the scene while shouting to protect their princess. Several guards even encircled Tianyun while pointing their spear toward him. Princess, are you okay? One of the guards said worriedly. I am okay. The young man wasn't an assassin. The real assassin was already killed by him. Believe it or not, Army General Wang was the perpetrator of the assassination. She said as she pointed her fingers toward the body of Army General Wang. The guard was surprised to see Army General Wang was indeed one of the dead bodies wearing the cloak. Clean this up and hang Army General Wang's body on the city gate. I wanted to show the crowds the consequences of betraying me, Ren Jiru said confidently. They immediately ran Jiru's order and immediately left Ren Jiru with Yi Tianyun alone. Are you okay? The black aura from the whip looks like a poison earlier. Yi Tianyun asked worriedly. I am fine, but who are you? Why did you save me? Ren Jiru asked curiously. Didn't you used to call me brother? Yi Tianyun said while smiling and taking off his mask. Brother, Ren Jiru shouted and hugged Yi Tianyun immediately, but she started shaking immediately from the effect of the poison earlier. Now, don't be stubborn and let me help you cleanse the poison on your system. Yi Tianyun said scoldingly. Okay. Ren Jiru nodded her head while smiling at Yi Tianyun warmly. She completely trusted him. Chapter 368. Yi Tianyun walked into Ren Jiru's bedroom. Once inside, Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised that the room was very ordinary looking. Once Ren Jiru was settled down on the bed, Yi Tianyun quickly assessed her situation. It seems the poison inside your body is very potent. A small amount of it could weaken your aura to this extent. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. That's because it's the poison dragon's toxin. It has a stronger effect when used to any of the dragon clan. Although it is not fatal, it would greatly weaken us. I didn't expect Prime Minister Long to have access to such a weapon. Ren Jiru said angrily. I will be the judge of that. Now, let me analyze the poison inside your system. Yi Tianyun said as he quickly used his appraisal eye to check on the poison's properties. Successfully analyzed the poison dragon's toxin. Antidote ingredient. 1 dragon soul flower, 2 dead poison grass. The poison is rare. It would be hard to analyze it completely. I should be completely fine after some rest. Don't waste your energy over something unnecessary. Ren Jiru said casually. Now, don't talk too much, just lay down and rest. Yi Tianyun said, shushing Ren Jiru. He immediately pulled out his purple fire divine furnace and started refining the antidote for the poison dragon's toxin as he already had every ingredient needed to make one. A moment later, Yi Tianyun finished refining the necessary antidote and immediately gave it to Ren Jiru. If you eat this, the poison will surely be detoxified immediately. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Are you sure? You refine it so fast? Ren Jiru said, a little bit surprised. I am sure. Now eat it. You will be fine after you eat it. Yi Tianyun said confidently. He couldn't say how he could refine the pill so fast, so he didn't tell Ren Jiru about his ability. Ren Jiru, who has already trusted Yi Tianyun, immediately took the pill without any hesitation. Once again, she was surprised to see the pill took effect almost instantly. Her body suddenly became light, like she was never poisoned in the first place. I am already cured. How could this pill's effect be this strong? How did you do this, brother? Ren Jiru asked with awe in her eyes. It's simple. I thoroughly analyzed the toxin and then broke it down. I will make some more pill for you so that you could use it in case you are in trouble when I am not around. Yi Tianyun said as he began refining another batch of the antidotes. Are you going to leave soon, brother? Ren Jiru asked Yi Tianyun as she realized that Yi Tianyun was too hasty. She also knew that Yi Tianyun wasn't her real brother, but she really felt close toward Yi Tianyun like her own brother. No, at least not soon. I am here to ask for your help to fight the Netherworld Empire and help you solve your problem here. But I'm starting to think that maybe this Prime Minister Long was colluding with the Netherworld Empire against you. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. No, that can't be. Prime Minister Long maybe saw me as a threat right now, but I am sure he wouldn't collude with Netherworld Empire. He has already killed so many people from the Netherworld Empire's side. Ren Jiru said, stating her opinion. Well, I don't know about him, but the black-cloaked assassin was the shadow guard of the Netherworld Empire. If there is another group of cultivators in this Heavenly Dragon Empire that use the shadow art like them, then maybe I was wrong, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Ren Jiru was silent for a while as she was thinking of Yi Tianyun's word. I don't know of anyone using that martial art around here, but I know that I wouldn't be able to help you fight the Netherworld Empire for the time being, as I need to solve the problem our internal affair first. She said as she sighed heavily. Well, that was expected. Now tell me the current situation on your part. How is the current situation of the great Emperor Ren? Yi Tianyun asked Ren Jiru solemnly. I am sorry, but right now, I know very little about the information itself. When I arrived here, I heard that my brother was already dead. A demon beast killed him while he was passing the dangerous area and that his body was missing. I don't believe that my brother would be killed that easily, especially by a demon beast inside the dangerous area. His cultivation isn't low, there is no way that a demon beast would best him in combat, and once I returned, Prime Minister Long doesn't even want to talk to me. I believe that the Prime Minister had something to do with my brother's death. Ren Jiru said angrily. Prime Minister Long is my uncle, so he should know about the Great Emperor's schedule, whereabout and stuff at all times, and he could set a trap for him. I think, maybe Prime Minister Long was angry that he couldn't control the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure and therefore failed to become the Great Emperor. Meanwhile, my brother could control it easily. Ren Jiru said, stating her speculation. I also think that my brother was still alive inside the dangerous area. If he's not, then Prime Minister Long surely would have taken back his body so that he could make his claim to the throne so much easier. Ren Jiru said hopefully. Why would you think of that? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Well, so far, they didn't try to kill me. They only wanted to capture me and take my dragon essence. That way, Prime Minister Long will have the means to control the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure eventually. I know that he wouldn't give it up, no matter what. Ren Jiru answered angrily. Yi Tianyun was silent for a while. In his head, he kept wondering, what was this Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure? Chapter 369. Yi Tianyun frowned as he started to think that all Ren Jiru's theory made sense. So, where is this Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure? Is it here, in this city? Yi Tianyun asked. Yes, it is here, but unfortunately, there is no pure Heavenly Dragon bloodline who could control it fully. If they extracted my blood essence and my brother, Prime Minister Long might have a shot to control it. Ren Jiru said solemnly. That is the reason why I don't believe when he said that my brother died inside the dangerous area. If he was dead, Prime Minister Long would no longer have a way to control the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure. Furthermore, my brother was a void spirit expert, he was undeniably strong. Ren Jiru added angrily. Then, did you already order your people to search and explore the dangerous area? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. I did, but unfortunately, none of them find any clue. They didn't have strong enough cultivation to explore the Coiling Dragon Cave efficiently. Ren Jiru said solemnly. After hearing the name Coiling Dragon Cave, Yi Tianyun immediately remembered that he once got a map named the Coiling Dragon Treasure Map. Was the map usable to explore this Coiling Dragon Cave? He immediately opened his inventory and checked the Coiling Dragon Treasure Map once again. He saw that the map showed detailed information about the cave, and while it seemed the place was difficult to traverse, this map made it a lot easier. He never had time to explore that place by himself before, but he surely didn't expect that place was connected to a world quest. This place was rumored to be a place once used by the Dragon Clan resident. It was rumored to have a lot of Dragon Clan bones and Dragon Clan essence in there. If you can find the treasure, there is no doubt that you could improve your power significantly. But this is all just a rumor. I have never seen any Dragon Clan bones while I am there, and the place was filled with so many strong demon beasts that constantly come out of the cave and trespassed into the nearby city. Ren Jiru explained. So, when do we leave? If you just stay here, there is no way that your brother would ever be found. Yi Tianyun asked curiously. I originally planned to wait until there was enough expert joining my expedition, but as you are here, I don't need them anymore, we could go whenever you are ready. I really hope that my brother is still alive, Ren Jiru said with a sad smile on her face. Yi Tianyun couldn't say anything to reassure Ren Jiru as he was unsure whether Ren Long was still alive or not. That was solely because Ren Long has been missing for several years, not weeks. His chance of survival was extremely low. Yi Tianyun quickly told Ren Jiru that they should be going to Coiling Dragon Cave tomorrow as soon as she calmed herself down a little bit. At the same time, Army General Wang's body was hoisted to the city wall for everyone to see, causing an uproar on the resident of the imperial city. Nobody expected the Army General to be a traitor and, on top of that, an assassin targeting the princess's life. Many people started to point their finger toward Prime Minister Long as corrupt and power-hungry. That news spread fast, and so many new theories were made regarding Prime Minister Long and Army General Wang, but almost all of them were bad. The public even came up with some evidence that Army General Wang was indeed an agent sent by the Netherworld Empire, tarnishing Prime Minister Long's popularity in public's view once again. At the same time, a middle-aged man was sitting in a dragon chair drinking hot tea while exerting a terrifying aura. That person is none other than Prime Minister Long himself. You said that you would get the job done. Now, Not only you fail, but my reputation is also down the drain. How can I become the new ruler of the Heavenly Dragon Empire like this? Prime Minister Long said annoyedly. This is all an accident, my lord. We didn't expect Army General Wang to lose his life while fighting against the princess. But don't you worry, my lord, I will solve the Army General Wang's problem soon. A minister of Heavenly Dragon Empire said while kneeling shakenly in front of Prime Minister Long. That little princess is still searching for her brother. She doesn't want to believe that Ren Long had died inside the coiling dragon cave a long time ago. There is no way he could survive so long in there. But she still relentlessly gathers many experts for her expedition inside that cave. Maybe it is time for me to pay her a visit myself. Prime Minister Long said sinisterly. However, on the next day, Prime Minister Long received another report stating that the princess has already left the imperial city and was currently heading toward the coiling dragon cave. Prime Minister Long smirked evilly as he knows that his chance to capture the wild princess has finally come. Send Feng Long to capture her. In this time, I don't want to hear about any failure. You understand, Prime Minister Long said toward the minister. Understand, my lord, if she wasn't inside the imperial city, we have a better advantage. The minister said while smirking evilly. Yes, it was stupid of her to leave the security of the city in a time like this. Prime Minister Long said, while sneering. Chapter 370. When Ren Jiru was ready to head to the coiling dragon cave with Yi Tianyun, one of her ministers stopped her. Princess, where are you going? The minister asked. Lu Darren, I am going to coiling dragon cave. I am still looking for my brother. Ren Jiru said confidently. That is impossible, my princess. Great Emperor Ren has been missing for so long. You will only endanger yourself out there. Lu Darren said worriedly. Staying here wouldn't change anything either. They still tried to assassinate me here. Now, I must search and explore the coiling dragon cave for my brother. I believe that he was still alive there. Ren Jiru said confidently. Please stay, my princess. You can use the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure to defend yourself here, while you will be defenseless out there. Lu Darren desperately persuaded Ren Jiru to stay. Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised to hear that the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure could be used to protect herself. He finally remembered that Ren Jiru wanted to do something before he came to rescue her, but she refrained from doing anything after he came. If you put it that way, then I would never leave the imperial city for the rest of my life. No matter what you said, I really must go to the coiling dragon cave, at least for the peace of my mind. Ren Jiru said steadily. No, I will not allow it. If you really insist on leaving the imperial city, then you will have to kill me. Lu Darren said solemnly. What the hell? Ren Jiru wanted to say something else, but she was interrupted by Yi Tianyun. If I am not mistaken, according to this man, you will be safer here than out there, correct? Yi Tianyun asked. Yes, I am sorry for not thanking you fast enough for saving the princess' life, but yes. The princess would be so much safer if she stays in this city. She would be able to control the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure, and the secret treasure would make sure that no one would be able to attack her. Lu Darren said confidently. If this is the truth, then why didn't you use it during the previous assassination attempt? Yi Tianyun asked Ren Jiru curiously. I underestimated them before. I thought I could handle them on my own without using the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure. Ren Jiru said embarrassedly. Now, I changed my mind. You stay here, I will search for Great Emperor Ren on my own. Yi Tianyun said with finality on his tone. Ren Jiru looked like about to say something, but Yi Tianyun immediately interrupted her and scolded her to obey him this time. Lu Darren, who was watching on the side, was surprised to see the princess obeyed the young man easily like that. You don't have to worry, if Great Emperor Ren is indeed inside that place, I will make sure to bring even his bone back here. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Of course I believe in you, brother. But you still have to be careful in there. Here, take this dragon jade pendant and my brother portrait with you. You just have to crush the pendant to protect you from any incoming attack temporarily. Ren Jiru said as she gave a pendant and her brother's portrait to Yi Tianyun. Okay, I will take this with me. Yi Tianyun said as he accepted the pendant and the portrait. Heavenly Dragon Jade Pendant. A high-grade holy tool. This item could effectively create a shield around the user that could withstand the attack of Void Spirit Cultivator. Yi Tianyun was a little surprised to see the pendant was a high-grade holy tool rank. He wanted to return it to Ren Jiru, but he knew that Ren Jiru would never let him go if he didn't accept her gift. Then he turned his attention to the picture of Great Emperor Ren. He was so much alike Ren Jiru, but the masculine feature was prominent. I know that you are stronger than me, but you still have to promise me that you will be careful out there. Ren Jiru said while pouting toward Yi Tianyun. She was not a fool, she knew that Yi Tianyun was much more powerful than she was, as she saw it herself that Yi Tianyun killed Army General Wang with only one move. Okay, I promise, but I will create an illusion that you are indeed coming with me to Coiling Dragon Cave. So, the enemy would target me and will leave this city alone. Yi Tianyun said confidently. I agree, but it would make your situation a lot more dangerous. I can send someone to come with you as a helper, rest assured, they would be trustworthy. Lu Darren proposed. That wouldn't be needed, I have my own way of dealing with the enemy later. Don't worry about me, I wouldn't take my own life lightly. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Yi Tianyun then borrowed some of Ren Jiru's clothes and made a clone of Ren Jiru to trick the enemy inside the city. After the preparation was done, Yi Tianyun and the clone immediately flew toward the Coiling Dragon Cave. Yi Tianyun's plan worked. As soon as he flew out of the city, a group of men followed him from below. They looked at each other with a smile on their face. Brother, we will get another huge reward after this. We've already succeeded trapping the great Emperor Ren inside the cave, and now we just have to do it once more. A man from the group that followed Yi Tianyun said. Yeah, we will be rich after this. Another man who seemed to be their leader smirked evilly. Chapter 371. Yi Tianyun flew slowly so that the enemy could follow him easily. He already knew that a group of men who were following him from below as his perceptual ability was higher than any cultivator near his stage. They immediately followed me as soon as I left the city, but it seems they are just a bunch of small fries. Yi Tianyun said to himself and decided to speed up a little bit. Did they discover us? Why would they speed up like that? Quickly, chase them, the leader said frantically. The group of men panicked and immediately rushed to chase Yi Tianyun and the clone so that they wouldn't be too far behind. But as they finally saw Yi Tianyun again, they were confused as they couldn't see Ren Jiru anywhere. Did they really notice our presence? Where is the princess? Did she hide herself after they noticed us? The leader said wonderingly. We have to divide our group into 2 units. One will keep chasing the brat and surround him while another unit will search for the princess. The leader said commandingly. The group immediately obeyed and separated themselves into 2 small groups. They didn't know that the clone simply expired and disappeared into thin air. The first group immediately caught up with Yi Tianyun and stopped him. Brat, tell us where the princess is. If you cooperate with us, we will make sure to leave you alive. The leader said menacingly. I could tell you her whereabouts, but I am afraid you will have to die right after. Yi Tianyun said playfully. If that's the case, then don't blame us for what about to happen to you right now. The leader said menacingly. Men, capture him, the leader shouted, and his other 2 companions immediately surrounded Yi Tianyun and pulled out a bundle of semi-transparent rope, ready to capture him. Bundle of Gods. A highly durable capturing tools, not even a void spirit stage expert could get out once trapped inside. Yi Tianyun sighed as he saw the details of the tools that the enemies were using. Once the trio started throwing the ropes to tie him up, Yi Tianyun immediately teleported behind one of the enemies and punched the poor man so hard from the back. The man immediately was thrown away a little bit far and slammed the ground hard, instantly killing him. Successfully killed Feng Yun. Reward: 390.000 Express, 4.500 CPs, 300 SPs, Bundle Lock Martial Arts, Dragon Sealing Secret Art, Bundle of Gods, Poison Dragon's Toxin. After killing the first man, Yi Tianyun quickly pulled out the Cold Ice Divine Bow and immediately used the Fury of Ice Cold toward the enemy's leader. The enemy's leader was shocked to see a powerful attack coming towards him at very high speed. He wanted to escape the area of effect of Yi Tianyun's attack, but sadly, he wasn't fast enough and was immediately killed after turning into an ice sculpture in the air and shattered into 1,000 pieces once he fell on the ground. Unfortunately, Yi Tianyun's high-speed arrow also caught the last enemy who happened to stand closely with his leader, freezing him into an ice sculpture too. The remaining enemy sensed the powerful aura coming from the way that the leader should be and immediately rushed over to check the situation, but once they arrived on the scene, they were shocked to see their companion and leader were already dead. This is a trap, we have to leave, quickly. One of them shouted and turned around to escape, but they were surprised as they heard Yi Tianyun's voice was close by. Once they started to run, they immediately realized that Tianyun was already waiting for them. Don't you want to surround me earlier? Don't you want to capture the princess? Why would you choose to run away now? Come, I too am tired of waiting, Tianyun said while walking towards the men menacingly. Chapter 372. Tianyun released his aura, making the enemy shuddered from the intensity of his aura. But they didn't try to escape this time as they know that they won't get far. Instead, they immediately used the dragon sealing secret art that they had. The three of them immediately activated the dragon sealing secret art, connecting their spirit power to each other, possibly to increase the effectiveness of the skill, as Tianyun knew that if a group of people successfully link their spiritual power to each other, they will get an immense boost of power after. But it was nonetheless a difficult feat to achieve. Now, I am impressed. You guys clearly had trained so hard to achieve this kind of cooperation, but unfortunately, your power is still not enough. If the 6 of you cooperate like this, you may have a chance, but they already died before you have a chance to try, Tianyun said sarcastically. Tianyun immediately aimed his ice-cold divine bow towards the remaining enemies, but the enemy quickly pulled out a peak-grade soul tool of their own, and once again, their spiritual power rose significantly. Tianyun, who didn't want to face any kind of trouble later, immediately shot 3 arrows straight towards each man. While they successfully increased their spiritual power significantly, Tianyun's arrow was still too much for them. The 3 men couldn't hold their ground and were immediately thrown off from the arrow's impact. The spiritual net that was starting to materialize around Tianyun immediately disappeared as soon as the 3 men were knocked down. Suddenly, kill confirmation notices popped up in front of Tianyun, informing him that he successfully killed 2 out of 3 of them. The last person alive was immediately tied into the 3 as Tianyun wanted to ask him the question regarding the great Emperor Ren. You killed all my brothers," the last enemy said furiously. "So, you've killed so many people before. Aren't we the same?" Tianyun said indifferently. "I will kill you, I swear on my brother's grave," the guy said furiously while trying to break free from his bond. "So, you are clearly not an amateur in this profession, so answer my question, and you might be freed. Who ordered you to assassinate the princess and me now?" Tianyun asked casually. "Nonsense. If you know that we aren't amateurs, you should know that I would never give you that information," the guy named Feng Tu said. "Well, you just make the situation much more interesting," Tianyun said as he pulled out a pill from his pocket and immediately fed it to Feng Tu forcefully. "What did you give me? What poison is this?" Feng Tu asked as he gradually became paler. "Well, this is a fairly new poison. I gave it to you for experimentation. I do have the antidote, however," Tianyun said casually. Feng Tu then screamed as the poison spread to his system, and he suddenly felt excruciating pain. As time went by, Feng Tu became weaker due to the poison and pain that he suffered. However, Tianyun didn't show any sign of mercy to Feng Tu at all. "How does it feel? Now, you may experience more pain as I will use soul search on you," Tianyun said as he activated the soul searching ability. Tianyun already had this ability for long, but he didn't feel the need to use this skill before because he didn't need to interrogate someone like he was about to do now. As soon as Tianyun used the ability on Feng Tu began to rant incoherently. "I killed the entire Fang family. I also killed the Lu family while I disgraced their daughter in front of her own father," Feng Tu said uncontrollably, but none of this was the information that Tianyun needed. All Tianyun wanted to be the name of the person who hired them to capture Ren Jiru and the information about Great Emperor Ren. But as Tianyun waited for the information he needed, Feng Tu has already gone crazy and useless. So, without wasting more of his time on a crazy person, Tianyun left toward the coiling dragon cave. Chapter 373. After quite some time, Tianyun didn't come across any other people who tried to get in his way, so he assumed that the group of assassins earlier was the best that the enemy could hire for this job. Tianyun was a little bit disappointed that he wouldn't be fighting any void spirit expert for the moment. The Heavenly Dragon dangerous area wasn't that far away from the Imperial City as it only took Tianyun a day to get there. As he approached the Heavenly Dragon dangerous area, Tianyun realized that the place was buzzing. There were so many cultivators coming in and out of place, and there were also many merchants on the entrance, ready to sell many weapon and armor to the cultivator. "This place is quite lively. Is this place really a dangerous area?" Tianyun said to himself in complete disbelief. Yi Tianyun decided to continue to fly inside as there was nothing else that he needed to do outside of the place. As he pressed onwards, the deeper he goes, the heavier the pressure was. It seems this place was pushing him to the ground somehow. Yi Tianyun quickly decided to walk as it was like ton bricks were placed on his back as he flew. As soon as Yi Tianyun walked on the ground, the pressure was completely weakened. But he could still feel the immense pressure of that place. Yi Tianyun knew at that moment that none of the low-stage cultivators would be able to come inside, as they will be crushed under the immense pressure of that place. Yi Tianyun quickly used his appraisal eye to investigate the place. Heavenly Dragon Dangerous Zone, a place where the powerful Heavenly Dragon's power resides. It is not recommended for any cultivator below 8th level spirit refinement stage. Yi Tianyun could also see the amount of pressure in the air, and he saw that the pressure even reached 100.000.000 points near the clouds. Who could afford to come up there? Yi Tianyun also noticed that he currently could afford 10.000.000 points of pressure right now, as he couldn't afford to fly any higher than that. Fortunately, this place didn't require flying that much. Focusing his attention on his surrounding, Yi Tianyun realized that the place was quite beautiful and didn't seem dangerous at all. Apart from the immense pressure, that place was quite normal. But this place was still the outer part of the area, so there was no telling what else lay ahead. Yi Tianyun also realized that many spirit refinement stage cultivators were walking around the place, and some of them even sat down and cultivated around the outer area. With the immense pressure that place had, they might be able to cultivate a lot faster there. At first, Yi Tianyun wanted to warn them as their cultivation wasn't high enough to enter that place, but he knew that the cultivator rarely abode a stranger's advice, so he decided to let them be, as he realized that those cultivators came at their own risk. Sure enough, as he walked deeper inside, no cultivator bothered talking to him. Yi Tianyun also knew that they had no obligation to be friendly either, so Yi Tianyun also ignored them completely. But as soon as he walks further inside, he realized that the amount of cultivator drastically changed. The cultivator was much scarcer in here. He only occasionally found a cord transformation stage expert cultivating on their own, while earlier he could find a group of cultivators at the same time. Hey, I am Xu Fei. Would you like to go inside the coiling dragon cave together? Suddenly, someone approached and talked to Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun immediately looked at the young man with his appraisal eye and saw that the young man was at 9th level core condensation stage, and he looked friendly. But after a while, a few other people also approached Xu Fei, introducing themselves as Xu Fei's companion. Yi Tianyun looked up their data and noticed that the highest cultivator among them was at 2nd level spirit core stage. There was also a female cultivator in their midst, and the girl didn't even bother to acknowledge Yi Tianyun's presence. You are all going to the cave? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Yes, Coiling Dragon Cave is the best place to cultivate. You can even get your hands on a dragon bones inside. You probably can even sell it at a high price to cover for your resource later. Xu Fei said excitedly. Yi Tianyun frowned a little as he found the group in front of him was basically a nuisance. Yi Tianyun could act the quickest when he acted alone. You seem new. Don't worry, you could count on us to get by, as we already knew the way around here. Sometimes, there was a newcomer who was too Veda asked for help and fell into a trap or got lost inside. But I need 1.000 spirit stone to act as your guide. Would you like to accept my offer? Xu Fei said while smiling warmly toward Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun immediately smiled as he finally realized that Xu Fei was only a guide in here. Okay, as long as you successfully guide me to Coiling Dragon Cave, I will give you the 1,000 spirit stones. Yi Tianyun promised. Chapter 374. Welcome to our party. Now let us go to Dragon Coiling Cave right away. Xu Fei said excitedly. Yi Tianyun nodded his head and decided to follow them from the back of the group as he realized that none of them really wanted to talk to him. Big brother Liang, will we be able to find any trace of the great emperor this time? A woman said, which piqued Yi Tianyun's interest. I hope so. If we do, the princess will give us so much reward later. I hope we could get our hands on some dragon bones too. The man, Liang Yuantian, said excitedly. Yeah, I really want that holy tool that she promised. The woman said dreamily. But still, we have to try our best. There were so many people coming to this place. There is no telling whether we will be the first to find the great emperor. Liang Yuantian said, reprimanding the girl. You have to be careful too. I won't always be able to protect you, Huang Ting. Liang Yuntian said solemnly. Of course, I will always listen to your order, big brother Liang. The girl named Huang Ting said obediently. After that conversation, Yi Tianyun was no longer interested to hear their conversation, as it didn't concern him anymore. But Yi Tianyun now knew that Ren Jiru really did her best to find any information regarding her brother, even promising a holy tool to the one who could find any trace of her brother. As soon as they got near the premise of the Coiling Dragon Cave, Xu Fei stopped them and scouted the front to see if there were any group of cultivators around. Hurry up, we already took too much time, Liang Yuantian said impatiently. If you insist, we could go in right now, but once we're inside, I will not take any responsibility for anything that could happen, understand? Xu Fei said annoyedly. Okay, I get it. Let's go in now, Huang Ting said impatiently. Besides, what else can happen when Big Brother Liang is here? She said pridefully. Liang Yuantian's face was full with cockiness. Yi Tianyun sighed as he already saw this scene countless times, the guy who was too stupid to see his own carelessness. Yi Tianyun knew that the guy would soon regret for being careless like this. I hope you obey my instruction, friend. This place is dangerous, Xu Fei said helplessly to Yi Tianyun. Of course, that is natural to follow my guide instruction, Yi Tianyun said casually with a smile on his face. Xu Fei's face showed some form of relief, and he immediately told them to follow him right away. Xu Fei also reminded them that if any of them couldn't progress anymore, whether it was due to fatigue or the pressure and they were unable to go on, they should tell him, and he would assess if the group could continue or not. They all nodded in unison and Xu Fei continued to advance forward. Along the way, Yi Tianyun looked around the cave. He didn't show any extraordinary difference between the inside of the cave with the outside, beside the darkness that gradually filled the place as the sunlight couldn't penetrate the thick cave wall. Are you sure this is the right way? I haven't seen anyone for quite a while, Huang Ting commented behind Xu Fei. This path is a lot safer. As the path was small, the demon beasts tend to avoid this place, Xu Fei said annoyedly. Yi Tianyun was also annoyed on Huang Ting's behavior. It was clear that she couldn't do much here, but she still acted like a spoiled child. Xu Fei continued to guide them further inside, but after a while, a spirit grass garden was seen from afar. Huang Ting's eyes lit up and immediately approached the spirit grass, but when she was about to pluck one of them. Stop what you are about to do now. It was clear that the spirit grass in this place wasn't mean to be picked. If you want to die, wait for us to get ahead, Yi Tianyun said coldly toward Huang Ting. Brat, watch your mouth, Liang Yuantian said as he drew his sword toward Yi Tianyun. Hey, what are you doing? This place is dangerous, stop playing around. Don't pick up random stuff, this place is full of traps, Xu Fei said annoyedly. You are lucky that we didn't have any free time right now, brat, Liang Yuantian said coldly to Yi Tianyun and immediately walked away with Huang Ting in tows. Yi Tianyun didn't bother to take Liang Yuantian's word seriously as he knew that the guy would be in trouble soon. Chapter 375 Snake. As the group continued to advance deeper into the cave, the spirit grass grew taller as the level grew higher. This was normal in a place called a dangerous area, as demon beast often used it as a trap to lure cultivator over. Brother Liang, look, there is a life-prolonging fruit over there, Huang Ting said suddenly. You are right, we will be able to raise it inside the mansion if we give it to the old ancestor, Liang Yuantian said excitedly. Hey, leave it alone. Anything in this place could cause trouble later, Xu Fei said knowingly. What are you talking about? What are you afraid of? Look at this place, it was completely silent. Forget it, I will take it myself, Liang Yuantian said annoyedly. Yeah, you are a scaredy cat, aren't you? There is no demon beast around. Oh well, at least brother Liang was brave enough to get it himself, Huang Ting said with a smirk on her face. I advise you to obey our guide. Your greed will be your undoing, Yi Tianyun said casually. Shut up, if you can take it, then it is not greed, Liang Yuantian said scornfully while proceeding to the fruit's location. Please stop, this is a dangerous area. You couldn't take things lightly, Xu Fei persuaded some more, but unfortunately, they paid no heed to his words. As soon as Liang Yuantian approached the tree that bore the life-prolonging fruit, a huge snake immediately appeared out of nowhere and immediately coiled Liang Yuantian's body while swallowing his head. Liang Yuantian struggles for a while but soon fell into the demon beast's strong power and stopped moving after a while. Yi Tianyun immediately knew that the man was dead at that point. The demon beast has already crushed the poor guy's skeleton for sure. Huang Ting on the side screamed as she was shocked to see Liang Yuantian was completely helpless, but Xu Fei immediately reached out to her and covered her mouth while saying that she couldn't make any noise, or more demon beast will surround them. But he was already too late. Another snake rushed towards Huang Ting and Xu Fei, completely caught Xu Fei off guard. Fortunately, Tianyun wasn't completely heartless. He immediately trampled the snake to help the two out. Successfully killed Phaeton. Reward: 40.000 Express, 3.800 CPs, 50 SPs. Xu Fei was surprised to see Tianyun's power, as the demon beast was at 5th level spirit core stage and wasn't supposed to be easy to deal with. However, Huang Ting didn't feel the same way about Tianyun. You are clearly powerful, why didn't you try to save brother Liang earlier? Huang Ting said with teary eyes. I don't have any obligation to save him, that includes you. However, I do need my guide. Brother Shu already told you not to get near the fruit earlier, didn't he? So, which idiot doesn't feel the need to obey their guide's advice? Tianyun said indifferently. How could you say that? Huang Ting said as she cried and covered her face. This is the Heavenly Dragon dangerous area. If you want to mourn the death of your lover, you'd better leave. Tianyun said with a frown on his face, as he didn't want any more unnecessary trouble. I am sorry, Huang Ting said as she tried to stop crying. She was scared that she would be left behind alone. Tianyun looked at her coldly and immediately walked toward the fruit and took it for himself. You idiot, a rare fruit in the middle of nowhere. There is no way it wouldn't be guarded. These idiots don't even understand basic knowledge. Useless piece of shit, Tianyun said as he crushed the fruit in his hands. He didn't see any value of the fruit as its effect wasn't really that good. Thank you, Brother Yi. You have saved my life. I will not charge you for today's expedition. Xu Fei said thankfully. No, I should be thanking you. You are very professional and knowledgeable of this place, and I know that you wouldn't disappoint me here. Tianyun said with a smile on his face. It was their own fault. You already warned them of the danger, but they didn't listen. Tianyun added sourly. Well, that kind of people always exists. Xu Fei said bitterly. Now, you either return the same way we got here or follow us silently. Make your choice, bitch. Tianyun said toward Huang Ting. Huang Ting hesitated for a while, but purposely came close to Tianyun and threw herself towards Tianyun to flirt with him a little, but Tianyun already knew of this move, and it didn't affect him even a little. Tianyun even moved away as she threw himself towards Tianyun's arm, resulting in her falling into the mud. Don't you dare touch me, bitch, or I will personally feed you to the demon beast out there. Tianyun said coldly to Huang Ting. You make me sick, disgusting whore. Tianyun said with disgust on his face. Huang Ting's face turned white as she didn't expect Tianyun to be disgusted by her action. She hurriedly stood up and obediently walked back while looking at Xu Fei in the eyes. Don't expect much from me either. If you want to survive, either you walk back out from the way we go in earlier, or quietly follow us inside. Xu Fei said coldly to Huang Ting. Huang Ting hurriedly ran back toward the entrance as she realized that there was nothing left for her in here. She didn't have any more protection. If she chose to follow Tianyun and Xu Fei without them caring about her, only death would await her inside. Chapter 376. Huang Ting wanted to rely on her beauty to get more resource, but she didn't expect that Tianyun wouldn't be swayed by her beauty. Not even Xu Fei sympathized with her dilemma. After Huang Ting left, Tianyun and Xu Fei continued tracking deeper like they originally wanted, but this time it was so much quieter. While his payment was reduced as he said it himself that he wouldn't take Tianyun's payment, his professionalism was still spot on. Xu Fei guided Tianyun throughout the place while choosing the safest route to go deeper. So far, Tianyun didn't even encounter any demon beast. It seems that you have entered this place for quite some time. Otherwise, you wouldn't be this familiar with this place. Tianyun said appreciatively. I do get in here for many times. At first I was only here to collect spirit medicine, but gradually I also noticed many rare materials and treasures scattered around the place. Unless it was guarded by a weak demon beast, I wouldn't dare coming close to it. Xu Fei said solemnly. Well, that was expected. Safety is far more important than wealth. But you adept at exploring this place, you are sensitive to your surroundings. I guess you have some sort of perception type innate ability, don't you? Tianyun inquired. Wow, you are observant. Yes, I am born with a strong innate perception of danger. I can sense danger in advance, and thus I immediately deviated to avoid it. But it doesn't really matter on Cultivation World, this innate ability won't do me any good in a fight. Xu Fei said with a little bit of disappointment on his tone. What are you talking about? With this innate ability, you could become an army general with a short amount of time. Just think about it, if you could avoid a dangerous situation, you could provide your troops with ample information to lead them to glory. You are certainly a commander material. Yi Tianyun said excitedly. Little brother Yi, you're exaggerating. Not even my family ever said anything like this. Xu Fei said with a look of longing in his face, but he immediately snapped out of it and returned to his duty of guiding Yi Tianyun deeper into the cave. Soon enough, they arrived at a stone formation that replicated a coiling dragon, with its mouth serving as another gate or cave entrance. Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised, as the stone formation was huge. There was no doubt on his mind that in the past, this place was really a home to the dragon clan. This place looks quite spectacular. Yi Tianyun said with awe. Yeah, this is the real coiling dragon cave. There were rumors stating that the place had so many treasures in it, but I didn't dare to go in. I always felt uneasy about this place, and that is also why this is as far as I can take you. If you choose to go in, I am afraid that you have to go alone. Xu Fei said with an apologetic look on his face. Yi Tianyun contemplated his choice. He knew that his cultivation was strong enough to explore the place, but the place indeed looked menacing, which meant challenge. Here is 1,000 spirit stone for your effort. I promised to give you this much, and thus I gave it to you no matter what. Yi Tianyun said while handing 1,000 spirit stones towards Xu Fei. No, little brother Yi has saved my life. I already made up my mind that I wouldn't take your money, and I am a man of my words. If you insist on giving me that money, I will leave it here. Xu Fei said confidently. Yi Tianyun didn't feel any ulterior motives from Xu Fei's tone, which meant that man was determined to walk away without bringing any money. So, he tried to pay Xu Fei in another way. Okay, I won't force you to take these spirit stones anymore, but in exchange, I will give you another proposition. I will enter this coiling dragon cave, and I would like you to join me. I will guarantee your safety as long as you follow my every instruction in case of danger. Yi Tianyun proposed confidently. Xu Fei suddenly stopped and pondered on Yi Tianyun's word. He knew that Yi Tianyun was powerful. Therefore this could be the only chance that he got to enter the real coiling dragon cave. I will go with you, little brother Yi. No, you should be big brother Yi instead. I will trust my life to you, big brother. Xu Fei said excitedly. Chapter 377. Yi Tianyun really thought that Xu Fei was a good person, dedicated and responsible. Yi Tianyun didn't even feel any greed coming from the guy during the whole time he followed him. Yi Tianyun even thought about recruiting Xu Fei into Heaven's top mansion, but he refrained from mentioning anything about it for now. I've always dreamed of going inside, but without any reliable reinforcement, I couldn't force my way in there. Xu Fei said excitedly. You have to be at 5th level core transformation stage, aren't you? Xu Fei asked. No, but you are close. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. His real combat power has already rivaled a 3rd level void spirit stage, but he didn't like to brag. Wow, I am really lucky. If I didn't meet you, I guess I will never have a chance to enter this place. Xu Fei said excitedly. The two of them immediately climbed the rock formation. With Xu Fei near him, Yi Tianyun could safely access the area with a low number of demon beasts around. Now, the real problem was just climbing the steep rock formation. Although his cultivation was high, Xu Fei felt the domineering atmosphere from that place. He felt that the place was slowly pulling him down. Do you need some help? Yi Tianyun said as he realized Xu Fei was gritting his teeth. No, at least I have to climb up on my own. If I fail, then I really wasn't strong enough to go to this place. Xu Fei said determinedly. Yi Tianyun nodded as he admired Xu Fei's determination. Okay, but I will follow your pace. Yi Tianyun said casually, but a voice suddenly interrupted their pace. Hey, isn't that Xu family's young master who escaped marriage? Why is he here? Well, if we notify Xu family, they will surely reward us for finding their problematic child. A spirit core, stage cultivator said condescendingly. Xu Jian, what are you doing here? Xu Fei said annoyedly. Well, I am here to enter the cave, what else would I be here for? I didn't expect you to be here, that's for sure. I'm pretty sure your cultivation is not high enough to enter this place, am I wrong? You better don't force yourself, boy. Xu Jian said condescendingly. Or maybe, you need approval from Miss Qin Shuang to marry her instead. Xu Jian said sarcastically. You don't have anything to do with me. You better shut up, Xu Fei said angrily. Of course, it has something to do with me. You were running away to the Queen of Qin family instead of my family. Xu Jian said sneering at Xu Fei. Xu Jian immediately lifted his foot in order to kick Xu Fei down, but Yi Tianyun immediately stopped him from doing so by slapping Xu Jian, hard enough to make him faint. How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Xu Jian said in anger. I don't know who you are, and I don't care. If you touch him, you are dead. Yi Tianyun said threateningly. Yi Tianyun threatened them while deliberately exuded some of his aura and killing intent, but it seemed Xu Jian and his men didn't realize the cold and terrible aura coming from Yi Tianyun. Damn you, capture them both, Xu Jian said to his men. But Yi Tianyun was so much stronger. While two of Xu Jian's men rushed towards him, Yi Tianyun immediately cut their tendon with a small knife, making them fall to their death. Yi Tianyun then immediately ordered Xu Jian to leave as Yi Tianyun didn't want to see his face again. Xu Jian seemed shaken from the death of his men. Their cultivation wasn't extraordinary, but they were considered strong enough. But it didn't matter to the guy in front of him, he still killed the both of them quite easily. I will remember you, bastard, Xu Jian said as he finally climbed down toward the exit. Thank you very much, Big Brother Yi. I am very sorry that you had to help me with my personal problem. Xu Fei said sincerely. It's fine, I don't mind. Let's continue our journey, Yi Tianyun said casually. Yi Tianyun held back, that was why he didn't kill Xu Jian straight away. Chapter 378. After the ordeal with Xu Jian, Xu Fei quickly climbed the rock formation again. He wasn't exactly fast, but he didn't fall behind either. He paced himself calmly so that he wouldn't exhaust himself later. Below him, Yi Tianyun followed silently while assessing the situation around them. He noticed that some other cultivators also tried to climb the rock formation away from them, but Yi Tianyun didn't feel any danger for the moment. I have climbed this rock formation before, but this is the closest I have come to the cave entrance, Xu Fei said while catching his breath. After arriving at another flat area, Xu Fei took a rest and immediately started cultivating on the spot. Yi Tianyun knew that Xu Fei was on the verge of breaking through his cultivation stage, so he let Xu Fei took his time. I broke through. Brother, I have successfully broken through my cultivation stage, Xu Fei said excitedly. This is all thanks to you, Big Brother Yi. Without you, I would never achieve this, Xu Fei said gratefully. No, it's all your hard work. Even if I am not here, you will be able to break through nonetheless, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Now Big Brother, you are too kind. Now let's go to the top. I am confident that I could reach the top now, Xu Fei said excitedly. Sure enough, Xu Fei climbed the rock formation quicker than before, allowing them to be more efficient on time. At the peak, Yi Tianyun noticed that the pressure wasn't as high as when he tried to fly earlier. I am here, I can finally climb the coiling dragon cave entrance, Xu Fei shouted excitedly. Congratulations on your personal achievement, but are you ready to advance inside? Yi Tianyun asked with a light smile on his face. The climb toward the entrance is just the beginning, the real danger was inside the coiling dragon cave itself. I am ready, Xu Fei said confidently. Well, then let's go, Yi Tianyun said excitedly while taking the lead and went inside. As he stepped inside, Yi Tianyun noticed that the pressure was slightly lower than the outside, although it didn't really matter for him. He knew that it would be a relief for Xu Fei. The first few chambers inside the cave had nothing special in it, as Yi Tianyun saw many cultivators use the chamber as a resting place. The cave itself was confusing as there were many holes leading to a different path. This coiling dragon cave is truly mesmerizing. The rumor doesn't serve it justice. This place is a lot more dangerous than the rumor said, Xu Fei said with awe. My danger sense was jumbled. I don't really know if the danger comes from this hole or the other hole beside it. We need the luck to traverse this place, Xu Fei added disappointment. Yi Tianyun agreed with Xu Fei, but he was also quite confident that with his strength, he believed that he would be able to get through any danger lurking in that place. Hey, look, if it isn't Xu Fei. I didn't expect him to escape here of all places. A voice was heard from the distance. Yes, I heard that he runs away from his family to marry the Queen of Qin family. But unfortunately, the Qin family didn't approve of him as his cultivation was too low. I guess he came here to cultivate to achieve his goal. Another voice was heard in the distance. It seemed Xu Fei was well known among many cultivators in Heavenly Dragon Continent. Maybe it was because Xu Fei's family had quite a strong influence around the parts. Just ignore them, they don't have anything to do with you and your decision. Yi Tianyun said as he saw that Xu Fei began to get unnerved. Yes, big brother Yi. Thanks, Xu Fei said as he clenched his fist to hold back his emotion. Hey, it seems that Xu Fei got himself a backer. I don't know why he chooses a brat for a backer though, but he called him by big brother Yi. Or the cocky Xu Fei finally gave up chasing girls and instead found a little boy for a toy. Another voice said not too far from them. Don't you dare badmouth big brother Yi, Xu Fei said as he pulled out his sword in anger. Why, are you afraid your relationship with your big brother Yi will be heard by the Queen of Qin family? Another voice teased Xu Fei. He wanted to start a fight. Let's see if he at least has more backbone on him since last time. The first voice said tauntingly. Let's go then. Who will be my first opponent? Xu Fei said furiously. Yi Tianyun on the side smirked. He originally wanted to shut these people's mouth himself, but after he saw Xu Fei's confidence, he decided to observe the fight for the moment. Chapter 379. I will go first. I will show what a man truly is to these pussies. Si Cheng said confidently. Yi Tianyun notices that Si Cheng's cultivation was only at the first level spirit core stage, but it was still higher than Xu Fei. Good. If you lose, you better apologize to big brother Yi. Xu Fei said confidently. Well, apologize sure is a big thing for a girl. But what if you lose? Si Cheng said tauntingly. If I lose, I will break one of my arms. Xu Fei said confidently. Now, that makes things a lot more interesting. Si Cheng said as he pulled out his sword and rushed toward Xu Fei, intending to settle this right off the start. Xu Fei immediately pulled out his long sword and, in an instant, flashed over the charging Si Cheng. Yi Tianyun noticed that Xu Fei's speed was far too fast for Si Cheng to react to. Si Cheng was confused as he saw Xu Fei's speed, but he didn't feel like Xu Fei has attacked him. Si Cheng immediately rushed toward Xu Fei once again, but as he moved, blood splattered from his arm. He looked over at his arm and found it was already on the ground, cut off from his body. Now, apologize, Xu Fei said coldly. They were surprised to see Si Cheng has already lost, even though the duel has just begun. Not many of them could see what Xu Fei just did. That is definitely Xu family's light sword secret art. If you aren't a high-leveled cultivator, there is no way you could see what he just did there. Someone with higher cultivation said to break the ice. Apologize for shit, guys, help me beat them up, Si Cheng said as his eyes were filled with grievances. Several men came up without hesitation toward Si Cheng while pulling their own sword out. These men have slightly higher cultivation than Si Cheng, which made Xu Fei's complexion change a little. Although the sword technique that he just used was indeed strong, he couldn't do it in succession. Even more so against several strong opponents. Well, look at that. Some people really have no shame. After agreeing to one-on-one, he asked for help once he's cornered. Yi Tianyun said from the side. He immediately rushed toward the group of men and slapped their faces one time each. They were sent flying and hit the wall with a mere slap. Furthermore, it broke their teeth, making blood flow out of their mouth. Xu Fei, now you can teach anyone you don't like a lesson. I will stand here and make sure that they wouldn't do anything stupid. Yi Tianyun said coldly. The scene shocked everyone in the room. A young man had knocked down so many people in such a short amount of time with ease. The young man didn't even care for if the people he just hit was from a huge faction or a well-known family. How dare you hit me? A man said, after getting knocked down by Yi Tianyun. Xu Fei, it seems that man wants to go first. Yi Tianyun said coldly. Xu Fei hesitated for a bit, but immediately obeyed Yi Tianyun's order and walked to the beaten man and immediately slapped him to the ground. Hey trash, you better apologize to big brother Yi now. How dare you look down on him like that? Xu Fei said as he kept slapping the man's face. Hey, that's enough. They are army general cis men. You will be in so much trouble if you insist on doing this any longer. A core transformation stage expert came over and tried to stop Xu Fei. Just continue what you are doing, Xu Fei. Don't stop until you've vented out all your anger. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Yes, big brother Yi. Xu Fei said as he continued to slap the man's face. Xu Fei looked like a madman. He constantly slapped the man in front of him that the people were doubting that the man was capable of apologizing to stop Xu Fei himself. You are really pulling my hands here. the core transformation expert said as he rushed toward Xu Fei with strong killing intent. Now, who pulled your hands? Yi Tianyun said as he stopped the core transformation expert's advance toward Xu Fei. The expert was stunned as he couldn't react to Yi Tianyun at all. You. What are you? The expert was stopped once more as Yi Tianyun slapped his face. What are you doing? The expert said, but Yi Tianyun slapped him once again. Don't you? The expert was trying to say something, but Yi Tianyun slapped him before he could finish his sentence. What did you get to say again? Yi Tianyun said as he slapped the expert once more. Yi Tianyun noticed that the expert's face was already swollen badly, and thus he quickly slapped the expert once more and let him go. Successfully killed Lu Tian. Reward: 34.000 Express, 3.400 CPs, 150 SPs, Hawk Claw Martial Art, Iron Hawk Claw, Tilong. Cedar, 100.000 Express Pill. Yi Tianyun was surprised after getting the kill notification. He didn't expect a core transformation stage expert was that fragile. Chapter 380. Everyone was shocked to see a core transformation stage expert was easily killed just like that, shutting their mouth for they were afraid that the young man would go after them next. They weren't wrong. Even a low-tier cultivator would be able to see that Lu Tian was dead, as his spiritual energy was gone. Now, is there anybody else who wants to question my decision? Yi Tianyun said toward the rest of the people inside the room. No one dared to talk back as they feared Yi Tianyun and unconsciously took a step back, proving Yi Tianyun's dominance over them. Big brother Yi, I am done here, Xu Fei said as he approached Yi Tianyun while catching his breath. Yi Tianyun looked over to Si Cheng and noticed that he was beaten to a pulp. Yi Tianyun looked at Si Cheng in disgust, because the injuries on his face weren't pleasant to look at. Although he heard that Si Cheng was the son of Army General Si, it didn't concern him. Now, let's continue our journey, Yi Tianyun said toward Xu Fei casually. After Yi Tianyun and Xu Fei left the room, several people immediately gathered around Si Cheng and gave him a few medicinal pills to recover. Xu family will be finished after this. I don't know how did Xu Fei suddenly grows some balls and didn't seem to care about Xu family's future. A cultivator said in wonder. Bullshit. Xu family also has a great influence on this continent. I doubt that Si family would resolve this with violence. I think the best that Si family could have in return is the knowledge that Xu Fei will be abolished by Xu family. Another cultivator said, but the one who killed Lu Tian is different, isn't he? That guy has a terrifying aura. I even forgot to breathe for a second, the first cultivator said while the others nodded their head in agreement. Yi Tianyun and Xu Fei immediately jumped toward the nearby hole, while Yi Tianyun helped Xu Fei to land safely on the bottom. But the first thing that Yi Tianyun noticed was that the place was empty. Xu Fei also didn't sense any danger around. Big brother Yi, I am sorry for dragging you into an unnecessary problem, Xu Fei said apologetically. What the hell are you talking about? Yi Tianyun said confusedly. You have killed Lu family, elder up there. Lu family will never let you off that easily, and it's all my fault, Xu Fei said sadly. Who is this Lu family siding with? The princess or the prime minister? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. I suppose it was with the prime minister, Xu Fei said wonderingly. Then, I didn't kill any wrong person, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face and then instructed Xu Fei to follow him closely. Xu Fei was confused the entire time he followed Yi Tianyun around. He wanted to ask Yi Tianyun about what he meant by not killing any wrong person, but refrained from doing so as a demon beast suddenly appeared. The demon beast startled Xu Fei and Yi Tianyun, but Yi Tianyun quickly regained his composure and immediately pulled out the heaven-holding giant sword and killed the beast with it. Successfully killed a rock insect. Reward: 30.000 Express, 3.000 CPs, 50 SPs, hard stone piece, rock insect venom. Seeing Xu Fei's complexion changed as he was scared from almost being eaten alive, Yi Tianyun immediately calmed him down and told him to follow him closely this time. Yi Tianyun made a mental note that this place wasn't as hard as he first thought. At least if there was a core transformation stage expert around, everything would be a lot easier. Go ahead, you can extract any material you want from that rock insect. It has good material on it, you can sell them to make money. 2. Yi Tianyun said casually. Thank you so much, big brother Yi, Xu Fei said as he put the rock insect in his storage ring. Xu Fei was grateful that he had met Yi Tianyun, as he knew that he wouldn't receive a chance like this if he didn't. Chapter 381. The rock insect kept coming their way, but Yi Tianyun didn't seem to care as the rock insect didn't possess any threat. Xu Fei, on the other hand, was busy gathering the corpse of the fallen rock insect in excitement. He now will be able to sell the material from the rock insect for some gold and even could create several high-grade medicinal pills or tools if he wanted to. Big brother Yi, I sense imminent danger from the rock over there. Xu Fei said as he warned Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun immediately smashed the rock that Xu Fei had pointed and sure enough, a rock insect was killed instead of a normal rock. You're as sharp as usual. Keep those advantages coming, Yi Tianyun said appreciatively. Yi Tianyun knew that the Heavenly Cloud's mansion needed a lot of manpower by this moment, so he had thought of bringing Xu Fei along later if Xu Fei agreed to that. He wanted to observe Xu Fei further as he could increase Xu Fei's favorability and increase his chance to bring Xu Fei to Heavenly Cloud's mansion later. Understood, big brother, I will keep observing, Xu Fei said excitedly, but there was no danger around them anymore, at least until they arrived at the four-clover door at the end of the tunnel. The doors looked menacing while they had different symbol etched on them with different size, with the smallest door didn't have any symbol on it. From the largest to the smallest it said, human level, earth level, and heaven level. There was no doubt that this place has been divided into 3 levels of difficulties, but Yi Tianyun was interested in the small door, as he could feel the spiritual energy around the door was quite dense. This is four-clover door. I heard that they have a different treasure that corresponds with their difficulties while the hardest was the smallest door. I heard that the smallest door was so dangerous that no one ever made it out. Xu Fei explained. Well, are you going in? Yi Tianyun asked. Of course, big brother. I have to take a look after coming this far, aren't I? Xu Fei said excitedly. Well, what door will you choose? Yi Tianyun asked. I think I will enter the earth level. I don't think I could handle the heaven level with my current cultivation. Xu Fei said confidently. Yi Tianyun nodded his head as his admiration towards Xu Fei kept growing. Xu Fei has already grasped the level of his own strength and thus bravely took a risk but not as much that he couldn't handle. What about you, big brother Yi? Which door will you choose? Xu Fei asked curiously. But as Yi Tianyun was about to answer Xu Fei's question, another group arrived, distracting them both. Xu Fei, I didn't expect to see you here. The world sure is small. A handsome young man said suddenly. Wang Menglong, I didn't expect to see you here either. Xu Fei said heavily. Relax, there is no need for you to be nervous, I am not here for you. Wang Menglong said as he made way for a beautiful woman to walk into the room. The woman was staring at the smallest door. Yi Tianyun immediately used his appraisal eye to obtain the information of the man and the woman who just came in. He saw that the woman was at 9th level Spirit Core stage, while the man was at 7th level Spirit Core stage. From the look of it, the man was here to protect the woman, but Yi Tianyun wasn't so sure anymore as the woman was more powerful than the man anyway. I didn't expect Hua Xiying is also here either. Xu Fei said a bit heavily. I am here to cultivate, while I am also here to search for any clue of Great Emperor Ren's whereabout. Hua Xiying has chosen to stand beside the princess. Hua Xiying said confidently. Yi Tianyun didn't really care about anything that the woman and the man had to say as they didn't pique Yi Tianyun's interest. Instead, he shifted his attention back to the four-clover door. From Xu Fei's information, it seemed that every door except the smallest one had been successfully cleared by other cultivators. He also knew that according to Xu Fei's information, the harder the level, the better the reward. But as what reward he could get was still completely unknown. Yi Tianyun made a mental decision on which door that he wanted to pick. There was no need to ask in the first place. Chapter 382. After Yi Tianyun made up his mind, he knew that he had to choose that door. Let's go in, what are we waiting for? Yi Tianyun said toward Xu Fei. Xu Fei nodded and walked toward the earth level gate immediately. You sure are honest, surely earth level door is the best you can do at your level. Wang Menglong said sarcastically. Wang Menglong immediately walked toward the heaven level door while looking back to Hua Xiying, asking for approval. Unfortunately for him, Hua Xiying didn't seem to care about what choice Xu Fei made, and she even seemed indifferent to what Wang Menglong chose. Xu Fei clenched his fist. Knowing his limit, he knew that he couldn't refute Wang Menglong's argument. Xu Fei immediately tried to regain his composure and ignore Wang Menglong's taunt altogether. Big brother Yi, which door will you choose? Xu Fei asked, trying to distract himself from Wang Menglong, but as he looked over to Yi Tianyun, he was surprised to see Yi Tianyun was already standing in front of the smallest door. All of a sudden, Everyone's eyes were on Yi Tianyun, as they couldn't believe that such a young man would choose such a dangerous door. There were many records on the past stating no one has ever returned after entering the smallest door, not even a void spirit stage expert. Xu Fei, it seems your companion has chosen to end his life soon. Or maybe he got struck on the head on your way here for choosing that door. Wang Menglong said sarcastically. Although Hua Xiying was looking at Yi Tianyun, she didn't show any emotion at all. She didn't seem to care that Yi Tianyun planned to enter the smallest door. Big brother Yi, please consider your choice. That door is the most difficult one as no one has ever returned once they enter that door. Xu Fei said, trying to warn Yi Tianyun. Don't listen to him, you should choose your first option. You are courageous, you should go in and try the challenge yourself. Wang Menglong said while snickering silently. Xu Fei, if you finish first, wait for me on the other side. It might take longer for me to finish this. Yi Tianyun said to Xu Fei as he walked inside the smallest door, shocking everyone once more. Not even Hua Xiying could keep her calm after seeing Yi Tianyun walked into the door that should be impossible to pass. Xu Fei, your friend was really brave. I want to go in and wait for him on the other side myself, but I am afraid that I would have to wait for a lifetime. Wang Menglong sarcastically said while laughing to his heart content. Now, you better go back to the Xu family. There is nothing else you can do here, and the lady from the Qin family obviously was too high for you right now. Wang Menglong said coldly while entering the heaven-level door without any more hesitation. Big brother Yi, if you can get out of that door, I will be waiting for you on the other side. Xu Fei said confidently as he walked inside the earth-level door. Huffed. Why don't they just mind their own business? I don't care what door you choose. I'm only here to look for the great Emperor Ren's track, Hua Xiying said to himself as she approached the heaven-level door and walked right in. There were some other cultivators, who saw everything in front of the four-clover door, but they didn't care at all. In their eyes, Yi Tianyun was just another curious soul who died by his own choices. At the same time, Yi Tianyun was welcomed with an endless road covered in a bluestone. He noticed that the surroundings were dark, and nothing could be seen except for the bluestone road. With his appraisal eye, Yi Tianyun knows that the darkness surrounding the stone was a void space. It means that if he deviated from the bluestone road, he would fall into the void, but he was still not sure whether he would die or not if he fell into the void. He checked the Coiling Dragon treasure maps once again and saw that there wasn't a lot of information about this place. The only thing that the map said was that this small door was the right path to the treasure of the Coiling Dragon cave. So, without anything else he could do, Yi Tianyun immediately walked forward, curious about what challenges he will face next. Chapter 383. Yi Tianyun kept the appraisal eye active at all times so he could avoid danger on time. He knew that he couldn't take this place lightly, for there was no record of anyone coming out of this place. But as he stepped further toward the bluestone path, he reached the end of the path, with void in front of him and nothing else. Yi Tianyun tried to look for a path with his appraisal eye, but all he saw was the same void. He even tried to toss a few low-grade weapons to see if the weapons hit something or reveal some hidden path, but all weapons that he tossed instantly vanished into the void. This is strange, there is no path at all, Yi Tianyun said to himself in disbelief. He knew that he couldn't fly as the same pressure that he felt outside still applied to this space. Yi Tianyun turned his body and looked at the back, the way he came before, but there was no more door, there was only a blocked path there. Yi Tianyun sat on the bluestone path to think of a way, but his attention suddenly shifted to the bluestone that created this path. He saw that there was no ground beneath the bluestone. Maybe this stone is all I need, Yi Tianyun said as he walked back and collected the bluestone on the back and threw one bluestone into the void in front of him. Sure enough, the bluestone connected with the path that he walked on. It turns out you have to create your own path here, Yi Tianyun said as he began throwing the bluestone in a singular line. This place seemed to challenge the patience of the challenger as they must build their way little by little. After quite some time, Yi Tianyun finally reached a shining door. He quickly entered the door and saw a wide place in front of him. He also noticed that the ground on the new room was also made of the same bluestone that he used earlier. Yi Tianyun was startled as suddenly a handsome young man in a dragon-scale battle armor appeared in front of him. Welcome to my abode, human. This place hasn't received any visitor in a long time. The lack of patience, a misstep into the void, or simply falls into madness. This was the common occurrence on this bluestone road. The young man said excitedly. No one ever been able to come here. Really? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. He knew that this young man wasn't human, he may be a dragon clan expert tasked to protect this place. There were 2 people ever left this place alive before, maybe you could become the 3rd one. The young man said excitedly. Only 2 people, what is the challenge? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. It's simple, all you need to do is to defeat me, the young man said while laughing profusely. But as soon as he stopped laughing, a shadow of a dragon emerged from behind the young man. Mysterious man, immortal phantom shadow. Cultivation base, 8th level core transformation stage. Ability, can turn into a giant dragon at will. Equipment, high-grade holy tool armor. Combat power, 12.000.000. Possible item drop, unknown. Weakness, none. This mysterious man wasn't a living person. He was just like the old Zan, trifling on spiritual energy to survive. However, the challenge seemed to adapt to the challenger's power as the young man's cultivation was the same as Yi Tianyun, which was 8th level core transformation stage. I'll beat you at your own game. Come on, Yi Tianyun said as he pulled out his ice-cold divine bow and quickly used his ice-cold fury. But the mysterious man laughed some more and immediately turned his arms into a dragon claw to block Yi Tianyun's attack. Yi Tianyun immediately checked the information of the claw as he knew that it would be something powerful. Sure enough, he saw that the dragon claw was as strong as a high-grade holy tool rank. As the ice-cold fury shot through the air toward the mysterious man, the ground and air around the arrow were frozen. But the claw gave off a menacing vibe of its own, making Yi Tianyun unsure whether he would be able to deal any damage to the mysterious man or not. The arrow soon collided with the claw, causing an explosion from the impact. But after the smoke dissipated, Yi Tianyun saw the mysterious man was still standing in the middle with half of his body frozen. But he walked casually right after, shaking off the ice that covered half of his body like it was nothing. Yes, this is the power that I have been waiting for. You are amazing. If your opponent wasn't me, you would have won by now. You are qualified to know my name, I am Yuan Qinglong. Please remember it well, the mysterious man said excitedly. Chapter 384. Yuan Qinglong immediately rushed toward Yi Tianyun as soon as he introduced his name. The ground was immediately shattered as Yuan Qinglong stepped on them in the middle of his charge. Yi Tianyun also felt that although Yuan Qinglong was just at 8th level core transformation stage, he was far more powerful than the army general Feng. So, Yi Tianyun immediately equipped the Red Dragon suit and the Red Dragon Divine Spear to increase his power. Yi Tianyun immediately used the Tyrant Soul to increase his power further, but he refrained himself from using the Crazy Mode as he wanted to see the extent of his true power without the help of Crazy Mode. Very powerful, Yuan Qinglong said as he stopped for a second to block Yi Tianyun's incoming attack. But he wanted to guard a little bit too late as the only thing he could do was only to cover his entire body with a dragon scale. Yi Tianyun's attack hit Yuan Qinglong directly, and the impact created an explosion that soon covered up Yuan Qinglong. Interesting. You're worthy enough to force me to use my full power. Yuan Qinglong's voice was heard from the cover of smoke. The next moment, Yuan Qinglong's was seen again, but this time, his entire body glowed green, and not long after that, he transformed into a huge azure dragon. Yi Tianyun scanned the azure dragon with his appraisal eye and saw that the combat power of Yuan Qinglong had reached more than 40 million. Yi Tianyun immediately understood why nobody has ever passed this stage, as he saw that Yuan Qinglong was far more powerful than any cultivator with the same level of cultivation. Is this your full power? Then I will increase my own power so that I could compete with you. Yi Tianyun said as he smirked toward the azure dragon. Dragon God Bloodline, activates. Yi Tianyun shouted, and his entire body was immediately covered with a dragon scale, raising his combat power 8 times the previous value. After activating Dragon God Bloodline, Yi Tianyun's combat power was at 46 million points while having a Dragon God's phantom shadow on his back. Yuan Qinglong was startled as he saw Yi Tianyun's transformation, but he couldn't stop now. This was a test, a part of the trial. It was his duty to try to defeat any opponent who came his way, no matter who they were. Dragon God Tyrant Soul, Yi Tianyun shouted as he clasped the Red Dragon Divine Spear in his hand. Once again, Yi Tianyun took his opponent very seriously. He never thought of the fight as a game as he never wanted to lose a fight out of his carelessness. Two huge dragons rushed toward the azure dragon from the spear and collided with Yuan Qinglong's huge dragon claw. Yuan Qinglong was pushed toward the wall with his claw almost destroyed and a gaping hole on his abdomen. But Yi Tianyun didn't stop. He quickly rushed toward Yuan Qinglong again and attacked once more. This time, Yuan Qinglong was knocked down to the ground, receiving heavy damage from Yi Tianyun's attack. But Yi Tianyun didn't want to give Yuan Qinglong any breathing room as he quickly jumped over to the Azure Dragon and immediately activated the Dark North Divine Art and Absorbing Star Great Technique. Received. 10.000 Express, 13.000 Express, 12.000 Express. Yi Tianyun smirked as his plan worked. He knew that even though Yuan Qinglong wasn't a living entity, Yi Tianyun still could absorb the spiritual energy that formed his body, the same as the old Zan's case in the heaven-immersing ancient ruins. After a while, Yi Tianyun became impatient as the absorption rate was too low. Equip the evil dragon suit. Yi Tianyun shouted as he changed his equipment to the evil dragon suit. This equipment enhanced his absorption rate several times that he was finally satisfied with the amount of experience that he got. Received. 34.000 Express, 35.000 Express, 35.000 Express. Yi Tianyun thought about leveling up the Dark North Divine Art or the Absorbing Star Great Technique, but he knew that he must refrain from doing so for now, but he was still unsure at the end. Chapter 385. Yuan Qinglong's spiritual energy was quickly absorbed by Yi Tianyun. He could enhance the absorption rate some more using the crazy mode, but Yi Tianyun was determined to not use the crazy mode for this fight. However, after a while, Yuan Qinglong's body soon faded and then disappeared only to reappear not far from Yi Tianyun's current position. Congratulations, you have successfully passed my test. Yuan Qinglong said excitedly. I really didn't expect that you'd be this strong. The other two cultivators passed using a cheap trick, while you are the only one using brute force like my test originally intended to. Yuan Qinglong added with an excited smile on his face. Thank you for letting me pass. I thought that I still have to keep going. Yi Tianyun said as he smiled warmly toward Yuan Qinglong. You've already succeeded as long as you can beat me in any way, but I am sure if I am alive, you will have no trouble killing me. Yuan Qinglong said while smiling warmly. But, senior, if you don't mind me asking, why are there 4 doors in the entrance, and why is this door the only one without difficulty and the smallest door there? Yi Tianyun asked Yuan Qinglong curiously. I am sorry, but I can't answer your question. That is not my duty, as this test is the only duty that I have. Now, as you've already passed my test, you can leave through this door and take the glory that awaits you later. Yuan Qinglong said as he showed Yi Tianyun the path leading to the exit. Yi Tianyun knew he wouldn't get any answer out of Yuan Qinglong, and he wouldn't be able to ask many questions as a phantom shadow like Yuan Qinglong was bound to. His duty and therefore only had the knowledge needed for their duty. So, Yi Tianyun nodded and immediately walked toward the exit while wondering what would the glory that Yuan Qinglong mentioned would be. On the other side of the gate, someone has successfully cleared the test on their respective door. I am finally out. This earth-level door was too difficult. I can't imagine how hard the heaven-level door would be. Xu Fei said to himself as he looked over to the heaven-level door. Not long after, the heaven-level door opened, and Hua Xiying walked out from it, looking pale and exhausted. Xu Fei noticed that there were no injuries on the fair lady's body, so he figured that the test might be spiritual attrition. She is a genius. She passed the heaven-level door in a short amount of time, almost as fast as I finish my earth-level door. Xu Fei said in awe of Hua Xiying's achievement, but he quickly snapped out of his thoughts and immediately meditated to recover and cultivate a little bit more. Not too long after that, Wang Menglong also came out of the heaven-level door, covered with blood. It was obvious to anyone that Wang Menglong was badly injured, but as he saw that Hua Xiying has already arrived without any injuries and was meditating to recover herself, Wang Menglong quickly took a position to recover himself as well. Even though he came out full of wounds, no one in that place dared to laugh at him as passing the heaven-level door itself was a big achievement on its own. During their meditation and recovery, many cultivators passed the earth and human-level door while they also heard that some couldn't pass and died during the trial. That was not a rare occasion, as this trial was dangerous. If the cultivator really wanted to enter the trial, they must be prepared for death. There was no way to attain strength without risking your own life. Many people meditated and recovered themselves near the door as they successfully passed the trial, and so many people also took their leave as they deemed it sufficient for them to continue, but Xu Fei didn't move from his spot near the smallest door, waiting for Yi Tianyun to return. Idiot, he wouldn't come out from there. He's long dead inside that door, there is no way he survives. The heaven-level door was basically almost impossible to pass, and that smallest door was meant to be harder than the heaven-level door. Wang Menglong sneered at Xu Fei. Even Hua Xiying was shaking her head in disbelief as she knew that the heaven-level door was the hardest while the smallest door was impossible to pass. But as soon as Wang Menglong and Hua Xiying were about to leave, the smallest door suddenly burst open, shocking everyone in the vicinity. Chapter 386. The smallest door opened. This fact alone stopped everyone on their track to look over to the door, and they saw that Yi Tianyun was the one who walked out of the door like he just came out from a long passage. Hua Xiying and Wang Menglong also looked at Yi Tianyun in shock. They were sure that Yi Tianyun was dead, no one ever survived after entering the smallest door. Big brother Yi, I knew you would come out from that door, Xu Fei said as he excitedly bounced around like a little kid. Yi Tianyun smiled lightly toward Xu Fei, and as he looked over to Wang Menglong and Hua Xiying, he smirked tauntingly. Yi Tianyun didn't know how hard the other door could be, but he was sure that none of those doors' trial would be as hard as the trial on the smallest door. Impossible, no one ever returned from that door before, Wang Menglong said spitefully. In fact, many cultivators who were shocked to see the smallest door was opened for the first time, began to doubt its difficulty, and regretted their decision to never enter the door. Themselves. Shut up, if you think that this door is a scam, why don't you try it yourself? That way, you can prove that Big Brother Yi wasn't a swindler. Xu Fei shouted as he was getting annoyed by what other cultivators murmured about Yi Tianyun. I will try it later. It is impossible right now as everyone couldn't return to the entrance of the door. Wang Menglong said annoyedly. There's no need to deal with them, let's go further in. Yi Tianyun said to draw away Xu Fei's attention. Of course, Big Brother Yi. Let's go, Xu Fei said excitedly following Yi Tianyun, while no longer paying attention to the rest of the cultivators. Yi Tianyun walked forward with confidence, not even acknowledging Wang Menglong and Hua Xiying that he met earlier. He walked straight to the huge dragon's mouth with a passage visible inside. He didn't know where it would lead, but he sure didn't mind it. This brat was quite arrogant. I would like to see him face the challenge further in myself. Wang Menglong said as he walked behind Yi Tianyun. Hua Xiying also followed Yi Tianyun as she was intrigued. After entering the dragon's mouth, the path was spacious, but there was nothing there, not even a plant for decoration. After a while, the path forked, but Yi Tianyun decided to stay on his path and continued forward. Xu Fei wants to say something, but immediately refrained from doing so and decided to follow Yi Tianyun without any question. Wang Menglong and several other cultivators were immediately startled as they found themselves hitting an invisible wall. What is going on? Can't we advance from here? Wang Menglong said confusedly. A few cultivators also tried their best to check some sort of opening or clue on the invisible wall, but they immediately gave up, as they couldn't find any. Yi Tianyun turned his attention toward Xu Fei and said, You are free to explore this place, take this opportunity as an advantage and wait for me outside. Yi Tianyun said confidently, Yes, I will, Big Brother Yi. Xu Fei said as he immediately stopped beside Yi Tianyun and looked around the place for a road that he would choose. However, Yi Tianyun passed the invisible wall easily, shocking Wang Menglong and other cultivators who were still trying to find the opening of the invisible wall. They immediately realized that the problem indeed lied within the choice of doors earlier. There was no other reason Yi Tianyun could walk through the invisible wall while they couldn't beside that reason. Chapter 387. While no one saw any merit from passing the trial of the smallest door earlier, they finally realized this was where it came into play. They knew that the treasure usually lied in the deepest part of the cave, and now they couldn't reach it. What happened here? Did you really receive something different earlier? Wang Menglong shouted to Yi Tianyun. I don't know, but it seems that is the only difference between us, so you may be right. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. You conceited brat, I will make sure you pay for your cockiness later. Wang Menglong said as he quickly chose another path. Young master, wait, is the smallest door difficult? Hua Xiying shouted to Yi Tianyun. It's complete chaos, almost impossible to pass. Yi Tianyun said after thinking of what to say for a while. Thank you, young master. Hua Xiying said as she bowed her head respectfully to Yi Tianyun and left in a completely different direction than Wang Menglong. There were so many pathways they passed through after the spacious path of the dragon's mouth, but the thing was, it was all different as the cultivators chose their difficulty on the trial door. So, a cultivator who entered through the heaven-level door was only able to move through the path that was given for the said difficulties. The same could be said to Yi Tianyun as he soon encountered another forked path, but fortunately for Yi Tianyun, he had the coiling dragon treasure map. He chose the path that he wanted according to the knowledge on the map. He quickly walked toward his chosen path without hesitation, but as soon as he took a step to the new path, the path behind him disappeared. This meant that he couldn't return and change the path after deciding which path to go. I don't know what kind of treasure that lies ahead in this path would be, but it better be worth it. Yi Tianyun said as he continued to move forward. The coiling dragon treasure map only marked this path as a treasure path, but it didn't indicate what kind of treasure it was that lay at the end of the path. After a while, Yi Tianyun saw a huge dragon bone inside a room. Yi Tianyun was a little intimidated as the huge dragon bones in front of him exerted a powerful aura. He quickly went inside to see the sacred being from up close, but once he was inside the room, Yi Tianyun was surprised to hear a voice stating, "After so many years, finally someone worthy has come." But Yi Tianyun couldn't see anyone. But as he looked around, he finally saw a handsome man meditating near the dragon's bone, but his state was pitiful as he was pale and skinny. "Great Emperor Ren Long?" Yi Tianyun asked curiously as he saw that the man kind of resembled Ren Jiru. "I haven't heard of that name in a while, but yeah, I am Great Emperor Ren Long. But starting today, you will be my comrade and spend the rest of our days here." Ren Long said hopelessly. "Why is that? What is the situation here?" Yi Tianyun said as he didn't understand why Great Emperor Ren Long would say something like that. "I don't know how to get out of this place. There is no door or anything except for this great treasure. It was really tragic to have my hands on this huge dragon's bone but couldn't take it anywhere." Great Emperor Ren Long said as he looked over to the huge dragon's bone. Yi Tianyun looked all around the room, and sure enough, there was no exit. The only thing in the room was indeed the heavenly dragon skeleton. It must be destiny that drives you here, as there are so many paths leading to another room scattered before you took this path. Ren Long said while smiling towards Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun just smiled lightly and sat across Ren Long. He wasn't sure that this place had no exit, so he would like to inquire some question for the Great Emperor. "Great Emperor Ren, did you come here after passing through the smallest door?" Yi Tianyun asked. "Yes, I am afraid there is no other way to come here without passing that door." Ren Long said with a smile. "You can call me Ren Long as that title didn't matter in this place." Ren Long said while still smiling warmly. "Well, I am here to help the princess find you," Yi Tianyun said with a smile to match the emperor. "Ren Jiru sent you. Do you know her personally?" Ren Long said excitedly, too excited that his aura suddenly filled the room. This is the true void spirit expert. Even if he was trapped inside this room for several years, his strength was not just for the show. "I knew her personally. In fact, she entrusted me this token before I come here to find you," Yi Tianyun said as he pulled out the Heavenly Dragon Jade Pendant and gave it to the Emperor. "This is the Heavenly Dragon Jade Pendant. It seems Jiru was fine outside. She must have really trusted you even to leave this pendant in your possession. So, what is happening outside? Tell me, I really am curious now," Ren Long said excitedly. Yi Tianyun's admiration for this man continued to grow as it seemed that Ren Long's fighting spirit wasn't ruining his power at all. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.